Hokage give me a face, Chapter 81 100. Chapter 81 Kushina with a small temper. Run. Gotta run. Severe pain invaded his mind, and Yi Yi's face was hideous in pain. That blow just now, the chakra condensed by the elite Jonin was actually broken by Yi Zan. What does this represent? This means that Yi Zan's futon wind style control has reached a very advanced level, and it can even condense the wind element chakra to the sharpness of the ultimate, which can pierce the chakra defense of elite Jonin. If it wasn't for the inability to use Raiden Thunder style, a brat like you would blow up with one punch. Remember, one day, I will beat you to a pulp. After Yui made a vicious declaration, the chakra burst out, turned around, and fled without looking back, and the moment he stepped out of the lightning circle, the Raiden Thunder style chakra mode was activated instantly, accompanied by a burst of bright thunder, like a blue meteor, disappearing without a trace in an instant at 10 times the speed before. Yui escaped. It was the first time in his life that he had escaped. The frontal combat of the Uzumaki clan is not good, but the auxiliary ability can be called a bug. A lightning circle covering 1,000 meters made this group of Raiden Thunder-style powerhouses lose more than half of their combat effectiveness, and just 1 minute after Yi escaped, the other Kumogakure Jonin were all killed. This time Kumogakure village is miserable, the 4 elite Jonin are not a small number. Uchiha Inomi gloated, then his eyes suddenly changed to arrogance, and glanced at Yi Zan disdainfully. It's a pity that the son of the 3rd generation Hokage ran away. Hey, our captain really can't do it. Humph. Yi Zan snorted lightly, and for the first time ignored the other party. He frowned slightly, thinking about the Raiden Thunder style chakra mode that Yi used just now. Okay, stop the war, don't quarrel with the captain all day long, and I don't think it's a bad thing to let Yi go. Now the military power of the Kingdom of Thunder is getting stronger and stronger, and the strength of the 3rd generation Hokage is comparable to that of Lord Hokage. If Yui is really killed, with the grumpy temper of the gangsters in Kumogakure village, maybe they will immediately send troops to destroy the country of Vortex, and then we will not be able to take this responsibility. Nara Shojing's words made Uzumaki Ryushin suddenly realize, and then he remembered that there are 3 generations of Hokage behind Yui. If he was killed just now, the consequences would be unimaginable. As the planner of the collapse of the water country, can you not know this? Thinking of this, Uzumaki Ryushin looked at Yi Zan with full of complaints. Yi Zan had asked him to kill the enemy with all his strength before, but the consequences of killing the enemy with all his strength, but the scourge of genocide. However, just when he was ready to complain to Yi Zan, Hyuga Soji's words made him jump up again. Lord Lu Shan's luck is very good. Fortunately, Xiaozan led the team this time. If it was another Anbu captain, it would be impossible to have a strong lineup like ours. When the time comes to help Lord Lu Shan with kindness, the final outcome will be the destruction of the group. Bar. Hyuga Soji said softly, with a faint warning in his eyes. Uzumaki Ryayama was scared at first, then seemed to think of something, and his face became anxious. All Anbu allies, the enemy has been resolved, the rest is to read the memory. Which one of you? Quote. Yamanaka, are you okay? Well, no problem. Jonin of the Yamanaka clan was restrained and silent. He nodded seriously, walked to a corpse, covered the head of the corpse with his right hand, and closed his eyes. After a while, a faint chakra emanated, and he began to concentrate on exploring the memory of the corpse. Time passed by, Uzumaki Ryayama walked around anxiously, Uchiha Inomi was bored looking at the sky, Hyuga Soji and Nara Heidi stood beside Yamanaka to protect the Dharma. Yi Zan kept frowning and was stunned, even ignoring the skill book that flew out of the corpse, but if you look at it with Byakugan, you can see that the chakra in Yi Zan's body is flowing, forming some filaments trying to get out from the major acupuncture points. Gushing out. Captain. A call woke Yi Zan, who was in deep thought, and when he came back to his senses, he realized that Yamanaka had stopped searching. Ah, what's wrong? Is there a result? Yes, Lord Liushan's son is in another cave a kilometer away. Then let's go and rescue Liu Shan's son. Uzushiogakure village, the home of Uzumaki Ryayama. Yizan covered his forehead with a headache, and beside him was a little boy about 4 years old with a snot. Boss, teach me ninjutsu. Don't. Boss, teach me physical exercises. Go to your sister. But my sister said that the boss is the best tilde. The little boy is the son of Uzumaki Liushan and the third brother of Kushina and Mawako. Hee hee. With a chuckle, Yizan turned over the Byakugan helplessly. He tapped the table with his fingers and said with a displeased expression, Kushina, take your brother away. Hee hee, don't take it away. Kushina squinted proudly, like a little fox who stole something. It's your honor for my brother to recognize you as the boss. Go and teach my brother ninjutsu. Thinking beautifully, Yizan pouted, and it was not easy to bully the 4-year-old. Suddenly, as if thinking of something, he rolled his eyes, and after scanning Kushina's body, he laughed wickedly. What do you want to do? You guessed it. Yizan smiled wickedly, and then patted the little boy on the head. I can be your boss, and I can teach you ninjutsu, but you have to help me with one thing. As long as it is done, I can teach you everything. Quote. Really? The little boy's eyes lit up, and after getting Yizan's affirmative answer, he clenched his fists tightly. Boss, what do you want me to do? It's very simple for you to do. As long as you can get Kushina to kiss me, I will teach you ninjutsu. Bastard. With a coquettish shout, Kushina rushed in front of Yizan angrily. She directly pulled the little boy away from Yizan. Her beautiful eyes stared at Yizan. Stinky bastard, do you think you won? Believe it or not, I'll kiss you right away. Yo, little angry, kiss me. Come on, as long as you dare to kiss, I will dare to take your brother to practice. Their eyes met, one was angry and the other was leisurely. Then, before Yizan could react, he felt his cheeks get hot, and Kushina's lips pressed against him. Chapter 82 _ Bring back the Konoha. I didn't see anything. I didn't see it either. In the spacious living room, Uzumaki Liushan and a group of Anbu looked up at the sky. Kushina's face turned Yuhi, and his head almost buried in his knee socket. Just now, the moment she kissed Yizan's cheek, the paper door of the inner room was opened, and Uzumaki Liushan and a group of Anbu came out after the discussion was over. I told you guys, don't make random guesses, okay? It was just a gamble. Kushina and I were gambling. If you don't believe me, ask your son. Yizan patted the little boy's head, but the little boy blinked and shook his head fiercely. No, boss, you guys didn't gamble at all. It was your sister who took the initiative to kiss you. Ah brother, you. Alright, Kushina, no need to explain. We are all here, we all understand. If you like Lord Zan, try to chase after him. Dad supports you. No, I said no. This stinky bastard, I hate him so much, how could I like him? Kushina's face flushed Yuhi with anger, but no one in the living room believed her. She glared at Yizan viciously, stood up, and rushed out. After Kushina left, Uzumaki Liushan also kicked Mawako and his younger son out. After that, Uzumaki Liushan was sitting opposite Yizan, and the originally harmonious living room suddenly became solemn. Come on, let's talk about the outcome of the discussion. Okay. Uzumaki Yanyan coughed lightly, and said slowly with a straight face, originally, I planned to let Kushina go to Konoha and become the next generation of Kyuubi, Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Column Force, but now I have decided to put Kushina and Mawako together. Both are sent to Konoha, the two of them have similar talents. Who is more suitable to be a Jinchuriki Column Force? Then it is up to you, Konoha, to decide. Quote. Oh, Yizan just smiled, did not speak, and continued to stare at Uzumaki Liushan. Ah, and this, give it to Lord Zan as a thank you gift for saving my son. After Uzumaki Liushan finished speaking, he took out a ninjutsu scroll. Yizan spread it out, his pupils shrank sharply, and then he put the scroll in his hand without changing his face. S-level sealing technique, the ghouls are sealed. I accepted your gift. Yizan was satisfied, and Uzumaki Ryushin finally breathed a sigh of relief. After learning that Yizan was the mastermind of the collapse plan of the Land of Water, and found out that the 4 elite Jonin were following Yizan, he knew that Yizan was not an ordinary person, saying in the uncertain future, the Kingdom of Vortex will still need Yizan's help. Yizan is indeed very satisfied. Of course he will not learn to seal the ghoul, but don't forget, Yizan's father is Danzo, and Danzo controls the root. Yizan doesn't learn, but he can let all the members of root learn. Every time he learns one, Yizan and Danzo will have an extra trump card in their hands. Of course, Yizan didn't expect many members of root to learn secret techniques of this level, but there would always be a few would be enough, at least it was worthwhile. Okay, now that the matter is settled, let's leave tomorrow. Ryushin-sama, it's up to you to tell Kushina and Mawako, and tomorrow we will take them back to Konoha directly. Understood. Don't worry, Master Zan, this is all for the sake of the overall situation. I have a good talk with them, they will understand. The next morning, Yizan's group gathered at the entrance of Uzushiogakure village. Uzumaki Ryushin walked over with Kushina and Mawako. The 2 girls had eye circles around Yuhi, obviously reluctant to leave the village. Okay, it's not eating you. Brother is taking you to Konoha to enjoy the happiness, what's there to cry about? Chingfu is a fart. You rascal, I don't want to talk to you. Kushina rubbed her eyes, took Mawako's hand and stopped talking. Compared with Kushina, Mawako's performance was better. She patted Kushina's back gently and comforted her softly, which also stabilized Kushina's emotions. Lord Ryushin, let's go first. Well, my 2 daughters are helpless in Konoha. I hope Lord Zan can take care of them more. No problem, please rest assured on this point. With me, no one in Konoha dares to bully them. After a few days of rushing, Yizan's team finally returned to Konoha with the 2 girls. Since Anbu was on the mission, they could not go through the gate, but through Anbu's dedicated passage, where Konoha's side door came in. After arriving at Konoha, the other members of the team were disbanded. As the captain, Yizan had to go to the Hokage office to report the task. He changed Anbu's clothes in the special room by the side door. After putting on his own clothes, he brought the 2 women to Hokage. Go to the building. Konoha's weekends and holidays are very lively. We can go shopping and eat snacks together in the evening. Kushina, what do you think? Bah, you rascal, I won't go shopping with you. Kushina glared at Yizan viciously and snorted softly. Tsunere turned his head and admired the scenery of Konoha for himself. For Yizan and Kushina's nonsense, Mawako always smiles on the side. She always thinks Yizan is very interesting, but in contrast, she prefers gentle and steady boys, plus Yizan is younger than herself, she always treats Yizan as a younger brother. At this moment, Mawako suddenly found that Yizan's complexion had changed, and a palpitating breath made her feel scared. Following Yizan's gaze, she found that on the street in the distance, a very beautiful blonde woman was walking with a man with long light blue hair. The man with long light blue hair happily said something to the woman, although the woman kept some distance. She was amused by the other party from time to time, and she seemed to be in a good mood. Kato Dan. When Mawako heard Yizan whisper 2.3, she was a little confused. Is Kato Dan the man's name? But why is Xiaoshuan angry? Could it be because of the blonde sister? Kushina tightly and forced her eyes to open. What caught her eye was a large blue light cluster, like a shooting star, rushing towards the distance. Boom! Boom! With a loud noise, a violent whirlwind rose into the sky. Mawako covered her mouth in surprise. In her line of sight, the long-haired man who was still elated just now was shot hundreds of meters away by a powerful force, and he fell into the earth wall 2 blocks away. Chapter 83 Sarutobi is so wronged. In Hokage's office, Yizan raised his head and looked upset. Sarutobi rubbed his temples with a headache. After a long silence, he slowly asked, the attack on Kato Jonin caused serious injuries. Don't you need to give me an explanation? Explain. You should give me an explanation. Hearing Sarutobi's explanation, Yizan suddenly became furious. Dead monkey, I kindly donated 210 billion to Konoha, what is one of the additional terms? Huh, did you forget it for me? I said that no men are allowed around Tsunade. You just let Kato-dan go. Yizan's words gave Sarutobi more headaches. He found that since he took Yizan's money, his life has become more restless. Sarutobi felt that Yizan could overturn Konoha with those additional clauses. Tsunade just came back from the mission, and she didn't even report the mission. She ran into Kato-dan on the road. What can I do? I can't tell all Konoha Jonin not to pick up 05 near Tsunade, right? Sarutobi took a cigarette in distress. Was about to spit it out, but was stopped by Yizan. Don't spit, I'm in a bad mood right now, I can't smell the smoke, swallow the smoke before I forgive you. Ah, well. Sarutobi swallowed it with all his strength, and suddenly he was coughing continuously. His face became more and more bitter, and he felt that taking Yizan's money was the worst decision in his life. Yizan kept teaching Sarutobi a lesson, and because Sarutobi really violated the additional terms, Yizan taught him that he couldn't lift his head up, and in the corner of the office, Kushina and Mawako opened their mouths stupidly, stunned by the scene in front of them. The day before they left the Kingdom of Vortex, they had already learned from their father that Yizan might be the real power faction of Konoha, but they never expected that Yizan had become so powerful that even Lord Hokage, the head of the 5 kingdoms, dared to teach him a lesson. But the reason why Yizan was angry seems to be the big blonde sister, right? Kushina subconsciously turned her head to look at Tsunade, only to find that the other party was staring at her. She was shocked, and withdrew her eyes in fear. Huh, what am I afraid of? Kushina was stunned for a moment, feeling a little embarrassed. She was a little tigress, she was too frightened to look directly at her. Thinking of this, Kushina raised her head again and stared at Tsunade, and Tsunade was also surprised by Kushina's behavior. She looked at Kushina with great interest and seemed to understand something, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. What are you laughing at? A stinky woman is as nasty as that stinky hooligan. Kushina thought to herself, but she couldn't help but feel a sense of inferiority. The other party's beautiful face, tall figure, and queen-like aura completely exploded herself in all aspects, and judging from Yizan's attitude towards Sarutobi, it was obvious that very concerned about Tsunade. Damn stinky hooligan, big rascal. She glanced at Yizan viciously, then turned her head and continued to stare at Tsunade. The next moment, her pupils shrank, and found that Tsunade smiled at herself inexplicably, and then walked to Yizan's side. Xiaozan, don't be angry. Tsunade took Yizan's hand and said softly, I just met John and Kato by chance. He just told a few jokes, I don't have any thoughts about him. Humph. If you have any idea about him, it means that your vision is too bad. All Konoha Jonin, there is nothing uglier than Kato-dan. Yizan crossed his hips in dissatisfaction. In order to discredit Kato-dan, he directly pulled all Konoha Jonin in. In fact, Kato-dan has some reputation in the Konoha ninja circle, and his appearance can also be ranked in the top 5 in Jonin, but Yizan is like this said that Sarutobi and Tsunade did not dare to object. Okay, my handsome Xiaoshuan, you're right, Kato-dan is the ugliest Jonin in Konoha. Please don't be angry, I'll accompany you to eat glutinous rice balls later. Really? Of course it's true. I have a few days off recently. How about I accompany you these days? Well, that's fine. Yizan nodded reluctantly, and then held Tsunade's hand naturally. The intimacy of the two made Kushina and Mawako understand the relationship between the two. Even she felt that the gap between her sister and Tsunade was too big. Yizan's mood was stable. Sarutobi finally breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced at Tsunade gratefully, and then moved his eyes to Kushina and Mawako. Xiaozan, your mission this time. Oh, you said that. It was only then that Yizan remembered that there were other people in the office. He turned to look at the two women in the corner, beckoned, and let the two women walk to the desk. The taller one is called Uzumaki Mawako, and the shorter one is called Uzumaki Kushina. They are sisters and daughters of the Liushan patriarch. Oh, in the previous letter, Lu Shan didn't say. I asked for it on my own initiative. A voice interrupted Sarutobi's words. Kushina stared at Sarutobi boldly, and said firmly, if I let my sister come alone, don't worry, if I come alone, my sister will be reluctant to 433, so we two sisters decided to come together, at least we can take care of each other. As for who becomes the next generation Jinchuriki, column force, my father said, it's up to you to choose. Uzumaki Kushina is very courageous and has a firm belief, which makes Sarutobi's eyes light up at once. You must know that people's strength is easily influenced by tailed beasts, and people with firm beliefs are naturally easier to control tailed beasts. And just when Sarutobi wanted to decide the candidate directly, Yizan coughed lightly beside him. His warning gaze was like a basin of cold water, instantly extinguishing Sarutobi's enthusiasm. That. You two are very suitable. This matter is not urgent. There is still some time. The selection of Jinchuiki column force needs to be carefully observed, so let me arrange a place for you first. No need, just stay at my house. Yizan interrupted Sarutobi again. He glanced at Kushina lightly, and said righteously, the two of them are the most suitable people of the Uzumaki family to become a human Jinchuriki column force. In the event of an accident, they will not be able to find the right person. In order to protect their safety in life, they will stay at my house. With my dad here, their safety will be absolutely guaranteed. Quote. Chapter 84 Shimura's Dining Table. The dining table at Shimura's house is a little weird. Originally, Yizan was going to go shopping and eat with Tsunade, but in order to put Kushina and Mawako at home, he took everyone home first, and after choosing a room, he went out to play with Tsunade himself. Got home, it was in the evening, and the setting sun on the horizon gradually descended down the mountain. When I opened the door, Yizan unexpectedly found that Danzo was writing something in the study, and in the kitchen, the chef who was in charge of cooking was also busy cooking. So many people. Since everyone is here, let's eat together. Occasionally, it should be lively and lively. Mom, make more dishes. Danzo's words made Yizan helpless, but since joining Anbu, he hadn't eaten with Danzo for a long time, plus the loneliness of Kushina and Mawako being in a different place, he finally nodded, and then let Kushina go to the kitchen to serve dishes. Why do you want me to serve the dishes? You have to serve the dishes yourself. Kushina raised his eyebrows arrogantly, his big eyes like a little tiger. If you tell me to serve the food, go serve it. Mawako, don't talk, I will educate her today. Yizan stopped Mawako to persuade him, and walked in front of Kushina arrogantly, leaning his head forward, and suddenly Kushina took a step back. Stinky bastard, what do you want to do? Don't do anything, I just want you to serve the dishes. Not only today, you will do the dishes, and dishes is the rent for living in my house. Bastard, who wants to live in your house? Sister, let's go. Don't go. Living in my house is what Lord Hokage wants. As for whether to charge the rent or not, I have the final say. Yizan held his head proudly, and made Kushina's face swell with anger, but at this moment, Danzo finally came out of the study. His face was serious, and the momentum of Konoha's top real power frightened Kushina and Mawako to shrink. Shrink your head. Shaozan, why are you bullying girls again? Danzo glanced at Yizan, his face still serious. Usually, when there are outsiders and juniors, he will remain serious, creating a "I'm scary" attitude. I didn't bully the girl. By the way, you don't have to wash the dishes in the future. I found a dishwasher for you. Oh, that's her. Yizan pointed to Kushina, although Kushina was angry, but in Danzo's serious eyes, she nodded with some fear, and didn't dare to talk to this legendary boss at all. Before leaving the country of Vortex, Uzumaki Liushan told the two girls some general information about Konoha. Although Kushina was surprised that Yizan was Danzo's son, she never dared to provoke Danzo, whom her father said was cold and cruel. All sit down. Danzo saw Kushina and Mawako for the first time, and with his own personality, he wouldn't have a good or bad reaction, but when he turned to look at Tsunade, his face finally softened. Tsunade, you also sit Xiaoshuan. Next to it, the situation is turbulent recently, and the task is dangerous and heavy. Pay more attention to your body, and if you encounter unexpected situations during the task, the main thing is to protect your own life. If you have an accident, Xiaoshuan will cry to death. Danzo's words immediately made Tsunade shy Yuhi's face. She glared at Yizan angrily, grabbed Yizan's hand under the table, and pinched it hard. Oops. Tsunade, what are you pinching me for? Humph. Tsunade hummed softly, but after finding Danzo's inexplicable gaze, she stroked her hair a little embarrassedly. The strange relationship between her and Yizan had spread throughout the Konoha Jonin circle. Facing Danzo, she always felt a little unnatural. The chef at Shimura's family was very helpful. After a while, a full table of dishes was placed on the table. In addition to several dishes that Yizan likes to eat, fried chicken and sake were also placed. Tsunade blinked suspiciously and didn't react for a while, but when Danzo explained, her pretty face was ashamed of Yuhi again. Xiaoshuan knows that you like fried chicken and wine. He specially kept some in the refrigerator. He said that when you come to the house in the future, you will always have something you like to eat, which is very good. Nasty. I'm not a child, don't think these tricks will work for me. Tsunade glanced at Yizan with Yuhi's face, and took the initiative to hold Yizan's hand under the table. Yizan was very proud. For the first time, he felt that Danzo was a god-level teammate, and he was helping his son to pick up girls. The atmosphere at the dinner table is getting better and better. With Yizan around, Danzo and Tsunade are in a good mood, but Kushina, who is sitting opposite Yizan, has been eating with her head down. Occasionally, she glances at Yizan from the corner of her eye, as if she saw something. Big enemy, bite Kiba's teeth and chew the food. Damn stinky hooligan, you bullied me, and now you are shamelessly hooking up with other women, I remember you. One day, I will beat you, beat you, beat you, beat you. After 2 days after returning to Konoha, Tsunade brought Yizan and Mi Kazuko to the Senju family's clan. Konoha executives finally decided to let Uzumaki Mawako become the next Jinchuriki, column force, and Yizan said that he absolutely did not intervene. Before the tailed beast is placed, it needs to be filled with love. Compared with Kushina, who has a bad temper, Mawako has a gentle personality and has more love in her heart, and it is easier to generate love. Sarutobi and Danzo also realize this. I chose Uzumaki Mawako, and the rest of the people did not object too much. Since I became a Jonin, I haven't returned to the family for several years. I recall the glory of the Senju family when my grandfather was alive, and now. The withered courtyard, the spacious but unpopular house. Tsunade stood blankly at the gate of the clan, until Yizan took her hand, and then he gradually reacted. Come on, go see your grandma, as your future man, it's really not good that you haven't come to visit. Bah, bastard, don't talk nonsense in front of my grandma. I didn't admit it. Tsunade glared at Yizan viciously, then looked at Mawako behind him, and this time, the main reason is for Mawako and grandma to meet. You and I are just here today with Mawako, see grandma later, stand by me obediently be a supporting role. Okay, I know, follow my wife's orders. Humph. Chapter 85_Only I am worthy of your granddaughter. Senju clan has withered to the extreme. Only a dozen families left in the Nuoda family, 2 Jonins, 7 Chunins, and a dozen Genins, one of which doesn't even have a ninja. In the patriarch's house, an old servant led Yizan and the 3 of them in. The spacious house was deserted, without gorgeous decorations, and some places were broken but not repaired. The madam said that she is old and she is the only one at home, so why waste money on repairs, hey? Old servant was one of the servants who followed Uzumaki Mito to Konoha decades ago. The servants were physically inferior to those of Jonin, and all but the last old servant died. After turning a few corners along the large promenade, everyone finally came to a paper door, opened the paper door, and saw an old woman kneeling on a tatami. Perhaps because of cubic nine tails, it is also possible that she has practiced the yin seal. She has no wrinkles on her face, her skin is smooth, and she looks only in her 20s. Grandma. Tsunade stepped forward and knelt down beside Uzumaki Mito, and held Mito's hand gently. Uzumaki Mito nodded, and asked kindly, Xiao 707, I haven't seen you for a long time, recently. How are you doing? Well, it's fine. Mr. Sarutobi is very good to me and gets along well with my friends. Grandma, you don't have to worry about me. Tsunade said softly, with a childlike smile on his face. Indeed, in Uzumaki Mito in front of her, she will always be a child. No matter how mature she is, she has to worry about herself. Hey, these years, my Tsunade granddaughter has finally grown up. But your temper is too grumpy. You can't find a boyfriend like this. If I can see you find a boyfriend in my grandma's lifetime, Grandma won't be able to find a boyfriend. I'm sorry. Uzumaki Mito spoke earnestly. Tsunade could only agree with a smile. She bit Kiba tightly, as if she had heard Yuzan's snickering. Grandma Uzumaki. A voice appeared beside Uzumaki Mito. Tsunade's smile stopped, and Kiba's teeth clenched. This little pervert is really going to disrupt the situation. She thought so, but she couldn't be too violent in front of Uzumaki Mito. She turned her head with a smile, and glared at Yuzan fiercely. Little pervert, it was agreed before. Hey, I'm also trying to fulfill your grandma's wish tilde. The two exchanged glances. Yuzan smiled and ignored Tsunade's anger. He fluttered to the other side of Uzumaki Mito, scratched his head shyly, looking very cute. Grandma Uzumaki, in fact Tsunade already has boyfriend. Oh, is that so? Uzumaki Mito was a little surprised, and then gave Tsunade a reproachful look. Little Tsunade, you already have a boyfriend, why are you cheating on Grandma? No, Do you think Grandma is getting old and deceiving? No, I don't. Okay, little Tsunade, don't talk, I'm going to listen to the truth now. Uzumaki Mito sternly stopped Tsunade's explanation. Tsunade pouted in aggrieved, glared at Yuzan, and decided to fry Yuzan for a while. Okay, little girl, don't be afraid of Tsunade. With me here, you can tell the truth. Who is Tsunade's boyfriend? I'll come to the staff, lest this rough granddaughter be deceived. Grandma Uzumaki, it's okay to say it, but you have to tell me first, do you think I'm cute? Handsome? Am I very manly? Yuzan smiled. That look made Uzumaki Mito amused. She used Kyubi 9 Tails power to perceive Yuzan seriously, and then said with a smile, You have such a strong strength at a young age, and your will is also very firm. It is only a matter of time before becoming a strong man in the future. I have to say, among the boys I have met, even Hashirama is not as good as you tilde. Really? Of course it's true. Uzumaki Mito nodded earnestly. Now you can tell me who Tsunade's boyfriend is. Far in the sky, close in front of you. Huh. Cough cough. Don't you think that I am the only one in this world worthy of your granddaughter? Senju's house. There are only a few tatami mats in the middle of the large house of hundreds of square meters. Uzumaki Mito with a face full of innocence. Looking at it, Uzumaki Mito, Tsunade and Uzumaki Mawako held hands and whispered. Mawako, is what that kid just said true? Uzumaki Mito looked for evidence, and then Mawako nodded hesitantly. It should be true. I came to Konoha for the past few days. Shimura-san has been staying with Tsunade's sister. My sister and I live in Shimura-san's house, but I never go home to sleep, I heard. I always sleep at Tsunade's sister's house. Mawako, don't talk nonsense. Tsunade was shocked. She didn't expect Mawako to say such a thing, but facing Uzumaki Mito's stern gaze, she shook her head and said softly, Yes, I am Shaoshuan sleeps together, but we are very pure, not what you think. Isn't it what I imagined when we all slept together? Little Tsunade, you continue to lie to me. I didn't lie to you, I just... Okay, needless to say. Uzumaki Mito waved his hand to stop Tsunade from explaining. She glanced at Tsunade, who was aggrieved, sighed, and said earnestly, "It's nothing, I don't blame you. What if you're older than him? I'm also a few years older than Hashirama. Old man, you will grow up one day, you don't have to be afraid, as long as you have enough chakra, Yinfeng can stay young for a lifetime, don't worry about him disliking you." Grandma, you misunderstood. I didn't misunderstand. Well, that's it for today. You and Xiaoshuan leave first. For the past few days, Mawako will stay with me. When the time comes, Sarutobi will tell you. Grandma. Until then that Tsunade remembered the purpose of this place, and when she thought that Uzumaki Mito's time was short, her eyes filled with yuhi, and tears suddenly fell down. Alright, you're such an old man, why do you cry? I've lived for so many years, and it's almost the end of it. You can go. Uzumaki Mito rubbed Tsunade's head. The kind expression finally made Tsunade reluctantly hold back her tears. She pursed her lips, and finally gave Mito a serious look again, as if to keep Mito in her mind forever. Then, I'll go first. Well, let's go. Chapter 86_2 Idiots. Yizan pretended to be forced in front of Uzumaki Mito, the ending. Bang bang ping pong pong. Oops, Kunzi speaks but doesn't move. Excuse me, I'm not a kun, I'm a woman. If you come again, I will fight back. You fight back, I want to see how you fight back. In Tsunade's house, Yizan continued to circle around the table. Tsunade's fists were clenching and rattling, and cooking oil was sizzling in the iron pot in the kitchen. Dead woman, you really want to fry me? Yes, after frying, remove the head and feet, and eat it in one bite till the go, crunch. Tsunade stared at Yizan viciously, as if she really wanted to put Yizan in the frying pan. She stretched out her hand to grab it, and Yizan rolled onto the table like a little monkey, dodging the attack again. If you fry it, you will be a widow. By then, the whole ninja world will know that you Tsunade is a widow with a bad reputation. It doesn't matter, as long as it can fry you. The two chased and fled around the dining table, and after an unknown amount of time, suddenly, there was an explosion. The roaring heat is spraying out of the kitchen. What? The two were stunned for a moment, then turned their heads to look, only to find that the oil in the iron pot was too hot, and the whole oil burst out, poured it on the fire, and ignited the iron pot into a ball of fire. It's on fire. Water. Don't use water, you idiot. How could the oil be drowned out by water? Yizan immediately stopped Tsunade's actions. You know, this is a fire burning on oil. If it is really splashed with water, the flame will not only not go out, but will burn even more fiercely. What then? Use Doden Earth style. Do you know Doden Earth style? No. Neither would I. Two idiots, you look at me, I look at you, dumbfounded at the same time. They stare at the kitchen dumbly, not knowing how to put out the fire. The fire in the kitchen got bigger and bigger. Because of the oil, the fire spread quickly. With thick black smoke, passing residents finally noticed the abnormality of Tsunade's house and immediately called the police. Well, Konoha called the police, naturally referring to the Konoha garrison that Uchiha was in charge of. It's not uncommon for the fire in the house to happen. The garrison quickly came to 3 ninjas. When they found out that the fire was caused by oil, a Doden Earth-style ninja immediately hand-seal, put out the raging fire. The fire is out, but another problem arises. Yizan was okay to say, but Tsunade could be Konoha's celebrity, Princess Konoha's apprentice, and a few Uchiha stared at Tsunade blankly. That weird look made Tsunade want to find a hole in the ground. But at this time, Yizan rolled his eyes lit up, and he suddenly had an idea. Idiot Tsunade, look at what you've done. Yizan's scolding shocked Tsunade for a moment. She was about to get furious when she noticed Yizan kept blinking at herself. As if he understood something, Tsunade tacitly shook his shoulders and said helplessly, blame me. Would the oil pan catch fire if you hadn't been running? Ah, ah, ah. How can you be such a hateful woman? I can't run anymore. You're going to fry me, and I won't run. It's your honor to fry. Konoha doesn't know how many people are queuing up for me to fry, don't you believe it? Ask them if you don't believe me, they are all willing to be fried by me. Tsunade pointed at the ninjas of the garrison, and scared the group of ninjas to change color, and ran away without saying a word. After the ninja of the security force left, Yuzan finally stopped talking. He glanced at Tsunade, sighed softly, and slowly sat on the ground. Hey. I finally passed the test. Yeah, I don't know if these people will talk nonsense about today's affairs. Tsunade also sat down tiredly and leaned beside Yuzan. Probably not. You scared them like that. If you dare to spread it around, you will really fry them. HMPH, fry your ass. I've lost my face today, and it's all my fault. Okay, blame me, who called me your man? It's not. The family's oolong didn't get out in the end, which finally gave the two of them a sigh of relief, but just a few days after the two were messing around, a piece of news came, and Tsunade's mood fell to the bottom. The news is transfer Kyubi, 9 tails. During the few days that Uzumaki Mito and Uzumaki Mawako were together, the loneliness and emptiness in Mawako's heart was finally filled with love. She put down her mental burden and decided to face life with an optimistic attitude from now on. Transfer of Kyubi, 9 tails, is very important. As early as a month ago, Anbu formed a special enchantment class for this matter. Because the matter was too important, even Orochimaru and Jiraiya did not know, but because Yi Xuan the particularity of Tsunade, the two were fortunate enough to witness the process. In the dense forest south of Konoha, there is a huge Matsuri altar of fire. The Matsuri altar is engraved with a large number of patterns, which are specially set for the seal of Kyubi, 9 tails. Large number of Anbu are hidden in various places, alerting outsiders to break in. Uzumaki Mito and Uzumaki Mawako stood on the Matsuri altar, surrounded by 40 seal-class Anbu, and behind this group of Anbu there was a circle of Anbu, about 30 people. Everyone was half kneeling on the ground, with a huge seal scroll in front of everyone. Sarutobi, Danzo, the two major advisors, Tsunade and Yuzan stood not far from the Matsuri altar. Tsunade's eyes were filled with Yuhi's eyes, and he looked at Uzumaki Mito with reluctance. Let's get started. Sarutobi ordered in a low voice, and then, the 40 seal-class Anbu hands sealed at the same time, and clapped their hands on the seal scroll almost at the same time. Boom! A large amount of smoke filled the air, and 40 rays of light flew into the air, condensing on the top of Uzumaki Mito's head. Gradually, a square light curtain enveloped her and at the same time isolated Mawako. Boom! Anbu in the back circle slapped on the reel. Then, a large number of blue chakra lines extended from the reel to the Matsuri altar. All the patterns on the Matsuri altar were lit up. After a while, a blue circle formed under Uzumaki Mawako's feet. Everything was ready. Uzumaki Mito finally made the last step. She glanced at Tsunade kindly, and then lightly pressed her hand on her stomach. The seal of the 4 elephants, unlock it. A loud shout, Uzumaki Mito released the Kyubi, 9 tails seal on his body, and in an instant, a Yuhi light shot up into the sky, shattering Shirakumo in the sky. Roar. Chapter 87 Kyubi, 9 tails give me face. With a terrifying roar, the endless Yuhi light converged into a 100-meter high fox, and its 9 tails fluttered and danced, as if it could tear the air apart. Come out. I'm finally out. Stupid humans, I've been locked up for so long, I'm going to kill you. Kyubi, 9 tails, roared up to the sky, and a murderousness that surpassed cage level several times broke out. Anbu Elite Jonin's complexion changed dramatically, and some ordinary Jonin were even more frightened by the murderous aura, their faces turned pale and their feet trembled. Be careful, son. Danzo took a step forward to block Yuzan, exuding a powerful aura, blocking Kyubi, 9 tails' murderous aura. Boom! 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 With a loud noise, The nine tails slapped the light curtain barrier frantically, and the barrier vibrated violently. Anbu, who was half kneeling on the ground, staggered to and fro, and his hands almost lost connection with the scroll. Uzumaki Mawako, hurry up. Sarutobi's shouting finally woke up the shocked Mawako. She was standing at the foot of Kyubi, nine tails, less than half a meter from Kyubi, nine tails. If it wasn't blocked by the light curtain barrier, she would have been blocked by Kyubi, nine tails. The flames on nine tails burned to death. Seal. Adamantine sealing chains. Mawako clenched Kiba tightly, and a golden chain of dozens of chakras extended from her back. This is an ability that can only be used by very special people in the Uzumaki family. Currently, only Mawako and Kushina can use the entire Uzumaki family. Kyubi, nine tails, couldn't break through the barrier, but Mawako's chain went through the barrier and easily pierced Kyubi, nine tails' body. Kyubi, nine tails, roared, struggled frantically, and the chain broke. Mawako's face instantly lost its blood. Her age is too young. Even if the Uzumaki family is born with dozens of times more chakras than others, it cannot support such consumption. Second team, chakra added. Sarutobi ordered in a deep voice, and then, the blue light circle under Mawako's feet lit up. A large amount of chakra penetrated into the soles of Mawako's feet, and her pale cheeks gradually returned to blood. Mawako burst into potential again. She hand-sealed with both hands. Each golden iron chain was divided into two, and then divided into three. Pierced, completely tied up. It worked. Kyubi, nine tails, the chain finally began to retract towards Mawako's body, and at this moment, Yizan walked out under everyone's astonished eyes and walked to the Matsuri altar. Xiaozan. Don't mind me. Yizan waved to stop him. He raised his head, stared at Kyubi, nine tails, greedily, his mouth kakuzu drooling. Yizan's strange performance was also discovered by Kyubi, nine tails. A doubt flashed in his mind, and then Yizan's voice entered his ears. Kyubi, nine tails, give me face and become a piece of shit. What? Operator_. Kyubi, nine tails, widened his eyes like a husky, completely dumbfounded. It doesn't turn its head around. It thinks, shit, it seems like an insulting word. It was still thinking, but the next second, Yizan's voice came over again. Don't think about it. I'm just insulting you. Don't you agree? Come and beat me. Roar. With an earth-shattering roar, Kyubi, nine tails, was furious. It stared at Yizan with a grin. All attention was focused on Yizan. It vowed to slaughter Yizan. Its uncle Kyubi, nine tails, has always brought fear to people, and has never suffered such an insult. However, just when it focused all its attention on Yizan, the golden iron chain suddenly exerted force, and the powerful tear made Kyubi, nine tails, suddenly react, and he was still struggling. Haha, you really are an idiot. Let's obediently seal it in someone else's body. I'm really afraid that you will live alone in the ninja world. Your intelligence quotient will be slaughtered casually. Damn little brat, I remember you. Don't let me come out one day. I remember you, waiting for you. One day, I will. Chain pulled, and before Kyubi, nine tails, finished speaking, it turned into a piece of chakra and was absorbed by Mawako. At the same time, Sarutobi's face froze, and he suddenly rushed to Mawako's side, and slapped Mawako's belly with his right palm. 4 elephant seals, seal. The powerful cage-level chakra was released suddenly. The power of the seal and the unwilling power of Kyubi, nine tails collided with each other. The violent chakra reaction made Mawako scream in pain, and instantly fainted. Collapsed to the ground, Sarutobi sealed Kyubi, nine tails, with all her strength, and soon, the seal of the 4 elephants prevailed, gradually defeating the remaining power of Kyubi, nine tails, and successfully completing the seal. Success. Sarutobi was overjoyed, then turned to look at Yizan, his tone full of admiration. I didn't expect Xiaozan to use this method to attract the attention of Kyubi, nine tails, otherwise the seal wouldn't be so easy. Xiaoshuan, thank you. Hey, no thanks, I really didn't want to seal it. Okay, Xiaoshuan, don't be humble, but seriously, this is the first time I see Xiaoshuan being modest. Idiot dead monkey, I said it wasn't to attract the attention of QB, Nine Tails. With your IQ, you don't understand it. Yizan turned over Byakugan, but there was a smile that could not be concealed at the corner of his mouth. If it weren't for the presence of many people around, he would almost jump up with excitement. The ability of the face fruit is used on QB, Nine Tails. This is what Yizan suddenly thought of when he had a flash of inspiration just now. He casually set up a condition that QB, Nine Tails, could not accept. If QB, Nine Tails, did not agree, the second ability would definitely be triggered. If the duel failed, it would be fine. If it succeeded, what kind of book would it explode? When QB, Nine Tails, is absorbed by Uzumaki Mawako, the duel is a success. Book, also burst 0.6. Yizan saw that it was an illusory, golden book. After absorbing it into his mind, he couldn't wait to sink his thoughts into the sea of consciousness. In front of the dazzling screen, he saw the first golden skill book in his life. Open black lens bracket QB, Nine Tails Chakra Recovery Power, S Gold, Human Version, 400 ingots close black lens bracket. The wearer can be permanently at the limit recovery speed of human chakra. The ultimate recovery speed of human chakra. Yizan didn't know how much it was, but he knew it was fast, very fast. Because, this is an S-rank golden skill, and it is the strongest skill that face fruit can obtain. I got rich. Chapter 88 Never worry about chakra again. In the sea of consciousness, Yizan jumped up and down, extremely happy. I don't know how long it took, his emotions slowly calmed down, and he leaned in front of the screen again. Gui Lan Yaoyu, who was killed in the land of water before, had a purple great exploding water colliding wave, but this technique is only to create an environment suitable for Sweden, water-style, ninjas to fight, and it doesn't matter to me. Use. Yizan knows this technique. In the original book, the ghost shark and the shark muscle are combined to create a 10-kilometer super ocean with the great exploding water colliding wave, but only the ghost shark can do it, and the ghost shark's great exploding water colliding wave should be its max level orange. Now the country of water has been collapsed by himself. It is impossible for the economy to recover within a few decades. That is to say, it is impossible to participate in the second and third ninja wars in the country of water. I am a wind and thunder ninja, unless it is a special geographical environment, otherwise Sweden, water style, is hardly ever used. Thinking of this, Yizan sold the great exploding water colliding wave that had been stored for a long time, and then looked at the other 5 skills. These 5 skills of O5 were exploded by Yaoi and the others. Yai escaped, and the duel judged that Yizan won, and the fruit ability sucked a skill book directly from Yai, and the other 4 died, which naturally exploded. Ninjutsu. Sanda Mu Ludo, a purple, 40 ingots. Open black lens bracket Raiden, thunder style. Heavy flow storm, a purple, 40 ingots close black lens bracket. Taiju. Kumogakur fighting technique, a purple, 40 ingots. Ninjutsu. Sanda Mu Ludo, a blue, 20 ingots. Except for one that is a bit rubbish, the other 3 are okay. Yizan nodded with satisfaction, and then looked at the book that Yaoi exploded. Open black lens bracket Raiden, thunder style, chakra mode, S white, 20 ingots close black lens bracket. Wow! It really exploded. Yizan's eyes widened, and saliva flowed from the corner of his mouth again. Ba ba ba. What a drool. Yizan quickly wiped his mouth. His eyes were full of greed. Maybe Yaoi learned this trick. It's just a white book, but it's always S-rank ninjutsu. Yizan guessed, the almost invincible defense of the 3rd generation Raikage, should have practiced this trick to golden color. As mentioned in the original work, the 3rd generation Raikage was 1 vs 10,000 in a certain war, and the 3-day and 3-night battle died due to insufficient chakra exhaustion. But during these 3 days, no one could break the shield of the 3rd generation Raikage. Not only that, but when the 3rd generation Raikage was summoned by impure world reincarnation, Naruto's Senpo, Sage Art, Rasengan Shuriken couldn't break that layer of Raiden, thunder style bodyguard. The only thing that can be broken is that the third generation of Hokage has cultivated to the golden level of one finger. Anyway, it's still early. Although it's only white, it can be upgraded slowly. Besides, aren't there ingots right now? Yizan made a decisive decision and sold the other 4 books, plus the book of Ghost Lantern Yaoyu and a small amount of ingots left before, and the account suddenly skyrocketed to 201 ingots. Upgrade. Yizan, like a local tyrant, upgraded the Raiden Thunder style chakra mode to purple in one breath, but unfortunately the ingots were insufficient, and the subsequent orange and gold required 200 and 400 ingots respectively. There are 81 ingots left, keep it for the time being, my own moves have yet to be developed. Yizan's so-called own move is exactly the Futon Wind style chakra mode that he is constantly working on. He attacked Kato-dan a few days ago, and the move that even the elite Jonin Kato-dan couldn't react to was exactly Yizan. Zan developed a small half of the Futon Wind style mode, but unfortunately the original S-class ninjutsu is too difficult to develop in a short period of time. Of course, Kato-dan couldn't react, firstly because Yizan was too fast, and secondly, because he never thought he would be attacked on Konoha Street. Yizan was seriously injured in one blow. Like Feng Keilei, as long as I develop the Futon Wind style mode and learn the golden color from these 2 modes, the Land of the Earth and the Land of Thunder will be slag, and there are QB 9 Tails chakra recovery power, you don't have to worry about the lack of chakra anymore. Thinking of this, Yizan was finally satisfied. He exited the Sea of Consciousness, only to find that the atmosphere outside was a little sad. Uzumaki Mito's funeral was kept secret, and after attending the funeral, Yizan returned home with Tsunade and Uzumaki Mawako. Sister, what's the matter? Kushina, who was approaching, immediately hugged Mawako. Her tone was anxious and worried. She hadn't seen her for a few days. She was really afraid that Mawako would have an accident. It's okay, it's over, I'll be fine. Mawako patted Kushina on the back comfortingly. Her gentle smile was bright like never before. It was a kind of love. Love of life. Okay, you 2 sisters don't need to be sad here. You can be at peace when you come, and live in Konoha obediently in the future. With me here, you 2 will not be bullied by anyone. Yizan arrogantly put his hands behind his back, looking like I was a local snake. Of course, the 2 sisters believed this. The local snake who dared to teach Lord Hokage a lesson was so strong that it exploded. However, Kushina just couldn't get used to Yizan's arrogant look. She glared at Yizan fiercely, kicked her feet suddenly, and kicked Yizan's crotch from bottom to top. Oops, crazy woman, what are you doing? Yizan was horrified, but fortunately reacted quickly. His legs were together, and he pinched Kushina's 977 feet to his knees. His eyes widened in disbelief, but he was greeted by Kushina's provocation look. Just kick you, you stinky bastard, the last time you beat my ass, but so badly, I always remember it. What? Sister, are you serious? Lord Zan beat you. Where? Wow, Xiaoshuan, so you've started provoking girls again. Uzumaki Mawako and Tsunade turned their attention to Yizan at the same time. Yizan's face froze. He put down Kushina's legs, quietly took 2 steps back, turned around and ran. Don't try to run. A coquettish shout, Tsunade instantly grabbed Yizan's collar, pulling Yizan to a stagger with enormous strength, but he couldn't run away. He looked at Tsunade pitifully, but this time, Tsunade did not continue to be soft-hearted. Bastard, bully me, bully Makoto, and now bully Kushina, say. How many girls are you trying to bully? There are not many left. How many? 2 are also several, 9 are also several, say. How many are there? That. A bit too much, wait for me to calculate first. Tilda. Bang bang ping ping pong. Chapter 89_2 Girls Go to School. Ninja School 2nd Grade Class A. Teacher Duanmu is speaking loudly. Several months have passed since Yizan dropped out of school, and this class has officially entered the 2nd grade. Boom. With a loud noise, the door of the classroom was kicked open, and the loud noise interrupted Teacher Duanmu's lecture. His expression changed and he turned his head to look at him angrily. "Who is it? Didn't you hear me teaching? Come in. I want to see who dares to interrupt me during my class." Teacher Duanmu walked over angrily, and then his face changed again, a little scared, taking a step back. "Yes. Yes, Shimura-san," he said. His tone forcibly became amiable, as if he saw the two people behind Yizan, and subconsciously asked, "These two are?" "It's my friends, Uzumaki Kushina and Uzumaki Mawako. This is the signature of Hokage-sama. From today, the two of them will be in this class." Yizan handed over a piece of paper and glanced at the other person lightly. The increasingly powerful strength made Teacher Duanmu's face not very good-looking. "Since it was Lord Hokage's order, then invite the two classmates to come in, and you sit down." "No, I'll make arrangements." Yizan directly interrupted Teacher Duanmu's words, which made Teacher Duanmu's face worse and worse. He didn't care about a small teacher, and walked in with the two girls swaggeringly. "Get out of the way." Yizan pointed at a civilian student, and he didn't know if he was equipped with Kyubi, Nine Tails, chakra recovery power. Yizan's every move had an irresistible deterrent force, especially if he didn't. It's easier for those who know him to feel it. The civilian student was frightened by Yizan's aura, and moved away without saying a word. Then, Yizan glanced at Uzumaki Mawako and raised his chin. "Mawako, this is a good place, you sit." "Yeah." Mawako nodded, and after sitting down, she greeted the boy next to her gently. "Classmates, please give me more advice." "Please advise." Namikaze Minato smiled brightly, and took the initiative to reach out and shake Mawako. In his heart, the friend who could be recognized by Yizan was also his friend. Because of Mawako's appearance, although she has beautiful Yuhi hair and a gentle personality, Minato didn't think much about it, but he didn't know that when he shook hands with Mawako with a bright smile, Mawako's heart skipped a beat, and her cheeks jumped slightly. Suddenly a little Yuhi. Such a bright smile, such a sunny boy. Thinking like this, she turned her head in embarrassment. Although Minato was puzzled, she didn't quite understand. Hey. Yizan smirked, but didn't say anything. Then, he turned his eyes to the farthest corner of the back row. It was a civilian girl. Yizan didn't need to speak at all, so the girl walked out and gave way. "Kushina, you go and sit there." "Don't go, it's too remote, I want to sit with my sister." Kushina pouted in dissatisfaction, thinking that Yizan was deliberately harassing her. "I told you to go, you just go, and there are little paws next to you, there are black pills that you can touch, and Makoto next to them, they are all my friends, you won't get bored if you sit in the innermost part." Quote. "No, I'm going to sit with my sister." "Will you go?" "Don't go." "Really not going?" "Really don't go." Kushina pouted unyieldingly. Yizan was not annoyed, he gave Kushina a light glance, especially stopped for a while on his butt. "Asshole." Kushina is very shy. You know, the whole class is staring here at this moment. Maybe no one knows Yizan's eyes, but Kushina still feels very shy. Under Yizan's soft threat, Kushina reluctantly sat in the back row, and the puppy, Heiwan, let out a milky cry. Kushina's face suddenly softened due to her cute appearance, and she carefully touched it. "Take the black pill. The two of them are my friends, new arrivals, please take care of them. After school in the afternoon, we will eat barbecue together, I will treat you." Yizan's words were naturally said to his little friends, and about taking care of the new friends. Shikaku Minato naturally agreed. Makoto also quietly glanced at Kushina and nodded seriously. "Okay, everyone, let's continue the class. I still have something to do. Let's go first. After school in the afternoon, we will gather at the school gate." Yizan nodded to everyone, and then, a violent thunder burst, dazzling thunder burst out, and in the next instant, with a loud noise, Yizan disappeared without a trace. The sudden change made everyone in the classroom stunned, and Teacher Duanmu on the podium even opened his mouth and couldn't even speak. Call out. Sizzle. The dazzling thunder swept across the Konoha building, and the terrifying power shocked a large number of Konoha ninjas, and then, it caused unrest in the entire Konoha. His target is the Hokage building. Stop him. I can't stop it. Kumogakure village has invaded Konoha. What a horrible Raiden Thunder style. The speed is too fast to catch up. Everyone follows me to the Hokage building to protect the safety of Lord Hokage. Konoha was in a mess, and at this moment, Sarutobi and Danzo who were in the Hokage office also heard the chaos outside. They looked at each other and quickly walked to the floor-to-ceiling window to look out. Extremely complex emotions arise. Shocked, puzzled, relieved, and with a hint of emotion, Sarutobi and Danzo dodged immediately when the violent thunder light rushed up from the distant street, only to hear a loud noise on 2.1, and the entire window was smashed by the thunder. Yo, you're all here. The thunder light dissipated, Yi-zan greeted with a smile, and seeing Yi-zan's unconcerned performance, Sarutobi's face turned black, and he jumped up and cursed. Stinky brat, you can't take it easy. Do you know how much it will cost to repair the window? Money. I know, just take it slowly from my 210 billion miles. Yi-zan's understated voice made Sarutobi speechless. As he guessed, Yi-zan was really about to overturn Konoha. Seeing a large number of ninjas gathering from a distance, he glared at Yi-zan and decided to put things first. Calm down and talk. Chapter 90 Upcoming War. That is to say, you watched Yayui's Raiden Thunder style chakra mode and learned it yourself. Then, the one that attacked Kato Jonin a few days ago was the one who studied a small half of the futon wind style chakra pattern. In Hokage's office, Yi-zan held his head proudly, and Sarutobi and Danzo did not believe Yi-zan's answer, but they had to believe it. After all, Yi-zan has always been a genius, and he is naturally sensitive to wind and thunder attributes. Even if he develops 2S rank ninjutsu, it is not impossible. EPUB Ninetales chakra recovery power is continuous recovery, so that Yi-zan no longer has to worry about chakra consumption. As long as his chakra limit is not exceeded instantly, Yi-zan's chakra can recover. Raiden Thunder style mode is not a panacea. Although Yi-zan can use this trick to increase the speed by n times, the essence of Raiden Thunder style is to stimulate cell activity. If it is used for a long time, it will cause serious damage to muscle cells. If you use this trick to resist ninjutsu, with Yi-zan's Chunin chakra, it will be difficult to withstand the bombardment of A05S level ninjutsu. That is to say, although the Raiden Thunder style mode is invincible, the physical quality and the total amount of chakra are very important. If Yi-zan reaches Kage level and has the physical quality of Raikage, his Raiden Thunder style armor is really invincible. The weakness of Raiden Thunder style mode was analyzed by Sarutobi. Yi-zan was a little surprised, and was impressed by Sarutobi's analytical ability. Afterwards, Yi-zan glanced at Danzo, and the look of contempt made Danzo's face stiff. Xiao-zan, I'm just too lazy to talk. Sarutobi can understand it, but I still can't understand it. Danzo explained, but Yi-zan didn't believe it. And the meaning of, I am much better than Sarutobi, in Danzo's words immediately made Sarutobi unhappy. He took a deep breath and said loudly, Danzo, what is it? I understand it, but you still can't understand it. Understand. Change the meaning to understand, that is, you understand what I understand, and you still understand what I don't understand, is that the meaning? That's what it means. With his son here, Danzo didn't want to show weakness in front of Sarutobi. He clearly knew the language of this sentence, but he made a mistake and even pouted in disdain. This time, Sarutobi got angry. He put down his pipe and cursed. Good, you Danzo. It's okay for your son to mess up Konoha, and it's okay to teach me a lesson that I can't even lift my head up. Now, you also want to bully me now. I'm not bullying you, I'm telling the truth. Then tell me, you understand, what is there that I don't understand? This. Sarutobi was stunned for a while, but couldn't remember for a while. After all, both of them were cage-level powerhouses and the actual rulers of Konoha. Just when Sarutobi was stunned, there was a knock on the door of the office. Sarutobi returned to his senses, glared at Danzo again, and his emotions gradually calmed down. "Please come in." The door was pushed open, and two advisors, Kaharu Udatane and Homura Mitokado, walked in. The faces of the two advisors were very solemn, and for a while, the faces of Sarutobi and Danzo also sank. "Kaharu, what happened?" Sarutobi asked in a deep voice, already having a bad feeling in his heart. "It's really happened." Kaharu Udatane walked up to Sarutobi and handed over the intelligence scroll in his hand. "The urgent report from the spy of the Kingdom of Thunder. Read it for yourself." Sarutobi took the intelligence scroll and quickly browsed it. Then, he handed the intelligence scroll to Danzo. After Danzo frowned, he handed the scroll to Yizan. For Danzo's actions, there was no reaction from the few people present. Since Yizan formulated the plan for the collapse of the Kingdom of Water and succeeded, Yizan has been recognized by several people and was hired by Sarutobi as Konoha's secret advisor. Of course, all of Yizan's information was covered up by Sarutobi, Danzo and the two major advisors. They still understood the truth of Mu Shuyulin. Before Yizan was not really strong, they would try their best to protect Yizan. The information in the intelligence is very simple. The Kingdom of Thunder has issued a nationwide mobilization, and they have provoked a war openly and above board. Decided to attack Konoha to obtain better resources on the grounds that Senju Hashirama was unfairly distributed during World War I, or, Konoha voluntarily ceded the land and gave half of the country to them. Bah, still want half of our country. Those bastards. Kaharu Udatane cursed, his face ashen with anger. It's just an excuse. The first generation could have unified the ninja world, but for the so-called peace, the tailed beasts were equally divided among the 5 countries, and the land area was also divided. If Dorian. Sarutobi raised his voice. Homura Mitokado immediately knew that he had said the wrong thing, and seeing Menyon shut up, Sarutobi was silent for a while, and then slowly said, "The practice of the early generation is correct, but the human heart will change with the environment, and there is a place for people. There is a struggle, and even if Konoha unified the ninja world back then, it would eventually split internally, not too different from the current situation." Quote. He sighed softly, then turned his eyes to Danzo. "Danzo, what do you think?" "Fight if you want. My suggestion is to go to war." Danzo's hardliners have never changed. Sarutobi nodded understandingly, and then turned his attention to the two advisors. "What do you think?" "We think." Kaharu Udatane and Homura Mitokado looked at each other and said, "War." "You also support war?" "Yes, since the death of the first generation, the Kumogakure village has been very ambitious, and the military expenditure has increased every year. It is obvious that they are ready, and the war provoked by the wind and water before is also an opportunity. Not only that, I think, the village of Kumogakure should start to be afraid." Quote. Afraid. Now, not only Sarutobi, but Danzo is also puzzled. They don't understand why Kaharu Udatane thinks Kumogakure village is afraid. No need to wonder, it's actually very simple. Since Shaoshuin collapsed the Kingdom of Water, the whole ninja world has known that our Konoha is hiding a monstrous genius. I think, the 3rd generation of Reikage should be afraid. They want to provoke a war and destroy our Konoha. The younger generation, if I guess correctly, they have successfully united with the Land of Earth and the Land of Wind, which means that if Konoha does not take the initiative, they will be besieged by the 3 kingdoms. Quote. Chapter 91_Sister, are you? The Konoha high-level officials voted unanimously to start the war, and the entire village quickly began to function. Sarutobi is not the old man who was decades later. Although he loves peace, he still has blood in his heart at the moment. As a Ningxiang, he no longer hesitated and immediately convened the Patriarch meeting. After the Patriarch meeting was over, he held the Konoha Jonin General meeting. But these are not what Yizan cares about. In order to protect Yizan's privacy, he is not allowed to participate in ordinary meetings. All his suggestions and words can only be spread in the ears of Sarutobi. In the most luxurious barbecue restaurant in Konoha, Yuzan asked for a private room. Everyone can order, eat lively, and if you have money, you can spend whatever you want. Yuzan called the boss over, quite a bit of pointing at the country, and everyone was not divided. Soon, more than a dozen stacks of beef, mutton and meat skewers were placed. First of all, to celebrate the addition of 2 partners to our small group, cheers everyone. Yuzan shouted enthusiastically with a glass of orange juice, and everyone also picked up the orange juice and touched it. It has not been so lively for a long time, and there is no need to worry about skipping classes and being beaten by parents, which makes everyone very happy. Even staring at the meaty Choza also moved his gaze to the clink. The seats for the 9 people were carefully arranged by Yuzan. Makoto sat on the left of Yuzan. Kushina sat on the right of Yuzan with a displeased face. Next to Kushina was Mawako. Next to Mawako was Minato. On Makoto's side, next to Makoto is Inuzuka Claw, and next to Inuzuka Claw is Inoshika Cho. 3 people. This kind of seat seems unintentional. In fact, Makoto and Kushina are Yuzan on this side, and girls on the other side. Not only that, Yuzan also deliberately arranged Minato next to Mawako. No, the sunny Minato had already raised his cup and touched Mawako. Welcome to the new partner. Minato's bright smile was very contagious, and immediately made Mawako Yuhi's face. She gently touched the glass with Minato, and moved her eyes to the water glass in panic. Kushina-san. After clinking glasses with Mawako, Minato wanted to clink glasses with Kushina again, but Kushina just turned the Byakugan and said bluntly, "I don't clink glasses with sissies." Ah! Minato was embarrassed, his face suddenly a little embarrassed. He scratched his head embarrassedly, and explained softly, "Kushina classmate, I'm not a sissy, You are." Perhaps sitting next to Yuzan made her very uncomfortable. Kushina's little temper was suddenly triggered. She glared at Minato fiercely, and drank the orange juice in her glass. "Stinky rascal, pour me some water." Kushina put the empty glass in front of Yuzan's table with a pop. Yuzan was stunned, and then poured out the remaining orange juice in his glass. Disgusting. I like to drink or not. Yuzan glanced at Kushina, then turned to Uchiha Mikoto's side. His mouth twitched, and his smile burst into a smile. "My little Makoto, have you missed me recently?" "Zan. Big brother Zan, you." Uchiha Mikoto was still so shy. Her face Yuhi bowed her head, holding the orange juice in both hands motionless. Little Makoto doesn't like drinking orange juice. You see, I don't have any orange juice in my glass. Have pity on me, give me some tilde. Yuzan smirked and snatched the glass from Makoto's hand, embarrassed at the other side. In his eyes, he poured half of it into his cup. "Zan, brother Zan, I've drunk." She became more and more shy, especially Yuzan's burning gaze made her heart beat faster. Ha, it doesn't matter, Makoto is better, the orange juice has a slight strawberry flavor tilde. Yuzan kept teasing Uchiha Makoto, and Kushina next to him kept turning over Byakugan. Seeing that there was half a glass of orange juice in Yuzan's glass, she rolled her eyes and took the glass directly while Yuzan was not paying attention. "Uzumaki Kushina, what are you doing?" "I don't do anything, I'm thirsty." Kushina raised his eyebrows defiantly, opened his mouth, and drank the orange juice. "Bastard, why are you drinking my orange juice? Makoto gave it to me." Hey, I just want to drink it." Kushina was very proud, and then she poured the orange juice in her cup into Yuzan's cup, and handed it over in disgust. "Take it, the disgusting orange juice you have drunk. This girl, I won't drink it." "You." Yuzan stared and grabbed his water glass back. He was about to continue arguing with Kushina when Mawako finally stood up. "You two are really happy friends." "That's not it. Sister, don't talk nonsense. How could I be friends with this stinky hooligan?" "That's right, how could I be friends with this grumpy stinky woman?" The two quarreled again. Maybe it was funny. Minato also participated. "Kushina-san, in fact, Big Brother Zan is very good to people, he. Shut up, sissy. Kushina stared savagely, and Minato closed her mouth again aggrieved. This time, Mawako finally couldn't stand it anymore. She grabbed Kushina and said seriously, Sister, don't insult Minato like this. Where is Minato, sissy? I think classmate Minato is more mature and stable than your Xiaoshuan, so don't say that to classmate Minato in the future. Huh, Kushina was stunned for a moment, and suddenly became puzzled. Sister, what are you talking about? The stinky hooligan is not my family. Also, when did you speak for outsiders? Under Kushina's attention, Mawako, who was not good at hiding, panicked. She turned her head sharply, stared at the water glass, and said nothing to Kushina. The sudden situation caught everyone's attention. Ino Shikacho and Inazuka Pa exchanged eye contact with each other. Although Yizan didn't say anything, there was a smile on the corner of his mouth that only Makoto could find. Not only them, but even Namikaze Minato was stunned. No matter how stupid he was, he found something wrong, and he wasn't stupid either. He stared blankly at Mawako Yuhi's profile. Although it was not beautiful, it had a gentle and calming magic. Being watched by so many people, Mawako's cheeks became more and more Yuhi, and at this moment, Kushina finally spoke, breaking the weird atmosphere. Sister, you're not in love with Minato-san, are you? Chapter 92 _ Send Makoto home. Go ahead. Well, take care of your new partner in the future, Tilda. Understood. Wong wong wong. At the entrance of the barbecue restaurant, the well-fed people said their goodbyes. Inazuka Claw and Ino Shikacho left first, and then Namikaze Minato scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Brother Zan, it's almost time for me to go back. Well, practice hard. I'm very optimistic about you. Thank you, Brother Zan. I will definitely practice hard. Namikaze Minato nodded firmly to Yizan, then looked at Sister Uzumaki. That, Kushina-san, am I? Mawako-san, it's almost time for me to go back. Humph. Kushina snorted and curled her lips in annoyance, while Mawako raised her head, with a shy Yuhi dizzy on her cheeks. Minato-san, see you tomorrow. Her voice was soft, and Minato felt shy with her strange attitude. At the dinner table before, Mawako didn't admit that she liked Namikaze Minato, but the people present were not fools, and her weird behavior had almost been acquiesced. Although the contact time was very short, everyone also found that Mawako was a gentle and thin-skinned girl. In order to take care of Mawako's face, she did not break the matter. Oh, alright, you two. Stop flirting here. 670. We are still watching. Kushina stuck her waist, very dissatisfied that her sister would like a sissy. She thinks Yizan is better than Namikaze Minato. If you want to choose, you should also choose Yizan. Ba ba ba. I wouldn't choose this stinky bastard. Kushina glared at Yizan fiercely, making Yizan bewildered. After Namikaze Minato left, there were only 4 people left at the door. Mawako with Yuhi face, Kushina with staring eyes, Yizan with inexplicable appearance, and Uchiha Makoto who was holding hands by Yizan and stood silently by the side. Hey, you two, how long are you going to hold hands? For some unknown reason, Kushina directly aimed at Yizan, but Yizan was also a quarrel expert. He rolled his eyes, lifted the hand he was holding, and deliberately shook it in front of Kushina. What? Someone holding hands? Or, are you jealous? Eat, you big bastard. Even if I eat all the vinegar in the world, I won't eat the vinegar of you rascal. Kushina snorted, turned around and grabbed Mawako's hand. She glared at Yizan again, dragged Mawako left. Sister, let's go. This stinky rascal is really annoying. I hate him to death. Seeing Kushina and Mawako disappear into the distance, Yizan smiled, turned his head, and locked his eyes on Makoto. Zan, Brother Zan, what do you think I do? Makoto's little face gave Yuhi. She never dared to face Yizan's gaze. Nothing, it's just that I haven't seen Makoto for a long time. I'm very happy to see him now. His sweet words made Makoto's cheeks even more Yuhi, and he lowered his head again. Makoto, don't bow your head. Ah, Uchiha Makoto paused in confusion, but didn't respond in a daze. Don't bow your head, the crown will fall, don't cry, bad women will laugh. You know, this is a very popular saying in Konoha recently. After Yizan finished speaking, he took Makoto and walked forward. Let's go, my little one. Makoto, go for a walk and take you home later. Yizan said it a little later, so it was directly late at 8 o'clock in the evening. Makoto is the granddaughter of the elder Uchiha, and the mansion is in the center of the Uchiha family. Entering the Uchiha settlement, Yizan still held Makoto carelessly. Along the way, countless Uchiha people watched, and many Uchiha whispered. Isn't that the granddaughter of the great elder, Uchiha Makoto? Yeah. How to hold hands with a stranger? I don't know, who of you knows a man? I don't know. I remember, didn't Fugaku keep chasing Makoto? What's the situation now? I don't know. What else do you say besides saying you don't know and don't know each other? I don't know. Quote. The Uchiha family only wears Uchiha's clothes, and Yizan's appearance is already conspicuous, and a foreigner holding the granddaughter of the great elder is even more conspicuous. But Fugaku is only the next patriarch, and even if this group of Uchiha people think that Fugaku is wearing a green hat, they are not bored enough to stand up for the next patriarch. It's here. Well, it's here. Makoto nodded, her voice was as low as a mosquito, and being watched by the clansmen along the way, she was extremely shy. If it wasn't for Yizan's pull, she might not even be able to walk. The two stood at the gate of the mansion, and there were still a few Uchiha people pointing around. Yizan was not annoyed, just smiled and put down Makoto's hand. Go back. After Makoto finished speaking, she slowly turned around and walked towards the house, and just a few steps into the yard, the wooden door of the big house opened, and an old man and a young man walked out talking and laughing. Makoto. Young man saw Makoto, the smile on his face became even wider, but the next second, when he found Yizan at the door, his face suddenly turned cold. Kai, village, Zan, why are you here? Yo, what a coincidence, Uchiha Fugaku, who was defeated by me twice, is the injury healed last time? Yizan smiled and waved his hand, then walked to the old man step by step. You are Makoto's grandfather. I didn't bring any gifts, I hope grandpa understands. Yizan raised his head with a smile, and Uchiha Lin lowered his head silently, as if the junior looked up to the elder, but Yizan's eyes were filled with strong arrogance and confidence, while Uchiha Lin's eyes were filled with surprise and shock. With such a strong aura, with such a proud look, you are the son of Lord Danzo, Shimura-zan. He was really surprised to know that as an elite Jonin and the great elder of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Lin showed the strength of the superior in every move, but when he faced Yizan, he felt a little oppression, which was spiritual oppression. This is an additional effect produced after Yizan learned QB 9 Tails chakra recovery power. The natural oppressive aura of the tailed beasts, even if they leapfrog and face elite Jonin, can also play a role. Yes, I'm Shimura-zan. A distinguished guest like me is coming, are you not going to invite me in to entertain you? Chapter 93_Mirror 1 Vessel 1/10. Outside the residence of the great elder Uchiha, many Uchiha people were whispering. Inside, the light sandalwood lit up the green smoke, a few cups of tea, and a few snacks. The atmosphere is quiet and comfortable. Makoto bowed his head shyly. Yizan ate snacks on his own. Uchiha Lin was happy, the only Uchiha Fugaku, his face was ugly and blue. Elder, you said before. Okay, Fugaku, I'm not in a hurry today, I still need to think about it, if you have nothing to do. Uchiha Lin's intention to see off the guest was obvious. Fugaku's expression changed, his fists clenched tightly, and after an unknown amount of time, he gave Yizan a cold look, stood up, and bowed to Uchiha Lin. Anyway, I hope the elders will consider my previous proposal, then Fugaku will leave first. After he finished speaking, he glanced at Yizan again, snorted coldly, and strode out of the mansion. Yizan was surprised by Uchiha Lin's attitude. He always thought that the great elder of the Uchiha clan would speak coldly or even hostile to him, but he didn't expect that Uchiha Lin drove Fugaku away, and when he looked at himself, he smiled and let Yizan feels that everything is not very real. If he didn't understand, he asked. Yizan didn't care about anything. He took a sip from the teacup and nodded, good tea. Haha, the old man has been studying the tea ceremony for decades, and it is not a waste of my decades of hard work to be praised by a little friend. Uchiha Lin's attitude was more kind, and the tone of his speech made Yizan feel Kiba hurt. Or you can call me Xiaoshuan, little friend or something, I really don't get used to it. Yizan was carefree, but Uchiha Lin was not annoyed. He smiled, then glanced at Makoto. I heard about you and Makoto a long time ago. Oh, look at your posture, don't you object? Why should I object? You are not Uchiha. It's different. Uchiha Lin stopped Yizan's question. He rubbed Makoto's head with a smile, and his tone became more gentle. I am indeed the chief elder of the Uchiha clan, but I am also Makoto's grandfather. There is one thing you may not know, the position of my great elder was passed on to me by Elder Jing before his death. Elder Jing. Yizan was startled and nodded suddenly. Elder Jing, naturally referring to Uchiha Kagami, is a direct disciple of the second generation of Hokage, and a teammate of Sarutobi and Danzo. Uchiha Kagami is one of the few people in the Uchiha clan who can surpass the narrow eyes of the clan. He worked hard for the development of Konoha village and made great contributions, but unfortunately he died on the battlefield. Yizan didn't know much about Uchiha Kagami in his previous life, and he didn't know much about Uchiha Kagami's status in the clan. He didn't expect that Uchiha Kagami was actually the great elder of the Uchiha clan, and the old man in front of him actually had such a relationship with Uchiha Kagami. Relation? Dare you ask? You are from Uchiha Kagami. I'm his uncle. I see. Yizan finally understood. No wonder the old man was kind to him. It turned out to be the uncle of Uchiha Kagami. Before his death, the nephew passed on the position of the great elder to the uncle, which means that Uchiha Lin is someone whom Jing particularly trusts. The Uchiha family is divided into two factions in this era. Most of them are the ambitious faction that follows the patriarch, and a small part is the fusion faction that follows the elder, hoping to truly integrate into Konoha, so the son of the real power faction is also moderate. Since it is Elder Jing's uncle and Makoto's grandfather, then I dare to call you Grandpa. Yizan has always been a shameless person. When he said this, he seemed to have directly confirmed the relationship between himself and Makoto, which made Makoto's head droop deeper and deeper, and even Uchiha Lin twitched the corners of his mouth speechlessly. Stinky brat, don't put your nose on your face. I didn't agree with you and Makoto. After Uchiha Lin finished speaking, he forgot that Makoto was kneeling beside him. The little girl was shocked, and even without being shy, she immediately raised her head. Grandpa. She shouted, and then suddenly reacted. Her cheeks were penetrating. She glanced at Yizan quietly, and after seeing the wicked smile at the corner of Yizan's mouth, she finally couldn't help but snorted and ran away house. Uchiha Lin was helpless. Yizan just smirked, but when Makoto left, Uchiha Lin finally straightened his face, and the atmosphere in the whole room became solemn. Xiaozan, let me call you Xiaozan, do you know the current situation of our Uchiha? I know. The dignified atmosphere also made Yizan serious. He nodded seriously. Obviously it was time to talk about business now. Now that Yizan knows, it's easy to talk about things. After a moment of silence, Uchiha Lin said slowly, I'm too old to live for many years. At present, there is no one in our family who can hold out. The patriarch. I hope that his son and Makoto will marry, and after I die, rely on this title to easily control our line, and then Uchiha will be completely united. You mean to say that Uchiha is totally united and will look for an opportunity to usurp power? It will bring disaster to Konoha then. No, Xiaoshuan, you're wrong. Uchiha Lin's face was serious, his eyes twinkled with wisdom. Konoha has Sarutobi, your father Danzo, Minister Anbu, and those who are already masters of quasi-shadow. Tsunadiheim, why did Uchiha usurp power? These guys who were blinded by ambition, were still alive when Madara, Sama existed, but now the world has changed. Konoha is no longer the world of Senju and Uchiha. I am sure that once Uchiha usurped power, Konoha take out Uchiha without breaking a sweat. Yizan was shocked by Uchiha Lin's words. He didn't expect this old man to have such a clear understanding. He couldn't help but straighten his face again and asked seriously, Elder, what do you mean? The meaning is very simple. In order for Uchiha to survive, I will continue to fight against the clan of the clan. I will not help the clan with Makoto, but I will not help you on the bright side. I hope you can suppress the clan of the clan. A dowry with Makoto. Break up 10 updates, throw up the monthly pass for February. At least let me rush to the monthly ticket list on the first day equals close black lens bracket. Chapter 94 played by Tsunade. After leaving from the Uchiha family, Yizan has been frowning. There was a doubt in his heart, and he didn't know why Uchiha Lin said this to himself. After all, he is Danzo's son. Uchiha Lin also understands this, but why tell himself? Why didn't Danzo tell himself? Is it? Yizan was stunned for a moment, and there was a flash of clarity in his eyes. There is a possibility that Danzo did not support the Uchiha Kagami line at all. Yizan knew Danzo. Although he spoiled himself, although he loved Konoha, he was still the root of Konoha's darkness. This has never changed. If you guess more, Danzo may have been supporting the lineage of the patriarch, in a way that even Uchiha has not discovered. He wants Uchiha to be unified. Once unified, he can unite all forces to usurp power, and when that time comes, he will be able to destroy it in an open and fair manner. Uchiha Danzo inherited the ideas of the second-generation Hokage and wanted to destroy Uchiha, while Sarutobi inherited the ideas of the first generation, hoping to coexist with Uchiha. Regarding the world outlook and outlook on life, Yizan will not change Danzo. Unless forced by family affection, he may be able to change, but why? Just based on Uchiha Lin's words, Yizan is going to force Danzo. Sorry, Elder, I will take good care of your granddaughter, but you Uchiha family, I will not care tilde. Yizan smiled and didn't care about his own breach of contract. Of course, he would not add to the flames. Uchiha will not be destroyed, it doesn't matter when it is destroyed. In this life, Yizan just wants to live happily, and what kind of mess it would be too tiring to manage. After figuring this out, Yizan resumed his bouncing state again. He twisted his butt stock and suddenly found that he was hungry. After walking with Makoto for a few hours, the barbecue is all digested. What should I do if I'm hungry? Yizan's eyes rolled, and he suddenly had an idea. Eat when you are hungry. You can't treat yourself badly. At this time, you can buy some supper and go to Tsunade's house to eat. Well, by the way, buy a few more bottles of wine. If Tsunade gets drunk, maybe can. Tilde. Yizan smirked, almost drooling from the corners of his mouth. When he reached the fork in the road home, he immediately turned and walked towards the commercial street. Tsunade's home is located in Sanji, east of Konoha. Yizan hurried up with a large bag of food and slammed the door a few times, making Tsunade, who was about to take a bath, puzzled. Who is it? It's me, wife, open the door. Kacha tilde. The door was opened by Tsunade, just as Yizan was about to walk in excitedly. Boom. With a loud noise, Yizan took a few steps back and covered his nose in pain. Tsunade, you dead woman, my nose. Yizan blinked his eyes, tears welling up all at once. He rushed up and kicked the door twice, cursing, damn woman, I kindly bought you food, but you actually bullied me. Crunch. The door was opened again. Tsunade stuck his head out and found the big bag in Yizan's hand, and finally regretted it. I'm sorry, Xiaoshuan, I told you not to shout from your wife and wife, but you didn't listen. I wanted to punish you, but... Hee, you little pervert still think of me tilde. While she took the bag in Yizan's hand, she shook the other hand on Yizan's nose. The green light flickered, and immediately, Yizan's nose no longer hurt. Humph, you were my wife. Yizan angrily squeezed Tsunade away and walked into the room, lying on the sofa as soon as he grunted, but when he found a very pure fragrance penetrated into the tip of his nose, he turned his head in doubt. Wow, when did you wear a D cup? Yizan's eyes widened in surprise. Next to his head, a black hood was placed there. The model above was the D cup. HMPH, little pervert, close your eyes. Tsunade was very proud of the gangster who grew up again. She slapped Yizan's face with her palm, forced Yizan to close her eyes, and then took away the thing next to Yizan's head. Don't take it, I want it. Bah, don't even think about it. Kushina is right, you're a scumbag. Tsunade glared at Yizan fiercely and threw the thing on the other sofa, then she opened the bag and took out the supper one by one. Eel sushi, salmon sushi, chow mein, fried chicken nuggets, fried chicken wings, sake, not bad. Quote. Tsunade said, a trace of saliva flowed from the corner of her mouth. She could not refuse the top-level night snack configuration of fried chicken nuggets and sake no matter what. And just when Tsunade was about to take out a piece of fried chicken to taste, Yizan slapped her hand away, and in her doubtful eyes, Yizan smiled and pointed to the bathroom room. Look at your posture. Are you going to take a bath just now? Go to wash first, and then come out to eat. Quote. Little pervert. Tsunade turned the Byakugan over, but did not refuse. She stood in front of Yizan, crossed her hands and grabbed the sides of her clothes, and slowly lifted it upwards. At that moment, Yizan was dumbfounded. He stared blankly at Tsunade, at the white belly, and then slowly moved up, slowly up. Ha 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 ha, you idiot. With a burst of laughter, Tsunade put down the corners of her clothes instantly, and she covered her stomach ha ha ha, laughing very happily. Bastard, you're playing with me. Only then did Yizan react. He angrily picked up the fried chicken nuggets on the coffee table and threw them at Tsunade. Tsunade opened his mouth, grabbed the fried chicken nuggets, and ate them. Down. Come on, continued Tilda. Humph. Don't think about it. Go and take a shower. Yizan was sulking with his arms crossed. Tsunade giggled a few times. 3.6 then walked into the bathroom, room with graceful steps, and after a while, there was a rustling sound, followed by the sound of water hitting the ground. You didn't show it to me just now, but now I'll watch it quietly. Hearing the sound of water, Yizan rolled his eyes and tiptoed over. He leaned on the wall cautiously, and after waiting for a few minutes, he quietly bent down and looked in through the mesh ventilation slit under the wooden door. The thick mist and the clean feet, Yizan was still ready to look up, the next moment. Flutter. Ah! Yizan shouted, and was flushed out with hot water and drenched his face. Hearing the laughter from Tsunade inside, he pouted and muttered, knowing that he would not be able to see it today. Chapter 95 Super Urgent Mission. The next day, Anbu Base. Yizan stood in the square with a serious face. More than 50 people gathered together, and the atmosphere was extremely depressed. I received an urgent report last night that the Golden Horn troops of Kumogakure village broke into the Country of Fire and destroyed more than 10 villages on the border of the Country of Fire. No one in the villages, men, women and children survived. This is a massacre. Hatake Sakumo's face was gloomy, and his heart was full of murderous intent. For this bloody and brutal slaughtering of the village, even Yizan had murderous intent in his eyes. Lord Minister, Yizan took a step forward. In this serious occasion, he would not shout Hatake Sakumo's name like before. Speak. Hatake Sakumo cherished his words, his voice solemn and cold. Why is there a Golden Horn troops in Kumogakure village? Didn't the Golden Horn Silver Horn die with the second generation Hokage many years ago? Yizan's question happened to be a question for all Anbu. After all, everyone knew about this history and felt a little incredible about the sudden appearance of the Golden Horn troops. Xiaozan, you are wrong on this point. Although the Golden Horn Silver Horn has been dead for many years, this unit is an organization similar to Konoha Anbu, a special organization 05 of Kumogakure village, and their members are all from Kumogakure village. Selected by the elite and the most murderous experts, they are rare and extremely powerful. Hatake Sakumo paused, and after everyone digested the information, he continued, our mission is to stop the Golden Horn troops from invading. They wantonly destroy and kill people in the country of fire, we must stop it. Only we can stop it. Everyone understands is it? Understood. Everyone roared, their blood was surging, even Yizan opened his eyes angrily, and he had an unprecedented momentum in his heart. Konoha is Lao Su's territory. As long as Lao Su is willing, even Sarutobi can scold him. Golden Horn troops, dare to make trouble on Lao Su's territory, and Lao Su will destroy you all. This mission, Hatake Sakumo personally led the team. Yizan and more than 50 people followed to fight, searching for the whereabouts of the Golden Horn troops in the northeastern border of the Land of Fire, and among these 50 or so people, except Yizan, all were elite Jonin. Of the Raiden Thunder style mode that he used before Sarutobi Danzo. In the event of danger, it was no problem to just use it to escape. Moreover, this mission is led by Hatake Sakumo, and is equipped with more than 50 elite Jonin. It is purely a sniper battle to destroy the Golden Horn troops with the fastest speed. Yizan had some doubts about the sniper battle. After thinking carefully, he seriously said to everyone with a cautious attitude, this mission, everyone, don't let your guard down. Kumogakure village is not a fool, since they dare to send gold the corner troops come and don't worry about our Anbu being wiped out. What cards should we have? But at present, we don't know the opponent's cards, so we must be careful. Quote. Since the last time the Water Kingdom collapse plan was carried out, Yizan's status in Anbu has skyrocketed, and because everyone's remuneration has risen from 1 million to 2 million, everyone has accepted Yizan's love. Hatake Sakumo and the 50-odd elite Jonin not only did not ignore Yizan's reminder, but nodded earnestly anyway. They believed that Yizan's wisdom, especially in terms of careful thinking, would hardly be negligent. The mission was important and urgent. Everyone did not rest and set off immediately. Because the Golden Horn troops were too strong, they encountered people who killed people. Previously, the Konoha Intelligence Department reluctantly chose to retreat after losing more than a dozen people. That is to say, they searched for the Golden Horn troops. The whereabouts of them can only be accomplished by themselves. 1 day. 2 days. The Hatake Sakumo team continued to search the northeastern border of the Fire Nation, but the Fire Nation was too big, and the border of a country, even if it was only in the northeast, could not be found in a few days. It wasn't until the 3rd day that Hatake Sakumo stopped the action first. He walked to a small stream and squatted down to pick up the ashes on the ground. It's the ashes from burning wood, it's them. No. Xiaoshuan, what's wrong? Hatake Sakumo asked suspiciously. Yizan frowned, and his tone was somewhat affirmative. The Golden Horn troops are a more elite organization than our Anbu. If the wood is burned out, they can't stay, unless they didn't want to hide at all. Yes, if this is the case, then there is another problem. They don't want to hide, it means they are willing to face us head on, but we have more than 50 elite Jonin and the minister leading the team. Why did they think, can you beat us? This. Hatake Sakumo didn't know. He looked at Yizan. Yizan also shook his head. There was no clue, and he didn't dare to guess casually. Although we don't know what means the other party has, we still have to go. If we don't go, they will continue to slaughter the village. We must go. Hatake Sakumo made a decision, but Yizan did not refute it. He thought about it for a while, and reminded him seriously, you must go, but since the other party has nothing to fear, I hope to temporarily hand over the command of the troops to me. In the event of a situation, no matter what I say, whatever you say, you must unconditionally implement it, believe me, I will not harm everyone. Yizan's words made Hitaki Tsukumo hesitant for a moment, but thinking of Yizan's performance in the collapse of the Water Kingdom, he finally nodded. Okay, the command of the troops is temporarily handed over to you. Hitaki Tsukumo agreed, and the elite Jonin naturally followed, and the troops set out again to continue the search. 2 days later, when the Anbu team found that the northeast was about to turn west, Hyuga Soji, who was with the team, finally exclaimed. I found it. He opened Byakugan with joy and anger on his face. Damn, these dogs are killing the village. Which location? How many people? 2 kilometers to the left, there are a dozen people. Go, don't mess up the formation, move forward at full speed. Yizan ordered, and everyone rushed towards the target location quickly. Soon, countless screams came from afar, and raging flames burned throughout the village. Shish. The Anbu arrived at their destination, and the Golden Horn troops reacted instantly. However, just after the people of the Golden Horn troops gathered in an instant, Yizan's face changed drastically, and his voice was sharp in shock. Retreat. Everyone retreat. The man in the middle is the 3rd generation of Hokage. Chapter 96_Breakthrough Jonin. 3 generations of Hokage. What a horrible name. Among the powerhouses surviving today, the 3rd generation Hokage is the only powerhouse with the same name as Sarutobi, even stronger. Yizan exclaimed. Hitaki Tsukumo was shocked. He grabbed Yizan and ran back without thinking. Not only Yizan knew 3 generations of Hokage, but everyone in Anbu had seen the portraits of cage-level powerhouses in various villages. When they saw it clearly, there was only one word in their hearts. Run. However, the next moment, a flash of lightning flashed, and the 3 generations of Hokage came first, instantly blocking everyone's retreat. Run. Can you run away? The deep voice carried infinite power, and then, the 3rd generation Hokage looked directly at Yizan and smiled coldly. If I guessed correctly, you are the little Anbu that I said. Right. You have such talent at such a young age, it should be killed. Fell. Terrifying murderous aura rushed towards Yizan. Hitaki Tsukumo's eyes were sharp, and he suddenly pulled out the short knife on his back, like the light of the silver river in the 9 heavens, and cut it with one knife. Hitaki flow. Instant slash. Boom. With a loud bang, Yizan and the surrounding Anbu were directly blown away by the terrifying chakra. Everyone was shocked. Unexpectedly, the quasi-cage-level powerhouse and the cage-level powerhouse would fight against each other, and they and others were actually sent flying by the shock wave. Thunder flashed, the surrounding 10 meters of ground cracked and shattered. Hitaki Tsukumo's face was cold, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Quite cage-level strength. You must be Minister Anbu. 3rd generation of Hokage made a deep voice, and the Raiden Thunder-style armor on his body shone brightly, and Hitaki Tsukumo's knife could not even bend the opponent's armor in the slightest. However, Hitaki Tsukumo did not talk to him. He stared at each other with indifference on his face, kicked his feet, like a tiger ready to go, and suddenly burst out. 20 people will drag the 3 generations of Hokage with me, and the rest, kill the Golden Horn troops. Quote. In an instant, murderous aura boiled over the entire forest, and various escape techniques destroyed the forest. After Hitaki Tsukumo and 20 elite Jonin dragged down the 3rd generation Hokage, Yizan finally stopped hiding his strength, chakra released wildly, and dazzling thunder resounded all around. Raiden Thunder-style chakra mode. How is that possible? Near Yizan, Jonin, an elite of the Golden Horn army, shouted out in surprise, and just as he was distracted, the 2 Anbu besieging him seized the opportunity at the same time and pierced his heart with one blow. Go on. Don't stop. Speed up the Golden Horn. That the 2 Anbu were staring at him, Yizan immediately ordered, and then he kicked his legs suddenly, as if the air burst, and killed another Jonin from the Golden Horn with a boom. Due to the exclamation of the previous elite Jonin, everyone discovered Yizan's specialness. Seeing Yizan attacking, the elite Jonin laughed bloodthirsty and forced Anbu back with a punch. Killing. What about Raiden Thunder Style Chakra Mode? Under my fist, all have to die. Boom. The thunder flashed, and the fist containing thunder and lightning bombarded Yi Zhan, making a big depression in the thunder and lightning armor. Yi Zhan's face turned pale, and the thunder and lightning armor made by Chunin Chakra was instantly consumed to resist the attack. However, the fist was only 1 millimeter away from Yi Zhan's body, but this millimeter could not get in. Under the inexplicable gaze of the other party, the lightning armor began to rebound and bounced his fist back. How is it possible? How could Chunin be able to block my fist? Go to hell and you'll know. Yi Zhan shouted and waved his chakra knife. When the opponent's old strength was exhausted, he suddenly used force and pierced the opponent's head with a knife. This elite Jonin died inexplicably, but made all the Golden Horn troops vigilant, and the third generation of Reikage, who was dragged by Hatake Sakumo and others, also discovered Yi Zhan's situation. What a terrifying kid. This Raiden Thunder style armor, ice practice is not as good as him. Also, how much chakra does he have? Seeing Yi Zhan dashing towards the rest of the ninja with lightning flashes all over his body again, the third generation Reikage was also stunned. Flutter. Kill one. Puff. Kill another one. With QB Ninetales chakra recovery power, Yi Zhan's chakra is almost endless, but when he tried to charge again, his body froze, and the indescribable pain spread throughout his body. Oops. With my current body, can I only explode for so long? Yi Zhan fell abruptly to the ground, and many cells were burnt by lightning. However, because of his efforts, and the number of Anbu was twice as many as the Golden Horn troops, with the constant free Anbu to join other people's battles, the Golden Horn continued to be killed and injured. Faster and faster. But on the other hand, the Anbu who dragged down the 3 generations of Reikage are also dying faster and faster. Puff. Another Konoha elite, Jonin, was punched through by the 3rd generation Reikage and threw away the body. The thunder on the 3rd generation Reikage became more and more violent. Minister Anbu, come, only let your subordinates die, don't you dare to charge yourself. The 3rd generation Reikage had a fierce face, and his figure slanted, easily dodging an Anbu's attack, and waved his hand casually, as if slap like a fly. Boom. Surpassed Ultimate made this Anbu unable to react. His cheek was shot by 3 generations of Reikage, and his whole head rotated dozens of times, and he couldn't die any longer. Damn it. Hatake Sakumo's face became colder and colder. He stared at each other, holding the short knife in front of him. Hatake sheds blood. Huh. Boom. The thunder and lightning roared and burned all the surrounding earth again. Hatake Sakumo's short knife was firmly embedded in the shield of the 3rd generation Reikage, only a little dent. Call out. The thunderbolt fist ripped through the air and blew Hatake Sakumo's mask away. He used all his strength to back up and quickly retreated a few steps, dodging the attack of the 3rd generation Reikage. At this moment, after losing a few Anbu, the Golden Horn troops finally died out. All Anbu surrounded the 3 generations of Reikage. The scene was spectacular, but a bit bleak. 50 brothers, there are only a dozen or so left. But we have to fight, we can't run away. With the speed of the 3 generation Reikage, even if we run apart, he can catch up and kill us one by one. The only way to survive now is to drain his chakra and break his Raiden Thunder style armor. Homies, kill. Hatake Sakumo gave an order, and the Anbu's tried their best again. At the same time, Yi Zhan lay stiffly on the ground, tilting his head. His chakra volume kept rising, and in the crisis of death and the battle just now, he finally broke through and became Jonin. Chapter 97_New S-Class Ninjutsu. A scream, one by one Anbu died in the hands of the 3rd generation Reikage. Yi Zhan knelt on the ground and moved his body. The dried cells gradually became active, and the dead cells were also replaced by new cells. Fortunately, after only using it for so long, Raiden Thunder style ninjutsu really is a skill that hurts others and hurts oneself. Yi Zhan thought to himself, his eyes silently staring at the 3rd generation Reikage. The strength of the 3 generations of Reikage should not have reached the peak. Now World War II has just started. When he was 1v10,000, it should be at the end of the Third World War. There were more than 10 years between them, and that was his strongest period. Ignoring the screams of Anbu's tragic death, Yizan concentrated all his thoughts in his mind. He was thinking, in this case, how can he defeat the 3 generations of Hokage? Run! You will definitely not be able to run away. You must defeat the opponent, otherwise no one will be able to leave alive today. If the 3rd generation Hokage has not reached the strongest strength, according to the color of the face fruit, his Radiant Thunder style mode should be orange, and it has not reached the point of being completely unbreakable, and the best way to break it is to break it. Face. It was mentioned in the original book that the only time Hokage was injured in his life was when he was fighting against the 8 Tails. He hit himself with a single hand. The same level of spear and shield, but because the power of the spear was more concentrated, the shield was broken. 903 inches. You don't have to think about it if you want him to use the first hand. If you don't face a strong enemy, he won't be able to use it, and it's impossible to change his attack direction by hitting the elbow, only me. Feng Klai, there is this mutual restraint attribute is there. As long as my ninjutsu is strong enough, it doesn't matter even if the level is close. As long as I break the face, it doesn't matter if the power is weak. Quote. As long as I can develop a ninjutsu like a book. Thinking of this, Yizan closed his eyes, and the chakra in his body started to work. He had a super fast recovery speed, so he didn't need to care about the consumption of chakra, and the chakra volume that had just been promoted to Jonin was also a very good opportunity. Fast conversion, fast condensation, Yizan's non-stop experiments, crazy, completely unconcerned about the experiments that chakra consumes, he concentrated all his mental power, just like the last time he fell into the water country, last time to save Tsunade, and this time, in order to save all Anbu's comrades in arms. Minutes and seconds passed, and the members of Anbu kept dying. In just 20 minutes, Anbu, who participated in the action this time, died a few times. Minister. Zongji, I'm sorry. It seems that this time, we all have to sacrifice here. Hatake Sakumo was a little desperate. He was about to give up, but Hyuga Soji patted his shoulder hard. Don't give up. Don't forget, Shaozan is still here. He is our Konoha's hope, and he can't die here. Hyuga Zongji's words immediately made Hatake Sakumo look back at Yizan, and then he was surprised to find that Yizan closed his eyes and exuded a lot of power. No way, Xiaoshuan has become a Jonin. Hatake Sakumo opened his mouth wide in surprise, a little unbelievable. You must know that after a few months of precipitation, Yizan is only 8 years old, and 8-year-old Jonin. If Hatake Sakumo had not seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. But because of Yizan's breakthrough, Hatake Sakumo once again had hope in his heart. He didn't want Yizan to die like this. Yizan not only has a high IQ, but also has a high talent for cultivation. Once such a genius grows up, he will definitely be Konoha's top pillar Jinchuriki column. And Zan can break through in battle, and I, Hatake Sakumo, can too. His eyes narrowed, and he rushed towards the 3rd generation Hokage again. The power of death flashed in his pupils. He decided to take this blow and dedicate his life. Blessed to the soul, a flash of light flashed in Hatake Sakumo's mind. At the last moment, his Hatake swordsmanship finally broke through to an unprecedented level. He roared and instantly created his own unique skill. Hatake flow, all burn. A loud shout, the short knife flickered, and the 3-generation Hokage was stabbed in the front. The strong chakra collision formed a 10-meter ball, surrounded by thunder, and electromagnetic neighing. As expected of Minister Konoha Anbu, what a pity. In the thunderball, the voice of the 3rd-generation Hokage came out, and then, a loud noise that shook the earth seemed to overturn the earth. Boom. Magnetic field shattered, thunder and lightning danced wildly, and Hatake Sakumo vomited blood and flew upside down. Instead of despair, there was a smile on his face. Breakthrough. The jade is burnt. but put it to death and then live. The powerful momentum continued to be released. Hotake Sakumo flashed, and when he reappeared, the white short knife stabbed the third generation of Reikage in the neck. Boom! Was another shock. Hotake Sakumo rolled a few times in midair, and stood firmly on the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his voice was cold and calm. As expected of the third generation Reikage, even at the same level, it cannot destroy your Raiden Thunder style. Hotake Sakumo steadily raised the short knife in his hand to point to the third generation of Reikage, and then, the cage-level chakra burst out, and he used the unique trick he just created again. Hotake Flow. All burn. The same move under the blessing of cage-level chakra. The power has undergone earth-shaking changes. This time, even the third generation Reikage has a dignified face, and the chakra output reaches ultimate. Puff. The short knife piercing, which contains all the chakras of Hotake Sakumo, all the spiritual power has a lot of vitality, and finally pierced the Raiden Thunder style armor, but the short knife progresses very slow, 1 cm by 1 cm stab. But the point is, Raiden Thunder style armor is not set in stone. Seeing that the armor was about to be pierced, the third generation Reikage focused his eyes and gathered most of the chakras in front, blocking the advance of the short knife. Hotake Sakumo, who has just entered the cage level, even if he uses a unique trick, his attack is not as good as the one in the strongest period of the original book. Such a powerful one, it only pulls a huge scar on the heart of the 3 generations of Reikage. It can be imagined it is known that once the Raiden Thunder style armor begins to condense, its defensive power is absolutely amazing. However, just when everyone thought Hotake Sakumo was lost, Yizan finally opened his eyes. The oppression of life and death made his brain run fast, and his mental power actually broke through to 4 times that of ordinary people. All chakras are forcibly condensed. All chakras are transformed into futon, wind style. Pushed to the tip of the index finger to form a violent spiral cone. Reikage like a cheetah, and stabbed him fiercely under the surprised gaze of the other party. 3 generations of Reikage, give me face and commit suicide. Futon, wind style. Spiral thrust. Chapter 98 _ stupid and cute. The fingertip-sized cyan awl, spinning like an electric drill, stabbed into the back of the third generation Reikage. At this moment, since the third generation Reikage moved most of the chakra to the front to resist Hotake Sakumo, and the Raiden Thunder style armor on the back was at its weakest, Feng Klai, even if only Janen's chakra amount, converged at a pole, the power of spinning and tearing produces extremely powerful force. If I hadn't thought the name was too ugly, I would have called it futon, wind style. Electric drill. Yizan complained in his heart, and his index finger continued to thrust forward. After only half a second, the frantically rotating wind cone pierced through the Raiden Thunder style armor, as if a needle pierced a balloon. With a sound of boo, the armor was broken. Puff. The whole index finger sank into the back of the third Reikage, and the terrifying whirlwind spun directly in his body. The face of the third Reikage changed dramatically, and the Raiden Thunder style armor in front was fully retracted to resist the attack of the whirlwind. Hotake Sakumo's knife finally cut through the shield when he took back a lot of chakra. Swish. Escape, the sky is full of blood. Left shoulder to the right waist, a huge wound was cut by Hotake Sakumo's short knife. The flesh and blood flew, and the thunder and lightning scorched the overflowing flesh and blood. The third generation of Reikage's face was pale, and a huge frustration rose in his heart. Go. If you don't leave, it's over. This is the only time the 3 generations of Reikage have escaped since he was born. He roared and tried his best to explode Raiden Thunder style, bursting out in all directions in 360 degrees, blasting Yizan and Hotake Sakumo into the air, and then he ignited Raiden again. Thunder style mode. I ran away without looking back. Third generation of Reikage wanted to escape, but no one could catch up. He ducked at the last moment, so that Yizan's fingers happened to brush his heart. Even so, he was seriously injured. His body was so strong that he would have died a long time ago. Yizan did not chase, nor did Hitaki Sakumo. After using this move, Yizan's chakra was replenished again, but his mental power almost collapsed. Run, gather, develop. In the 20 minutes between life and death, he developed an S-rank ninjutsu. Yizan's brain nerves were completely confused. Seeing the third generation of Hokage escape, the threat of death was lifted. Mind, eyes rolled over, completely fainted. Hitaki Sakumo was even worse. Although he was successfully promoted to a cage-level powerhouse, he had already drained all his chakra and spiritual power by using 2 consecutive unique moves, and even lost a lot of vitality. Turning, almost at the same time as Yizan was in a coma. The remaining Anbu, look at me, I look at you, and finally started to flee with Yizan and Hitaki Sakumo respectively. They were afraid that the third generation Hokage would come back. Opponent. Fortunately, the third generation of Hokage was badly injured by Yi Xuanyi's finger. He was still thinking, but fortunately he ran fast enough. If he was caught up by that group of elite Jonin, he might die here. When Yizan woke up again, a whole week had passed. The white ward, the clean environment, the needle on the back of the hand, and a large bottle hanging high on the shelf beside him. Meow, why is Lao Su infusion? After a week of recuperation in a coma, Yizan's mental strength was completely restored. After waking up, his mental state was extraordinarily abundant. For example, at this moment, his other hand without a pin, pong pong, slapped the iron guardrail next to him, huge. The voice immediately attracted the attention of the corridor nurse. Konoha Hospital is divided into civilian hospital and ninja hospital. Those who work in the ninja hospital naturally treat ninjas. Yizan and Hitaki Sakumo were resisted by Anbu Jonin. They caused a shocking sensation. Of course, the sensation was only for a moment. Sarutobi and Danzo quickly blocked all news and hurried to the hospital. When the two were taken into the hospital, they were still wearing Anbu's special combat uniform. Many people in the hospital saw it, but Anbu was originally on a high-risk mission, so there were not a few Anbu who were carried to the hospital. Only this time was different, especially the nurse in charge of Yizan. In the past few days when Yizan was in a coma, Danzo Tenten had to visit Yizan. She accidentally knew that Yizan was Danzo's son. The son of Lord Danzo, who is also Konoha Anbu, has a noble identity, one can imagine it. Hearing the violent slaps from the ward, the nurse pushed open the door and rushed in. Afterwards, her expression froze, and she glanced at Yizan cautiously. Master Zan, what's the matter with you? Huh, what's wrong? Yizan was stunned, and finally stopped when he found someone at the door. He didn't understand what the nurse meant, and scratched his head stupidly, and that look looked stupid and cute. It's over, Lord Danzo's son. Seems stupid. The nurse felt that the whole sky was about to fall. The son of the Konoha boss she was in charge of was so stupid, even if it had nothing to do with her. But with the character of these bosses, she would definitely be angry with herself, right? Must be slaughtered, right? Woohoo! I finally became a stable medical ninja. Why is my life so hard? Under Yizan's surprised eyes, the young female nurse in her 20s stood at the door of the ward just like that, covering her face and crying. At the same time, Tsunade happened to come to the hospital to visit Yizan. She came over suspiciously. When she found the crying female nurse and Yizan who was alive and well, Kibaguan took a bite, rushed in and rewarded Yizan with a big chestnut. Boom. Ah, smelly woman. Why do you knock me on the head as soon as I meet you? What if you knock me stupidly? Humph. Knock silly. Knock silly is better, so you don't bully girls all day long. What are you bullying girls? Why can't I understand what you're talking about? I just woke up. Just woke up. Stop arguing. Look how sad the little nurse at the door is crying. It's you who bullied others. Stinky woman, you have wronged me. Ah, I will bite you to death. The two of them made trouble in the ward, and the female nurse standing at the door gradually stopped crying. She opened her eyes wide and looked at Tsunade with admiration in her eyes. Master Tsunade is worthy of being the strongest medical ninja in Konoha. He was mentally retarded a second ago, but he was beaten by Master Tsunade. It's amazing. Chapter 99. Danzo also came with a burst of chestnuts. In the end, Yi-zan was discharged from the hospital. He was not physically injured, mainly due to the excessive use of his mental power. Now that his spirit has recovered, he will naturally be alive and well. Unfortunately, in the situation that day, I thought I was dead, and I didn't have time to think about using the face fruit. Fortunately, I used it on the third generation Hokage at the last minute. This book. Tisk tisk tisk. The Sea of Consciousness. Yi-zan twisted his buttocks proudly, and the third generation Hokage escaped. The duel was determined as his victory, and then he sucked a book from the third generation Hokage's body, an orange book. Open black lens bracket Raiden, Thunder style. One Piece S orange 200 ingots close black lens bracket. Yo ho 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 ho. Yi-zan Yangtian laughed and resolutely bound the skills. After the skill was bound, he turned to another skill, which was the rotten drill he developed, the S-rank futon wind style ninjutsu. Open black lens bracket futon wind style. Spiral thorn S blue 40 ingots close black lens bracket. In order to ensure the power of the skill, when Yi-zan stabbed the third generation Hokage, he upgraded the white skill he had just developed to 1 level, and used the Heart of the Strong to double the power of ninjutsu, and only then used the mere strength of Jonin to break it. With the Raiden Thunder style armor, he accomplished something that even a cage-level powerhouse would find difficult to accomplish. The ingots are almost used up again. I will wait so hard. When will I be able to eat the ingots as food? Yi-zan sighed and his consciousness returned to his body. At this moment, Yi-zan was heading to the Hokage building with Tsunade and looked at the bag that was swollen on the back of his hand. Wife O_O. Die. Dear Tsunade, Sama O_O. What's the matter? _. Can you treat the back of my hand ********? No. Circle.operator. Yi-zan pouted aggrievedly and muttered something in a low voice. He was messing around with Tsunade in the ward before, forgetting that the needle was still inserted into the back of his hand, but he used too much force. The back of his hand quickly swelled up. Originally the nurse would also use healing ninjutsu, but under Tsunade's stern gaze, the nurse could only shrink her head in silence. In Tsunade's words, it is to punish Yi-zan, a little pervert, who told Yi-zan to bully girls when he wakes up. I said I didn't bully her. Why did she cry? I don't know at all. Yi-zan yelled in the street, ignoring the onlookers, but Tsunade was also a cheeky person. Facing the onlookers, she just smiled softly. The evil in the smile made Yi-zan's heart thump. The drumming. Xiaozan, I see, you don't need to remind me. I won't tell you about the matter of you breaking into the house and stealing women's underwear, clothes these days. Her voice was not loud, but it happened to be heard by the surrounding civilians. At that moment, everyone's eyes on Yi-zan changed, and there were even a few aunts and 8 wives whispering. I didn't expect this kid to be a lecher. Yeah, if you don't study well at a young age, you can still get it when you grow up. Remember to put the clothes back at night. I'll go and put them away in a while, and I won't leave the socks for him. Still don't accept it. This kid seems to be a ninja. What if he can't steal something to provoke him and break in and annihilate us? I'm a big girl. It was a fat woman in her 50s who said she was a big girl. Yi-zan almost vomited when she covered her face with shyness. Strong your sister, just like you. Boom. Yuhi bag appeared on Yi-zan's head. His eyes were turning in circles, and he only felt that the sky was spinning, and he leaned against Tsunade without falling. Tsunade blew his fist, grabbed Yi-zan's clothes, and dragged Yi-zan directly to the Hokage building. Hokage building, Hokage office, Sarutobi, Danzo, 2 major consultants and Jiraiya and Orochimaru are all present. Hatake Tsukumo is still recovering in the intensive care unit of the hospital. His injury is much more serious than that of Yizan, and it will be difficult to recover within a month or two. In the office, everyone looked at Yizan curiously, and the curious eyes made Yizan scratch the back of his head a little embarrassedly. Yo, all the little devils in Shimura's house know how to be shy. Jiraiya groaned, causing everyone present to chuckle. Humph, I know how to be shy, so what's wrong? It's better than you. At such an old age, I don't know how to be shy. I go to the bath every day to peek at the girl taking a bath. They don't know about your shameless things, and I don't know it yet. What? Stupid brat, don't talk nonsense without proof. I can sue you for defamation if you insult my glorious image. Sue, go and sue. My dad is Danzo, so what if you sue? Yizan held his head high, and the momentum of the second generation of officials suddenly shocked Jiraiya to take a step back, and the idiot-like performance of the two men again made Tsunade unable to bear it. Boom! Boom! Yizan and Jiraiya squatted down with their heads covered at the same time. Some jokes. The dignified atmosphere in the office gradually loosened. Yizan hid behind Danzo and gestured to Jiraiya with his middle finger from time to time. Cough cough. Xiaozan. Sarutobi coughed lightly, staring at Yizan, but Yizan didn't care about the other party's cough. He directly pointed his middle finger to Sarutobi, and raised his eyebrows arrogantly. Well, for Yizan, Sarutobi expressed his helplessness. He directly made a color to Tsunade, and then Tsunade walked up to Yizan and whispered in Yizan's ear. Handsome Sir Xiaozan, Ape 4.7 Teacher Fei is asking you something tilde. Tsunade's voice was very soft, and he deliberately blew a breath in Yizan's ear. Yizan froze in an instant. He even ignored everyone's attention, turned his head and kissed Tsunade. Boom! Oops! Yizan shouted and crouched on the ground again. He looked up aggrievedly and found that it was Danzo who hit him in the head. Why are you hitting me? This is a public place, pay attention to etiquette. Danzo straightened his waist. His eyes were majestic, with the seriousness of a great man. The next time you kiss Tsunade, you must be in a place where no one is around, being watched by Sarutobi and Jiraiya. It's a big loss. Yizan. Circle.operator. Oh circle.operator. Chapter 100 _ I'm not targeting everyone. There are a few questions now. Although we have already obtained general information from several Anbu's mouths, Xiaozan, you have the most say, so I still want to hear what you have to say. In Hokage's office, Sarutobi gasped silently. He glanced at Danzo, and asked about privacy. It was better for Danzo to ask. The first thing, Xiaoshuan, have you broken through Jonin? Tilde. When Yizan chakra let go, Danzo nodded with satisfaction. As expected of my son. Then the second thing, what kind of ninjutsu did you seem to have developed? Broke the Raiden Thunder style armor of 3 generations of Raikage. Did you mean this? Yizan raised his right hand, and after a while, a cyan whirlwind formed a sharp awl. Because the chakra was too dense, the front half of the awl even turned dark cyan. Try the trick. The wind cone is extremely small, but it condenses all the chakras of a Jonin. It is controlled by Yizan Nishin's spiritual power, making the wind cone look extremely smooth. The documents on the table were flying. After 05, Yizan aimed his index finger at Jiraiya and walked towards the other side. Jiraiya's face froze, and his hands quickly hand seal. Ninja. Needle Jizo. Jiraiya's hair spreads out and grows in an instant, wrapping the whole person. This is his original A-grade ninjutsu. With the blessing of chakra, the hair is extremely hard and difficult to break. However, zzz. A harsh sound like sawtooth cutting metal sounded, and the white hair flew wildly. Yizan's index finger stabbed in without a pause. Seeing that the cyan sharp cone was getting closer and closer to his head, Jiraiya's face changed greatly, and he immediately cancelled the printing style. Rolling and crawling back a few steps. Damn it, you want to kill me, little devil. He yelled, but it was Yizan's Byakugan who greeted him. Be careful in the future. If you get me offended, I'll use this trick to stick your chrysanthemum flower. His index finger moved, and Jiraiya was so frightened that he was cold all over, and immediately pinched his legs, and Yizan's vulgar words made everyone in the office sweat, and even Sarutobi jumped up cautiously, always feeling a chill down below. Cold. Okay, Xiaoshuan, everyone knows you're amazing, take back your ninjutsu. By the way, what level is this ninjutsu? What's its name? S-class, it's called Spiral Spur, it's very apt. It's really fitting. Jiraiya looked at Yizan cautiously, until the futon wind style of the index finger disappeared, and he stood back again. At the same time, standing beside Sarutobi, Orochimaru, who never spoke, also came over curiously. His character was not right with Yizan, but Orochimaru was never ashamed to ask about powerful ninjutsu. This move is the same as in the legend. The original stunt of the 3 generations of Hokage is very similar to the book. Shimura-zan, can you describe the specific use of the spiral thrust? Maybe based on your skills, you can find the weakness of the book. Orochimaru's hoarse voice made the office suddenly become silent. You must know that everyone's technique is privacy within privacy. It would have been very bad for Yizan to show the spiral thrust on the spot, but Orochimaru actually wanted to know the specific operation method. Orochimaru. A scolding, Sarutobi gave Orochimaru a serious look. Orochimaru smiled hoarsely, and took a step back slowly. I'm sorry, Shimura-zan, I was negligent. It's nothing. Yizan shook his head and raised his right hand again. There's no need to decipher a book based on the spiral thrust. If you want to know, I'll just tell you. Everyone didn't understand, but Orochimaru's pupils shrank sharply, with an extremely shocked expression on his face. This trick is very difficult, and it took me a lot of time. Raiden Thunder style. It's perfect. Boom. Like a magnitude 18 earthquake, everyone's heads were stunned by the thunder in front of them. Not a real stun, but a shock. Shocking beyond imagination. The thunder flashed, Yizan's fingers turned dark blue, and a destructive aura swept across the office. However, after only a few seconds, Yizan frowned, and the Raiden Thunder style of his fingers disappeared. You fool! A loud scolding, Tsunade reacted the fastest. She quickly rushed to Yizan, green light flashed, and after 5 minutes of treatment, Yizan's fingers returned to blood from pitch black. Idiot! From today onwards, this move and Raiden Thunder style Rasengan will be banned as a move. If you dare to use it again, my mother will ignore you in the future. Tsunade cursed, but his tone was extremely nervous. Yizan smiled wryly, and held Tsunade. His heart was full of warmth. Alright, it's the first time I've used it, and I didn't expect this move to do so much damage to my body. Well, I swear, I'll never use this move until my body can bear the damage. Humph. Tsunade pouted and reluctantly forgave Yizan, but when Tsunade was flirting with Yizan, the whole office was completely fried. 3 generations of Hokage's trick. Another S-rank ninjutsu. How is it possible? When was this trick developed? Everyone stared at Yizan, except for Danzo who looked at Yizan's fingers with distress. The rest were shocked into fools. Fortunately, Yizan's fingers had been healed by Tsunade, and Danzo coughed twice, finally drawing everyone's attention back. Elder Menyon, put on your glasses. Elder Kaharu, put away your stun jaw. Sarutobi. Oh, ahem. Sarutobi wiped the corners of his mouth a little embarrassed, saying that he had absolutely no intention of coveting ninjutsu. The mood in the office finally calmed down, but everyone was still staring at Yizan. Under Danzo's gesture, Yizan raised his head and said proudly, I am born with wind and thunder attributes, and because I am born with strong mental strength, I am not afraid to check with me. Carrot's manipulation is also several times easier than ordinary people. Oh, I want to remind everyone here, I don't mean to target everyone, but what I want to say is that everyone, including you, are ordinary people. Quote. Yizan's words made everyone present with black lines, but he had to admit that Yizan was right. Sarutobi sighed helplessly, and continued to hide beside him smoking a suffocating cigarette. Hokage give me a face. Chapter 101-120. Chapter 101 Grand Strategy. This is the situation. I learned the spiral thrust, and it took me a short time to deduce it. After all, I have strong mental power. You don't have the control power of me. It is difficult for me to understand the development of ninjutsu. It's a very simple thing. Yizan's merciless blow made everyone present embarrassed. Others were fine, but Tsunade was different. She slapped Yizan hard and glared angrily. Little pervert. You look down on it. Don't they even despise me? Of course not. Your chakra control is the best. After all, you are the world's #1 medical ninja, and even my wife, how can I look down on you, Tilda? Wife, you big bastard, bastard. Tsunade knocked Yizan once again, knocking Yizan straightly, but everyone knew Yizan's talent for a long time. Although he felt incredible about developing 2 S-rank ninjutsu in a row, he could barely accept it. Of course Yizan wouldn't say that the first book was born from the 3rd generation of Hokage. After all, this kind of thing is difficult to explain. It's better to throw it all on talent. Anyway, Lao Su is awesome, don't you believe it? It's just your own talent. But to be honest, Yizan really didn't expect Raiden, Thunder Style, to hurt his body so much. No wonder 99% of the ninjas in Kumogakure village are strong physique masters. Unlike Konoha and the physique masters in the Land of Water, the physique masters in Kumogakure village have massive muscles. Maybe muscle cells are easier to support Raiden. Thunder Style, the effect is also better. After learning about Yizan's situation, what he understood was the 3rd generation of Hokage. Regarding the injury of the 3rd generation of Hokage, Yizan predicted that it would take about a year for the other party to recover. Spiral thrusts are soft rotary cuttings, while solid hand penetrations are hard penetrations. This is the essential difference between Futon, Wind Style, and Raiden, Thunder Style. After I pierced 3 generations of Hokage, the whirlwind on my finger has the flesh and blood in his body is shredded. Even if he has the strongest body in the ninja world, it is impossible to recover within 1 to 2 years. Moreover, this is still under the condition of treating ninjas regardless of the cost. Yizan's tone was full of confidence, and it also led everyone to believe him subconsciously. Since the 3rd generation Hokage will take 1 to 2 years to recover, then Konoha's turnaround has come. 3 generations of Hokage is a person who wants to save face. There is absolutely no way he would tell the other 2 countries about the serious injury. Homura Mitokado pushed up his glasses, and his eyes flashed. Yes, we can send spies to spread the word in the other 2 countries, so that... No, Homura Mitokado interrupted Kaharu Udatane. 3 generations of Hokage are injured, and there is no strong man in the Kingdom of Thunder except for 2 people, Jinchuriki, Column. Not only will we not spread this matter, but we will seriously injure 3 generations of Hokage. The message is hidden. Why? This time, even Sarutobi and Danzo were a little surprised. Yizan rolled his eyes, suddenly understood something, and immediately took over the words. The reason is very simple. It is a foregone conclusion that the 3 major countries will attack Konoha, although the 3rd generation Hokage is seriously injured, but it only takes time to recover. If the other 2 countries know about it, they will definitely choose to withdraw their troops and wait for 1 to 2 years before they can concentrate their strongest forces to destroy Konoha. Quote. But now, the 3rd generation of Hokage is absolutely impossible to speak out because of face. This is our chance, as long as we defeat the Land of Wind or the Land of Soil in 1 to 2 years, and kill the important and powerful ninja leader, even if the 3rd generation of Hokage recovers it's better and our Konoha's stress will be much less. Yizan and Homura Mitokado kept on talking, and quickly analyzed the overall strategic situation, while the others could only stare, unable to keep up with the thinking of the 2. As expected of Konoha's advisor, Elder Menyon is really amazing. Haha, as expected of the planner of the collapse of the water country, Shaozan, you are more powerful than me. Jiraiya, who couldn't understand the strategic plan at all, to curl his lips. He shook his head, and simply took out a book from his arms and read it with relish. However, He just read a few pages, and when he first entered the state, a voice woke him up. Jiraiya. With a shout, Jiraiya raised his head suspiciously, and then Jiraiya found Yizan staring at him badly, which made him subconsciously tighten the chrysanthemum flower. Shimura kid, what are you doing? Don't do it. I just think you are reading Xiaohuang book on this occasion. Is it really okay? Originally, everyone was discussing war and strategy, and they were all making suggestions for Konoha, but now, when Yizan finished speaking, everyone stared at Jiraiya invariably, and everyone's eyes were not good, especially Sarutobi, as Jiraiya's master. He the most humiliating, almost smashed the pipe in anger. Sarutobi's vicious gaze made him shrink his neck in fright. He glanced at Yizan, knowing that he had been tricked by this kid again. Let's run first. Thinking of this, Jiraiya laughed dryly, ducked to the side a few times, and was about to turn around and run towards the door when Sarutobi suddenly burst out and kicked him. Boom! Window was broken. Jiraiya screamed and flew into the sky. He shouted loudly, and after a while, he disappeared into the vast sky. Without this rat shit, everyone's mood has been much brighter, and with united will, Konoha's overall strategy has finally been perfected. First of all, the head of the Hyuga branch and 500 middle and Jonin members of the Kumogakure village went to defend it. Due to the destruction of the Golden Horn troops and the serious injury of the 3 generations of Reikage, the morale of the Kumogakure village should not be too high, and the threat of attack is not great. Secondly, Hitaki Sakumo, a new cage-level powerhouse, is the commander of the army, and Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya are the deputy commanders. They lead a coalition of 800 middle and Jonin troops to the south of the Country of Fire to block the attack of the Country of Wind. However, because Hitaki Sakumo still needs a month to recover, the command of the team is temporarily handed over to Tsunade. When Hitaki Sakumo recovers, he will go to the southern front alone to take over the command. On the other side of the land, Danzo is the commander of the army, Yizan is the general staff, leading the route, and a coalition of 1,000 Chinese and Jonin to defend against it. Compared with the slightly weaker Kingdom of Wind, the Kingdom of Earth is still in the era of the second generation of Tsuchikage, and the next 3 generations of Tsuchikage Onoki are also cage-level powerhouses. This is everyone's plan. We only need to hold the Land of Earth and defeat the Land of Wind with the fastest speed. Even if the 3rd generation of Reikage recovers health, the pressure on Konoha will not be too great. Chapter 102 How long have you not washed your hair? The Hokage office issued an order, and that day, the whole Konoha moved. The ninjas of the commoners bid farewell to their parents, children and lovers, while the ninjas of the family began to draw lots. Although a ninja is a ninja, it is always a human, and no one wants to go to the battlefield, but with the Konoha about to be destroyed, all the clans must send people to the battlefield. Not enough volunteers. Then draw lots. Everyone is equal in the face of life and death, including the patriarch. Everyone has to draw lots, all betting on luck. If you are lucky, you must go to the battlefield. Shikaku Choza's father, that is, in this generation of Ino Shikacho, Nara and Yamanaka clan chiefs were drawn, and for the sake of brotherhood and Ino Shikacho's full strength, Akamichi clan chief took the initiative to participate in the war. In Izuka, Aburame and other tribes settled down quickly, not to mention Hyuga, because of the extremely special, caged bird. Most of the ninjas sent by Hyuga's family are from the branch family, and they follow the branch's head to defend against the attack of Kumogakure village. But for the sake of, so-called, fairness, the remaining 20% is still selected by main clan by lottery. Compared to these families, Uchiha's situation is the most bizarre. It's not that no one wants to participate, but almost everyone wants to participate. Since Uchiha was assigned to the Konoha garrison by the second Hokage, Uchiha has not fought a real war for a long time. What does Uchiha rely on? Is emotional 967. Is hatred. Is dangerous. Only in this environment can Uchiha be strong. Second generation of Hokage knew this, so he put the entire Uchiha into the garrison, trying to use time to kill Uchiha's power. And this time, it was the opportunity for Uchiha to rise up. Even if only half of the people who participated in the war survived, it would be better than the degenerate days without fighting. Better. Of course Uchiha's top executives knew about Uchiha's idea, so at the beginning, Sarutobi gave Uchiha not many places, so Uchiha made trouble, and Yizan made a new proposal. If they want to go to war, go and put all Uchiha combatants on the front line against Kumogakure village. There are many people from Hyuga branch there, and there are 2 people in Kumogakure village Jinchuriki column force, let them grind each other go. Yizan's words silenced everyone, and then Sarutobi asked hesitantly, what if Uchiha and Hyuga fight? After all, these 2 families. No, Yizan raised his head confidently. The head of the Hyuga branch is a person with general knowledge. He should humble these proud Uchihas, but humility is modest, and the head of the Hyuga branch is the army commander and has absolute command. Once the battle breaks out, he will definitely give Uchiha the dangerous task to do. Now that there are no cage-level powerhouses in Kumogakure village, let them consume it, no problem. Yizan's suggestion has never been missed, and now that Uchiha is making trouble, this is the only way to not harm the interests of Konoha. Soon, the order will be issued, and the legions of the 3 fronts in the north and south need to be ready by noon tomorrow, under the Hokage rock. The Oath Conference. Since the land is the biggest threat, Yizan Danzo's army is also the strongest. The patriarchs of the Inoshika-cho clan joined a large wave of people, and the Inuzuka clan also brought a lot of people to join. We are facing the strongest enemy, why do you? Danzo hesitated a little. Although this group of people were directly related to Sarutobi, Konoha was in a difficult time now. It would be inappropriate for these elite patriarchs to die. It's okay, my son Shikaku and your son are very good friends, Shikaku said. With Xiaoshuan around, the land is not as difficult to deal with as imagined. I believe in Xiaoshuan. I also believe in Xiaoshuan. Me too. The words of the patriarchs made Danzo's eyes widen in surprise. He didn't even know when Yizan turned these people into die-hard fans. The most important thing is that these people are Sarutobi's hardcore direct descendants. Even Sarutobi's feet were dug, and sure enough, my son is the best. Ha 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 ha. Danzo laughed in his heart, but without any complacent expression on his face. He nodded seriously, accepting the addition of the Inoshika-cho family. And the behavior of Inoshika-cho and other families was seen by Uchiha and Hyuga again. They laughed and laughed at Inoshika-cho for courting death. Instead of defending the easiest village of Kumogakure, they chose to fight with a large army country. In this case, Yizan and Tsunade finally did not get tired of being together. Yizan is the general staff of the front of the land. He needs to think about some plans overnight. Although he has never participated in the war, although he has no clue about the war, he's sitting in the study all night, thinking of ways. Tsunade, as the acting legion commander, was in charge of the action plan for the entire front of the Land of Winds before Hatake Tsukumo took over the power. On the same day, after the 3 legions were divided into groups, she chose the best, smartest and strongest in her legion. The ninja called together, held a meeting with Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and made a strategic plan overnight. After attending the swearing-in meeting at noon tomorrow, we will officially set off. Night, Shimura's study room was still lit, Yizan and Danzo frowned, and the atmosphere in the study room was extremely solemn. The Inoshika-cho family and the Inuzuka clan should all come to our side. They don't trust me, they trust you. Xiaoshuan, what plans do they have for defending against the land this time? Danzo's words made Yizan's face a little ugly. Although he is smart and can understand the world with a lot of knowledge in the 21st century, in the face of real war, he is just talking on paper. Sorry, I don't have any plans for now. Yizan told the truth, which also made Danzo's brows furrowed even deeper. Then, he sighed softly and rubbed his temples tiredly. Hatake Tsukumo has become a cage-level powerhouse. His Hokage swordsmanship is very good at dealing with sand ninja puppet troops. Tsunade's medical skills are number one in the ninja world, and he can target Chiyo, the captain of the puppet troops. We only need to withstand the land of the land. Just attack, Xiaoshuan, think about it, you are smarter than me, remember. All tactics are mainly defensive. Quote. After Danzo finished speaking, the study fell silent again, and after an unknown amount of time, Yizan raised his head with a rare anger in his eyes. Dad. Huh. You know Kato Dan, right? Understood, you don't need to worry about this kind of thing, I'll handle it, you stinky brat, it's already at this time, and you're still thinking about women, hey. Danzo sighed helplessly, then stood up and rubbed Yizan's head a few times, as if he had found something, his brows suddenly wrinkled. Good oil. How long has it been since you washed your hair? 7 days. Probably. Go and wash. Chapter 103 Pull Tsunade closer to the dark room. Konoha has reached the most dangerous moment, and now it is time for everyone to unite. Defend the homeland, I believe. More than 2,000 ninjas raised their heads and looked at Sarutobi's speech on the Hokage rock with reverence. As expected of Hokage, Sarutobi's speech was full of emotion, and everyone was full of enthusiasm. Danzo is at the forefront of his own legion, and the head of the Hyuga branch is at the forefront of his legion, but Tsunade, the acting army commander of the Wind Country Front, has actually disappeared. As Tsunade was the general staff of the Land of Earth Front who was supposed to be standing beside Danzo, Master Zan. Little pervert, what are you doing? In a small private house thousands of meters away from Hokage Rock, Tsunade leaned against the wall with a face full of yuhi. Her hands were against the wall, her mouth was pursed, and Yizan was swallowing her saliva constantly. The sunlight outside was very dazzling, but it was difficult to shine in through the narrow shutters. The room was dark, and there was no sound except for the speeches faintly coming from kilometers away. Quiet. Is no sound in the whole house. Yizan put his hands on Tsunade's shoulders, and their bodies were almost completely together. He opened his eyes wide, and his eyes shone with a wolf-like light. What am I going to do? Of course I am going to do something interesting, Tilda. Tsunade turned his head away in shame with his burning eyes, but in the next second, Yizan held her cheek and moved her head back. Look at me. Look at what you're doing, little pervert. Perhaps knowing that the separation is about to take place, and maybe not even coming back alive, Tsunade is not as fierce as she used to be. Her voice is gentle and delicate, and there is a human charm in her tone. Tell me, little rascal, let me see what you do, don't you think? What bad things do you want to do to me, Tilda? As Tsunade spoke, she put her head close to Yizan's ear, she blew lightly, and even touched Yizan's eardrop. Her soft voice was like a sheep that had taken off all defenses. You only need to take the initiative to eat her. You little goblin. Yizan chuckled lightly, put his hands on Tsunade's cheeks again, and rubbed her cheeks with the belly of his thumbs, then closed his eyes, and slowly approached, softly, and pursed Tsunade's lips. Their lips met, and the emotions of the two burned at this moment. Tsunade snorted, Yizan gasped, and his breath became more and more hot. The whole room was silent, except for the faint sound of speeches coming from afar. Only the breathing of the two of them remained. After an unknown amount of time, when Yizan's hand finally became restless, Tsunade blocked him. No way, Tilda. She left Yizan with a face full of yuhi, and pulled out a very thin silver thread from the corner of her mouth. Little pervert, don't touch there, Tilda. Then here. No, Tilda. Okay, then I'll touch. No, Tilda. Quote. The two just stared at each other like this, and after an unknown amount of time, the faint voices of speeches from outside disappeared, and Tsunade gradually came back to his senses. He bit his lips. Ouch. Blood flowed from his lips. Yizan blinked pitifully, and was greeted by Tsunade's reluctant gaze. Little pervert. It's time to go, Mr. Sarutobi's speech is over, and he is ready to leave the village. Humph! You little bastard, the Kiva mark on your mouth is not allowed to be treated. When my guy comes back, I will treat you personally. If I return not coming. Idiot! Yizan raised his hand and flicked Tsunade's forehead violently, causing Tsunade to cover his forehead in pain, and a yuhi bag quickly popped up. She blinked her eyes, and tears came out all at once. Little pervert, how stupid am I? She pouted aggrievedly, looking very much like a coquettish cat. If you say you're stupid, you're stupid, 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 stupid. Yizan pursed the corner of his bleeding mouth, smiled lightly, pulled Tsunade, and slowly walked out of the house. If you can't come back, I will keep this Kiba seal for the rest of my life. The speech is over, let's go. The three large phalanxes slowly walked out of the village. Then, the head of the Hyuga branch suddenly waved his hand. Hundreds of ninjas set off at the same time, like a volcanic earthquake, surging towards the northeastern border of the Land of Fire. Tsunade raised her chin and looked at Yizan at the front of the other square. She glanced at Yizan reluctantly, then waved, and hundreds of ninjas set off towards the southern border. At the entrance of Konoha village, Danzo's 1,000 ninjas didn't move. He and Yizan stood straight, and he nodded to Sarutobi until Sarutobi came out of the village. The second generation of Tsuchikage in the Land of the Land and his apprentice, Onoki, are both cage-level powerhouses. Teacher Tobarama said many years ago that the second generation of Tsuchikage has a very powerful bloodstained elimination that surpasses Kekkei Genkei, although I don't know this trick. Can you teach it to Onoki, but be careful. Well, I know. Not to mention the mysterious second-generation Tsuchikage. Even Onoki, I'm not necessarily an opponent. This time Xiaoshuan and I's main task is to hold back the Land of the Land. As long as Sakumo is healed, and he with the Hitaki swordsmanship combined with Tsunade's detoxification, defeating the Land of Winds is not difficult. You. I hope you can stand it up. Don't cry and be the first to come back to Konoha for help. Sarutobi scolded and laughed, and Danzo also had a smile on his face. Originally, Sarutobi could fight. But now Konoha is facing the siege of the Three Kingdoms, and no one knows how the three battlefields will be played. In this case, Sarutobi must sit in Konoha, ready to support the battlefield where it is most needed. Okay, not much nonsense. Before there was an emergency on the three battlefields, you were in charge of the military logistics in Konoha, detonating talismans, kunai, shuriken, and military ration pills, and provided us with a steady stream of three fronts. But these things are expensive tilde. Hee, then you can return Xiaoshuan's money. The two joked a few times again, and then, Danzo and Sarutobi's faces turned solemn and nodded to each other. Old friend, be safe and come back alive. Don't worry, I will come back alive. I lost the position of Hokage to you, and I don't want to lose to you again when I live. Chapter 104 Camping for Barbecue. March, Camp. The 1,000-man legion is different from the several-man squad. At night, the several-man squad can find a cave at random to rest, but the 1,000-man legion must find a place with high terrain and a wide field of vision to prevent the attack of ninjas in the Land of the Land. This is neither simple nor difficult. In order to complete the legions, the three legions are equipped with ninjas from various Konoha families, but there are more or less problems. For example, the ninjas from the three families of Ino Shikacho are mostly in Danzo's legion. Lord Danzo, there is a place suitable for troops to rest 3 kilometers in front of the left. Man who was driving a Byakugan who was Yizan's old teammate, Hyuga Zangji. Okay, let's go there. After a day's journey, everyone recharges their batteries and rests well. Danzo turned to the front left, and the 1,000-person troops followed Danzo to the highland 3 kilometers away. Soon, the 1,000-person camp was set up, the cook was cooking, and the tent was set up. The perceptive ninja teamed up with 5 people. Patrol around the camp. Due to the high terrain and wide field of vision, once the enemy is found, they can quickly react. Xiaoshuan, although you have done several missions with Captain Zonki, a few people are completely different from 1,000 people. Of course, everyone carries dry food, but that is for emergency use. We are not doing missions at the moment, but war. Do you understand? It's going to be a war for months or even years. You can't have 10 eating dry food, right? And dry food is not nutritious. In order to ensure the mental outlook of the entire legion, a normal diet must be done. Quote. The sky is getting late, the stars in the night are twinkling, there are no dark clouds today, the cold moonlight shines on the earth, accompanied by the breeze, which makes people feel lazy and comfortable. The bonfire was burning, and a small leg of lamb was roasting on the fire. Danzo explained the essentials of the war to Yizan earnestly. After a while, the leg of lamb exuded a strong fragrance, and the golden oil dripped into the fire, making the bonfire sizzle. It's baked, let's eat. Danzo said. Without taking out the knife, he directly wrapped the wind system on his palm and cut it. The cage-level control force made his palm sharper than a sharp knife. He cut a slice and Yizan took it. Come over to eat a slice, and in a short while, a leg of lamb was eaten up by Yizan. Do you still eat? Yes. Well, wait for me to bake. Danzo didn't say anything about Yizan's attitude as if he was out for an outing. He took out a scroll and spread it on the ground to pat, only to hear a bang, and a large amount of meat appeared on the scroll. You can choose what you want to eat. After Danzo finished speaking, he raised his head and looked around, then raised his voice and shouted towards several figures in the distance, Masao, Torima, come and eat together. Hearing Danzo's voice, the figures in the distance paused for a while, and then slowly walked over. Yizan glanced at random and found that the people who came over were the patriarchs of Ino Shikacho and the Inazuka clan. Lord Danzo. 4 of them saluted Danzo. Danzo waved his hand, indicating that you don't have to be so polite, and then spread the storage scroll over. Whatever you want to eat, take it and bake it yourself. I'll bake some chicken legs for Xiaoshuan. Everyone is from Konoha. Although Danzo is a top boss, he and a few are of the same generation after all. Because of Yizan, the 4 of them are no longer polite. They chose a few meats on the storage scroll and brushed them with oil. Roasted around a bonfire. Danzo was chatting with a few people, chatting about the situation of the battle, and the atmosphere was not bad. Yizan, he just sat silently eating. After eating it up, he took the chicken thigh from Danzo, his cheeks bulging, and he wanted to put all the meat in his mouth. I don't know when, a few people chatted, and they talked about Yizan. The first person to speak was Nara Zhengshang. He glanced at Yizan with admiration, and found that after Yizan finished eating the chicken legs, he had just baked himself. Beef skewers were handed over. Lord Danzo, your son is not easy, Shikaku said. Xiaoshuan is the person he admires the most in his life. Hey, I still think it's strange, shouldn't it be my biological father that he admires the most? At first I didn't agree, but after learning that Xiaoshuan collapsed the Kingdom of Water, I had to admit defeat. Nara Zhengshang patted Yizan's shoulder heavily. Yizan didn't pay attention. With a shake of his hand, the beef skewer fell directly to the ground. He flipped over the Byakugan, which made Nara Zhengshang scratch his head in embarrassment. Che, what are you? Choza is even more exaggerated. Sometimes he even calls Xiaoshuan's name in his dreams, and slaps his mouth in his dreams, saying something about barbecue and barbecue. Oh right, Xiaoshuan, which barbecue are you going to? Restaurant. Why haven't I heard of a barbecue restaurant that is so delicious? Akamichi Torima glanced at the grilled mutton skewer in his hand with some reluctance, but in order to hear the news, he endured the heartache and handed the skewer over. Don't you know? Yizan took the mutton kebab and chewed it. It's the most famous one in Konoha. Yes, the one near the breakfast porridge in the south of the commercial street, don't you know? Oh, yes, I forgot to mention, they have one. I only know about the whole Konoha that the manager has customized a luxury barbecue set. Why? Because that store is owned by me, and I also taught the custom set menu. It doesn't take out, it's only cooked for me when I go there. Ah, you ask me why I don't spread this delicacy. Because I'm not short of money. Yizan blinked inexplicably, as if he had put the words, "I am the second generation of an official," on his face, which made Akamichi feel helpless when he took 2.7, but more than that, he was looking forward to it. That, Xiaozan, next time you have dinner together, can you take me there? Or, you say hello to the boss and let me try the custom-made package too. No. The two people were depressed in a row. The Yamanaka patriarch wisely chose to shut up, but at this moment, the Inuzuka patriarch glanced at Yizan with a smile and threw the barbecue in his hand into the mouth of the ninja dog beside him, full of admiration. Eyes. Lord Danzo, my little claw has a good relationship with your son. She is at home. Xiaoshuan has been mentioned a few times, or, let's get married. PFF'd. Chapter 105_Hidden Enemy. The mutton that had been bitten was scorched by the bonfire, and Danzo looked at a log, and the flames burned even more vigorously. On the side, Yizan was embarrassed, holding up his hands to keep rejecting. I'm still young, really. Forget about marriage. It's not getting married, it's just ordering a baby to marry. When you grow up, you can marry Xiaopao. No. In fact, I'm a handsome big radish who sees flowers and flowers bloom. Too many girls like me, and I don't have the ability to restrain myself. Maybe I'll be messing around with flowers in the future. When Inuzuka Claw gets married, she will suffer too much, and you don't want your daughter to suffer. Yizan's embarrassed smile convinced Patriarch Inuzuka to believe it. After he frowned and thought for a long time, he nodded understandingly. Xiaoshuan, it's not good for you to be like this. Man, you can be casual when you are young, but you always have to have a home. But since you don't want to, just pretend I didn't say it. Hey, in fact, my little claw is really gentle and kind. Cute girl. Gentle and cute. Maybe it is. Yizan pouted. Even the future large one-eyed dog Heiwan is still milky, cute and cute 05. You know, Xiaopao is Konoha 12 Xiaoqiang, Inuzuka Kiba's mother. Maybe now because of the little girl, she is a little cute, but she has grown up. Huh. It's so cold, don't even think about it. Yizan shuddered. Even in the summer of August, he couldn't stop the cold on his back. He shook his head violently, and finally got rid of this matter temporarily. It was getting late, and after a big meal, Yizan lay half full, squinting his eyes and smacking his mouth from time to time, looking extremely satisfied. The topic of everyone left Yizan and brought it to war again. I personally think that the most difficult to deal with these big countries is the land of ninjas. The confrontation between teams is easy to say, but when it is upgraded to the level of war, Doden Earth style is too strong. Indeed, all of Doden Earth style's attacking moves use mud or rock to fight, such as the Art of Rock Cannon, Rock Lodging Destruction, and many other Doden Earth style attacks. When used alone, they are not very powerful, not even hitting people. But if hundreds of people use it at the same time, it can produce catastrophic power. For example, such as the Art of Rock Iron Cannon, the caster can spit out small rock blocks from the mouth, which are fast and large in number, and will rapidly grow in size in the middle, which is used to smash the enemy to death. But a ninja, is it possible to be hit by such a stone? This ninjutsu is easily ignored by simply dodging to the left or right. But what if hundreds of people use it at the same time on a frontal battlefield? That is the overwhelming rock block. No matter which direction you hide, you will be hit. The same is true for splitting the earth and turning palms. One person splits the ground, and you dodge by jumping to the side, but hundreds of people split the ground at the same time. That's not a split earth, but an earthquake that can collapse the entire earth. Don't fight with them on the open plain. Anyway, we are responsible for containing each other, and we can choose the venue on our own initiative. One more thing, after the collapse of the Water Country plan, we have money, and we have an absolute advantage in strategic materials. Before every war, we use detonating charms, kunai and other ninja tools to consume, and we can consume more than a few of them. A few. Yes, that's a good tactic. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Nara Masao frowned and asked suspiciously, Lord Danzo, other problems are easy to solve, but how should the second-generation Tsuchikage and Onoki deal with it? Although it is not absolute, in case they appear on the battlefield at the same time. Come on, don't we have no resistance at all? Nara Masao's question is exactly the question in everyone's heart. Several people looked at Danzo at the same time, but Danzo just smiled, with confidence in his eyes. Don't worry, I have already discussed a solution with Xiaoshuan about this issue, but I can't tell you about this solution, it is top secret information. Danzo's words suddenly made everyone's faces congeal. Although they were curious, they did not continue to ask. Since this method is defined as top secret information by Danzo, it means that there are secrets hidden in it that can never be known by outsiders. If you think about it seriously, it is indeed worth keeping secret. The two cage level powerhouses will deal with them if they say they are dealt with, and they are very confident. Is this what Xiaoshuan came up with again? Several people focused their attention on Yizan again. Yizan pouted, neither admitting nor refuting. And just as the discussion was in full swing, a roar rushed into everyone's ears along the breeze. Danzo's eyes widened, and he suddenly stood up. In the north. Due to the location of the camp in a relatively high open area, even if it was very late, Danzo also used the moonlight to find the smoke a few kilometers to the north. If the guess is correct, this is the Kaden fire style of the Konoha ninja, that is to say, something happened. Everyone come with me. A loud shout, Danzo turned into a light breeze and rushed towards the target. Yizan also stood up at this moment, rushed forward a few steps, and flapped his wings violently on his back, like a stream of light, and passed over the Nara crowd with a boom. Rushed towards the target. Danzo moved, and the nearest 633 ninjas also reacted. For a time, the chakra continued to sound, and the sound of breaking the sky was endless. Cage-level powerhouses who are highly trained in the wind element are not something that ordinary ninjas can catch up with. When Yizan arrived, Danzo was already standing beside a few corpses. He frowned and walked to Danzo's side. After a while, Nara and the others were there. Arrived, and after a while, hundreds of ninjas arrived. Lord Danzo. The crowd gathered around and were shocked to find that these corpses, all wearing Konoha vests, were one of the patrol teams just now. 1 Perception Jonin, 1 Jonin, and 3 Elite Chunin died just by releasing a grand fireball technique. Perceiving Jonin's body was punctured by a Tulong gun, and the others were all pierced by a single blow. Heart. As if thinking of something, Danzo's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly turned his head and shouted, Hyuga Zongji. Understood. Byakugan. On. When Hyuga Zongji held the hand seal with both hands and was about to open Byakugan, a breath of death gushed out from behind Yizan. Yizan, who had broken through 4 times the mental power of ordinary people, suddenly changed his face. Carrot. Raiden Thunder Style Mode, on. Chapter 106 Iwagaker's Mouse. Boom. There was a loud noise, and the violent thunder overflowed, and Yizan sank half of his feet into the soil. His hands were horizontal, and the palm of the thunder and lightning was tightly grasping the handle of kunai. What? How is that possible? The sneak attacker screamed, obviously not understanding why he couldn't break through a layer of Raiden Thunder Style. At this time, Yizan had already turned around, streaked a thunderous arc, and kicked away suddenly. Because you're so rubbish, give me face and become a piece of shit. Boom. The lightning penetrated the abdomen and directly kicked the opponent's abdomen out of a large hole. The man's eyes widened in disbelief, and slowly, he fell to the ground. Huh. The thunder and lightning armor disappeared. Yizan exhaled softly, and only then did everyone react. Xiaozan, are you okay? Danzo flashed to Yizan's side, his eyes full of concern. It's okay, it only took a second, and it didn't cause any damage to the cells. Yizan shook his foot, half of his foot was numb. At this moment, everyone gathered around. They focused their eyes on the corpse on the ground, and found that the other party was wearing a forehead of the land of Earth. It's the technique of Iwagakure. If you can hide it from me, at least it's the technique of Iwagakure performed by the elite Jonin. Danzo's words surprised hundreds of ninjas again, and their eyes on Yizan suddenly changed. They knew that Yizan was Danzo's son, but they didn't expect that Yizan actually blocked an elite Jonin's sneak attack and kicked the opponent to death. What does this represent? This means that Yizan at least has the strength of a Jonin or even an elite Jonin. Not only that, they found that the thunderlight on Yizan's body was very familiar before, and thought about it carefully. Wasn't it the thunderlight that ran rampant in Konoha that day and finally rushed into the Hokage building? Thinking of this, everyone understands. No wonder Lord Hokage dispersed everyone that day. It turned out that the strongman from Kumogakure village who they thought violated Konoha was this cute-looking kid in front of him. Everyone was shocked, but a few people were not shocked. For example, Yizan's old captain, Hyuga Zongji, swept around with vigilance on his face. Then, chakra gathered and prepared to open Byakugan again. Soji. Wait. A soft drink interrupted Hyuga Soji. Danzo came over with a serious face, and then issued an order that made everyone feel strange. Except for the perceptual ninjas, all ninjas leave this place. Among the sentient ninjas, Chunin, please get out of here. Quote. The strange order made everyone more curious, but Danzo is Danzo after all. As Konoha's boss and the commander of the ninja army, they didn't dare to go against Danzo's words. Although they had a lot of doubts in their hearts, they quickly flashed away and left the scene of right and wrong. Place. The non-perceptive ninja left, and there were only a few people left in the entire area. Danzo glanced at the forest seriously, and said seriously, Iwagakure village has a special unit, and Konoha's, Anbu, Kumogakure villages, Golden Horn, they are the ace troop of Iwagakure village. I met Mr. Tobarama many years ago. Their biggest feature is their ability to conceal themselves. Unless they are perceptive cage-level powerhouses, as long as they don't move, ordinary cage-level powerhouses can't find them at all. Danzo's words surprised several of the perceptual ninjas present, and finally understood why the patrol team died. That is to say, in this silent and dark forest, there are still enemies hidden inside. Perhaps out of confidence in their own abilities, several perceiving ninjas sensed it subconsciously. However, when the enemy is motionless, the perception effect has no effect. It is useless, that is to say, he will be attacked and killed at any time. Thinking of this, the bodies of these people suddenly tensed up, but Hyuga Zongji stood there silently, not nervous, and did not turn on Byakugan. Zongji, do you understand? Going back to Lord Danzo, I probably understand. You asked everyone to leave before, but you deliberately left the Jonin-level perceptive ninja behind. That is to say, once the other party moves, we can perceive and avoid it, and with Lord Danzo, this is the crowd is nothing to worry about. Quote. That's true. So I hope everyone is careful not to die carelessly, then. Now it's up to your Byakugan, Soji. It was only at this point that the other perception ninjas understood. They felt a little ashamed and silently turned their perception ability to the maximum. Once there was movement around them, they would dodge. The mice in Iwagakure village, are they still hiding at such a time? Byakugan, go. A loud shout, Hyuga Zongji finally opened Byakugan. At the same time, the hidden Iwagakure ninjas finally couldn't bear to rush out. They couldn't move, and they would be found by the perceptual ninjas, but now there is a bug like Byakugan. There is no difference between moving and not moving. Brothers, even if we die today, we have to pull someone on the back, let's go together. The four ninjas attacked at the same time. They aimed at Danzo, trying to exchange their lives for their lives, but Danzo just sneered twice, hand sealed with both hands, and took a deep breath. Futon, wind style. Vacuum waves. The silk-like air blades are thin and transparent, continuous and endless. The wind was so fast, Danzo just turned his head slightly, and the silk thread swept through the air. After just a second, Danzo stopped Genin, as if nothing had happened, and let the opponent attack. Lord Danzo, be careful, A perception Jonin reminded loudly, but in the next instant, he discovered something that shocked him. 4 elite Jonins from Iwagakure village stopped abruptly when they were less than 5 meters away from Danzo. Then, a brilliant blood flower burst into the air. The 4 elite Jonins were completely cut into 2 pieces. A grade ninjutsu, spit out high pressure wind from the mouth to form a wind line attack. Steel can be cut. Xiaoshuan, do you want to learn? Seeing Danzo's somewhat smug look, Yizan snorted lightly, turned over Byakugan, turned around, and left without looking back. Seeing Yizan leaving, Danzo couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. It was only then that he remembered that his son was a super genius who developed several S-rank ninjutsu. Maybe he could learn such ninjutsu at a glance. Or, can't you see it at all? Probably. Right. Chapter 107 Mocking Onoki. Iwagakure Village Special Forces. The name is Chameleon Force, the members of which are very good at Iwagakure techniques, the most powerful group, even cage-level powerhouses can't perceive. Really great. Bonfire. Yizan sank his consciousness into the sea of consciousness while listening to Danzo's explanation. The elite Jonin who attacked him before, exploded Ben, a orange Iwagakure technique, but unfortunately the latter 4 were directly killed by Danzo, so fast that Yizan didn't even have time to activate his fruit ability. Why are they here? Have the legions of Iwagakure village found us? No, it shouldn't be. If they really find us, they won't just send a few people over, but will dispatch all of them to crush us directly. Then what should we do now? After a few people died, it won't be long before Iwagakure village finds out that they will definitely come. With our current strength, it is very difficult to resist the attack of the entire village. Nara Zhengshang sighed and couldn't think of any way for a while. This kind of confrontation with thousands of ninjas, conspiracy and tricks are not very effective, the stronger side can win. If you can't, then retreat. The indifferent tone was indifferent, and everyone looked at them and found that Yizan's sparkling eyes were very indifferent. Oh, retreat. Danzo was stunned, but knew that Yizan couldn't talk nonsense. He thought for a while, and asked again, you mean? Retreat to a place suitable for us to fight. Well, no matter what OOO said, at least you can't fight the ninjas of the land in the forest, plains, and wilderness. I suggest that you retreat to Kikyo Castle. The Kikyo Castle. Everyone's eyes lit up and felt that Yizan's proposal was very good. As a strategic location in the country of fire, Kikyo Castle is a very important traffic thoroughfare. Not only is it easy to defend and difficult to attack, but also because there is a mountain range that stretches for hundreds of miles around. Although it is possible to bypass the mountains, it will cost a lot of money time. Simply attacking the rear of Konoha seems to be a bit of a loss. Okay, so let's go head to head with Iwagakure village, and then retreat to Kikyo Castle. Why go head to head first? This is a secret, just listen to me. Danzo didn't want to say it, and Nara Masao didn't want to keep asking. Then they thought about the confrontation in detail, and finally decided that their own side would take the initiative to attack Iwagakure village and catch the other side by surprise. In order to achieve what Danzo was unwilling to say, Konoha's side moved quickly. Through the secret techniques of the Yamanaka clan, they learned about the temporary settlement of Iwagakure village from Iwagakure's brain, and because this person's head was a member of the Iwagakure Special Unit, Chameleon Unit, they knew the distribution of these chameleons. With Byakugan of Hyuga Soji there was nothing left in the way he passed, and all the chameleon masters who were hidden along the way had their heads beheaded, which also led to the fact that so far, the Iwagakure station did not know the movements of the Konoha ninja. I found it. The high ground 5 kilometers ahead is their temporary station. Like Konoha, the Iwagakure village is stationed high up, but thanks to Byakugan, Hyuga Zongji was found 5 kilometers away. Sneak away, don't make a sound. Go around and sneak up behind them. Danzo immediately ordered, and then, thousands of ninjas quietly circled in a large circle, and when 5 groups of patrols were quietly resolved, they finally came to the rear of the Iwagakure village station. Setting up traps and burying the detonating talisman, thousands of people worked silently for another half an hour, and finally everything was arranged properly. Are you all ready? Ready. Very good. Everyone tied the detonating talisman to Kunwu, and the first wave blew up their camp. As ordered. A single order, thousands of people acted like poisonous snakes that had been planning for a long time. If they didn't move, they would have done nothing. When they moved, they immediately caught the village of Iwagakure by surprise. Boom boom boom. Thousands of detonating talismans were like thousands of bombs, and before the ninjas in Iwagakure village could react, they were instantly submerged in flames. The screams and roars were endless, and then, more than 2,000 ninjas rushed out of the sea of fire, and they were led by the second generation Tsuchikage and Onoki. It's the Konoha ninjas. Rush. Kill them. The irritable Onoki directly replaced the second generation Tsuchikage to give orders, and in an instant, 2,000 people rushed towards Yizan and others. Take a step back and wait for the trap to work. Danzo ordered, and everyone fled to the rear in an orderly manner. After a few seconds. Boom boom boom. The sky-high flames set the entire forest on fire, and the detonating talisman buried in the ground killed at least 100 ninjas. At the same time, the second generation Tsuchikage and Onoki finally crossed the trap area and rushed towards Konoha, but they were not as strong as the third generation Raikage. Facing the overwhelming kunai with detonating charms, their expressions changed, and Onoki was even more rude. Scolded. So many detonators ran out at once. Is Konoha a prodigal? Boom boom boom. Another explosion drowned the two of them, and soon, two people appeared on the other side, and they successfully evaded the attack with soil substitutes. Several attacks of traps and detonators killed a total of about 300 ninjas in Iwagakure village, especially the first time they attacked the camp. Too many ninjas died in the explosion without reacting. The death of their companions not only did not frighten the Iwagakure ninjas, but aroused their madness and killing intent. More and more ninjas caught up. Soon, 1,900 ninjas gathered behind the second generation Tsuchikage and Onoki. Chimura Danzo, no wonder he's so cruel. Second generation Tsuchikage spoke in a deep voice. He was wrapped in bandages all over his body, like a mummy, looking very weird. Just when the second generation Tsuchikage wanted to say something, Yizan suddenly walked out of the team. He yawned lazily, twisted his butt, turned around suddenly, and farted at Onoki. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to fart on you. I just think you're too short, shorter than me. Forget it, you're ugly, and you still have rosacea, tisk tisk tisk. Yizan looked at Onoki with pity. His disdainful tone and abusive words instantly made Onoki angry. He was a grumpy person, and what he hated most in his life was someone who said his height and nose. He was furious, his eyes became open to Yuhi. He stared at Yizan, but the next second, Yizan took a piece of booger from his nostril, pinched it into a ball, and flicked it hard. The booger spanned hundreds of meters. It hit his face exactly. Ah! 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 Kill! Take all of them! Onoki was crazy, but Yizan pouted in disdain, turned around, and ran away without looking back. Dad, I'm holding Onoki alone. You have to hurry up. If it's too slow, just come and collect the body for me. Chapter 108 Danzo slaughtered the second generation Tsuchikage. Onoki, little dwarf, come after me tilde tilde tilde. The violent whirlwind ripped apart the air, the wings on Yizan's back kept flapping, and a bear in the grass shook his head, as if something flew past, but he didn't see anything. Little devil, don't run, I must kill you. Another figure flew over and slashed the bear's nose directly. The bear cried out in pain, and ran back to the cave to find his mother with tears in his eyes. Onoki is fast, very fast. While chasing after Yizan, he also used lightweight rock technique to reduce the weight of his body and make himself faster. Ha! Call out. The two figures ran after each other, but Onoki was always a real cage-level powerhouse. Gradually, he got closer and closer to Yizan, and soon shortened from a kilometer to a few hundred meters. Onoki, you chase me, if you chase me, I'll let you hey tilde hey tilde hey tilde. Yizan smiled and didn't care about Onoki who was getting closer. He twisted his butt and let out a fart, which made Onoki behind him feel sick. Disgusting brat. You're dead. He bit Kiba tightly, and when he realized that the progress of the lightweight rock technique's pursuit was not fast enough, his face became stern, and he finally used one of his unique moves. Super. Lightweight rock technique. Boom. Rocket launch. Onoki's body was horizontally suspended in the air, cage-level chakra was used as a propeller, and in just an instant, he rushed behind Yizan, and he was about to catch up. Oh yo yo yo, catch up with me. Yizan laughed, the wings on his back suddenly retracted, and then, in Onoki's shocked eyes, a violent blue hurricane bloomed from Yizan's whole body, like a typhoon wrapping Yizan. Futon, wind style, chakra mode. How is that possible? Onoki exclaimed, his eyes widened, as if he had seen a ghost. It's no wonder he was so rude. You must know that there are only 3 generations of Raikage in the entire ninja world who have created the Raiden, Thunder style, chakra mode, but who are the 3 generations of Raikage? That is a strong man who even Onoki is willing to be inferior. Moreover, except for the Raiden, Thunder style, chakra mode, no one has developed the other 4 attributes. But now, he actually saw a child use Futon, wind style, chakra mode. There is nothing impossible in this world, Onoki, although you are short, ugly and rosacea, it is not because I despise you, but because you are too hot. In my eyes, the whole Iwagakure village is full of spicy chicken. Quote. Looking for death. Jinten, particle style. Split detachment of the primitive world technique. Quote. I rely on. Yizan shouted, and immediately used the heart of the strong, to add a double effect to the Futon, wind style, mode. A burst of blue light shook, and his body instantly turned into a line, rushing out a kilometer away. The terrifying Jinten particle style hits a piece of land, instantly turning the land into nothingness. Yizan gasped for breath, his heart thumping. If it weren't for the heart of a strong man, he would have been killed by Jinten at this moment. Particle style, seconds. Fortunately, Lao Su's mental strength has increased, and he has completely developed the Futon, wind style, mode a few days ago, otherwise he will die today. The heart of the strong can enhance the double effect of any skill in 1 second, and this continuous skill only has the double effect of 1 second. Because Onoki slowed down and activated Jinten particle style, Yizan exploded with double speed for a second, and the distance between the two was widened again, and this time, Yizan did not dare to continue to pretend, and he quickly used Yuanbao to smash Futon, wind style, mode was upgraded to blue, and then, there was only 1 ingot left in his account. Woo woo. My ingot. My money. Yizan pouted. The blue level Futon, wind style, mode increased his speed again. He took Onoki around for a long time, and finally started to move in the direction of the battlefield. It's been so long, and I don't know what the battle is going to be like. Danzo, you bastard, you clearly said that you will come to save me in a few minutes, and now 10 minutes have passed. Are you trying to collect the body for me? Yizan's anger in his heart finally made him scolded, but his scolding only lasted for 2 seconds, and a figure rushed over from the far front. Why are you so slow? I almost died just now. Yizan cursed, with a look of happiness on his face, and Onoki, who was chasing Yizan, was stunned when he saw the person who came, and felt a bad feeling in his heart. Oh, you are my son, and I believe in your strength. Besides, I am also afraid that this trick will be exposed. There are so many people on the battlefield, how could I use it? It took me a few minutes to lead the 2nd generation Tsuchikage to no one. In the place, his strength is really too strong. In order to restrict his movements, I and a few gens tried our best to stop him, but unfortunately, they are all dead. The two met. Danzo kept spitting bitterness at Yizan, but when Yizan heard that Root died, he nodded clearly. He understood the hidden meaning in Danzo's words. At this moment, Onoki also stopped the pursuit vigilantly. There were doubts, uneasiness in his eyes, and more, but anxiety. Shimura Danzo, why are you alone? What about the second generation Tsuchikage? Second generation Tsuchikage, of course I killed him. Danzo's voice was calm and domineering, with a convincing aura. Killed by you? Impossible. The second generation Tsuchikage's strength is stronger than me, how could it be possible to kill him with only you? Onoki was even more panicked. The strong sixth sense made him think that Danzo was telling the truth, but considering the reality, Danzo could never be the opponent of the second generation Tsuchikage, but where did the second generation Tsuchikage go? Of course, Onoki did not believe that the second generation Tsuchikage would give up Danzo to help 1900 Iwagakure ninjas. You must know that there are only 1000 ninjas in the Danzo Legion, and the number is absolutely crushed. It was a huge blow. With the wisdom of the second generation Tsuchikage, it was impossible to do something stupid to help the ninja army. If he didn't help the ninja army, where did he go? Is it really as Danzo said? Onoki's heart was numb, and at this moment, Yizan and Danzo looked at each other very tacitly. Then, the two turned into two blue lights, and instantly killed Onoki. Onoki, the second generation Tsuchikage is dead, you, too, go to hell. Chapter 109 2v1 Doden, Earth Style. Rock Fist. Boom. The ground shattered, Yizan narrowly avoided the attack, and at the same time, Danzo quickly hand-sealed from behind, took a deep breath, and spit it out. Futon, Wind Style. Vacuum Waves. The silk-like transparent air has a slight whistling sound, and even steel can be easily cut off. Onoki's pupils shrank, decisively gave up Yizan, and quickly dodged to the side. Dodge. Can you dodge? Danzo tilted his head, and the silk-like futon, Wind Style, swept across the air and continued to chase after Onoki, but Onoki was not stupid. Seeing that Yizan was not far away, he rushed directly, ignoring Danzo at all, and directly he fought with Yizan. So clever. Futon, Wind Style, was about to sweep the two of them. Danzo immediately stopped performing the spell. He couldn't kill Onoki and Yizan together, so he had to look for an opportunity again and keep the hand seal with both hands at all times. Danzo is a pure ninjutsu master, and it is impossible to fight Onoki closely. If there is no Yizan, he will keep pulling away, which is also the fighting style of ninjutsu-type ninjas. But with Yizan around, things weren't that complicated. Yizan fought melee'ly, Danzo attacked from a distance, and the two cooperated very well. Call out. The gust of wind rolled up the blade of the wind, Onoki turned his head sideways, and the hair on his temples was broken and flying. Yizan was covered with a cyan whirlwind, and each of his attacks had a terrifying spiral and split effect. This was the attack special effect of the Futon, Wind Style, mode. Doden, Earth Style. Rock Fist. Boom. A muffled sound, Onoki's fist slammed into Yizan's abdomen, and the moment his fist touched the Futon, Wind Style armor, the entire Futon, Wind Style armor spun frantically. Spread in all directions. Onoki was shocked to find that with one punch, he couldn't even dent the opponent's shield. Although this is just a very ordinary rock fist technique, but he is a cage-level powerhouse, a mere jonin, a mere child, how can he perfectly counteract his own attack? This is the defensive power of the Futon, Wind Style, mode. Unlike the Raiden Thunder Style mode, the Futon, Wind Style, mode can rotate and spread the attack, dispersing the opponent's attack effect, and the power is naturally reduced a lot. The effects of Futon, Wind Style, mode and Raiden Thunder Style, mode may seem similar, but they are actually quite different. When Yizan escapes or attacks, the Futon, Wind Style, mode increases the speed by using the power of the wind to reduce air resistance and gravity, while the Raiden Thunder Style, mode stimulates cell activity and strengthens the body. The explosion of Raiden Thunder Style, mode is extremely high, and the duration of Futon, Wind Style, mode is long, and each has its own advantages. At least at this moment, Futon, Wind Style, mode can be used as Yizan's unique trick to continue fighting. And I don't need a short burst of super high. As long as my mental strength can hold up, I can fight infinitely. Fierce punch. The splitting whirlwind instantly hit Onoki's shoulder, but Onoki just stepped back a few steps without taking any damage. Hardening. HMPH. You have some knowledge. Onoki snorted coldly, his face sharpened, chakra burst out suddenly, and his body disappeared with a whoosh. What about people? Where? Yizan was stunned, and the next second, Danzo's roar came into his ears. Be careful, son. He is in heaven. The terrifying chakra landed from the sky, and the crisis of death flooded into his mind instantly. Yizan shivered all over, and without thinking about it, the chakra changed quickly. Raiden Thunder Style Mode, on. Doden Earth Style, Super Weighted Boulder Jutsu. Boom. The earth with a radius of 50 meters was directly overturned, and the natural disaster-like earthquake forced Danzo to retreat back hundreds of meters again. Fortunately, Raiden Thunder Style exploded high, or else I really couldn't escape. Beside Danzo, Yizan quickly dissipated Raiden Thunder Style, and his muscles tingled for a while. Fortunately, he didn't use it for a long time, and his cells were not damaged. Forget it, Xiaoshuan, don't go there for a while. The gap between you and cage-level masters is too great. Even with these S-level ninjutsu, accidents are easy to happen. Let me come. Danzo condensed, afraid that Yizan would be slaughtered by Onoki due to his negligence. After seeing Onoki's strength, Yizan nodded solemnly. He knew that it was a very rare thing to fight Onoki with Jonan's strength for so long. While Yizan and Danzo were talking, the flying land gradually subsided. Onoki clenched his fists and slowly walked out of the smoke. His face was calm, but his eyes were fixed on Yizan, even directly. Ignore Danzo. Raiden Thunder Style Chakra Mode. I really didn't expect that I would meet a genius like you in my life. Onoki not only created the Futon Wind Style Mode, but also learned the Raiden Thunder Style Mode of 3 generations of Raikage, should I say. My luck, or yours? My misfortune. Hee, dwarf, why do you think it's my misfortune? Yizan laughed, but Onoki was not angry at all. He stared at Yizan seriously, and after a long time, he said word by word, you are unfortunate because you are a genius, and you will soon fall on this land. Quote. Arrogant. Spiritism. Nightmare taper. Boom. With a loud noise, a large amount of white mist filled the sky, and then, an extremely huge monster that looked like a bull appeared in Yizan's eyes. Damn it, is this the dream-eating beast, the dream taper? It feels bigger than the toad Wentai. Yizan raised his head, but he couldn't even see the head of the giant beast. Just the front hooves made him feel too big. Roar. The nightmare taper let out a loud roar, then opened its mouth wide and took a sharp breath. A terrifying 4.7 wind whistled, and everything within a kilometer in front of the nightmare taper was quickly sucked into its mouth. Can be used as a fighting partner by Danzo naturally has its strengths. The nightmare taper has a serious weakness and is very afraid of fire, but if you don't know this weakness, the nightmare taper is even more powerful than Yizan expected. A ferocious suction, even the cage-level powerhouse Onoki couldn't stand, and his body was sucked by the dream taper along with everything around him. Onoki wasn't afraid either. He squeezed his fist tightly, and, super weighted boulder jutsu, blessed his fist again, ready to hit the dream taper with one punch. However, at this moment, Danzo sneered, and his hands quickly formed a large number of Indian patterns. Futon Wind Style. Tornado Hurricane. Quote. Chapter 110 broke the book again. The violent tornado seemed to be able to tear everything to shreds. Onoki's face was solemn, and it was not until now that he understood that the psychic beast was only an attack, and the real attack came from Danzo. But, fuck, the output of the psychic beast is obviously much higher. If you block Danzo's tornado, you'll be devoured by psychic beasts. Onoki watched everything that was sucked in by the nightmare taper shattered. He didn't believe that he could survive from the nightmare's mouth with his flesh and blood. That is to say, I still have to blow up the psychic beast with this punch, and at the same time resist Danzo's attack. With my hardening technique against a powerhouse of the same level, shouldn't I die? No. And my attack. Ziz's thunder and lightning were harsh. Yizan clenched his fists tightly, and slowly pulled to both sides. After a while, a Raiden Thunder-style javelin flashing thunder appeared in Yizan's hands. Hee, the wind is not against the earth, but the Raiden Thunder-style is against the earth. Little dwarf, think about it again, who is it to resist? Yizan laughed, but did not hesitate to act. Seeing that the tornado was about to hit Onoki, Yizan suddenly stepped forward, jumped up, and threw the Raiden Thunder-style javelin with all his strength. Boom! A loud noise, Onoki bit Kiba and knocked the nightmare taper back to the psychic world. At that moment, the tornado hit, bursting with extremely powerful tearing and twisting, warping, and the Raiden Thunder-style javelin made by Yizan also fiercely flew over. Desperation, Onoki yelled and waved his hand towards the javelin. Puff! Sound, the thunder javelin wiped Onoki's ear and disappeared into the distance, and his palm was directly pierced by the javelin. Onoki, give me face and go back with your army. Yizan shouted, and while Onoki was torn apart by the tornado, he took out the chakra knife, used force again, and threw it several times faster than the thunder javelin. Thunderblade can also be thrown. Raiden Thunder-style Thunderblade. The chakra knife mixed with a lot of thunder penetrated the tornado and stabbed directly at the heart of Onoki. Under the extreme crisis, Onoki finally gave up the whole body hardening technique. All the chakras gathered their hands and used all their strength to hold the chakra knife. Hold it tightly in your hands. The unprotected body was completely submerged by the tornado. Even though Onoki protected his body again after blocking the chakra knife, he was already bruised and bloodied by the tornado. Right palm was pierced, his skin was split open, and the second generation Tsuchikage's life and death were unknown. Onoki's fighting spirit finally disappeared. He didn't even think about it, he immediately added a super lightweight rock technique to himself. Where to run? Onoki can fly, so can Yizan. Yizan immediately turned on the futon wind style mode to catch up, but was stopped by Danzo the next second. Stop chasing. You go alone, I don't worry. Indeed, although Onoki was injured, it was not something that Jonin could deal with. Yizan thought about it and finally dispersed the chakra. This tactic isn't absolutely perfect, but it's not bad. The second generation Tsuchikage wounded Onoki, and the book also exploded. Looking at the orange book falling in the sky, Yizan's face suddenly showed an excited look, and he didn't know whether the book was A-orange or S-orange. Kikyo City, a large number of ninjas buried traps and detonating charms on the hillsides, trails, and flat ground outside the city gate. Although Onoki was injured and fled, the Konoha Corps was crushed by the Iwagakure Corps, crushed in numbers, and crushed in ninjutsu. After all, Iwagakure Village is a semi-military management village, especially during wars. A group of trained the vegetarian ninja also used Doden, Earth style, to beat Konoha's various ninjutsu skills to the extreme, and they lost consecutively. The first head-to-head battle, Konoha lost 300 people, and Iwagakure killed a few people in the first sneak attack. In the subsequent head-to-head battle, only 100 people died, and the death toll was only one-third of Konoha's. In terms of high-level combat power, Danzo killed the second-generation Tsuchikage, and the high-level combat power of the two sides was equal. Now as long as they retreat to Kikyo Castle, relying on the continuous supply of ninja tools and the benefits of defending the city, it is not impossible to hold back the attack of Iwagakure Village. Last time, the ghouls you brought back from the Uzumaki clan were all sealed. Only 2 people learned the whole route. This time, we all tried our best to stop the second-generation Tsuchikage, so we stopped the second generation and let one of them use it. It's a pity that the ghouls were sealed away. The other one was originally reserved for dealing with Onoki, but I didn't expect it to die in the hands of the second generation. Danzo was not greedy enough, but Yizan pouted and killed the mighty second generation Tsuchikage at such a small price. Just be content. By the way, I remember that the second generation Tsuchikage has a very powerful stealth technique. How did you catch him? Yizan questioned. He remembered the second generation's ability to be completely invisible in the air in the original book. Ordinary cage level strong can't see it at all. This is very simple. You know my psychic beast, right? Dream Taper. Well, you have also seen the ability of the Nightmare Taper. It absorbs and smashes everything in a super large area. When I fought the second generation Tsuchikage, I summoned the Nightmare Taper from the very beginning. The moment he was invisible, the Nightmare Taper started to devour. The second generation Tsuchikage will either choose to show up or die in the mouth of the Nightmare Taper, so his invisibility is invalid to me. Smart. It turns out that you have already formulated your tactics. Yizan gave a thumbs up, expressing his admiration, but Danzo also smiled proudly. He has always been hit by Yizan, but for the first time compliment. Yizan and Danzo stood on the tower and blew the wind. After a while, Yizan sank his consciousness into the sea of consciousness. Look, what the hell did Onoki explode? Wow, sure enough, this is it. Appeared on the screen was one of Onoki's best tricks, Doden Earth style. Super weighted boulder jutsu. Open black lens bracket Doden Earth style. Super weighted boulder jutsu S orange 200 yuan bow close black lens bracket. Yizan is proud again. This is a unique trick that can strengthen the physical attack multiple times, but it seems that Onoki's waist injury is caused by using this trick too much. My current body and bones are not even comparable to that of Onoki in my old age. If something happens, my happiness in the second half of my life will be gone. When I think about the future and Tsunade's snapping, with a back injury, that kind of scene. Hi. Chapter 111_ in case of success. Super weighted boulder jutsu hurts the waist and kidneys, and if I use Onoki's Doden Earth style ninjutsu in front of everyone, I can't explain it even if I am a genius, it's better to sell it. Yizan decisively sold the super weighted boulder jutsu and got 200 ingots. After that, after thinking for a long time, he finally decided to upgrade Futon Wind Style mode and Futon Wind Style Spiral Thorn to purple. 2 purples cost 160 ingots all at once. Anyway, splurge, if you don't use up all the money, what is it called splurge? With a big wave of Yizan's hand, he used up the last 40 ingots to upgrade the Raiden Thunder Style mode to blue. As the level of ninjutsu increases, the effect should get better and better. Strengthening the Raiden Thunder Style mode allows me to have a stronger burst at critical moments, and the Futon Wind Style mode. Yizan's consciousness withdrew, the chakra revolved, and the Futon Wind Style armor instantly bloomed. He found that after upgrading to the purple level, the Futon Wind Style armor runs faster. That is to say, the spread of damage will be faster and faster, and it may reach golden color. Hundreds of ninjutsu techniques can all be counteracted. The spiral thrust is also good, the stability is higher, the rotation speed is faster. As long as I upgrade to gold, I will even dare to penetrate the earth. Oh no, it's piercing. Yizan, who was caught in a fantasy, smirked and wiped his saliva, only to realize that, at some point, hundreds of ninjas outside the city were all staring at him, and the strange gaze instantly made Yizan furious. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen people giggling and drooling? It's you. Look, go and dig traps. Yizan pointed at a Chunin and cursed, causing the poor Chunin to bury his head immediately. Then, Yizan raised his eyebrows and was about to scold everyone when the ninjas lowered their heads and did things at the same time, as if something had happened just now. Nothing happened. Humph. Yizan snorted unhappily, turned and left the tower, but he didn't know that when he left, the ninjas outside the city suddenly whispered. Seriously, I really don't see anyone giggling and drooling. I've seen it before. When I was out on a mission, I met a child in a remote town. He was dirty, smirking, and had snot and saliva. He was a bit like Lord Zahn. Hey, you are courting death. How dare you say that, Lord Zahn? Don't say it. If Danzo hears you, he will kill you in 7 minutes. 7 minutes. By the way, how did Mr. Danzo kill the second-generation Tsuchikage? I don't know, maybe some forbidden technique or secret technique was used. You said, Mr. Danzo really wants to unify the ninja world. It would be great if the ninja world was truly unified, and in the future, there would be no need to fight. In the Ninja World War, every battlefield is watched by the whole ninja world, and the outcome, good or bad, is pulling everyone's emotions. A few days later, the news of the death of the second-generation Tsuchikage finally spread throughout the whole ninja world, and the most important thing is that the second-generation Tsuchikage was killed by Konoha's Shimura Danzo in just 7 minutes. The whole ninja world was blown up, everyone was talking about it, and what was more, compared Danzo to the new Senju Hashirama, saying that Danzo was ready to unify the ninja world. Of course, the shadows of each village know what Danzo is, and because of this, they feel strange. What means and tricks did Danzo use to kill the second-generation Tsuchikage? No one knows. Even Sarutobi knows. He sent people to the front to ask Danzo, but got a reply with the word, secret. Danzo, who believes in mysticism, is becoming more and more mysterious, and his reputation in Konoha and even the whole ninja world is also elevated to ultimate at this moment. Remember, even if you provoke Hokage-sama, you can't provoke Shimura-sama. If you provoke Shimura-sama, Danzo-sama will kill you in 7 minutes. This sentence has been spread in the mouths of various ninjas in Konoha. It may be a bit of a joke, but Danzo's strength and influence have indeed been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Yizan just curled his lips in disdain for what was spread in the ninja world. He brought back the corpse ghosts from the country of the vortex, and he also came up with the way to deal with the second-generation Tsuchikage. Only Yizan, Danzo and Uzumaki Ryushin know that the corpse is sealed. This kind of thing is very mysterious and scary if you don't say it. If you say it, it's just like that. After all, it's just a forbidden technique. At this moment, in Kikyo Castle, Danzo, Yizan, Ino Shikacho and the Inazuka Patriarch were sitting in a room. Although the second-generation Tsuchikage was destroyed, the crisis was not resolved. I received news yesterday that Onoki directly succeeded the third-generation Tsuchikage on the battlefield. He used the death of the second-generation Tsuchikage to make a speech. The ninjas of Iwagakure village turned their grief and anger into strength. Not only did their morale not drop, but they became stronger and stronger. Victory! Nara Masao sighed. No one thought that Onoki would have such courage. As for his injury, it may be extremely terrifying in the eyes of ordinary people, but with the medical ninja around, this kind of injury will improve in a few days. The number of people in Iwagakure village is twice as large as ours, and there is a feeling that the underdog will win. The first wave of attacks is absolutely crazy and not afraid of death. Although the combat power has been raised to a level, it is not as invulnerable as before. Oh, not as invulnerable as before. Xiaoshuan, do you mean weakness? What weakness? Everyone was very surprised at Yizan's analysis. They only felt that the other party was stronger, and where could they see the weakness? Anger will affect judgment. They may not be afraid of death, but they may be negligent. I think, with the traps buried outside the city, they can't stop their attack at all. The trap is withdrawn, play a big one at a time. If you fail, the big deal is to lose Kikyo Castle, but if you succeed. What if it succeeds? What if it succeeds? Yizan's sale of the offense caused serious curiosity in everyone's hearts. They wanted to know what way Yizan had come up with to stop the Iwagakure ninja, who was sure to win. Everyone opened their eyes and waited for Yizan to answer, but Yizan just smiled and got up and left the room. I'm dozing off, go to sleep first, and I'll tell you when I wake up. Chapter 112_Quarter Army. Although the country of fire is the country with the best land resources in the whole ninja world, it does not mean that all the territory is flat. There is a tall mountain range that runs across the fire country area with northeast and southwest orientations, stretching for hundreds of miles. If you want to pass directly through the mountains, the only entrance and exit is Kikyo Castle. More seriously, Kikyo Castle is a natural barrier between the land of earth and the land of fire. Whichever country occupies it will gain an absolute advantage. Kikyo Castle is located in the mountains, but this place is several times shorter than other places, and the terrain is not so rugged. In order to facilitate transportation, this city existed hundreds of years ago in the era of samurai. But today, Kikyo Castle is different. Countless civilians were driven away, and those who were unwilling to leave were stunned and dragged away by the ninjas. Konoha ninjas have always been peaceful and humble in character. They were completely overthrown here, and a large number of civilians shouted, but Konoha ninjas performed their tasks with a cold face and merciless, driving away, dragging away, and even using iron rods to drive them away. Is this still a Konoha ninja? Everyone doesn't believe it. Even they themselves can't believe that they did 677 to drive out the civilians, but who dares not to execute the orders of Lord Danzo? Slaughtering the second-generation Tsuchikage, Danzo is the most popular cage-level powerhouse in the ninja world, and the increasingly powerful gaze has also made all ninjas feel more pressure. Danzo couldn't get through, but the Konoha ninjas couldn't bear to drive the civilians away. They found the patriarchs of the Ino-Shika-Cho three families, hoping to persuade Danzo not to do such cruel things. However, the four clan leaders Ino-Shika-Cho and Inuzuka gave orders to the ninjas of their own clan at the same time, obeying Danzo-sama's instructions with all their might. Everyone thought that the patriarchs of Ino-Shika-Cho feared the power of Danzo, and some commoner ninjas with the character of the Virgin even turned against it. I quit. Although I am a ninja, my family is also a commoner, and my parents are commoners. Compare my heart. If it was my parents who were expelled, would I be able to do it? Can I do it? He desperately persuaded the ninjas. Maybe some ninjas began to be tempted and wanted to resist Danzo's decision, but when Danzo came out with a sullen face, everyone's expressions changed greatly, their heads bowed, and they quickly drove away the civilians. Konoha doesn't need ninjas who disobey orders, and next time, when missing nin disposes. The icy gaze, cage-level aura, Danzo's mere words made everyone tremble in fear, and the thought that he must not disobey the order came into being. Even the most rebellious civilian ninja bowed their heads in fear. They knew that Danzo was different from Sarutobi. Danzo was ruthless, saying one is one, saying that when missing nin is disposed of, he will dare to kill you on the spot. With the joint efforts of more than 700 ninjas, the civilians of Kikyo Castle were dispersed in just half a day. Subsequently, more than 100 ninjas who were good at Doden, Earth style, were divided into groups to perform secret missions, and more than 100 people who were good at Kaden, Fire style, were divided into groups. Style ninjas are divided into batches, and more than 100 who are good at Suiten, Water style, are also divided together. All Doden, Earth style, ninjas temporarily form a new army, led by Akamichi Torima and Yamanaka Tenichi, and perform top-secret missions. All Kaden, Fire style, ninjas are led by Nara Masao and Inuzuka to perform top-secret missions. All Suiten, Water style, ninjas are led by Gen Shimura on top-secret missions. Quote. Lord Danzo, what about us? The speaker was a ninja who was good at Raiden, Thunder style, Futon, Wind style, and Taijutsu. Danzo turned his head to look at Yizan, and then said in a deep voice, you guys are mixed into a small army, and I will lead the team and execute them. Top secret mission. More than 700 ninjas are divided into 4 small corps, and all are top secret missions. All the ninjas froze in their hearts, knowing that Mr. Danzo is ready to come. What is a top secret mission? That is the type of mission of the highest specification for Konoha. This kind of task is only known by the person in charge, and not even the members are allowed to know. It is a type set up for fear of leaking a bit of information. Only at the last moment will the team members know what the task is. 700 ninjas present, less than 1 in 10 had ever performed such a task. They understand better that once the mission is set to top secret, it means that the importance of this mission has risen to the level of national security, and in the current confrontation with the land, this top secret mission means that it has a great possibility to change the entire battlefield. The ending. Top secret mission. The division of the Legion, the ninjas of the same attribute are together, and everything represents the unusual. Under such an inexplicable situation, there was an emotion in everyone's heart, which was a slowly rising morale, a very strong excitement. As expected of Xiaoshuan, he deliberately designed it to be the unique mysticism of Danzo-sama. Did it boost morale in an instant? Nara Masao was a little ashamed. He didn't expect that as the patriarch of the Konoha think tank clan, he would be suppressed by a child in making plans. But anyway, as long as this war can be won. Thinking of this, Nara Zhengshang suddenly felt a sense of pride. He waved his hand, raised his head and shouted, "The Cadent Fire-style Legion, come with me." An order. More than 100 Kaiden Fire-style ninjas quickly left Kikyo Castle following the footsteps of Nara Masao and Inuzuka. Doden Earth-style Corps, come with me. With another order, Akamichi Torima and Yamanaka Tenichi took Doden Earth-style ninjas into Kikyo Castle. Then, Yizan nodded towards Danzo, waved his little hand, and a brilliant blue light burst out from his body. Sweden Water-style Legion, follow me. A gust of wind swept through, and Yizan flew directly into the sky, like a meteor, and left Kikyo City with a whoosh. Wow, Lord Zan can actually fly. As expected of Mr. Danzo's son. Everyone, hurry up and follow Lord Zan. A Sweden Water-style ninja shouted and took the lead in chasing the Cyan Light group. The more than 100 Sweden Water-style ninjas who were still standing were slightly taken aback. Yizan's footsteps. The three small legions left, leaving Feng, Lei, and Taijutsu ninjas in place. Danzo silently glanced at the Doden Earth-style ninjas scattered in Kikyo City, waved his hand, and led the crowd to the city wall. 400 of us, guard the city. Chapter 113 Everything is a trick. A day later, the Legion of the Land of the Earth arrived at Kikyo Castle. Shimura Danzo. A roar, Onoki and nearly 2,000 ninjas stood on the flat ground outside Kikyo Castle. He opened his eyes angrily, blood shot in them. Underdogs must win. All the ninjas in Iwagakure village exuded a breath of sadness because of the death of the second-generation Tsuchikage, but they looked at Danzo with strong anger and hatred. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. Onoki, you don't need to talk nonsense here, and you don't need to make any declaration of justice. Seriously, this is the territory of my country of fire, and you are all just a bunch of ugly invaders. Why do you have to pretend to be so holy? What if you kill the second generation? If you don't agree, just kill me. Danzo's face is calm and his voice is calm and strong. Does Onoki want to play tricks with him? Isn't that courting death? Just one sentence made Onoki's face change slightly. You must know that once the motive changed from righteous revenge to aggression, the nature of the whole incident changed. Onoki found that the mood of the ninjas behind him had changed a little. No, can't delay any longer. Hit directly. Thinking of this, Onoki's face turned ruthless, and he shouted loudly, kill. Capture Kikyo Castle, tilde. Doden Earth-style. The art of the iron cannon. Doden Earth-style. Rock lodging destruction. Doden Earth-style. Rip and turn palms. Trained Iwagakure village ninjas stood in a row and attacked the Konoha ninjas on the city walls and towers at the same time. The characteristics of Kikyo Castle, which is easy to defend and difficult to attack, are displayed here. No matter how wide the flat outside the city gate is, it can only accommodate 200 people lined up in a row, while the remaining more than 1,000 people can only stand stupidly behind their comrades in a daze. They could not release ninjutsu towards their teammates. 200 ninjas from the village of Iwagakure performed magic at the same time, and the entire city wall roared violently, and on the tower, all the Konoha ninjas hid behind the protective fence, not even daring to lift their heads. As if discovering a fighter plane, Onoki glanced left and right at Kikyo Castle, his eyes lit up, and he waved and shouted, 300 people climbed from the rock on the left, 300 people climbed from the rock on the right, and there are 2 rows between us. The front row squatted and used the ripper to turn their palms to continue attacking the city wall, while the back row stood up and used rock iron cannons to attack the city tower, suppressing them and unable to lift their heads. Quote. An instant, the entire siege battle was reversed in an instant. At least those who could participate in the war were chunin. These ninjas have long learned to climb trees and tread water, cover the chakras on the soles of their feet, and easily climb the rocks. 300 people on the left and 300 people on the right. A total of 600 ninjas stepped on the uneven rock, suspended in the air dozens of meters high, and rushed towards the city wall in an arc. Danzo also discovered this, and immediately made some people scattered on both sides of the tower to defend against enemy attacks. At the same time, Kikyo Castle is facing the forest 5 kilometers away in a straight line. After a group of ninjas spared a lot of time, they quietly came here. Reporting to Mr. Masao, we checked it carefully. Before the ninjas from Iwagakure village arrived at Kikyo Castle, they passed through this forest. Their troops of nearly 2,000 people did not clean up any traces at all, and the speed was fast and fast. The ninja's report made Nara Masao nodded with satisfaction, and then he took out a storage scroll from the ninja bag at his waist, and more than 100 other ninjas also took out the storage scroll at the same time. Boom! There were more than 100 white mists, and a large iron bucket appeared on everyone's storage scroll. Then Nara Masao waved, and the ninjas scattered with the iron bucket. At the same time, Kikyo Castle is directly facing the river bank 8 kilometers away, and a group of ninjas came here. Reporting to Master Zan, we checked carefully. Before Iwagakure village ninjas arrived at Kikyo City, they passed this river. There are many messy footprints on the bank. Their troops of nearly 2,000 people did not clean up at all, and the speed was fast. Hurry up again. Very good. Nodded to several demonic illusion-type ninjas. Soon, a transparent barrier with a width of several hundred meters rose up, and the whole space began to twist-warp. After a while, Yi-zan and 100 ninjas disappeared. No, the river is flowing and the branches are swaying in the breeze, as if no one has ever appeared. The battle in Kikyo Castle is getting more and more intense, and outside the city, Onoki and Danzo are fighting fiercely. How could more than 400 ninjas defending the city beat nearly 2,000 ninjas from Iwagakure village? The left and right city walls were eroded by ninjas rushing on the rocks, and the Iwagakure ninjas on the front stopped using ninjutsu, and a swarm of bees stepped on the city wall and rushed up. Konoha's ninjas suffered heavy casualties. Danzo's face became colder and harsher, and Onoki, although he had already discovered that Yi-zan and half of the Konoha ninjas were missing, but he was just proud. He thought that Yi-zan only escaped with half of the Konoha ninjas. Shimura Danzo, I have to say, your method is very good. Use half of the ninjas to defend the city, and the other half to escape back to Konoha to recuperate, and you even specially sent your son away. He, I know, with your army of only 700 people, how dare you fight against my Iwagakure army? Onoki was proud, and his fighting power became stronger and stronger. He thought that Danzo's face was caused by the defeat, but he didn't realize that in the depths of Danzo's cold pupils, there was a trace of anger and cruelty. Onoki, call it your name, be proud of it. Let's see how proud you are. There were less than 200 of the more than 400 ninjas guarding the city, and Danzo suddenly burst out with a terrifying chakra, as if to fight Onoki desperately, with a hideous face. Going desperate. Ha 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 ha, I'm sorry Shimura Danzo, this war is won by my country, and I won't fight with you. Onoki laughed and quickly retreated to the back, while Danzo's grim face suddenly closed, turned around, and quickly rushed towards the city. Retreat. Everyone, retreat. Danzo's loud roar made the Konoha ninjas defending the city desperate, and their morale collapsed instantly. They broke out chakra at the same time and followed Danzo's footsteps to escape. Ha 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 ha, Shimura Danzo, I said how could someone like you be desperate, it turned out to be running away. I didn't expect you to have today. Come 300 people to follow me, and the rest will take over the city, Kikyo Castle. I'm going to make an appointment. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 114 Iwagakure Ninja cried. Danzo rushed out of Kikyo Castle with 200 defeated soldiers and fled in the direction of Konoha, while Onoki and 300 imposing ninjas chased them wildly. For about 2 kilometers on both sides, Danzo suddenly stopped, and although the 200 defeated soldiers did not understand why they stopped and waited to die, the majesty of Danzo also stopped. What's the matter, Shimura Danzo? Stop running. Onoki's face was laid back, as if he was playing Danzo as a mouse, but Danzo just sneered twice. His tone was calm, with a hint of strangeness. Onoki, do you know what we Konoha have the most? What's the most? We, Konoha, have the most money. The country of water collapses. You know, we Konoha now have money. We have money that we can't use up. In this war, we dare to spend arbitrarily and lose our family arbitrarily, because we have money. Danzo's words made Onoki feel a sudden fear in his heart. He didn't understand why he was afraid, but he suddenly panicked. Something's wrong. When I just chased down Danzo, why was there no one in Kikyo Castle? Isn't this a strategic old town built for hundreds of years? What about the civilians in it? Onoki was startled, and in the next second, a loud, earth-shattering sound, like a volcano, like a magnitude 10 earthquake, directly shook Onoki to the ground. Boom boom boom. Violent explosion, violent to the ultimate explosion. Onoki shook his body, his eardrums buzzed, his head dizzy, as if the whole world had lost its voice. He raised his head and stared blankly at Kikyo Castle, his pupils losing color. Explosion, fire, earthquake. It resounds for hundreds of miles. Even the village of Konoha, 100 miles away, felt the shock. Sarutobi in the Hokage office suddenly stood up and rushed out of the Hokage building, seeing nothing but staring into the distance. What happened? That night, Danzo burst back from the front line with all his strength and packed all Konoha's inventory of detonators into a storage scroll and took them away. What happened? Sarutobi didn't know anything, but he vaguely felt that this shock was transmitted back from the front line hundreds of miles away. Although this is absolutely impossible, he has this feeling, which belongs to the sixth sense of the strong. Sarutobi didn't know, but Onoki did. He opened his eyes wide, and the picture reflected in his pupils can make anyone in this world horrified. Explode. Collapse. The Kikyo Castle, which had been established for hundreds of years, and the surrounding Shili Mountains, all collapsed. Although this is only a tiny part of the entire mountain range, this is a mountain range. Onoki's eardrums were already bleeding from the endless vibrations and loud explosions, and he didn't even run chakra because he simply couldn't accept the fact. Insane. Insane. He yelled, knelt on the ground and cried bitterly. The entire Kikyo city and the mountains were blown up. How many people could escape from the ninja army he brought? Blow up mountains with 100,000 detonators, only a Doden Earth-style ninja can do it. At this moment, Akamichi Torima and Yamanaka looked at each other with expressions, and after a while, more than 100 Doden Earth-style ninjas gathered from all sides. This is a detonating talisman inspired by chakra. Each detonating talisman is buried in the depths of the earth by Doden Earth-style ninjas. Under Kikyo Castle and in the mountains, 100,000 detonating talismans are densely buried. If placed in the 21st century, 100,000 bombs would explode at the same time, blowing up the foundation and the foundation of the mountain, which would cause the entire Kikyo city and the surrounding Shili Mountains to collapse. Akamichi Torima and Yamanaka Tenichi had blood flowing from their ears, mouth and nose. Not only them, but also hundreds of Doden Earth-style ninjas were very close to Kikyo Castle in order to detonate the detonation charm. Chakra protection, but also injured by the shock wave generated by the explosion. Konoha Doden Earth-style Legion hiding outside Kikyo Castle is so miserable, and the Iwagakure village ninjas inside Kikyo Castle are even worse. No one thought that Kikyo City would collapse, and no one thought that someone in this world would dare to blow up the entire city. Kikyo Castle, which was built on the mountain, collapsed together with the mountain. Except for the more than 400 people not far from the city gate, all the rest of the ninjas were killed. The morale of Iwagakure village should be completely collapsed, so let's move on to the next step. After Akamichi finished speaking, he took the Doden, Earth-style, army to the gate of Kikyo Castle. Such a big explosion would not necessarily wipe out the entire Iwagakure army, and their next step was to chase those who lost morale and almost collapsed. The remnants of ninja. The Iwagakure ninjas collapsed. When the 100-strong army led by Akamichi Torima rushed up, the 400 Iwagakure ninjas who survived did not dare to fight. They walk in a straight line, which is human instinct. When they are so frightened that they lose their minds, they will subconsciously choose the nearest and most familiar path to escape. The straight line between the 2 points is the shortest. That's how they marched to Kikyo Castle in the first place. At this moment, they naturally use the same reason to escape. 2 kilometers, 3 kilometers, 4 kilometers, 5 kilometers. When the group of Iwagakure ninjas fled to the forest 5 kilometers away from Kikyo Castle, a strange smell poured into their noses. Most people didn't notice it, but only a few people noticed. Hey, wait a minute, everyone. This smell, so familiar. One of the elites, Jonin, was a little puzzled, and the one next to him, Chunin, immediately took over. I remember this smell. I was born as a commoner, and I have the smell of this oil at home. Many commoners have it. What? Did you say oil? 0.4. The elite Jonin was startled, but before he could react, the next second, voices rang out from all directions in the forest. Kaden, fire style. Great fireball jutsu. Kaden, fire style. Phoenix Sage fire technique. Boom boom boom. Beidou Kaden, fire style hit, and the flames rolled up into the sky. The flames moved along the oil poured on all the big trees and the ground. Almost instantly, the entire forest ignited. Ah! Desperate screams. Howling in pain. Iwagakure ninjas, who were about to collapse, were tragic again. They were enveloped in flames in all directions. Pieces of forest, many ninjas had been ignited by the flames and turned into burning people screaming. Escape. We must escape. Chapter 115_Big Win. Wow, Lord Zan, there is a fire a few kilometers away. They really escaped. Kikyo Castle was facing the river 8 kilometers away, and a ninja was full of excitement. Nonsense. Kikyo Castle has collapsed, and there are countless casualties. From the analysis of human instinct, their escape route will definitely run this way, and the fire is so big, do you think I don't have eyes? Yizan picked up a dog's tail grass and hit the ninja beside him. The fluttering grass had no weight, but the ninja echoed the cry of, oops, oops, which made Yizan laugh immediately. I said you were very interesting. What's your name? Lord Weishuan. My surname is Zhao, my first name is Jigang, and I have the same surname as Kakuzu, a strongman in the ninja world more than 10 years ago. Oh, you know Kakuzu. Hey, after all, a surname like mine is too rare, so I made a special inquiry, only to find that such a strong person has appeared. Oh 5. Yizan nodded clearly. Many people have this habit, especially with rare surnames. Even if they don't know each other, they may hit it off right away. Zhaodagang, isn't it? You are very good. After retiring, you can become a comedian. Looking at the ninja's fat body and bald head, Yizan smiled, then restrained his emotions and focused his attention on the front of the forest. Attention! The waste remnants of Iwagakure village are coming. Everyone backs up into the river. I call for hands, and you hand seal in turn. After Yizan finished speaking, hundreds of Sweden, water-style, ninjas retreated into the river at the same time. Due to the demonic illusion barrier, the outside world could not see anyone inside at all. Hyuga Soji, report the distance. 1000 meters, 800 meters, 500 meters, 300 meters. Water Dragon Bullet Hand Seal. Yizan shouted loudly, and after a second pause, he continued, Great Waterfall Hand Seal. A dozen to 30 complex stamps were finally completed at the same time due to the timing of Yi Zan's command. Then, Yi Zan formed a stamp with both hands, and the heart of the strong was attached. Sweden, water style. Great waterfall technique. Quote. Sweden, water style. Water dragon bullet. The demonic illusion barrier was shattered when the first Iwagakure ninja broke in. At that moment, the overwhelming water was 100 meters high and 1,000 meters wide. Hundreds of Sweden, water-style, ninjas used it at the same time, creating an absolutely irresistible effect. Power. The idiots of Iwagakure village, give me a face, all kneel down and surrender. Boom. Countless screams, countless roars of despair, the violent ocean generated hundreds of tons of collision force, and instantly shredded the dozens of people in front. In front of such an ocean, the manpower seemed extremely insignificant. In just a few seconds, from the last 100 or so ninjas who escaped from the flame forest all turned into corpses. Tisk, you said to give me face, but you all didn't kneel and surrender tilde. Yi Zan laughed. Yuhi color force field brought back more than 100 skill books to his mind. He jumped happily a few times, and sent a war money. Kikyo Castle collapsed, the Iwagakure core was almost dead, and Onoki, who had no intention of fighting, fled with the last 300 people. If they didn't run away, once they were surrounded, maybe the last 300 people would have to die. Of course, it is impossible for a ninja village to have only 2,000 ninjas. These 2,000 people are just the vanguard army of Iwagakure village. Onoki to attack again without 2 or 3 months. Everything went so smoothly, even the people at Konoha couldn't believe it. You must know that the front line of the Kingdom of Wind had just had its first confrontation at this time. The Konoha Corps without cage-level powerhouses was defeated. The front line of the Kingdom of Thunder was beaten by the ninjas of Kumogakure village because of the small number of people. On the contrary, the most difficult front of the land of the country defeated the opponent in only half a month. When Danzo returned to Konoha with the remaining 500 ninjas, the whole Konoha boiled over. Not only Konoha, but when the whole ninja world learned that Danzo had audaciously bombed Kikyo Castle and had 2 attacks in advance on the escape route of Iwagakure village, everyone took a breath, for Danzo's strict thinking logic and courage shocked. Aside the remarks from the outside world, at this moment, in the Hokage building. Do you think I don't know? What kind of person are you? I still don't know. If you had the courage, I wouldn't take the initiative to propose and be awarded the position of Hokage by teacher Tobarama. Quote. Sarutobi's words made Danzo's face suddenly gloomy. He glanced at Yi Zan who looked like he was watching a play and eating melon seeds. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he said in a deep voice, Sarutobi, don't use what happened back then to irritate me. Back then Tobarama when the teacher proposed to cut the post, I was going to cut it, but you took the lead. I have always been very courageous. Quote. Don't be funny, who was biting Kiba and struggling with sweat on his head. You think I don't know? Do you think Mr. Tobarama didn't see it? I just knew you didn't dare to break it, and then I came out. Sarutobi took a heavy puff and grinned triumphantly, while Yi Zan didn't help Danzo to speak, and it was hard to see the two of them fighting each other. These black histories are very precious. Humph. Sarutobi, you don't have to provoke me in front of Xiaoshuan. Yes, I was afraid of going to the post, because I would definitely die after I cut it out. Who isn't afraid of death? And, although it was you who started out, it wasn't Tobarama-sensei who went there in the end. After the break. For this matter, Danzo has been brooding. He didn't expect that Senju Tobarama had already made up his mind to die, and when he said that, he was just testing himself among the 6 to see who had the courage to take over Hokage's place. He has always believed that as long as the fear was overcome in a few seconds at that time, the position of the 3rd generation of Hokage must be his own. Okay, old friend, let's not let the juniors see jokes, let's get down to business now. We've been fighting side by side for so many years, I still don't know you. It's not your idea to blow up Kikyo Castle. Nara is a masculine character. Being cautious, it is impossible to come up with such a wild idea, so. Sarutobi looked at Yi Zan with a smile, and said confidently, Xiao Zan, is that you? Chapter 116_Sister, go and fetch my clothes. The Iwagakure vanguard was nearly wiped out, but Danzo was busier. There are more than 10,000 ninjas in each ninja village in the 5 major countries. The land of the earth, which has been defeated, needs a period of time to recover its morale. Not only that, because the Kikyo city, including the Shili Mountains, has completely collapsed and cannot pass, the country of the earth will attack next time. The attack on Konoha will have to bypass the mountains completely, and the supply issues in it are also very difficult. The land of earth is nothing to worry about for the time being, but on the land of thunder, because there are too few Konoha ninjas, and the Hyuga and Uchiha clans are fighting each other, the entire front has been pressed again and again, losing several important strategic locations in a row. 3 days later, Danzo set up a large army of 2,000 people and drove to the front line of the Kingdom of Thunder. As the war continued to escalate, the investment of several major countries will only increase. Ninjas, ninja tools, food and grass, anyone is very important. This is also the reason why the Land of Water directly withdrew from the war, and Konoha received a steady stream of material support because of the 210 billion funds provided by Yi Zan. Danzo went to the front of the Kingdom of Thunder, but Yi Zan didn't follow him. He cried, made trouble, hanged himself, and would not go with Danzo if he wanted to die alive. Yi Zan planned to form a legion by himself to go to the front of the Kingdom of Wind to see his baby Tsunade. The Kingdom of Wind had a difficult fight, and Sarutobi quickly approved Yi Zan's proposal, but the legion would be successfully formed tomorrow, so Yi Zan stayed in Hokage's office, for fear that Sarutobi would go back on it. In Hokage's office, Yi Zan sat on the sofa and ate apples. This sofa was requested by Yi Zan. Originally, the Hokage office only had Sarutobi's desk and office chair, but Yi Zan said that as a great man who supports Konoha's economic construction, it is necessary to install a sofa of his own in the Hokage office. For Yi Zan's great achievements' sake, Sarutobi nodded in distress and installed a sofa in the spacious and dignified Hokage office. Hitaki Tsukumo's injury healed. Yi Zan threw the apple core in the trash can, looked around, and then took the fruit belonging to Sarutobi from the desk. That's my banana. I'm busy with work today and need a snack. Sarutobi watched Yi Zan peel the banana and eat it, sighed helplessly, and said earnestly, also, you should call Tsukumo the minister. Lord. Oh, I see, thank you Hokage-sama for reminding me, so. Dead monkey, is Hitaki Tsukumo's injury healed? Quote. Sarutobi flipped through Byakugan and knew that he couldn't tell Yi Zan. Tsukumo's injury has healed a lot, but it's not over yet. It is estimated that there are still about 10 days. Tomorrow, you will bring a group to support Tsunade. The 3 generations of Kage's sand iron are very strong. They don't have Kage-level powerhouses. Kage was beaten badly. I don't need you to tell me this. Although Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru's cooperation is very strong, the gap in strength is always the gap. If Tsunade has 3 strengths and 2 weaknesses, I will hate you. Yi Zan waved his small fist, as if he was going to flatten Sarutobi with one punch. His vicious appearance immediately made Sarutobi feel aggrieved. I'm not allowed to eat sweets, a banana a day, I've worked so hard to get it, you bastard. The Lake Biwa in Sarutobi's mouth was naturally his wife, as if he had remembered something. Yi Zan suddenly froze. By the way, dead monkey, where's your son? How come I never saw your son? Yi Zan's words also made Sarutobi stunned for a while, and seemed to be a little emotional. He leaned on the office chair tiredly, and said slowly, he is the guardian of the 12 ninjas beside the daimyo, hey. This kid has always been dissatisfied with me. I think I'm all for the village and don't care about him at all. You were young when he left Konoha, so you haven't seen him. Sarutobi's words made Yi Zan a little weird. Before he had time to answer, Sarutobi continued to ramble. He doesn't want to come back, so I can't do anything about him. After so many years, I'm fine. After all, I'm busy every day, and I don't have much time to think about it. But Lake Biwa is uncomfortable. He has a son who won't come home. After a few years, she said that there will be another one, and the name has already been decided, and it will be called Sarutobi Asuma. Well, Yizan is powerless to complain. He really doesn't want to tell Sarutobi that your future second son will also run to be the guardian of the 12 ninjas. The Legion can only gather tomorrow. In the evening, seeing that Sarutobi was still working overtime to process the documents, Yizan smiled happily and specially told Sarutobi that he was going to eat ice cream later. Dead monkey, I also like sweets. You see, it's summer again, and it's a good time to eat ice cream. In a while, I'm going to eat strawberry ice cream, vanilla ice cream, and chocolate ice cream. Oh, I heard that it was released last year. Banana-flavored ice cream. I don't know if it tastes good. Under Sarutobi's pitiful gaze, Yizan twisted his butt and stomped out of the Hokage office. He went to the ice cream shop to buy a strawberry sundae, dug it with a small spoon, and bounced back home. Opening the door, a rush of water came into his ears. Yizan's eyes widened in surprise, and he didn't know whether it was Mawako or Kushina taking a bath. Yizan was still confused, but after a few seconds, he knew the correct answer. Maybe after washing, the sound of water disappears. The bare feet splashed the ground, and a naked girl walked out. She wiped her hair with a towel, tilted her head, and didn't even look at Yizan at the door. Sister, help me go to the balcony to get my clothes. On such a hot day, the clothes washed last night should be dried. She said, her head still did not turn to the door. Maybe the two sisters had already gotten used to this pattern in the past 2 weeks, and everything seemed normal. But unlike usual, there was no response from his sister at the door. Uzumaki Kushina turned his head, and his tone was a little dissatisfied. Sister, go and fetch my clothes, sister. Sister. She kept wiping her hair in a daze, and the whole person was stunned. Yizan was also holding a strawberry sundae stupidly at this moment, and the small spoon in his mouth had already fallen to the ground. Click. With a soft click, the door was opened again. Mawako, who was carrying a vegetable basket, was stunned for a moment. After seeing Kushina and Yizan, she immediately stepped back and left the door, pulling the door over with a bang. I'm sorry to bother you, that. You continue. Chapter 117_Gia. Sister, it's not what you think. This bastard, it's him. Hey, don't blame me, I'm just going home. What's my business if you come out like this? Bastard. Can't you say hello first when you come back? Do you have the self-awareness of your guests? Oh, I'm a guest. Whose house is this place? This is my house. Besides, I don't even bother to look at your physique. What? You said I wasn't murderous. Do you believe me? The rough-hearted Kushina was about to lift off her clothes, but was immediately stopped by Mawako. Then, as if she understood something, Kushina said angrily again, bastard. You just deliberately used words to run on me, just to see my murder. You stinky rascal, I hate you. Uzumaki Kushina squeezed Mawako away, and ran back to his room. Yizan helplessly spread his hands, saying that he couldn't do anything. Xiaozan, I'm going to cook, why don't you go and persuade Kushina? Want me to persuade her? How is that possible? She's a little tigress, how can I persuade her? As for Mawako's words, Yizan loudly refused, and then the door of Kushina's room 060 opened again. She glared at Yizan with yuhi in her eyes, and threw a doll on Yizan with all her strength. Boom. There was a loud bang, and the dust on the beams of the house floated down. Kushina closed the door again, and then there was no movement. That. Xiaozan, let me tell you the truth. Don't look at Kushina's usual carefree attitude. She is actually very shy inside. You will see her body as soon as you come back. and anyone will be angry if you change it. I know, but... Xiaozan, go and apologize to Kushina, okay. Okay. Yizan nodded, and knew that any girl would be angry if he did this kind of thing. Kun didn't see himself peeking at Tsunade taking a bath for the first time. Didn't he get bruised by Tsunade's beating? Kushina's room with a doll. He knocked on the door lightly, and then Kushina's angry voice came from the room. Don't come in. I don't want you to apologize. I hate you, rascal. Cut. Yizan pouted and pushed the door abruptly, pushing it open immediately. Asshole. Another puppet was thrown over. Yizan raised his hand to pick it up, and gently caught the puppet. Looking at Kushina's angry pretty face, he twisted his butt proudly. Come on, keep throwing it, Tilda. Asshole. Throw it again, I can catch it all, Tilda. Asshole. Come again, Tilda. Boom. With a loud noise, an iron box fell from Yizan's forehead. He stared at him stupidly, and after a while, a small bag swelled up on his forehead. Poochie. Looking at Yizan's stunned appearance, Kushina burst out laughing, but then she remembered something. She quickly retracted her smile, but the corner of her mouth had a slight curvature. Stinky bastard, get out. Humph. Female hooligan, you're a fool. I just said it's easy to use puppets. Smashed a lot of puppets in his hand. Rolled up. Click. The door closed softly, and the entire bedroom was silent. The feeling of being so silent to ultimate made Kushina's heart skip a beat. She closed her eyes and waited for half a minute, only to find that there was still no sound in the bedroom. Are you gone? Thinking like this, she slowly opened her eyes, and then a big face suddenly appeared in front of her, less than 10 centimeters away from herself. Dinner was eaten by 3 people. Kushina pouted and stared at Yizan with an unhappy face. She was frightened by Yizan's prank just now, and the face that suddenly appeared was so frightening that she still hasn't recovered. I've never seen a bastard like you. Thank you for the compliment, Tilda. Yizan laughed, picked up an eel rice ball and stuffed it into his mouth. It seemed that Yizan preferred eel rice balls, and Kushina suddenly took the plate containing the rice balls away. Yizan blinked his eyes suspiciously, and in the next second, Kushina shoved the rice ball on the plate into his mouth with a few bites. You bastard, I won't. Don't let you eat rice balls. Her cheeks were completely bulged into 2 balls, and she couldn't even speak clearly. Seeing Kushina's idiot-like behavior, Yizan helplessly stroked her forehead, picked up another plate of fried chicken wings, and nibbled. I just ate balls just for appetizers. I actually prefer fried foods. You asshole. Kushina immediately wanted to spit out the rice ball in her mouth, but Mawako glanced at it lightly, and she broke off the idea immediately. She knew that her sister was the type that was absolutely not allowed to waste food. Eating, Kushina rushed back to the bedroom angrily after washing the dishes. Yizan smiled and followed Kushina in again. Hey, little girl, are you still angry? Humph. Don't call me little girl. I allow you to call me Lord Kushina. Kushina was barefooted on the bunk, and because it was summer, she only wore a very short suspender, strap dress, and perhaps her trousers were very short because she was going to bed. Swept away by Yizan's gaze, Kushina directly wrapped the thin blanket around her body. Her face was Yuhi's face, and her little white feet were curled together. Stinky bastard, I'm going to bed. Well, I know, you just sleep on yours, and I'm standing here. What? You're standing here, how can I sleep? What if you plot against me? Get out. Kushina stared angrily. Yizan was still smiling. He turned to look at the living room, and found that Mawako entered her own bedroom, pushed it gently, and closed the door. Click. With another soft sound, the door was locked by Yizan, and then, he turned around and his smile became more and more evil. Stinky rascal, what are you doing? Seeing the smile at the corner of Yizan's mouth, Kushina was finally frightened. She curled up and lifted the bedding high, as if this could block Yizan's eyes. I'm going to the front of the country of wind tomorrow, so tonight. Let's sleep together. Little girl, you can't escape. Gia 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 Gia. Chapter 118 In the dark night, the blanket is moving. At night, the bedding is moving. Yuhi wooden furniture made a continuous, crunching sound. Whoa! With a soft sound, the cover was lifted. Taking a closer look, Yizan was actually sitting on top of Kushina. His face was pressed against a cute little hand, which made his cheeks completely squeezed into a flat shape. The little hand seemed to be exhausted, and the whole arm was shaking. After a while, the little hand began to shrink down, and Yizan's face moved down again. Stinky hooligan, are you finished? Can you take a break? Kushina's hand finally lost the strength. She moved her foot and pulled her foot out from under Yizan's butt, took over her hand, and resisted it hard. Yizan's cheeks. Kushina's little white feet were right next to Yizan's lips. Not long after the bath, there was still a faint soapy smell. Yizan's eyes rolled, and he suddenly turned his head and took a bite. Ah, woo, it hurts. A kiba mark destroyed the perfection of the toes. Kushina pouted in grievance, and the white little feet subconsciously retracted. Without the obstruction of hands and feet, Yizan was like a broken bamboo, and instantly fell on Kushina. The two were nose to nose, and their lips were less than 2 centimeters apart. I don't know what kind of state of mind. Kushina didn't continue to struggle, and looked straight at Yizan with big bright eyes. Huh, little girl, why don't you struggle anymore? Yizan took a deep breath. Their foreheads and backs were covered in sweat, and they were both out of breath after being wrapped in a bed in the summer of August. Nonsense. HMPH, isn't it just a kiss, you stinky rascal? It's not like you haven't kissed in the country of the vortex. If you want to kiss, kiss it quickly. Kushina simply gave up resistance. She closed her eyes slightly, her eyelashes were trembling, and her cheeks were piercing Yuhi. She was too shy. But at this time, Yizan was not in a hurry. His head backed a little, and looked at Kushina with interest until Kushina felt impatient and opened his eyes again. Hey, you're such a nuisance that you kissed me, what do you think? Kushina was angry and was about to resist again, but just as she was about to resist, Yizan suddenly lowered his head and pursed her lips. Kushina's eyes widened, her whole body froze, and she didn't know how long it took. After her kiba teeth were pried open by Yizan, her eyes gradually closed, and her eyelashes trembled, but she did not resist again. I don't know how long it took. Yizan slowly left her lips. He just stared at Kushina, but Kushina didn't dare to open his eyes. Hulala. The thin bedding was rolled up to cover the two of them. Yizan lay beside Kushina. One hand passed her neck and put her arm around her, and the other hand was placed on her flat belly, just like that. Go to sleep, we will leave at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Don't move around, if you dare to resist again, it will not be that simple. Tilda. Hearing the voice behind her ear, she turned her back to Yizan's Kushina face and nodded Yuhi Yuhi. She lay down quietly until a uniform grunt came from the side of her ear, then she breathed a sigh of relief, closed her eyes, and slowly into dreamland. The next morning, the sun was shining brightly, filling the room through the gaps in the blinds. Kushina was awakened by the sound of click, click. She half opened her eyes in a daze, rubbed her eyes with her fists, and then yawned lazily like a kitten. Half sat up, he stared at his feet suspiciously. Click. One after another, with each sound, his feet trembled slightly, and then, Kushina's eyes widened, and the drowsiness disappeared instantly. Meow. Like a cat frying, Kushina instantly retracted her little feet. She puffed out her face angrily, and stared at Yizan without blinking. Stinky bastard, you're too much. She saw that Yizan cut off her beautiful toenails one by one with a nail clipper, which she had carefully maintained for more than half a year. She felt so distressed that she almost cried. She was angry, but Yizan just shook the nail clipper regretfully and asked, "It's over soon, why don't you stretch your foot over? Got your big head. Die stinky bastard." She was furious and kicked Yizan with one foot, Yizan tilted his head and easily dodged the attack. Hee, I'm going to eat, put on your clothes and pants, wash up and eat tilde. Yizan made a face, and ran out of the bedroom, under Kushina's angry eyes. In the bedroom, Kushina was the only one left sad at his beautiful toenails. Eating, Yizan took 500 ninjas and a large amount of military supplies to the front of the Kingdom of Wind, while the front of the Kingdom of Wind, Tsunade and the army kept retreating. Under the situation, they can only fight and retreat, use the traps arranged by the new defense line to consume the enemy, and once the defense line is broken, they immediately choose to retreat. However, this time, Ren did not continue to attack. After occupying the previous position, Ren camped in place and stopped all actions. Why stop the attack? Tsunade doesn't understand, and soon an emergency meeting is called to bring together all the elite Jonin in the Legion. Just a few hours ago, Ren stopped attacking. What do you guys think about this matter? The new camp of the Tsunade Corps was simple and dilapidated. During the Sand Ninja attack, it was too late to pack the living materials, which also led to the worsening living environment of the Corps, and even medical bandages, medicines and other necessities seemed stretched. According to the current situation, the Konoha Legion will be destroyed in less than half a month at most, but Sand Ninja stopped, just camped in place, and did not take any action. Lord Tsunade, it's actually very simple. A member of the Nara family spoke. He stood up confidently and said, Lord Danzo killed the second-generation Tsuchikage in seconds, and the news of defeating the Legion of the Land of the Earth has spread throughout the entire country. Ninja World, Sand Ninja stopped, mainly because they were afraid of our support from Konoha. They will at least continue to attack us after confirming the movement of Lord Danzo. Nara Jonin's words shocked everyone present, but Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya, who knew the inside story, frowned. They know that when Danzo returns to Konoha, he will definitely go to support the Thunder Country front, which has been beaten even worse. Because of the Land of Wind, Tsunade is only the acting leader. The real leader is the cage-level powerhouse who is still recovering in Konoha, Hatake Tsukumo. Chapter 119 I saw Tsunade. Konoha Corps and Sand Ninja fought for 2 days at 2 strategic points less than 10 kilometers apart. Konoha didn't dare to fight. Sandren was unwilling to fight. The third-generation Kazekage was a cautious and cherished life. He was afraid that Danzo had already arrived on the battlefield, but he couldn't hide, and set up traps to wait for him. Be careful. Anyway, the Konoha Legion couldn't escape. Once he escaped, he could invade the Land of Fire at will, so he just had to wait quietly for a few days, and when things were clear, he could confidently destroy the Konoha Legion. And the Konoha Corps also understands this, so for the past 2 days, they frantically dig traps, bury detonating charms, and use all means to consume the Sand Ninja's power. Master Tsunade, our support is here. In the Konoha Corps command camp, a scout ninja brought exciting news. At that moment, all the ninjas in the camp stood up, and everyone's faces were full of excitement. However, after hearing the news, Tsunade, Orochimaru and Jiraiya not only did not get excited, but their faces became more gloomy. They know that Danzo can't come to the battlefield of the Land of Winds, so how much support is there now is also to send food to Shanin. At this time, instead of thinking about the war just now, she thought of Yizan. She frowned slightly, thinking about Yizan's movements. Lord Danzo supports the battlefield of the Kingdom of Thunder. Xiaoshuan should also follow him. That's fine. With Lord Danzo here, Xiaoshuan will not suffer any danger. Tsunade thought so, and heaved a sigh of relief, but the next second. Old Mother. Just in the tent, a familiar shout could be heard from far away. Tsunade's face changed slightly. Orochimaru's eyes showed surprise. Jiraiya clenched his fists tightly, biting Kiba's teeth at the familiar voice. Whoosh. A gust of wind blew up the large curtain of the tent. Looking at Yizan who rushed in from outside the tent, Tsunade sighed helplessly, raised his right hand, and pressed it against Yizan's face at once. Snapped. Spread Kiba's claws like a little lion, and his covered mouth made a muffled sound. Wife, can you let me go first? It's a shame. 500 ninjas brought by Yizan were integrated into the Tsunade Corps. Afterwards, Tsunade announced that the meeting was over. Except for Orochimaru and Jiraiya, the rest of the Jonin left the camp. Hey, Shimura kid, why are you here? The first person to speak was Jiraiya. He has been harassed by Yizan many times. Now he bites Kiba and gnaws his teeth when he sees Yizan. He wants to beat this kid. Me, of course I came to my Tsunade. Yizan snorted, ignoring Jiraiya, walked to Tsunade, and ignoring the presence of Jiraiya and Orochimaru, with a boo, he kissed Tsunade hard on the face. Little pervert. Tsunade gave Yizan a helpless look, and Yuhi's cheeks were dizzy. As soon as she heard Yizan's voice, she knew that Yizan was here for herself. She knows Yizan better, and in such a dangerous place as the Land of Wind, if it is not necessary, with Yizan's character, she will never come. Thinking of this, Tsunade's heart became more and more moved. She took the initiative to hold Yizan's hand. Yizan held back with a smile, and then raised his hand in a showy way. See, Jiraiya, this is the gap between us. I heard that your psychic beast is a toad. Isn't that right? The toad wants to eat swan meat. My Tsunade, is that what you can expect? Quote. Yizan's merciless ridicule suddenly made Jiraiya furious. He picked up the teacup beside him and was about to throw it at Yizan, but before he had time to make his move, the next second. Boom. A loud bang, Jiraiya fell to the ground dizzy, with a broken teacup beside him. All the tea in the cup was pouring on him. Humph. Jiraiya, if you dare to bully Xiaoshuan next time, I will beat you to death. Tsunade snorted softly, pulled Yizan and walked outside. When passing by Jiraiya, Yizan quietly grimaced at the other party, and Jiraiya burst into tears suddenly with anger. Woo, Tsunade, you are so biased. It's obviously the Shimura kid who scolded me, woo. Jiraiya and Orochimaru, a passerby who was crying on the ground, Tsunade and Yizan walked out of the station hand in hand, until there was no one around. Tsunade's face finally fell. Shimura-gen. The minister is here. Seeing Yizan's hilarious and quirky look, Tsunade couldn't say what she wanted to reprimand, but she sighed softly, her tone very melancholy. Little lecher, why don't you go to Leiji with Lord Danzo? The National Front. Do you know how dangerous my side is? If you have an accident, how do you want me to explain to Lord Danzo? Tsunade's worries are not unreasonable. After all, there are 3 powerful cages on the front of the Kingdom of Wind, and there is not even a cage-level master on his side. She was worried that Sharen would go all out after hearing the news of Danzo's absence. In that case, Tsunade couldn't take care of himself. How could he protect Yizan? Tsunade didn't know that Yizan had learned the futon wind style mode, and he didn't know that Yizan had a super chakra recovery speed and dared to come to the front of the Kingdom of Wind. Yizan's main purpose was Tsunade, but he would not use his small just kidding. Don't worry my wife, I learned the futon wind style mode half a month ago. I can fly, and I can even pretend to force you to fly. If you really want to escape, no one can catch us. Yizan gave a thumbs up, his face full of confidence, especially the bright smile and the light flashing on the edge of Kiba's teeth, as if full of vitality, with a convincing 3.9 charm. The confident appearance of a man attracts women the most, especially when he is in danger for a woman. Tsunade's heart is so moved that she opens her eyes wide, and her beautiful pupils sparkle with excitement. Xiaozan. Wife. Xiaozan. Wife. The two suddenly hugged each other, and the forest behind them seemed to have turned into the sunset and the sea, so romantic and warm. However, after only 2 seconds, Yizan pushed Tsunade away, holding his chin and frowning to himself. No, according to the situation just now, you should call my husband. Bang bang ping ping pong. Chapter 120_hardships on the front line. Remember, don't call me my wife in front of outsiders. As ordered. Don't kiss me. As ordered. No. Oh, Are you bothered by this woman? I'm your boss. Humph. Tsunade kicked the stone next to him angrily. The stone ripped through the air and shot through the tree 100 meters away. Yizan's neck shrank in fright, and he muttered in a low voice, I was originally a commander. The new acting commander of the front of the Land of Winds. This is the new identity that Sarutobi gave Yizan before leaving Konoha. The main reason is that Yizan's performance in the Land of the Earth was too exaggerated, and his strategies were one set after another. However, Sarutobi didn't know that Yizan's routine in the Land of Earth was just imitating Zhuge Liang's method of destroying the city and defeating Cao Cao's Warong Road. Played Shang. In the central tent of the temporary Konoha camp, Yizan sat in the first seat, with Tsunade, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and a large group of elite jonin seated below. I believe everyone knows that I, Shimura-zan, will succeed Tsunade as the new army commander. Everyone applauds. Yizan was in high spirits, but only a few people applauded. Tsunade pouted, and then a small fruit hit his forehead. Bastard! How dare you hit me with fruit? I'm sorry, I'm not a bastard. You can call me Lord Zan respectfully, and when I speak, I'm not allowed to show disdain and perfunctory attitude. Yizan raised his neck arrogantly, as if there were so many people around. He was the boss, but Tsunade just glared at everyone present, and then walked to Yizan's side with his fists, and he shuddered. Boom. Ooh. Yizan grimaced. He covered his head and looked up at Tsunade quietly. Before Tsunade was paying attention, he suddenly jumped up and held Tsunade's face, and then he leaned forward. Boo tilde. A soft sound, Yizan gave Tsunade a fierce kiss on the lips. With so many people watching, Tsunade's face turned Yuhi in an instant. Little bastard. I'll clean you up later. She glared at Yizan fiercely and returned to her position, her eyes scattered, thinking about how to clean up Yizan after the meeting. After the frolic, the atmosphere in the tent became solemn. Yizan's face was serious, and all the elite jonin were also serious, sitting straight on the chairs. Who is that? You, yes, it's you. Talk about the current situation. Yizan pointed at Jiraiya carelessly and puffed up his eyes with anger, but he also knew the seriousness of the current situation, and after hating Yizan, he said slowly, this month, we and Sha-Ren had about 6 offenses and defenses. The war brought about 800 people and lost 400 people. Half of the remaining 400 people were wounded, and half of the wounded were seriously injured. They need to find a place with good medical conditions for emergency treatment, otherwise it will be difficult for them to recover. What about the number of sand ninjas? What about high-end combat power? How many? There are 2,000 people, among them, in addition to the 3 generations of Cage, the cage-level powerhouse, the strongest is the quasi-cage-level powerhouse, Chiyo, the captain of the puppet special forces. What? Quasi-shadow? Wasn't Chiyo still an elite jonin when I was deep in the Land of Water? She broke through so quickly. Yizan was surprised, but he didn't know that Chiyo's breakthrough had a lot to do with him. That time, Yizan was deeply immersed in the country of water, and finally, because of Tsunade's rescue, he killed Ghost Lantern Yaoyu, the leader of the 7 ninja swordsmen. The psychological blow and the guilt of failing the mission made Chiyo work hard and officially promoted to the cage-level powerhouse. More. What else? In this sand ninja army, the vice captain of the puppet army, Ebizo, is also a difficult character, and in the entire sand ninja army, there are more elite jonin than us. If it is not for the traps and favorable defensive terrain to resist, we have long been defeated by each other. Jiraiya's words made Yizan frown deeply. He didn't expect that the front line of the Kingdom of Wind was so difficult. It wasn't a disadvantage as described in the intelligence, or when the intelligence described it, pornography and drugs could still stand it. Yizan glanced at Tsunade and Orochimaru. These 3 were geniuses, and they were apprentices taught by Sarutobi. They have been teammates for many years, and their combined strikes were extremely powerful. Unlike Konoha against the Land of Earth, Danzo was holding Onoki at that time. The difference between the 2 sides was only in numbers and ninjutsu, but now, the difference in strength between the two legions is too great, unless they use a natural disaster to attack the city again. Sand forbearance. However, there is nothing available on the front of the Kingdom of Wind, and since the collapse of Kikyo Castle, the legions of several major countries have been deeply vigilant in this regard, and it is difficult to have the opportunity to implement it. The tent fell silent again, and everyone watched Yizan silently, waiting for Yizan to give a solution. However, Yizan said that he was just an ordinary person in his last life. Although he used the information age of the 21st century to know a lot of knowledge, it is very difficult to move to the Hokage world to use it. This kind of pressure that everyone is looking forward to is really big. How can you win more with less and win with the weak 870? Think about it. How can you hold back Sharen? The current high-end combat power weak, and the number of people is also weak. This kind of situation, even Lao Mao can't solve it, right? Thinking of the legendary guerrilla warfare, Yizan immediately shook his head. The third generation of Kazekage is a big tumor. Most of the tactics used weak to defeat the strong. Since the opponent had cage-level powerhouses, they couldn't use it. But, what if I revamped guerrilla warfare? Thinking of a lot of strategic materials such as detonating talismans in the storage scroll, Yizan's brain started running fast. He was going to revise the version of guerrilla warfare to be more suitable for the Hokage world, and can be used specifically for ninja tactics. Everyone, I have an idea, but for now, this idea is not mature. I have always been cautious in doing things. Give me one night to think about it. The meeting will be held at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, then now. Let's end the meeting. Yizan's words were like a glimmer of light in the darkness. Although he didn't know if he could succeed, since he had an idea, it was a good start. Thinking of this, hope finally appeared on the faces of the elite Jonin present. They nodded to Yizan, then got up and left the tent one by one. Hokage give me a face, Chapter 121-140. Chapter 121-New Tactics. Late at night, Konoha makeshift station. Most of the ninjas were asleep, and a small number of patrolling ninjas were patrolling earnestly. They did not dare to relax at all because they were afraid of sand ninja attacks. Tsunade's tent was closed, but every now and then the candlelight inside could be seen through the crevices. Take a rest. The summer night was a bit sultry, and because the tent was tightly closed, it seemed even more stuffy inside. Tsunade put a teacup on the table, and then sat silently beside Yizan. Yizan's brows hadn't stretched since the meeting was over. There was a piece of paper in front of him, a pen in his hand, and the candle was dim and could only emit a faint light. He frowned and pondered, and only occasionally did he write a few words on the paper. On the left side of the table was a miniature map with a bunch of circles drawn on it. Tsunade pursed his lips and stared silently at Yizan's profile, staring at Yizan's serious expression, and couldn't help but feel a little distressed. Shaozan. What's wrong? Take a rest. Tsunade spoke for the second time, and Yi Shuenkai slowly recovered from his thoughts. He glanced at the teacup on the table, took a sip, leaned back on the chair tiredly, and slowly closed his eyes. I'll give you a rub. After Tsunade finished speaking, she got up and came behind Yizan, and placed her green fingers on Yizan's temple and several other acupoints. So comfortable. Of course, this is one of the results of my many years of research in medicine, specifically to relieve fatigue. Tsunade was a little proud, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She felt that it was a pleasure to be able to help Yizan when he was tired and distressed. The candlelight gradually disappeared, and a fish-mammed white gradually appeared on the horizon. Yizan was still sitting on the chair. He was in good spirits, even in high spirits. Tsunade yawned tiredly, leaning on Yizan's shoulder and smacking his mouth. Yizan chuckled, lowered his head, and pecked Tsunade's lips. Being kissed by Yizan, Tsunade woke up a little. She shook her head, only to realize that it was already dawn. Shaozan. Well, I've figured out a way, no problem. Yizan smiled, touched Tsunade's cheek gently, and then lowered his head again and pursed Tsunade's lips. At exactly 9 a.m., a dozen elite Jonin, who were good at strategy, walked into the tent, each with solemnity and doubts on their faces. At 9:30 a.m., the elite Jonin left from the big tent in the middle, with joy and excitement on their faces, and energy all over their bodies. 2 days later, all the Chunin will return to Konoha with their wounded comrades for treatment. Jonin, who specializes in physique, please stay, and the rest of the Jonin will return to Konoha with the large army. Soon, the entire legion was ordered, and some Jonin who were good at physical arts came to the group of elite Jonin. After the number of the legion was confirmed, Yizan quietly left the station with Tsunade and all the elite Jonin, as well as the ordinary physique Jonin. Yizan believed that as long as the 3 generations of Kazekage did not get news of Danzo's appearance from the front of the Kingdom of Thunder, he would never act rashly. Yizan brought 70 people, and they collected all the detonating talismans, kunai, shuriken and other ninja tools of the entire army. These 70 people were the people who participated in the battle plan. The departure of 70 people was quiet and mysterious. After all, the entire Konoha Corps increased to 900 after joining the 500 people brought by Yizan. With this group of people covering, the departure of 70 people was nothing at all. 2 days later, Yizan came back with 70 people, and then Yizan announced that the Konoha Corps retreated and returned to Konoha. The retreat of 900 people finally caught the attention of Sand Ninja. This kind of abnormality suddenly appeared, but the 3 generations of Kazekage did not take any action. He understood that it was absolutely impossible for the Konoha Legion to retreat. Will become the target of Sand Ninja's aggression. The Konoha Legion left, and the 3 generations of Kazekage immediately ordered to strengthen the defense. He felt that things were definitely not so simple. Unsurprisingly, that night, a large number of kunai with detonating talismans hit the Sand Ninja station, and a shocking explosion rang out. Ha 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 ha, I knew that the Konoha bastards were going to attack. 3 generations of Kazekage laughed proudly, surrounded by a large amount of sand and iron, and easily resisted the attack of the detonating talisman. Since the 3 generations of Kazekage issued an order to strengthen defense from the beginning, except for a few unlucky ghosts who were directly hit, the attack did not let Sand Ren how much to lose. Everyone, follow me and kill the Konoha chops. After resisting the kunai and the detonating talisman, the 3 generations of Kazekage took the lead in charging, and then 2,000 sand ninjas sprang up like mushrooms after the rain, swish, swish, piercing the sky and rushing towards the attacking direction. What about people? When these Jonin Chunin rushed out, only to find that there was no one in the open space. Only the 3rd generation of Kazekage stared at the distant forest with an ugly face. When he rushed out after resisting the detonating talisman, he happened to find a few black shadows entering the forest. At this moment, in the forest, Yizan fled wildly with 70 ninjas, and he didn't know how long he had escaped before Yizan slowly stopped. You guys, slow down. Sorry, Lord Zan. Apologizing to the few people who were seen by the 3 generations of Kazekage. They were half a beat after throwing the kunai. Even if the speed of the elite Jonin escaped, they were also found by the 3 generations of Kazekage. Pay attention to me next time. If anyone falls behind, just go back to Konoha. Yizan's stern voice made everyone's complexion look whole, and their hearts were extremely solemn. They don't want to be ordered to go back to Konoha. If they do go back, how can they still be in the Jonin circle in the future if the news spreads? After teaching a few people a lesson, Yizan took out a detonating talisman and kunai from the storage scroll. He took a breath, and seriously tied the detonating talisman and kunai together. Rest in place, a dozen of you will go to the sentry, and in 15 minutes, make a second sneak attack. Chapter 122_Crazy Sand Ninjas. Boom boom boom. A huge explosion occurred in the Sand Ninja station that had not yet reacted. The fire was soaring into the sky, and countless screams sounded. This time, the 3 generations of Kazekage are really stunned. It has only been 15 minutes, and the attack has come again. Seeing the ninja killed by the detonating talisman, the third-generation Kazekage was furious, covering his body with sand and iron, resisting the detonating talisman's attack, and rushed out frantically. Then, no one is there. Damn, do you think I won't dare to come in if you hide in the forest? Third generation of Kazekage was about to chase after him. He seemed to remember something, and he stopped abruptly. No, why did this group of Konoha chops suddenly change in the past 2 days? Did they deliberately anger me and let me pursue them? Could it be, Danzo is here, a trap is set? Thinking of this, the 3 generations of Kazekage stopped again. He bit Kiba tightly, turned around, and returned to the station. Everyone is on standby at all times. Strengthen patrols. As long as the enemy dares to come again, kill him directly for me. At this time, Yi-zan, who was hiding in the forest, breathed a sigh of relief. He figured out the psychological changes of the third-generation Kazekage from the beginning. With the help of Danzo's previous 790 momentum of killing the second-generation Tsuchikage, the cautious third-generation Kazekage will not act rashly. Very good, everyone is running fast this time, which means that they are getting used to this mode, and keep trying. We will set off in 15 minutes, but this time, we will not lose the explosive charm. 15 minutes later, the station that had just stopped boiled again, and the screams of killing in the distance made all the sand ninjas get up. Although they were a little tired in the middle of the night, they forcibly cheered up, in order to kill this group of Konoha chops. However, this time, there wasn't even an attack, and when they rushed out of the station, there wasn't a single one. A bunch of Konoha cowards, fight or not. Fuck, these Konoha dogs. What the hell are they trying to do? I don't know. Hey, I'm so tired, I'm going to bed. The sand ninjas were angry, and in the forest, Yi-zan and the others didn't even move. They just used Shadow Clone to shout to kill. After seeing the enemy coming out, they immediately released their clones. But this time, the third generation of Kazekage finally called more than 100 people to kill them in the forest. They're here, let's go. Seeing the sand ninjas rushing in from a distance, Yi-zan didn't want to fight at all, and ran away with the elite Jonins. When the sand ninjas entered the forest, Yi-zan and the others had already left the forest and disappeared without a trace. In this way, every 15 minutes, Yi-zan led the crowd to harass the sand ninja station, and used methods such as shouting and killing, detonating talismans, and kunai to keep attacking until 4 hours later. Rest in place, sleep, and a few other soldiers patrol, only give you 15 minutes of sleep time. When the time is up, immediately carry out the next round of attacks. After 4 hours of running around, these elite Jonins finally felt tired. A few leaned on tree trunks and fell asleep, while most of them still had no sleepiness and still spent time with their eyes open. Attack, flee, and soon, the whole day is over. Sharen was exhausted by Yi-zan's team and almost collapsed, but because Yi-zan's group were all elite Jonin and fast ordinary physique Jonin, they made Yi-zan and others run away every time. Damn it, Konoha, dog, I'm fighting against you. I don't believe it, you all don't sleep. 3 generations of Kazekage were furious at the station, and in another forest, Yi-zan issued an order again. Rest in place, sleep, another dozen people patrol, only give you 15 minutes of sleep time. When the time is up, immediately carry out the next round of attacks. The non-stop attack was even more exhausting for this group of elite Jonin, but they didn't speak, they didn't question Yi-zan's order, although they didn't understand the reason, they believed in Yi-zan. They do not know that this tactic of, work for 4 hours, sleep for 15 minutes, was created by Leonardo da Vinci, a very famous painter on Earth. This sleep method, known as Da Vinci sleep method, also known as multi-stage sleep, is a sleep method that divides the single sleep process that humans are accustomed to into multiple sleep cycles to reduce sleep time. This kind of sleep pattern is difficult to accept in the first 1 to 2 weeks, but this kind of unacceptable is just a psychological barrier that suddenly changes the living habits for decades. In fact, This method is completely executable. Using this method, Yizan could carry out almost uninterrupted 24-hour attacks. They kept attacking and tormenting the Sand Ninja's spirit. Under the threat of loud shouting and detonating charms, the Sand Ninja's spirit was always in a state of tension. Kazekage, who could catch up with the team, was afraid of Danzo's conspiracy and did not dare to pursue it further, and if he was really alone, Yizan wouldn't mind killing the third-generation Kazekage with the strength of 70 people. In this way, Yizan and 70 people started a very hard guerrilla war. They attacked the Sand Ninja Station every 15 minutes, making the Sand Ninja Station miserable and yelling constantly. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. For 3 full days, Yizan's team used the multi-stage sleep method to attack the Sand Ninja Station endlessly for 3 full days. Every Sharen's eyeballs were bloodshot, and the most important thing was that in the station, the murderous aura was getting stronger and stronger, and even the third-generation Kazekage was gradually unable to suppress the restless crowd. Lord Kazekage, why don't you do it? As long as you do it, it should be fine to stop them. Kazekage-sama, aren't you afraid? Look at the number of kunai and detonating charms each time. The number of opponents will never exceed 100, what are you hesitating about? Lord Kazekage, Boom. Another burst of kunwu exploded with a detonating talisman, and several sand ninjas who were in a trance because they hadn't slept for 3 days died of the explosion. At that moment, it was as if a barrel of explosives had been ignited, and the entire Sand Ninja Station went crazy. Kill these scumbags. Kill. No one is allowed to stop me. Those who stop me die. Lord Kazekage, you are a coward. Brothers, go, follow me, kill these rats. Chapter 123 Fully implement the 16-character formula. When the enemy advances, we retreat. When the enemy is stationed, we interfere. When the enemy is tired, we fight, and when the enemy retreats, we pursue. The strategic policy must be thoroughly implemented, and it cannot be rushed on impulse. Do you understand? Understood. In the forest in the southwest of the country of fire, Yizan kept escaping with 70 people, with nearly 2,000 sand ninja hanging behind him. Where is the third generation of Kazekage? Hyuga Hamasaki newspaper position. Byakugan. Open. Report to Zan-sama. The 3 generations of Kazekage are in the middle and rear of the Sand Ninja team. Hyuga Hamasaki turned his head and glanced at the large group of troops behind, and quickly confirmed the location of the 3rd generation Kazekage. Just like Yizan's guess, due to caution, the 3rd generation Kazekage did not dare to rush to the front. This group of idiots, without 3 generations of Kazekage to intercept, everyone is elite Jonin. Why do they think they can catch up to us? Jonin, a civilian who was speaking, and before Yizan spoke, another Nara ninja explained. It's very simple, because they've gone crazy and been attacked by us for 3 days. They've lost their minds, you haven't. Found out that each of them has a maniacal anger in their eyes. So they don't care if they can catch up to us or not, they just want to vent. The nearly 2,000 sand ninjas, there are elite Jonin, as well as Jonin and Chunin, and everyone's speed tilde is different. In order to hang everyone in the sand, Yizan's team kept throwing detonating talismans and kunai to the rear, forcing the fastest elite Jonin to slow down, while the quasi-cage level powerhouse Chio followed with a gloomy face next to the 3 generations of Kazekage. It is obvious that she is also afraid of Yizan's conspiracy. Dozens of people ran and 2,000 people chased. Soon, the pursuit lasted for half a day. The sand ninjas who had not slept for 3 days felt more and more tired. I feel tired, but my body and spirit can fully support it. Anger supported the sand ninjas in their pursuit. For half a day, the spirits of the sand ninjas began to trance. I don't know how long it took. Yizan's team rushed through a sheep's intestine. Circled. Arrived. Yizan's eyes narrowed. Everyone's faces became serious, and their speed was reduced by 20% again, as if after 3 days of attack, their physical strength had been exhausted to the limit. Konoha rats have slowed down. Ha ha, I just said, these rats beat us for 3 days and 3 nights, and their physical strength is almost exhausted. Brothers, it's time for revenge. Charge with me. The sand ninjas laughed wildly. When they didn't sleep for 3 days, they broke out again, and the speed increased a bit. However, when the sand ninja troops passed the sheep intestines, boom! There was a loud noise, as if there was a chain reaction, and the entire trail was destroyed by the endless flames spurting from the ground. Boom boom boom. More than 1,000 detonating talismans exploded at the same time, and the sand ninja in the center didn't even scream, and was directly blown to pieces. Back, back. 3 generations of Kazekage roared sharply, his eyes flashing with terrifying murderous intent. He hated Konoha so much that he wanted to rush over and kill the Konoha ninja immediately. Explosion did not blow up the 3rd generation Kazekage. He hid in the rear of the large army, and the terrifying explosion only killed a small section of ninjas in the first half. An explosion killed more than 100 people. In addition to the 100 people killed in the 3-day attack, Yi Zan's elite team of 70 people wiped out more than 200 sand ninjas unscathed. The explosion was like a basin of cold water, cooling down the entire sand ninja team. The comrades in arms were killed, and a small number of ninjas had stronger hatred and killing intent in their eyes, but most ninjas had a hint of retreat, even if they were beaten, let themselves and others sleep. When the first ninja finally started yawning, like a chain reaction, the entire sand ninja team started yawning. They looked at me, I looked at you, and could clearly see the dark circles and multiple eyelids of the other side. Then, or else, should we go back to the station? One of the Sandren's suggestions was quickly recognized by most people. The 3rd generation of Kazekage had a gloomy face at the moment, and slowly nodded in the face of the hopeful eyes of most people. Go back. Those who said, no one is allowed to stop him. Before, I remember you. If you still don't obey the order next time, don't need Konoha, I will take care of you personally. 3 generations of Kazekage scared everyone to shrink their necks, and then they remembered that they were too angry at the time, and they directly disobeyed the order and attacked. More than 100 people. Chunin started frantically and returned dejectedly, but they just turned around and prepared to retreat, and Yi Zan's 70 people actually ran back. If the enemy is tired, I will fight. If the enemy retreats, I will chase, and get them. Yi Zan smirked, hand sealed his hands quickly, tilted his head back, and took a deep breath. Futon, wind style. Vacuum Daiyu. Quote. Several huge wind balls roared towards the sand ninja crowd, only a few roars were heard, and 3 or 5 sand ninjas screamed and were blown away. The sudden attack made the entire sand ninja team bewildered. They stared at Yi Zan stupidly, and didn't react at all for a while. At this time, the ninjas around Yi Zan hand seal at the same time, except Tsunade and a group of strong taijutsu. All those who were good at long-range ninjutsu almost simultaneously launched their attacks. Kaden, fire style. Fire dragon fire bullet. Kaden, fire style. Fierce dragon flame jutsu. Doden, earth style. Toon gun. Futon, wind style. The art of wind cutting. Dozens of ninjutsu rushed in instantly, and the elite jonins of Sand Ninja were the first to react. Their expressions changed drastically and they quickly fled to the rear. Boom boom boom. The entire forest roared violently, and the screams sounded again. Dozens of Chunin and several overly stunned jonin died in this attack. This time, everyone's faces changed. Not fear, but getting angry again. They stared at Yi Zan with their eyes open to Yuhi, and probably understood that the things that happened these days were all caused by that kid on the branch in the distance. Damn Konoha rat. Avenge your comrade. Kill. Chapter 124 Do a tiptoe dance. Hey, Xiaoshuan, why are you so bad? Why are there so many bad ideas in your little head? You see, the sand ninjas are all mad. In the forest of the Land of Fire, Yi Zan fled with a guerrilla force, and the sand ninja troops behind him were still chasing him frantically. Tsunade was always at Yi Zan, and the two stepped on the branches almost at the same time, took off at the same time, and moved in the same way, with a romantic atmosphere in their escape. Hey, men aren't bad and women don't love them, I'm a born bad guy tilde. Yizan smiled, then glanced at Tsunade's murderous part. When jumping in the forest, her murderous part swayed, very conspicuous. Hate, where are you looking? Tsunade's cheeks were slightly yuhi, and he lightly pinched Yizan. Although it didn't hurt, Yizan deliberately turned into a bitter face, and his pitiful appearance was extremely cute. Wife, you hurt me tilde. It hurts ass. Really, if you don't believe me, see for yourself, you'll pinch yuhi. Yizan raised his hand. Tsunade looked at it subconsciously, but there was no trace on the white arm. She was stunned for a moment, then Yizan suddenly leaned over and kissed her on the lips fiercely. Liar liar. Tsunade squeezed his fist tightly and waved it, as if he wanted to beat Yizan to the ground at any time, but this was just pretending. After all, the sand ninjas were still chasing after him. We're frolicking in such a tense situation, which made the 70 Jonin turn their heads in disgust, especially Jiraiya, who was biting Kiba tightly, and his eyes kept burning. Damn it, Shimura's little devil, actually soaked my goddess. It's abominable. He thought about how to teach Yizan a lesson, but Orochimaru's voice came into his ears. Idiot. Orochimaru, who are you calling an idiot? Whoever asks me is an idiot. Damn it, do you want to fight again? Fight and fight, you've never won anyway. When Orochimaru was agitated, Jiraiya suddenly became angry, and at this moment, several futon wind style roared from behind. Terrifying murderous aura completely shrouded Jiraiya. He was shocked, quickly landed and stepped on the trunk, and then broke out with a full jump. He narrowly escaped the attack. Damn it, are these elite Jonins crazy? They rushed so fast. Jiraiya was furious, and quickly took out 5 kunai tied with detonating charms from his ninja bag, and threw them backward without looking at them. Boom! The detonating talisman exploded, blocking the charge of the elite Jonin. Jiraiya cursed, but Yizan turned to look at Jiraiya. Jiraiya, if I were you, I would never swear. Men can be petty sometimes, but a gentleman who doesn't swear can attract girls' attention. You are ugly, and you are not a gentleman. You say yes. Come on, idiot. Hey, stupid brat. Didn't you swear at the last 2 words? Gentleman. No, idiot, I'm talking idiot, not swearing, because you're an idiot, I'm calling your name. Bastard. Jiraiya was furious, and at this moment, Yizan's voice floated over from the front again. Idiot, if I were you, I would definitely observe the situation behind at any time, such as now. Shish. 3 futon wind style hit behind Jiraiya again. He tilted his head sharply, and the sharp wind blade cut off half of his white hair. Damn it, these sand ninjas are really crazy. Jiraiya once again took out 5 kunai tied with detonating talismans and threw them violently, blocking the approaching elite Jonin again. While chasing and running, 20 minutes later, a very spacious river appeared in front of him. Yizan's face became solemn, and he said in a condensed voice, the second location is here. Jiraiya, who scolded Yizan all the way, became serious. The river is very wide, but the water flow is very gentle. There is a stone arch bridge on the river, which is about 100 meters long. Yizan's team quickly rushed across the bridge. Ninjas can tread water. But ninjas are also human beings. There is a convenient road like a bridge to walk. Naturally, they are reluctant to control chakra to tread water. The sand ninjas didn't even think about it, and quickly rushed across the bridge to continue chasing Yizan's troops, but just as Sand Ninja walked on the bridge in the middle. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire bridge, together with the ninjas still on the bridge, were all blown to pieces by the terrifying detonating talisman. The sudden situation stopped all the sand ninjas, and the ninjas who rushed over the bridge were thankful, and those who had not had time to get on the bridge looked horrified. For a time, the entire sand ninja army was silent. Damn! 3 generations of Kazekage squeezed out of the crowd behind him, his face full of hideousness, his eyes full of angry killing intent. Burying the detonator is an art called concealment. It is necessary to guess the enemy's psychology and bury it unexpectedly. No one expected that the thin bridge deck of the stone arch bridge would have Doden, Earth-style, ninjas specially hiding a lot of explosive charms. Who would have thought of hiding it in such a place? Another 100 people were killed and injured. And this time, because the detonating talismans were too fast and dense, even 2 of the elite Jonin were not spared. The second trap, as if a large bucket of ice slag was poured from his head, completely calmed Sha Ninja's impulsive emotions. They stood on both sides of the river, staring at the Konoha ninja by the forest not far away, but they were unwilling to continue chasing. If you don't chase, how can you do it? Yizan had buried the detonating talisman in many places. If he didn't attract it, he would blow it up. Wouldn't 0.4 detonating talisman be wasted? Thinking of this, Yizan swaggered out of the forest, danced a tiptoe dance for a full 20 seconds under the gaze of all Sharen, twisted his butt, and farted in the direction of Sharen. 3 generations of Kazekage, you are a coward. You let your subordinates die, but you hide behind and watch the show. Tell yourself, when have you made a move these days? You are obviously a cage-level powerhouse, and there are nearly 2,000 subordinates. But didn't dare to shoot at dozens of us, rubbish. Yizan cursed, making the face of the 3rd-generation Kazekage even more gloomy. He stared at Yizan, silent for a long time, and slowly said, "Everyone returns to the station. I and the elite Jonin walk last. I want to see, do these Konoha rats dare to attack?" Quote. Chapter 125 _ There is only one way. Hey, Xiaoshuan, who did you learn that dance from? It's so interesting. In the forest, there were less than 1,700 sand ninjas left to return to the temporary station. The 3 generations of Kazekage, the puppet troops, and a group of elite Jonin walked at the back. Yizan's troops were hanging far away, and there was no action. Did you say tiptoe dance? I created it myself. Yizan grinned proudly. He wouldn't say that the tiptoe dance was created by Madara. Anyway, in this world, he was the founder of tiptoe dance. Yizan and Tsunade chatted lively, while a group of Jonin behind them had a cold and unhappy face. This group of Jonins, and the others are poor bachelors. Yizan's act of showing his love like no one else made them feel sad. Well, in fact, I didn't have such a big resentment at first, mainly Jiraiya, who was sour all day long. Under his powerful words and brainwashing, the group of Jonin gradually became sour, and one of the elites of the Inuzuka tribe, Jonin, was even more sour. I ate the food of my ninja dog. Dog Liang Shang 05, I want to eat dog food recently, please don't persuade me. The elite Jonin stared at Yizan silently while eating the dog food. Whenever Yizan and Tsunade were laughing, he would take a bite of the dog food. It tasted pretty good. These are just small episodes in the team, and now the most important thing is, what's up with the tactics? The Jonins were confused, but Yizan was full of self-confidence. After spending most of the day following Sha-nin back to the temporary station, Yizan started the tactic of, the enemy is stationed at me, again. But this time, the 3 generations of Kazekage have learned well. He divided the entire team into 2 parts, one for sleeping and the other for vigilance, but the effect was not ideal. Sandren defended the east, Yizan attacked the interference from the west, Sharen defended the north, Yizan attacked from the south, and finally, the 3 generations of Kazekage divided a team into 4 equal parts to guard the southeast, northwest, but the problem is coming. At present, there are about 1,700 people in the Sand Ninja, of which 120 are elite Jonin and 300 are Jonin. After the first equal division, the number becomes 60 elite Jonin and 150 Jonin. After the second division, the southeast, northwest direction, there are only 15 elite Jonin and 38 Jonin respectively. But with such a small number of people, how could they resist the attack of 70 elite Jonin? 3 generations of Kazekage were stupid, but Yizan was not stupid. He seized the opportunity to fight a full-scale explosion, annihilated the 15 elite Jonin and 38 Jonin in the south in one breath, and took the opportunity to enter the temporary station, killing the other half of the ninja who had fallen asleep. They were caught off guard. When Kazekage reacted and brought a large group of people to support, Yizan immediately retreated, and waved at Kazekage, dug out a booger and shot it. Boom! The sand iron slapped the booger flying, and the third generation of Kazekage's face became more and more cold. Looking at the corpses on the ground, he finally couldn't help roaring. Haven't the people who went to the front of the Kingdom of Thunder come back? It's been so long, and I haven't heard about Danzo. Waste, waste, waste. What kind of waste have I raised? Since the front of the Kingdom of Wind and the Kingdom of Thunder spanned the entire Kingdom of Fire, it was impossible for the spies to go back and forth in a few days. After the 3 generations of Kazekage vented, they gradually became silent. Third generation of Kazekage was silent, and the entire station was also silent. After a long time, Chio walked over to the third generation and said softly, "Lord Kazekage, I have a suggestion." "Speak." "The current situation is very clear. The opponent is preparing to attack endlessly to consume our energy and physical strength. Up to now, everyone has not slept for 4 days, and the combat effectiveness is also declining. I suggest that when the opponent attacks again, it's up to you to take action and forcibly pursue, as long as..." "No." 3 generations of Kazekage's face sank, interrupting Chio's words directly. He cherished his life so much that he would rather sacrifice so many ninjas than have an accident on his own. The actions of Yizan's troops in the past few days have been very strange, and there is no news from the Kingdom of Thunder. Where is Danzo? Don't know at all. When he thought of the second generation Tsuchikage being killed by Danzo in a few minutes, he felt scared. It wasn't because he was afraid of Danzo's strength. The powerhouses in the whole ninja world knew that Danzo must have used some conspiracy to kill the second generation Tsuchikage. But what is the conspiracy? Nobody knows. Because of this, the 3 generations of Kazekage are afraid that the events of these days are all set up by Danzo. For the next 3 days, Yizan continued to carry out endless attacks. After each attack, some Sharan let out a frantic roar, but they did not dare to pursue them again. They want to sleep, even to the point where they can fall asleep standing up, but they dare not sleep. Sometimes, as soon as a few people with weak will lay down, Yizan's attack came. They immediately turned over to meet the enemy, but it was just Shadow Clone's roar. Sometimes, a small number of people lie down and Yizan's attack comes again. They think it's just Shadow Clone pretending, so they ignore it, and get 577 results. With the detonation talisman, the entire station explodes. These ninjas who ignore it, most of them died in this situation. Yizan kept attacking, sometimes once every 15 minutes, sometimes once every 2 minutes, and sometimes, he didn't attack again. The group of Sharon waited vigilantly for an hour, and finally couldn't hold back when they were about to fall asleep. The attack is here again. Anyway, for Yizan's troops, as long as they find a safe place, 15 minutes of sleep every 4 hours is enough, and during these 4 hours, his attack frequency is very random, so random that he can't even guess it, let alone sand. Endured. Endless attack continued until the afternoon of the 3rd day, which was also the afternoon of the 7th day when the 16-character plan was executed. Yizan gathered all the ninjas beside him. According to the rough calculation of the distance, the ninjas who went to the front line of the Kingdom of Thunder to inquire about the news will be able to return to the Sand Ninja Station at noon the day after tomorrow. Resident, the 3 generations of Kazekage have no scruples, and our guerrilla tactics will have no effect at that time. Quote. What then? There is only one way, and that is. Chapter 126_Crazy Idea. Are you crazy? In the silent forest, Jiraiya's voice was still harsh. At this moment, he stared wide, his eyes full of shock. Not only Jiraiya, including Orochimaru, Tsunade and all Jonin, stared at Yizan in disbelief. They didn't expect that Yizan would come up with such a crazy solution. Xiaozan, haven't you had a good rest these few days? Have you been thinking too much? Although we attacked some sand ninjas, there are still more than 1,500 sand ninjas, just 70 of us, go straight to the camp. Fighting hard. Tsunade's tone was a little euphemistic, but Jiraiya was not euphemistic. He stared at Yizan seriously, and said with a serious face, Xiaozan, I admire your 16-character strategic policy, but 70 people fight for 1500 people, absolutely can't do it. Have you ever heard of hitting a stone with a pebble? Jiraiya persuaded, Tsunade persuaded, Orochimaru and the group of Jonin did not speak, but the eyes had the same meaning. Rush in and fight, you will definitely die. Everyone focused their attention on Yizan, wanting to hear how Yizan explained, but Yizan didn't explain. Instead he glanced at Jiraiya lightly, and said softly, you mean hitting a stone with an egg. Of course I know, not only what it means, but also the illusion. Quote. He paused, and after arousing everyone's curiosity, a sinister smile flashed across his mouth. This illusion is that in ancient times, there was a samurai named Jiraiya, because he didn't obey the commander's order, he was pinched by the boss and smashed the stone. Eggs will be smashed by stones, hit stones with eggs. Yizan's voice was soft, indifferent, but with an extremely evil coldness. At that moment, everyone trembled and tightened their legs subconsciously. Then, I'm just joking, how could I not obey the commander's orders tilde? Jiraiya laughed dryly, took a few steps back with her legs between her legs, and even felt a little coldness about being a woman. Then, she tapped Yizan lightly, and immediately dispelled everyone's coldness. Wife, you knock me again. Yes, I just want to knock you. Who told you to scare your comrades in arms? Also, they said that you are not allowed to call me my wife. The two quarreled again, as if everything just now was an illusion, but judging from Yizan glancing at Jiraiya's balls from time to time, it's better not to resist. In the end, under the coercive order of Yizan's army commander, everyone agreed to attack the Sand Ninja Station. They didn't understand, and Yizan didn't bother to say that this kind of knowledge involving psychological level and human inertia is really difficult to explain. Okay, before you go to the execution ground, let's make you comfortable for the last time. From now on, everyone can sleep for 2 hours. I will patrol and guard. After 2 hours, I will wake you up and launch a frontal attack on the Sand Ninja Station. Jiraiya. Orochimaru. A group of Jonin. Tsunade. Xiaozan, if you don't use the word, execution ground, I think I should be able to sleep soundly. Everyone slept. Although they used the Da Vinci sleep method for a week, they were still mentally exhausted. They fell asleep within a few seconds of lying down, including Tsunade and Orochimaru. They also fell asleep tiredly. Yizan was sitting on a big tree and did not patrol. He knew that Ren was going to be exhausted. Who has the strength to patrol? At this moment, Yizan sank his consciousness into the sea of consciousness, and looked at the numbers on the white screen with a big smile on the corner of his mouth. 2,200 ingots, before the Battle of the Land, the book that a group of remnants of defeated soldiers came out of was actually worth 2,200 ingots. Yizan was happy, but a little dissatisfied. The more than 100 ninja books in the Land of the Land sold so many ingots, but unfortunately the Land of the Wind killed so many people and didn't get a single book. It's not that Yizan forgot, it's because the scope of the face fruit is limited, and it can only cover the surrounding area for a few hundred meters. This week, Yizan's team threw explosive talismans and other attacks every time. In order to prevent being chased by Sand Ninja, they kept at a long distance, and the fruit of face could not be enveloped at all. But 2,200 ingots are not bad. I'm going to attack the Sand Ninja Station in a while, so I'll spend it once and fill up my skills. Thinking of this, Yizan directly upgraded the Futon Wind Style mode from purple to gold with 600 ingots. Also use 600 ingots to upgrade Open Black Lens Bracket Futon Wind Style. Spiral Spike Close Black Lens Bracket to gold. He looked at it, hesitated for a while, and found that the balance still had 1,000 ingots, and then used 80 ingots to upgrade the Raiden Thunder Style mode to purple. Originally, Yizan naturally wanted to increase the Raiden Thunder Style mode to the full, but judging from his current physical fitness, the purple Raiden Thunder style mode is at its limit, and he can turn on the blue one for 3 seconds. Cells are not damaged, purple ones can only be turned on for at most 1 second without damage. 1 second is enough. The explosive power of the purple skill book is definitely higher, and the double effect of the strong heart can only last for 1 second. I have raised 2 full level skills, and there are still 920 ingots left. Sure enough, it feels so good to be rich. Yizan smiled, and then his consciousness returned to his body, chakra mobilized, and began to feel the effect of the golden futon, wind style mode. Futon, wind style, armor flows 3 times faster, which means it's more resistant to pressure. Call. With a punch, the surrounding air directly tore out 5 wind blades. Damn it, this built-in special effect attack is simply 66,666. Yizan was very satisfied, and then jumped lightly. His body suddenly formed a blue light and rushed out 100 meters away. As expected of the wind, this speed is simply great. In terms of overall performance, let's score 99 points. Don't be too complacent if you give 1 less point. If you can really resist the attack of the 3 generations of Hokage, I will give it another 100 points. Yes, that's right, resist the attacks of 3 generations of Hokage. Because for a while, Yizan is ready to resist the 3 generations of Hokage alone. Chapter 127 _ What are you afraid of? Positive anal Hokage. Actually, I don't want to code for the New Year's Eve. My friends invited me to go out to play, but I won't go out until I finish 5 chapters. Forced to decline more than 95% of invitations. Why? Because in my heart, all readers and friends are my bosses. If I don't work less frequently or even ask for leave every day, the bosses will fire main. 23333. There was no sound in the silent forest except for the occasional chirping of insects. 2 hours later. Get up. With a loud roar, everyone trembled in fright, and stood up with a swoosh. Suddenly frightened while sleeping, everyone's hearts were beating, thumping, and they almost fell ill. Shimura-zan, are you courting death? Tsunade cursed, and she clutched her heart so hard that she was so startled that her heart contracted so fast that she almost couldn't breathe. Not only Tsunade, but most of the people present were frightened. After all, after a week of guerrilla warfare, everyone was as tired as a dog. Although the Da Vinci sleep method guaranteed physical and mental support, it was always impossible on a psychological level. By accepting this sleep tactic, you will subconsciously feel that you haven't slept for a week. Looking at the unkind eyes of the 70 people, Yizan scratched the back of his head with a smile, with a smug look on his face. Oops, don't be angry. Although it scared everyone to wake up, don't you think that your mental state is very good now? Yizan's words made everyone stunned, and then they found out that it seemed to be the case. They didn't know that the 2 hours of sleep and the yelling to wake them up were all carefully designed by Yizan. Da Vinci's sleep method ensures that the body and mind will not collapse, but it cannot guarantee psychological satisfaction. Yizan let everyone sleep for 2 hours, which is to make everyone subconsciously think that they have slept. In the end, he woke everyone up by shouting, in order to make the cerebral cortex produce violent activity in an instant, similar to taking stimulants, to produce an illusion of energy. Of course it's an illusion. After all, after a week of guerrilla warfare, it is false to say that you are not tired. Da Vinci's sleep method only ensures that the body and spirit will not collapse, but it cannot make people energetic. No one knew that Yizan's seemingly prank awakening would be so complicated. They just thought it was amazing. After waking up, his mind became clearer and his mental state was very strong. A week of guerrilla warfare, a week of uninterrupted attacks, it's almost time for the end. Since everyone is in such good spirits, let's go immediately. Don't forget our 16-word strategy. Now is the best time for the enemy is tired and we fight. Timing. Yizan's team did not attack for a whole 2 hours. This was the first time this happened since the continuous attack. When things go wrong, there must be demons. In the Sand Ninja Station, the ninjas not only did not relax, but became more vigilant, but this vigilance would consume their remaining energy more violently. Except for the 3 generations of Kazekage, including Chio, they would yawn every few minutes. Speaking of which, after 7 days of beating us without sleep, the Konoha rat should be dead, right? Why are we standing here stupidly? It's been 2 hours, I can't, I'm going to bed. When the first ninja said such words, the hearts of all ninjas were relieved. They couldn't squeeze any more because 2 hours had passed. I think so too. Konoha attacked, we defended, as usual, they should be more tired than us. We are all so tired, they can't continue to persist. I think, the Konoha rat should have run away. One by one, everyone thought that Konoha would not come, as if a chain reaction was formed, and soon, more than 1,000 ninjas gave up the defense. Sleep, sleep, the Konoha mouse won't come, all sleep. The whole station spread like this, except for the 3 generations of Kazekage. Even Chio couldn't take it anymore. She leaned on a wooden Jinchuriki column, and after a while, her eyelids began to droop. Lord Kazekage. Well, I know, you sleep, I'll stay here. If there is a problem, I can still react. 3 generations of Kazekage is poor, it has not reached a very serious level. After all, it is a strong cage level. This level, body, chakra, spiritual will, etc., have undergone earth-shaking changes. One by one, the ninjas began to fall asleep. Except for a few elite jonin with extremely strong willpower, even Chio fell into a deep sleep by relying on the wooden Jinchuriki column. 1 minute, 2 minutes. When the entire station fell silent for 5 minutes, 70 dark shadows approached quietly. When they approached about 200 meters, they suddenly erupted, and the terrifying chakra filled most of the sky. Kaden, fire style. Dragon flame jutsu. Kaden, fire style. Big flame bullet. Futon, wind style. Daitapa, great breakthrough. Quote. Doden, earth style. Earth flow river. Quote. Boom boom boom. One after another powerful ninjutsu attacked the station, and in an instant, there were countless screams throughout the station. Chio, who was leaning on the wooden Jinchuriki column, suddenly woke up, and was horrified to find that the 70 elite jonin did not leave, but rushed towards the station at a very fast speed. How could this be? Everyone, get up! Chio shouted, and at the same time summoned her strongest puppet, Kinmatsu, and she quickly controlled 10 puppets to kill the Konoha ninja, but Tsunade quickly took shelter, shouted loudly, and smashed one of the puppets into pieces with one punch. Tsunade. Chio, your opponent is me. Tsunade slayed Chio without a break, and the 3 generations of Kazekage beside Chio were immediately angry, especially Tsunade's unpretentious performance, as if he didn't care about his shadow at all. Konoha rat, court death. 3 generations of Kazekage roared, cage-level chakra burst out, and a large amount of sand and iron filled the air, forming a terrifying black current to Tsunade. Boom! With a loud noise, the black stream gathered by the sand and iron shattered, and the rich blue light was extremely dazzling. Yizan turned on the futon wind style mode and quickly rushed towards the 3rd generation Kazekage. 3 generations of Kazekage, do you still remember me? A few months ago, Kyushu Port, the border of the country of wind. At that time, you sent people to the country of water to hunt me down and forced me into a desperate situation. I always remember this revenge. So it's you, Anbu's kid. Since you're in a hurry to die, I'll take care of you first. Jiden, magnet style. Sand and Iron Shiyu. Chapter 128_Melee Sand Ninja Station. Shish. Tens of thousands of raindrops formed in the sand and iron all over the sky, and densely attacked Yizan. When the sand and iron were raining, the speed of the rain was extremely fast and the coverage area was extremely wide. It almost instantly blocked Yizan's escape route. You want to beat me with just this attack? 3 generations of Kazekage, you are too arrogant. Yizan's eyes were firm, with an arrogance that rarely appeared. Don't think that I can only play tactics. If it really fights, I am not afraid of anyone. Yizan burst into a drink, futon wind style armor spun rapidly, kicked his feet, and headed up against the rain. Bang bang bang. The oppressive muffled sound. Every rain of sand and iron hits the futon wind style armor, it will cause a ripple. Offset. Boom. With a loud noise, the sand iron shoe was smashed by Yizan in the front. His eyes were extremely strong, and the futon wind style armor on his body flashed with a dazzling blue light. As an S-rank ninjutsu, the futon wind style armor was activated by Yizan when he broke out all the chakras. He could clearly feel that every time a piece of sand iron hit the armor, his chakra would be consumed a lot. After all, the opponent is a cage-level powerhouse, and it is the strongest cage in history. Not only does the amount of chakra are dozens of times his own, but the special bloodstain of sand iron also has the power several times that of ordinary yellow sand. What a powerful sand iron! If it weren't for the chakra of infinite recovery, even if my futon wind style could block it, Jonan's chakra volume couldn't stop it. But fortunately, the three generations of Kazekage and Onoki's attack properties are different. As long as I can avoid the instant outbreak of these people, even if I am Jonan, I can challenge them at the second level. Onoki's endurance is weak, and it belongs to the type of one-hit kill. Whether it is the super-weighted boulder jutsu blessed on the fist, or Jinten particle style, which kills everything in one shot, even if the same level of power is fighting, it can kill the opponent in one shot. Terrifying power. But the three generations of Kazekage are different. Although his sand iron is very strong, it is impossible to kill an enemy of the same level in one blow. Of course, Yizan's strength is a whole second weaker than him, but Yizan has golden fingers tilde. Looking at the black sand and iron stirring around the third generation of Kazekage, Yizan jumped and charged towards the opponent again. Yizan and the three generations of Kazekage were fighting fiercely. The entire sand ninja station was also boiling. Indeed, after 7 days of not sleeping, the sand ninjas are already exhausted, but only 70 people dare to attack the station of 1,000 people. Isn't this courting death? The slumbering sand ninjas were awakened and saw that all the tents were set on fire. They were angry, especially the elite Jonin and the puppet troops, even more angry. A bunch of Konoha rats that are overpowered. All the sand ninjas forcibly cheered up, swarmed up, and suppressed Konoha Jonin in an instant, but Konoha Jonin was not in a hurry. They continued to use guerrilla tactics. Tsunade, Jiraiya and Orochimaru also broke away from the enemy at the same time and gathered together. The art of psychic. Boom, boom, boom. 3 loud bangs and thick fog surged up, covering most of the sky. After the smoke dissipated, 3 huge monsters dozens of meters high appeared in front of everyone. Yo, isn't this Wan Shi? Long time no see, why are you still alive? Toad Wentai took a big pipe in his mouth, took a puff, and sprayed the smoke directly on Wan Shi's face. Toad Wenta, don't be too arrogant, believe it or not, I will make you into a dead toad meat tomorrow. We are Raichi Cave, but there are many members waiting to eat you. Okay, alright, stop arguing, we are now. We should be fighting, right? Slug looked left and right, then asked with some doubts, shaking his tentacles, Lord Tsunade, where is our army? No. No. Tsunade's words made the 3 psychic beasts puzzled. Toad Bunta took a breath again, and suddenly a bad feeling arose in his heart. Tsunade. Well, Mrs. Wen, you're right, it's just a few dozen of us fighting sand forbearance more than 1,000 people, so the 3 of you have to work hard. Circle.operator_circle.operator. The 3 beasts widened their eyes stupidly, and even Wan Snake, who was not afraid of heaven and earth, was completely stunned. You must know that the 3 of them are currently only elite Jonin's strength. Although they are very effective on the battlefield because of their huge size, it does not mean that they can fight more than 1,000 people. Gang. Lord Tsunade, are you serious? Slug's voice was trembling, but at this moment, Sharen had no time for them to ask questions. Slug. It is broken down into small individuals and attached to the shoulders of each ninja. Use your chakra first. If your chakra is not enough, then I will supply it. Seeing Chiyo manipulating the puppet to rush towards him, Tsunade shouted and rushed towards Chiyo quickly. At the same time, Orochimaru sneered negatively and quickly surrounded Ebizo and the other two elite Jonin, obviously preparing for 1v3. Toad Wenta, don't talk nonsense, let's fight. If you really can't win, go back to the second wood mountain yourself, don't worry about me. Kaden, fire style. Big flame bullet. Boom. With a loud bang, a sand ninja who was about to attack the Konoha ninja was knocked away by a blow. The Konoha ninja glanced at Jiraiya gratefully, and then frantically fought with the sand ninja. Gorilla. Hold your emotions. Don't forget tactics. Everyone's gorilla. Jiraiya shouted, and immediately rushed to the left to rescue several besieged companions. The entire station shouted to kill the sky, and the endless ninjutsu blasted the earth out of the hole. At this time, more than a dozen Kaden, fire style, hits Toad Bunta, causing a lot of scorch marks on his huge body. He suddenly became furious, pulled out a samurai sword, and slashed towards Shanin. Toad slash. Boom. The 20-meter-long Tachi slashed the entire land into 2 pieces, and a dozen Chunins were directly slashed into pieces with one knife. Toad Wentai's strength instantly shocked a large number of Chunins, and many elite puppet masters who were chasing Konoha ninjas quickly divide a few and quietly go to Toad Wentai. Orochimaru, this war is over, prepare me 50 Matsuri items. Boom. With a light sound, Wand Snake suddenly emerged from the ground and ate a Jonin in one bite. His tail swept violently, carrying a violent storm, and instantly stopped several elite Jonins. Toad Wentai is my prey, if you want to sneak attack on him, pass me first. Chapter 129_spit. Hey, I said you guys, can't you give me face and I'll kneel down and surrender. Mid-air, Yizan flew around like a butterfly. The full-level futon wind style mode made his flying effect very good, especially when turning, it was not as jerky as before. Surrender your mother. The crazy roar expressed the anger of the speaker, and the sound of breaking through the air. The 3 generations of Kazekage chased Yizan frantically in the air. Yizan can fly, so can the 3 generations of Kazekage. Yizan does not know why the 3 generations of Kazekage can fly. Maybe it is some kind of development of Jiden magnet style. After all, I have cultivated futon wind style to the depths and can fly. It is normal for others to be able to fly with rare bloodstains. Yizan's flying speed is fast, and the 3rd generation Kazecage's flying speed is even faster. At least at this time, Yizan could only dodge left and right in midair and keep turning, and every time the 3rd generation Kazekage turned, the speed would be slower, which also prevented Yizan from being chased by the 3rd generation Kazekage. Kazekage, I personally think that you have to have a humble, clumsy style of being a person. It's fine if you don't surrender, but why are you swearing? You are so incompetent. Yizan glanced at the 3 generations of Kazekage with a smile. When the 3 generations of Kazekage refused, the duel of the face fruit had already taken effect. The Yuhi color force field several hundred meters wide enveloped the entire station. As long as the battle was over, the corpses on the ground would give him a book. Quality your mother. When you say this, don't fart. The stench poured into the nostrils, making the 3 generations of Kazekage feel sick from time to time. In his eyes, Yizan, this kid, became more and more hateful. He made fun of himself over and over again. He vowed not to kill Yizan, the Konoha mouse. Not for cats. Thinking of this, the 3rd generation Kazekage looked sharply, raised his hand, a large amount of sand and iron condensed, and a long and thin spear was condensed in his right hand. Go to hell, sand and iron spears. Call out. The magnetic repulsion force and the throwing force of the 3 generations of Kazekage, the spear rushed behind Yizan like a black light in an instant. It was so fast and powerful that it seemed that even the space could be torn apart. Boom. The iron sand spear hit Yizan's heart in an instant, and the huge force swayed Yizan, and the flight suddenly stopped. The ability of the cage-level master to throw blood with all his strength caused the futon wind style armor to produce an extremely harsh, Z's, sound. Trouble. Yizan frowned, feeling a little speechless in his heart. He fully controlled futon wind style after digesting the attack in his heart, and the power to fly disappeared. Just like a shooting star, it fell straight from midair. At this moment, the 3 generations of Kage did not stop. At such a good time, he immediately burst into full force, and the overwhelming sand and iron poured out, and when Yizan resisted the spear, he gradually surrounded Yizan. Xiaozan. A loud cry, Tsunade kicked a puppet and rushed towards Yizan quickly, but at this moment, Chio also began to play wildly, using the puppet to forcibly block Tsunade. Boom. A loud bang. Yizan was wrapped in a torrent of iron sand, and a sharp sound rang out in the entire sky. A large number of sparks bloomed from the wrapped iron sand, and the entire iron sand ball turned Yuhi color. Humph. Just Jonin, I see how long you can last. The 3 generations of Kage sneered, cage-level chakra all concentrated in the sand iron. You know, the sand iron is called sand iron because it is doped with iron particles, and the rotating futon wind style collides with the iron particles, as if cutting a metal body, producing high temperature and sparks, but because of the strength of the 3 generations of Kage, how can not hit out? The sand iron was still being wrapped continuously, and soon, layer by layer, Yizan was wrapped in a big iron ball. Perhaps he felt that it was almost the same, and a smile finally appeared on the face of the 3rd generation Kage. Little devil, today, you will die here obediently. Sand and iron funeral. He clenched his hands suddenly, as if to flatten the iron ball in midair. A sharper sound rang out, and the air above the entire station shook violently. At this moment, Yizan was not as dead as the outside world thought. He sat on the sand iron in a bit of boredom and yawned. The futon wind style around him was still spinning violently, resisting the squeezing pressing of the sand iron. Futon wind style armor is completely composed of Yi Xuancha's carrot. As long as the chakra is enough, futon wind style can never disappear, and because of the upgrade to S Gold, the compression resistance of futon wind style armor, the ability has been enhanced several times. Although Yizan only has the chakra of the Jonin level, as long as he does not kill Yizan with a single blow, his chakra will continue to recover. Futon wind style was indeed deformed, and was dented and deformed by Kage, S sand and iron funeral, but Yizan still had nothing to worry about. If S-Jin, S ninjutsu was crushed by a mere sand and iron, it would only mean that he was too scum. Time passed by, and the big iron ball in the air was still bursting with a harsh metallic sound, and a lot of sparks filled the air, which also made the Konoha ninjas in the station regain their confidence. How much chakra does Xiaoshuan have? Even if he uses futon wind style chakra mode to resist, his chakra is exhausted, right? Tsunade was amazed, Jiraiya was amazed, the Konoha ninjas were amazed, and the 3 generations of Kage were amazed. Jiden, magnet style. The 3rd eye. He quickly hand-sealed, and after a while, a sand iron eye appeared on Yizan's side in the big iron ball. At that moment, the 3rd generation of Kage was shocked, and an unbelievable expression appeared on his face. Because, he found out that Yizan was sitting in the iron ball yawning gracefully. You yawn your sister. Do you know how hard I work? The 3rd generation of Kage cursed in his heart, and at the same time, Yizan also found the sand iron eyes beside him. Ah! 3 generations of Kage roared in anger, and the terrifying Kage-level chakra became even more violent. In the eyes of outsiders, it was inexplicable epilepsy, but Tsunade, who was familiar with Yizan, understood that Yizan must have done something big, and the 3 generations of Kage couldn't control their emotions. Can you control your emotions? Of course, it is impossible to control. You must know that although the 3rd eye is made of sand iron, it is also connected to Kage's optic nerve. Yizan's phlegm seems to be spit on the sand iron, but from the physical sense, it's no different than spitting on Kage's eyes. Boy, I must kill you. Chapter 130 _ The strongest Kage ever. Jiden, magnet style. Sand and iron stripping. There was a strong muffled sound, and the entire station and the area outside the station shook violently, and a large amount of black matter came out of the ground, stirred, and gathered at the side of the third-generation Cage. Being spat on by Yi Zan, the third generation of Cage was completely furious. He used cage-level chakra to forcibly extract iron and minerals from the ground. After a while, 10 times more sand and iron than before gathered at the side of the third-generation Cage. He let out a low growl, and slowly raised his hands upward. When he lifted it to the top of the iron ball in the air, he slapped his hands and the chakra erupted. Mysticism. Iron Sand World Method. He shouted, the blue veins on his forehead bulged deeply, and the iron sand 10 times higher than before began to gather towards the center crazily, just above Yi Zan, like a black hole, constantly absorbing the sand and iron, constantly squeezing press, and continuously increase the density of sand-iron. Swish swish swish. When the sand and iron converged on the ultimate, terrifying spikes suddenly erupted. The spikes flew past Yi Zan's position and shot in all directions. The speed was so fast that even Konoha's elite Jonin didn't have time to react. Scream. Oh 5 scream. Scream. Bodies of the 5 Konoha ninjas in an instant, and even Tsunade barely escaped, but a large bloodstain was drawn on his left arm. Oops. Tsunade's pupils shrank, and she was shocked to find that after the black spikes scratched her left arm, some tiny iron particles actually adhered to the wound, and in just a few seconds, her left arm lost strength. Palm Sage Art. A green light flashed, but it had no effect. Tsunade's face sank, and he cut lightly. Lord Tsunade. The small slug on his shoulder moved his tentacles, and his voice was a little anxious. Konoha comrades are getting injured faster and faster. My chakra is not enough, and if this goes on, my 70 clones will be very fast. It will disappear, and then. It's okay, I'll come. Tsunade bit Kiba tightly, hand sealed with one hand, and then, a burst of extremely rich chakra surged, and the purple crystal in the middle of his forehead burst into a dazzling light. Yin Seal, release. Boom. Like a volcanic eruption, a chakra volume several times stronger than Quenying burst out. The amount of horror scared the face of the 3 generations of Cage to change, thinking that Danzo was coming, quickly turned his head to look, only to find that it was Tsunade. What's the matter? Cage was shocked, and Chiyo was so shocked that he forgot to attack. He started to become weak 1 second before tomorrow. Why did the chakra double the next moment? Soon, the diamond-shaped crystals between Tsunade's eyebrows disappeared, and the mantras surrounded his face and body. The 3 generations of Cage and Chiyo were also well informed. They suddenly understood that Tsunade used a powerful forbidden technique. Slug, come on. Okay Tsunade-sama. The slug nodded, and then a burst of strong blue light suddenly ignited on the 2 of them. Slug, gang healer. Cage-level chakra poured into the slugs on the shoulders in an instant, and the next second, the Konoha ninjas who were beaten more and more badly by the sand ninja were shocked, and everyone's eyes exuded a strong fighting intent. This is Tsunade-sama's forbidden technique. Everyone, let's work hard together. The wounds on each ninja disappeared. Not only that, but their chakra and mental state were improved a little, as if they had taken stimulants. In an instant, 70 Konoha ninjas erupted with powerful combat power, instantly destroying the sand. Hold back pressure. What a horrible group healing effect, is this Konoha's Tsunadeheim. The sudden reversal shocked the 3rd generation of Cage and Chiyo for a moment. At that moment, the 3rd generation of Cage had a strong murderous intention in their hearts, but before killing Tsunade, let the mouse be eliminated. Thinking of this, the 3rd generation of Cage's face became stern, and the Iron Sand World method in the sky quickly launched black thorns in all directions. Because he was too impatient, he didn't even have time to control the launch angle, and pierced more than a dozen sand ninjas. The real 3rd generation Cage is much stronger than being made into a puppet by Sasori in the future. If Sasori does not rely on sneak attacks, with Sasori's strength, it is absolutely impossible to kill the strongest Cage in history. Whoosh whoosh. The black matter that was condensed to the extreme in the sky finally stopped. Using the black matter as the starting point, thousands of spikes were pierced on the ground, forming a densely packed space that enveloped Yizan in the iron ball. Disperse. A soft drink, the iron ball turned into iron sand and retracted. Futon, wind style, was still whirling around. Yizan raised his head and glanced at the black substance and the iron sand barrier, and sighed helplessly. Get me out of the iron ball and make me a bigger cage. Are you sick? Humph. I'm sick. Kid, he's dying, and he's still slicking his tongue here. I'll let you know why I can be the third generation of Cage. Iron Sand World Method. Inaction Transformation. 3 generations of Cage roared wildly, the whites of his eyes were bloodshot, and the chakra quickly rose to a limit. Then, as if his chakra was leaking, his chakra dropped wildly. A dignified cage-level powerhouse, in just a few seconds, 913 dropped into just plain Jonin. Click. With a light sound, all the cold hairs on Yizan's body exploded, his body trembled uncontrollably, and suddenly he raised his head, and found that the black matter in the sky kept squirming, moving, as if something catastrophic was about to happen. Click. Clack clack. Boom. Condensed into ultimate exploded. The endless black thorns scattered down, without any pattern. There are no rules. Dodging, pay attention to a rule, although this kind of irregular attack will waste a lot of attacks, but it also makes Yizan more difficult to dodge. Boom. With a muffled sound, Yizan was instantly hit by more than 10 black thorns. The terrifying power and penetrating power instantly pushed Futon, wind style, in front of his body. Run out. Once the chakra is exhausted, the Futon, wind style, armor will shatter. What's the use of restoring the chakra then? Immediately killed by the black thorn. At the same time, hundreds of black thorns shot out indiscriminately in the sky again, and the irregular attack trajectory could not be avoided at all. Raiden, thunder style, chakra mode, on. Chapter 131. Cage says he recognized. Call out. A flash of lightning passed, and Yizan quickly rushed to the edge of the barrier. Raiden, thunder style, mode is to stimulate the body cells, whether it is attack power, defense power or speed faster than Futon, wind style, it is an explosive skill. This is why the 3 generations of Hokage can 1 volt 10,000 and fight for 3 days and 3 nights. He maintains the Raiden, thunder style, mode with his strongest body in the ninja world. If it is not for the final chakra exhaustion, before the muscle cells are destroyed, he is unrivaled. Raiden, thunder style, mode has high defense. When Yizan rushed to the edge of the barrier, he easily bounced off a few black thorns, and then his fist wrapped in Raiden, thunder style, mode slammed into the barrier, except for a loud bang. There was no movement in the enchantment. Shish. Thousands of black thorns scattered from the air again. Yizan turned on Raiden, thunder style, again, but this time, he did not dare to turn it on for a second. After only 0.5 seconds, he immediately converted to Futon, wind style. Even if in this way, the body has become numb, and a small number of epidermal cells have also been damaged. Futon, wind style, chakra mode. Raiden, thunder style, chakra mode. What a genius, I dare say, you are the most talented person I have ever met, what a pity. 3 generations of Cage proudly spoke sarcastically outside the enchantment and exhausted the ultimate attack made by the chakra of a cage-level powerhouse. How could it be possible that Jonin could break it? Regarding this, Yizan expressed his innocence. You are so weak that Sasori made a puppet in the cartoon, even Sakura can escape your Iron Sand World method, but now, why are you so strong? Yizan burst into tears, seeing the black matter in the sky twisting again, about to break out the 3rd wave of attacks. Yizan finally made up his mind and used his strongest attack. Anyway, if you don't succeed, you will die. I don't believe your barrier is stronger than Hokage's armor. Boom. The 3rd wave of attacks finally broke out in the sky. Thousands of black thorns scattered irregularly, and this time Yizan's luck was not good. A large wave of black thorns all attacked Yizan's position at the moment. So fast. Can't delay any longer. Yizan's eyes narrowed, and he quickly dissipated the futon wind style mode. Without any protection, he would die if he was hit by any blackthorn, but in the face of such a difficult situation, he could only race against time and risk his life and death. The index finger of the right hand is raised, and all the chakras are gathered at the fingertips. Buzzing. The wind whistled, and the low sound wave was like the sound of an aircraft engine, shaking in the entire Sand Ninja station. This is 3 generations of Kage's pupils shrank slightly, and was startled by the whirlwind at the tip of Yizan's index finger. When I first developed this ninjutsu, I could only pierce Raikage's weak back Raiden Thunder style. At that time, he used most of his chakra to defend against Hitaki Sakumo's attack, but now, my spiral thrust has been its golden, comparable to the best of Raikage's best days, and I'll consider myself unlucky if even this fails. Yizan smiled and didn't take death in his heart. It wasn't that he was not afraid of death, but when faced with the juncture of life and death, calmness could increase the chance of survival. Futon wind style, spiral thrust, heart of the strong, double stacking. With a loud shout, Yizan stabbed his index finger into the barrier with all his strength. This seemingly weak sand and iron wall, but because it is connected to the barrier, can share the damage. Yizan's blow must have the ability to break through the barrier. Only the power of 100 sand and iron thorns can break the barrier. Clang. The wind cone knocked out a small hole in the iron sand wall, and then it spun like crazy. Boom. With a loud bang, the entire sand and iron barrier lost its color. Yizan sat outside the barrier panting, his heart beating non-stop. So close. When the sand-iron barrier was broken, the black thorn was less than 30 centimeters from the back of Yizan's neck. Fortunately, after destroying the enchantment, there is no need to continue to maintain the spiral thrust. Yizan used the Raiden Thunder style mode again at the last moment, forcibly ejected the black thorn, and quickly rolled out of the destroyed hole. At this point, the 3 generations of Kage are already stunned. He opened his mouth wide and nearly dislocated his jaw. He couldn't understand why he was broken by such a kid by using the ultimate bloodstain secret technique created by Kage-level chakra. Mere Jonin. Use an S-rank ninjutsu. He is dissatisfied. Yizan and the 3rd generation Kage has always been watched by all Konoha and Sharen. When Yizan escaped with a counterattack in the first attack, Konoha's morale soared, while Sharen's morale suddenly dropped to the extreme. 3rd generation of Kage used the sand iron to make its name in the ninja world, and the sand iron barrier, the strongest secret technique in the sand iron, was actually broken by a child. An extremely tiredness poured into the brain, and the sand ninjas who had not slept for 7 days finally couldn't stand it anymore. In one go, again and again, and then in threes. Brothers, Sharen can't do it. Immediately change tactics, stop avoiding guerrilla attacks, and kill all of them in front of me. Orochimaru's reaction was the fastest. After he realized that the sand ninja's emotions had changed, he immediately shouted loudly. At that moment, the battle between Konoha and Sand Ninja was completely reversed, and they lost the last trace of spiritual support, Jinchuriki column. These sand ninjas were tired. He couldn't even hold his weapon, and Orochimaru's fierce futon wind style actually killed an exhausted elite Sandin. Kill. The Konoha ninja finally burst into full force without fear of death, and the long-suffering Toad Wentai and Wanshi also began to slaughter wildly. Also scared. He is not afraid of Sharen's death. After all, this is only the vanguard of Sharen. He is afraid of Yizan, the monster Yizan. Monster. You are a monster. 3 generations of Kage roared, and there was a hint of fear in his hideous eyes. He is not afraid of Yizan's strength, let alone Yizan's ninjutsu. Every master can know S-rank ninjutsu. He just admires Yizan's talent. But he was afraid. He is afraid of Yizan's chakra. Monster. Where did your chakra come from? Could it be? As if thinking of something, the 3rd generation of Kage was stunned, and a glimmer of enlightenment flashed in his eyes. I see, You are the QB Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Column Force. Hee, do you think I'm Jinchuriki Column Force from QB Nine-Tails? Yizan smiled, with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. Hee, don't argue, you are the Jinchuriki Column Force of QB Nine-Tails. Chakrabi is no match for you, today, I recognize it. Chapter 132_Face Fruit, Upgraded. Sandy backed away. Instead of shifting positions, they retreated completely. Cage, who consumed all the chakras in a moment of anger and used the sand and iron enchantment, were unable to deal with Yizan, who was full of chakras. He took Chio Ebizo and a group of elite Jonin and ran away. As for the ordinary Jonin and Chunin left in the Sand Ninja Station, the three generations of Cage said there was nothing they could do. Sand Ren withdrew from the country of fire. This battle, Sand Ninja lost more than 900 ninjas, and was slaughtered by 70 Konoha ninjas with soaring morale. Of course, originally, the ending of Yizan's team should be the annihilation. However, Yizan successfully used various tactics and strategies. First, he used the Da Vinci sleep method to endlessly attack the Sand Ninja, and then used the 16-character tactics of guerrilla warfare to fight the weak with the weak. Finally, he defeated the spirit of the three generations of Cage by himself. After supporting Jinchuriki Column, the morale of the Sand Ninja completely collapsed, and the fighting power was inexhaustible. In addition, the three war-type psychic beasts of pornography, gambling and poison, finally broke the entire Sand Ninja army. In this battle, Yizan went crazy. It's not really crazy, but more than 900 books have exploded on these more than 900 Sand Ninja corpses. Ha, I have made a fortune. Yizan shouted in the conscious space, twisted his butt stock from time to time, or danced a tiptoe dance, very excited. Although it is a bit regrettable, the third generation of Cage only exploded an A-grade orange futon, wind style, due to the specialization in blood, but Yizan did the math. If he sold all the books, he would probably earn 11,000 ingots. Well, let's sell slowly. On the white light curtain of the Sea of Consciousness, Yizan clicked one by one with his fingers, selling one book at a time, as if he heard the sound from the outside world. His fingers paused, and his consciousness returned to his body. Tsunade. Yizan shook his head and found Tsunade standing in front of him. The woman's face was full of worry, and her eyes were full of emotions. Xiaozan. She hugged Yizan in her arms, her body trembled a little, she was very scared just now, especially when the black thorn was about to stab Yizan. She was afraid that Yizan would not have time and died in the sand and iron barrier. Alright, it's alright, your man is very powerful. Tsunade pressed Yizan's face against the fierce, he made a muffled sound, arched, and was instantly intoxicated. Wife, your fierceness seems to have grown up again. He said, opened his mouth subconsciously, and bit down on the grape. Ah, you bastard, how dare you eat my mother's tofu? You are dead. Bang bang ping pong pong. Outside the Konoha gate, 1,000 troops stood neatly. Sarutobi's face was very serious. He patted the man in front of him on the shoulder, and said in a condensed voice, although I don't know what Xiaoshuan thinks, he and the 70 ninjas are the elites of Konoha. You guys should go to support as soon as possible. I can save some and come back, especially Xiaoshuan. Well, I understand. That's why I was discharged early. The man nodded, his expression equally serious. How's the injury? It's more than half done. Give me another 2 weeks to recover. It's not a big problem to hold Cage back with my current strength. As long as I can save Xiaoshuan, everything is nothing. Hatake Sakumo held his heart slightly, and said my heart hurts a bit. He knows that his injury will take 2 weeks at the fastest, and at least a month at the slowest to recover. Now that he is injured and ready to fight against the third generation Cage, the injury will only get worse and more difficult to heal. Maybe what will be left behind. Okay, not much to say, time is running out, I'm off. Well, be careful and cherish everything. Sarutobi patted Hatake Sakumo on the shoulder again, then took a step back and lowered the Hokage hat slightly, covering his entire eyes. Lord Hokage, you are precious too. Hatake Sakumo finished speaking. His eyes became extremely firm. He turned around quickly, raised his hand, and his voice was deep and deep. All troops, go. Under the order, the ninja moved, but in the next second, his eyes narrowed and he stopped suddenly. Not only Hatake Sakumo, but 1,000 ninjas outside the gate of Konoha, including Sarutobi, all looked solemn, and they found that at the far end of Konoha Avenue, a thick cloud of dust covered the sky. Who is it? Could it be Sand Ninja? Has Konoha been attacked? Impossible. If it's really Sand Ninja, then the vanguard. Ninjas whispered, and Hatake Sakumo and Sarutobi's faces were ugly. Everyone is vigilant, including Sarutobi and Hatake Sakumo, all are vigilant, and once they confirm that the other party is Sand Ninja, they will attack immediately. However, familiar faces made everyone in Konoha stunned: Tsunade, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and the child at the forefront of the team. This. Let your guard down. Maybe it's the enemy in disguise. Hyuga Soji. Byakugan, open. Hyuga Zonji turned on Byakugan, and 2 seconds later, his expression changed suddenly. What's the matter? Is it Sand Ninja from Transformation Technique? All the ninjas focused their eyes on Hyuga Soji, and after a long time, Hyuga Soji closed Byakugan with a touch of excitement on his face. No chakra fluctuations, no traces of the transformation technique, it's true. The crowd at the gate of Konoha was immediately excited, and at this moment, Yizan rushed forward mechanically with his head buried in it. No one knew, he just rushed forward instinctively, and his consciousness had sunk into the sea of consciousness. Sell, hey. So tired. The sea of consciousness, Yizan's hands are a little sore. He has sold 890 books, and there are more than 20 books that have not been sold out. Oh yo, 9,900 ingots, I really didn't expect that one day I will become a household of 10,000 yuan. Perhaps the word, 10,000, was particularly attractive to Yizan. He picked himself up again and clicked his finger on the screen. Sell. The number of ingots gradually increased, and when Yizan sold another 7 books, the ingots finally broke through the 10,000 mark. Before Yizan could be happy, the screen suddenly lit up. Then, under Yizan's shocked gaze, 2 options appeared on the screen. Following the upgrade conditions, 10,000 ingots can be upgraded to face fruit, yes or no. Chapter 133 Konoha is more amusing than joy. Swish. In the sea of consciousness, a golden light lit up from the screen, just like a third-rate web game. An aperture first appeared on the ground, and then, shish, a golden light bloomed, and the white screen turned directly into gold. Hey, even if I want to level up, it should be the golden light under my feet, right? You are a rotten screen, more expensive than me. Looking at the golden screen in front of him, Yizan slapped it a few times, and then spit out a saliva at the screen. Unfortunately, this was just his own sea of consciousness, and the saliva that he spit out disappeared after a while. Having said that, after using my face fruit to upgrade the entire 10,000 ingots, what is the new ability? Yizan was puzzled in the sea of consciousness, but outside, he still maintained the state of instinctive charge, and quickly rushed towards the gate of Konoha with the team. Xiaozan, why are you back? Sarutobi started to ask from a distance. He didn't know that Yizan's thoughts were sinking into the sea of consciousness. Seeing Yizan getting closer and closer to him, he thought that the other party was going to give him a hug. He opened his arms with a smile on his face, and then... boom! With a loud bang, the vibration from the outside finally woke Yizan. His consciousness returned, and only then did he realize that he was already standing at the door of Mu-Yi. Huh! Yizan blinked, not understanding why Sarutobi fell into the Konoha fence. He scratched his head and said hello. Hello everyone. Comrades have worked hard. He waved his hand stupidly, but he didn't notice the thousands of ninjas around him with black lines all over their heads. Hatake Tsukumo twitched the corners of his mouth, raised his finger to Sarutobi in the wall, and said softly, "Shaozan, you just knocked Lord Hokage into the air." Yizan. In any case, being able to come back safely is already a fortune among misfortunes. The territory is invaded. As long as people are there, they can form a group to fight. In Hokage's office, Sarutobi said this, and then he asked Tsunade to take Hatake Tsukumo back to the hospital for treatment. With Tsunade, the strongest medical ninja in the ninja world, Hatake Tsukumo's injuries recovered faster. "Shaozan, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, I want to trouble you again. Before Tsukumo's injury is healed, the front of the Kingdom of Wind still needs you to resist. The 1,000-man army is ready. If you can persist." "No need." Yizan refused, causing Sarutobi to be stunned for a moment, and then nodded. "Okay, Shaoshuan is resting in Konoha, Orochimaru, you and Jiraiya will lead the team, go." "I said no." Yizan interrupted Sarutobi's words again, which made Sarutobi a little puzzled. He knew that Yizan would not be nervous for no reason, so why would he refuse? Sarutobi couldn't figure it out, and looked directly at Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Orochimaru simply closed his eyes and took a step back, expressing that he did not want to explain. "Jiraiya, you said it." "Well, Mr. Sarutobi, it's actually like this." Jiraiya bit Kiba and stared at Yizan, feeling extremely unhappy. 70 people defeated 2,000 sand ninjas, including 3 generations of strong men such as Kazekage and Chio. It can be said that Yizan's credit for such shocking achievements, but now, he has to explain it one by one, and let him tell me, this stinky brat's exploits. "Shimura's stinky brat, you remembered it for me." Jiraiya glared at Yizan again, turned to look at Sarutobi, and after thinking about the whole thing clearly, she said slowly, "Mr. Sarutobi, first of all, you don't have to worry, the 3rd generation of Kazekage has brought the Sand Ninja Army back to the Wind. The country, that is to say, the crisis on the front of the country of the Wind has been lifted for the time being." Quote. After Jiraiya finished speaking, Sarutobi hesitated, as if he didn't understand, and asked again, "What did you just say?" "I said, Shimura Kid took 70 of us and defeated the Sand Ninja Army." "Ah, wait, I didn't understand, you say it again." "I said it. Shimura Stinky Boy used a strategy to defeat the Sand Ninja Army." "Sarutobi-sensei, are you stupid? Why do you have to say it so many times? Do you know that every time I say it, my heart bleeds?" Clang. The glass shattered, and Jiraiya screamed and flew to the distant horizon. After a while, it disappeared into a star. "How dare you say I'm stupid? I'm getting more and more idiots." Sarutobi snorted lightly, and sat back on the chair as if nothing had happened. He glanced at Yizan, and a bright smile suddenly appeared on his face. "That, Shaozan, what Jiraiya said just now, is it true?" "Humph." Yizan put his hands on his hips and held his head high, with a look of, "I will never pay attention to you if you don't do me any favors," which made Sarutobi's smiling face stagnate. He looked left and right, and finally picked up the banana on the desk very reluctantly, and trotted to Yizan's side. "Come on, Shaozan, eat fruit, this is the latest and best banana in the country of fire. It was the name that sold me, and it was specially supplied to me, only 30 a month. Come, Shaozan, be sure to eat the fruit I have for today's snack." "Huh, don't you eat it yourself." Yizan squinted his eyes and swallowed slightly. "You must know that the bananas that Sarutobi eats are extremely rare in the land of fire. They are only produced in the place where fruits are grown in the inner courtyard of the Daming House. They produce 400 bananas a year, of which 365 are given to Sarutobi. Hey, I eat it every day, if Shaoshuan wants to eat." Before Sarutobi's words were finished, Yizan took the banana, peeled it off, and ate it with a few bites. "Well, it tastes as good as last time. I've decided that half of the bananas you supply every year in the future must be given to me." "Ah, wait, Shaoshuan, This is absolutely not possible. No. Okay, I'll go to Lake Biwa in a while, and I'll tell her that you've been sitting in your office peeking at the Konoha women's bathhouse all day long. Xiaoshuan, you can eat rice indiscriminately, but you can't talk nonsense. You have no evidence. This is slander. Slander. Yo-ha-ho-ha-ho, dead monkey, the crystal ball on your desk is very beautiful. I haven't seen it for half a month, why is there an extra crystal ball? Or, teach me the art of telescopes. Circle.operator_circle.operator. Chapter 134 Kushina doesn't wear it again. First, the bananas in the future, give me half. Second, the technique of the telescope, don't peek at my house, don't peek at Tsunade's house, don't peek at Makoto's house, if any of them go to War Mizumi, neither do you. Don't take a peek. If I find out, I'll crush your ass. Yizan waved his small paw fiercely, causing Sarutobi to take a few small steps back. He shyly agreed with a smile, and at the same time hoped that Yizan would not tell Biwa Lake about this. Don't worry, I won't say it. I have advantages all over my body. The only disadvantage is that I don't like to take care of other people's housework, but... Monkey, you can have some snacks. Yi Xuanyu took a serious shot. He patted Sarutobi on the shoulder, as if he was really worried about Sarutobi. What's wrong with me? Sarutobi was also very innocent. When he closed his mouth, he was more like a monkey, and he was dumb and stupid when he got up. What's the matter with you? Ha, you still don't understand what you're doing wrong. Didn't you develop the telescope technique just to peek at the women of Konoha taking a bath? What do you belong to? You belong to a spiritual infidelity. You said how can you be worthy of Lake Biwa? You don't need to explain. I understand. Men, there will always be a day when you get bored, but you and Lake Biwa have come here for so many years. Oh, now you think she's old. You're very inauthentic. Yizan patted Sarutobi on the shoulder again, shook his head and sighed as if the elders were concerned, and Sarutobi was even mentioned by Yizan, and even he himself began to doubt himself. Could it be that I subconsciously developed the telescope technique because I disliked Lake Biwa? Am I really derailed mentally, as Xiaozan said? Sarutobi's head was in a mess, and Orochimaru, who was not far away, had already flipped through a few Byakugan. He didn't expect that his teacher would be amused by Yizan like this. He was simply an idiot like Jiraiya. However, Orochimaru won't remind Sarutobi, that's his character. He just stood there silently, and looked at Sarutobi like an idiot. Okay, Sarutobi, think about this matter, and when you think it through, bring back some food that Lake Biwa likes and have a good meal with her. I have something else to do, so I'll go first. Yizan patted Sarutobi on the shoulder again, ignoring Sarutobi who was in deep contemplation, and left the Hokage office with his ass stock jumping. As the office door closed again, only Sarutobi and Orochimaru were left in the entire office. I don't know how long it took until Sarutobi finally woke up from the chaos and realized that Yizan had left the office. He turned to look at Orochimaru, and finally found Orochimaru looking at an idiot. Orochimaru, what look are you looking at? Hehe, I just think Mr. Sarutobi is very interesting, just as interesting as Jiraiya. Orochimaru laughed hoarsely, making Sarutobi unable to react for a while. What's as fun as Jiraiya? Where is Jiraiya interesting? Or rather, you said I'm an idiot. Sarutobi was furious and walked to Orochimaru, then suddenly stunned, and slapped his head sharply. Oh, I was deceived by Xiaoshuan again. The original intention of my development of the telescope technique was obviously to monitor the safety of Konoha. This bastard. Hey, let's not talk about this, Orochimaru, now you are the only one left, saying well, what the hell is going on with the front of the Land of the Wind? Quote. Sarutobi and Orochimaru were messing around in the office, and Yizan returned to his house happily, but when he was about to open the door, he suddenly stopped, lowered his head, and a big smirk cracked at the corner of his mouth. He tiptoed outside the door with his ears pressed against the door. As expected, the sound of rushing water could be heard faintly, which made Yizan's smirk grow bigger and bigger. At this time, Mawako should go out to buy food again, which means... Thinking of this, Yizan suddenly had an idea. He opened the door with the key, and after walking in, he concentrated chakra in his throat, and made the same sound as Mawako. Sister, I'm back. For ninjas, imitating the sound is very simple. Kushina in the bathroom room was not alert, and responded with a sound. After a while, the sound of water disappeared, accompanied by the sound of clicking the water, with small feet, a red fruity body. The girl came out. She still tilted her head and wiped her hair with a dry towel. When she came out, she said carelessly, "Sister, help me go to the balcony to get some clothes." "Oh, can't you get it yourself before taking a shower?" Yizan still imitated Mawako's voice, took off his shoes and walked towards the balcony. Hee, I'm lazy, my sister is the most diligent, so please help me get it." Kushina grinned and sat on the sofa, with a towel over her head, but her body was naked. The high temperature in midsummer doesn't feel cold even if I don't wear clothes, but Kushina is always a girl. After sitting for a while, I found that the elder sister hadn't brought it over. Soon, by the way, what color do you want? Yizan looked at the balcony for a long time, but there were several pairs of underwear, clothes and trousers on the balcony, which made Yizan think for a long time and didn't know which pair to take. Take the black pair. After Kushina finished speaking, Yizan walked back from the balcony in a short while, listening to the footsteps of dang-a-dang-a-dang on the floor. Kushina finally turned his head, and bent his Kiba-like eyes. His tone was very cute. "Sister is the best 2.2, thank you sister." Moon Kiba's eyes suddenly bulged. She opened her mouth stupidly, unable to say the last word. Seeing Yizan's wicked smile, she suddenly covered her body with a towel, and then instinctively let out a harsh scream. Ah! The sharp cry shocked Mawako, who was about to reach the gate with the vegetable basket on her back. Perhaps she felt that her sister was in danger. She immediately threw the vegetable basket and rushed to the gate, and then... "That, you continue." Mawako sighed, took a few steps back, and grabbed the door handle. Boom! The door is closed. Chapter 135 _ A woman's innate ability. So, the vegetable basket is down, and we're going to eat barbecue. The best yakiniku restaurant in Konoha looks very lively in the box. Mawako knocked down the vegetable basket before and couldn't make dinner. Yizan thought about it and decided to pull the two girls out to eat barbecue. Then he went to Nara's house, Akamichi's house and other houses to call out all the friends who were about to eat. Because of the previous incident, there was a little embarrassment between Mawako and Minato. When they were eating the barbecue, they were silent, and Kushina didn't say anything. At the moment, she was staring at Yizan with murderous eyes. Her cheeks were like Yuhi, and she was ashamed. Angry again. "Stinky rascal, aren't you going to apologize?" Boom. The empty glass of orange juice was placed in front of Yizan, and Kushina put her hands on her hips, like a little tigress. Yizan glanced at her, then picked up a piece of grilled meat with chopsticks, dipped it in chan, and handed it to Kushina's mouth. "Open your mouth." Ah. Kushina ate the roasted meat with a clack clack, and was instantly overcome by the smell of roasted meat. She squinted slightly like a kitten, and only opened her eyes after being satisfied for a while, looking at Yizan pitifully. "Look what I'm doing, bake it yourself." "No, I want you to feed, this is your atonement, you can't escape." She pouted and leaned over most of her body. For some reason, seeing Kushina's half coquettish, half tsunere appearance, Makoto on the other side of Yizan was a little unhappy. This girl Makoto is usually quiet and outrageous, and her gentle and dull personality looks extremely tame, but when she saw Kushina asking Yizan to feed again and again, she suddenly grabbed Yizan and prepared Yizan to feed her. The old hands were pulled down. "Makoto. I miss you too." She stared blankly with wide eyes, shining brightly and brightly. Yizan was instantly intoxicated by that cute look. Almost instantly, Yizan immediately fed the barbecue into Makoto's mouth. Is it delicious? Yeah, the barbecue that Brother Zan feeds is the best Makoto has ever eaten. Maybe it's the nature of every woman. Even if Makoto doesn't understand it at all, she has also changed the way she speaks subconsciously. You know, she usually calls Big Brother Zan as much as possible. But Yizan heard it for the first time. Makoto didn't know it herself, but her changes had shocked everyone present, especially Mawako. She looked at Kushina with some hatred of iron. You know, Makoto is such a glutinous, soft and sweet cute girl, there is almost no men can resist. And what about your own sister? The grumpy temperament is not so cute, although it is also very cute, but compared with the naturally gentle and sticky Makoto, it is still a little bit worse. Sister, you have to cheer up. Mawako is still very optimistic about the relationship between her sister and Yizan. She winked at Kushina fiercely, but Kushina just pouted, completely ignoring her sister's gaze. Unlike Makoto, Kushina's character has always been stronger. Seeing Yizan and Makoto are tired of being together, she is immediately upset. It is not because of Yizan, but Makoto's behavior that she stole the barbecue that should have been fed to her. Make her angry, and a showdown between women arises in her heart. But in the face of Makoto's cute and gentle, strong enemy, Makoto rolled his eyes and laughed lightly, as if he had become a gentle and cute girl, and gently held Yizan's hand. Stinky rascal hooligan, I want to eat barbecue. Her voice was gentle and playful, with a touch of gentleness like a girl next door, but Yizan only trembled. Not only did he not feel the tenderness, but he thought that the little tigress was about to explode, so he twisted his waist and left. Kushina goes further. Kushina's idiot performance made Mawako cover her head. How stupid her sister is. The whole world knows what kind of character you are. And now you suddenly pretend to be another type. Idiots know there is a problem. However, the rough-hearted Kushina didn't realize this, or she had already focused all her thoughts on Yizan, hoping that Yizan would feed herself the next piece of barbecue and beat Makoto with 2 wins in 3 games. Smelly rascal, you are so annoying, hurry up and feed me. The next piece of barbecue must be fed to me. She shook Yizan's arm coquettishly, but because it was the first time she acted gentle, she couldn't grasp that degree, and she was a little hard, shaking Yizan to the left and her head was dizzy. As for Makoto, she just held Yizan gently, didn't say anything, didn't do anything, she just kept her eyes open, her eyes full of anticipation. Hey, a little tigress pretending to be gentle, a little sheep pretending to be cute. A woman's ingenuity is definitely not learned, it is definitely instinct. Yizan sighed lightly and picked up the 3rd piece of meat with chopsticks. Everyone was watching Yizan, especially these onlookers, who were more curious about which side Yizan would choose. Is Yizan distressed? Of course distressed. Is there no way Yizan can do it? Hee, how is that possible? Yizan smirked in his heart, but there was no expression on his face. He suddenly swept his gaze to Shikaku Chozo Minato and the others, his eyes 753, and his arrogance suddenly radiated. All men, turn around. With an order, the men who were waiting for the live broadcast immediately curled their lips and turned their heads to the other side. At the same time, Yizan used extremely fast speed to sandwich the barbecue in half. Kiba held his teeth in his teeth and choked his mouth. He kissed Makoto's lips, pushed the roasted meat over, then immediately turned his head and put the other half of the roasted meat into Kushina's mouth. Stinky bastard. Brother Zan is a big villain. Being taken advantage of by Yizan, the 2 women shouted at the same time. Afterwards, the 2 women looked at each other, Kushina snorted coldly, and a bright smile appeared on Makoto's face. Brother Zan gave it to me first, I won. No, you rascal, why did you just give Uchiha Makoto first? Because Brother Zan likes me more. Is that so? You bastard said it yourself. Is that what she said? Kushina pouted, an unspeakable grievance appeared in her heart, but before her grievance lasted for a few seconds, Yizan suddenly pursed her lips and put half of the fourth piece of roast meat into her mouth. Okay, like this, you'll be tied tilde. Chapter 136 The dog food is actually delicious. The atmosphere in the barbecue restaurant box is a little weird. Kushina ate the grilled meat with a cold face, and Makoto also had a cold face. It's normal for Kushina to have a cold face, but it's unprecedented for a cute girl like Makoto to have a cold face. All this is because of Yizan. Originally, the two women were engaged in a fierce fight, with all their hearts, but when Yizan kissed the two women twice and declared a draw, the two women finally understood that they had been deceived by Yizan. This stinky bastard dares to kiss me again, it's the second time. I'm so mad at me. I can't spare him. Kushina thought silently in her heart, and even the behavior of eating barbecue changed, as if taking the barbecue as Yizan. Biting Kiba gnashed his teeth, scaring everyone. As for Makoto, her anger was mixed with strong shyness. She didn't expect Yizan to kiss her. You know, this was her first time. I heard from the clan before that it was the first time I kissed mouthed. What was it called? It seemed like it was called Chu. Oh, I'm so shy. Makoto's cheeks became more and more yuhi, and the chopsticks in his hand gradually stopped. And Yizan has been paying attention to the emotions of the two girls. After finding out that Makoto's emotions have changed, he quietly put his hand under the dining table and moved behind Makoto little by little. Ah! An exclamation drew everyone's attention. Makoto lowered her head with Yuhi's face, and just now, Yizan pinched her ass. Humph! Due to the location, the only one who could see Yizan's action was Kushina. She snorted coldly, put her hand on Yizan's leg, and pinched it hard. Ah! Kushina, what are you pinching me for? Yizan jumped up violently, and the pain made him rub his legs. He bit Kiba and stared at Kushina, only to receive Kushina's disdainful eyes. What's wrong with pinching you? You stinky hooligan, just want to pinch you. After she finished speaking, seeing that she was about to start again, Yizan immediately backed away and hid beside Makoto. Makoto, Kushina bullied me. Makoto's hand pitifully, but his fingers kept drawing circles in Makoto's palm. The numbness and itchiness made Makoto's face shy. Yuhi lowered his head, but did not draw his hand out. Zan, big brother Zan, don't do this in the future. You bullying me and Kushina like this will ruin the reputation of me and Kushina. She said this, but Yizan was stunned, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Makoto, what are you talking about? What's the bad reputation? You are my wife in the future, how can you ruin your reputation? Wife, you look like a stinky rascal, don't think about toads eating swan meat, and want to marry me, it's impossible. Kushina rushed to Yizan's side, pinched Yizan's face and turned around. Suddenly Yizan cried out in pain. Yizan was not to be outdone, and wrapped his arms around Kushina's waist and head. As soon as they got together, they pursed Kushina's lips. All the men turned their heads. This was what Yizan said a second before he kissed Kushina. After that, Shikaku Minato and others silently turned their heads away, knowing that they and others could never watch the live broadcast at this time. This time, Yizan kissed for a long time, and Kushina gradually relaxed from the initial resistance. And Inuzuka were too embarrassed to look, only Makoto's eyes were wide open, with a hint of longing in his eyes. Don't worry, it's yours. Of Kushina, who was panting with her cheeks open to Yuhi, Yizan smiled wickedly, and immediately turned around and hugged Makoto into his arms, ignoring Makoto's shy resistance, and kissed him in one bite. Barbecue Box has directly become a place for Yizan to take girls. Mawako and Inuzuka Kiba are better, Shikaku, Inoichi and Minato are a pain in the ass. Until Yizan let go of Makoto, everyone gradually turned their heads. Choza didn't care about Yizan's problem, his eyes were fixed on the barbecue, and his throat kept gulping. Choza, you've eaten 2 plates of grilled meat just now, are you still full? Shikaku drank the orange juice silently, and then put the uneaten meat on his plate into the choza bowl. Eat it. Thank you, Shikaku, you are so kind to me. Choza was full of gratitude, while Inoichi sat expressionlessly beside him, and suddenly took out a few pieces from his purse. Sizzle. He put the thing on the grill, swiped a layer of oil, and after a while, there was a faint fragrance. The first person to react was Kuromaru, who suddenly opened his eyes and jumped on Inoichi with a whoosh. Wong wong wong. Hiyomaru, I'm sorry, I'm going to enjoy dog food alone today. Inoichi lifted the black pill expressionlessly, put it back on Inuzuka's claw head, then picked up a piece of dog food with chopsticks, and swallowed it into his stomach with a click, click. Inoichi, how does it taste? Not bad. Seeing someone flirting with two lovely girls and somehow thinking dog food is the tastiest thing in the world. Still expressionless, he devoured a few pieces of dog food on the grill at a very fast speed, and then suddenly stretched his hand into his arms. With a crashing sound, he pulled out a large bag of dog food. Wong wong wong. Okay, Kuromaru, I can only share a little with you. Eating, drinking, playing and playing. The sumptuous barbecue dinner was over for 2 full hours. Everyone had a bloated stomach and a contented smile on their faces. Well, even Yamanaka Inoichi was very satisfied, and I don't know if it was because he ate too much dog food, but his face was full of smiles, and he didn't let go of holding Kuromaru. Hiyomaru, tell you, when you grow up, you must find a girlfriend as soon as possible. Ah, you don't know what a girlfriend is. Just look at Big Brother Zan and you'll understand. Wong wong wong. Kuromaru seemed to understand, but because he was still a puppy, he didn't quite understand it. It just nodded in agreement, and after seeing Kuromaru nod, Inoichi finally put Kuromaru back on Inuzuka's paw with satisfaction. Brother Zan, then let's go first. Well, bye, see you next time Tilda. Yizan said goodbye to a few friends, and soon, Kushina Mawako and Makoto were left outside the barbecue restaurant. You rascal, don't think about bullying Makoto when I'm not around. Today, go back alone. I'm going to take Makoto home with my sister. After Kushina finished speaking, Yizan just laughed. He pointed to Makoto, with a mighty expression on his face. Idiot woman, you said you want to send Makoto home, can you send it? You don't know my Makoto. Only want me to take her home alone. Do you, baby? Yizan looked at Makoto with tenderness on his face, but Makoto's next sentence, like a bolt from the blue, fixed Yizan on the road. Sorry, Brother Zan, today I want Kushina and Sister Mawako to take me home. Chapter 137 _ The battle line is in a hurry. Humph. Humph. Yizan walked alone on the street, humming in his nostrils from time to time to express his dissatisfaction. My cute Makoto has already learned badly. After a few kisses, he joined forces with Kushina, the little tigress, to piss me off. I'm not allowed to give it away, Don't let me deliver, I'll go find Tsunade. Thinking of this, Yizan cracked his mouth, and his mood that had been unhappy for a second suddenly improved. It's still my Tsunade. Thinking that Tsunade was already the big killer of the D-Cup, Yizan's mouth almost drooled. Sleep with Tsunade tonight, if you're lucky, maybe you can sneak attack on her, hehehehe. Yizan smirked, turned around and walked towards Konoha Hospital. Tsunade had been treating Hitaki Tsukumo in the hospital. He went to have a look, and went home with Tsunade directly by the way. However, before he had walked a few steps, a black shadow with a full-body mask flashed not far from Yizan. The shadow bowed to Yizan, and said respectfully, Master Zan, Master Hokage is looking for you. Oh, Dead Monkey is looking for me now. Looking up at the sky and seeing that the moon had appeared, Yizan frowned slightly, knowing that Sarutobi had nothing important to do, and it was impossible to find himself at this time. Okay, I see. Yizan nodded, turned and walked towards the Hokage building. When passing the snack street, he packed 2 boxes of fried potatoes. Judging by Sarutobi, posture today, he should be working late again. Hokage building, in the Hokage office. Boom. With a loud noise, Yizan kicked the door and entered. Sarutobi twitched helplessly and reminded, if the door is broken, you will lose money. Well, I know, just deduct it from the 210 billion li. Yizan didn't care, threw a bag in his hand on the desk, then jumped on the sofa, took off his shoes, crossed his legs, and opened his own box of fried potatoes. One person, one box, don't think too much. After Yizan finished speaking, he started eating on his own. Although he had just finished eating the barbecue, Yizan's appetite was so good that he quickly ate a third of it. Yizan's eating appearance instantly aroused Sarutobi's appetite. He slowly opened the box on the desk, and the fragrance of oily spicy seeds and fried potatoes rushed to his face. Mouth. Well, the frying is not bad, but it's a bit spicy. Sarutobi sucked in his saliva and was a little too hot. He stuck out his tongue and breathed a few times before he could remove the spiciness in his mouth. Weak. Yizan disdainfully flipped over the Byakugan and continued to eat, and Sarutobi was also busy all day. Although it was spicy, the fried food still felt exponentially delicious. The two did not speak, and just ate silently until 10 minutes later, when Yizan threw the empty box into the trash can. Sarutobi patted his belly contentedly, and leaned back on the chair easily. Ah, I didn't expect that fried potatoes taste so good as a late-night snack, Xiaozan, or later. Don't even think about it. Do you still want my Tenten to bring you supper? Go dream. Also, don't think about it, just today, you call me at night, if there is nothing urgent, I will pinch your balls. Blast. Yizan waved his small paw again, scaring Sarutobi to shut up quickly. After the two joked, the dignified atmosphere in the office also dissipated a lot. Okay, I've eaten and I've made a joke. Tell me, what are you looking for? Of course Yizan knew that the matter was urgent, otherwise, with Sarutobi's character, he wouldn't be able to call someone at night. One thing, the Thunder Country Front. The Thunder Country Front. What's the matter? Can't my dad stand it? Yizan was stunned. Although Danzo's strength is not strong in cage level, it shouldn't be difficult to block the Kumogakure village army without breakage, right? Yes, Danzo can't stand it anymore. The first group of legions, except for the Hyuga branch family owner and a small number of elite Jonin, have been killed by Kumogakure ninjas. Danzo took 2,000 people and repelled the Kumogakure Legion in a short time. But you also know that Kumogakure village is a group of grumpy humanoid muscles, and I don't know if it was the revenge of the 3 generations of Kazekage or other reasons. Kumogakure village brought 3,000 ninja reinforcements. Not only that, among these 3,000 ninja army, and 2-tailed Jinchuiki column power. Suga, we are outnumbered, and the 2-tailed Jinchuriki column force dragged my dad, so it's normal to be beaten. Human Jinchuriki column power lies in the power of the tailed beast. Although I don't know how strong the Jinchuriki column of this generation is, but it can hold Danzo back. Even if this ninja does not have the power of the tailed beast, he has the power to be around the shadow. So, you want me to bring someone to support? No. No. This time, Yizan was really puzzled. How could he beat 3,000 people on the frontal battlefield without reinforcements? Xiaozan, the current situation is very good. The country of Earth has been repelled, and the country of Wind has also been repelled. If the country of Thunder does not continue to increase troops, we better not increase troops. Don't forget, there are tens of thousands of ninjas in the country. Although the Earth and the Wind temporarily retreated, their backbone has not been damaged. If we unrestrictedly put our troops into the front line of the Kingdom of Thunder, the Kingdom of Thunder will also invest in it. We can't take the initiative to cause trouble. Ah. Well, you know better than me in this respect, so I won't argue with you. Just ask, why did you call me today? I am calling you here today because I hope you, as Anbu, will bring a team to escort supplies to the front of the Land of Thunder. Escort supplies. Well, now the whole ninja world knows that we Konoha have money. When we buy ninja tools, we dare to raise the price to buy ninja tools. Those ninja tool dealers are naturally willing to make more money. Kumogakure village does not have so much money to buy ninja. We sent elite troops to sneak attack on our transport supply team. So far, 2 supply teams have been destroyed, and 3 supply points have been burned. And the most important thing is that the supplies on the front line are already in a hurry. The National Front will be even harder to fight. Quote. After Sarutobi finished speaking, the whole office fell silent, and then, Yizan quickly got up and stood in front of Sarutobi with a serious face. Recently, my strength has improved a bit. If it is a small team operation, as long as a few elites are equipped, there is no problem in blocking the enemy. I have accepted this task. Chapter 138_SS vs Konoha Anbu. Northeast of the Fire Nation. In the vast forest, tall trees stretch like waves, insects and birds are flying, and it is full of vitality. On the forest road, more than a dozen large carriages were loaded with food, grass and other military supplies, and the detonating talisman was installed in a storage scroll, which was carried by more than 30 ninjas. My life is very hard. After fighting the land of the land, I went to the country of the wind. After the country of the wind, I finally came back to rest for a day, and was sent by the dead monkey to escort the logistics force. Non-stop, the dead monkey really took me. When tilde the Malays are calling. Behind the transport force, Yizan was hanging from a distance with 4 elite jonin, all of them wearing cat face masks, apparently secretly protecting them in the identity of Anbu. And my little girlfriends, they must have cried when they saw me leaving Konoha. Hey. A handsome man like me, being in charge of being handsome is enough, why do you want me to do it all over the place? What about the mission? Yizan kept talking on his own, and several elite jonin next to him were full of black lines. One of them, Anbu, took the initiative to come over and said, Captain Zan, didn't you take the initiative to take this task? Why did you say? Shut up. Yizan's eyes widened, causing the Anbu to shrink his neck in fright, as if he was very vicissitudes. Yizan raised his head 45 degrees to the sky, and sighed softly, Konoha's younger generation is too weak. Come on, I'm an old man who won't go out, who of you can support half of the sky in Konoha? Quote. The Anbu were speechless again, they decided not to speak anymore, buried their heads, and let Yizan groan in their ears. Why don't you talk anymore? Why don't you pay attention to me? You people are like this, bullying the good and fearing the evil, seeing that I am kind and ignoring me, excluding me from the small group, you are like this, big drop bad. Yizan kept harassing his teammates like an old woman chanting scriptures. Several Anbu had more and more black lines on their foreheads. They swore to themselves that they would never team up with Yizan to do missions again. Boom! A violent explosion suddenly sounded, and a few hundred meters ahead, the flames shot into the sky, and thick smoke billowed. The location of the convoy. They were attacked. Yizan, who kept talking nonsense, had a straight face, suddenly accelerated, and rushed towards the transport team with 4 Anbu. Boom! Boom! There was an explosion, and when Yizan and the others arrived at the scene, half of the 30 or so ninjas had died. Most of the ninjas in the transport team were rubbish who did not dare to go to the front line or were weak. In just a few seconds, more than a dozen people were killed by the enemy. Sure enough, Kumogakure village. Yizan didn't need to think at all, he recognized it at a glance. One look at the dark skin, shimmering Raiden Thunder style, and big muscles, you know the other is the Kumogakure village ninja. The arrival of Yizan's 5 people also attracted the attention of the other party. After discovering the cat face mask, several Kumogakure ninjas gathered in an instant, abandoned the transport team, and rushed directly to Yizan. Konoha Anbu, ha 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 ha, finally a stronger team has arrived. The guy who looks like the captain of the Kumogakure raid team is laughing wildly in the sky. After seeing Yizan and others, not only is he not afraid, but he has a strong fighting spirit. His feet and right arm are flashing with dazzling thunder, and the momentum of the elite jonin contains a strong momentum. Murderous look. The rest will be divided by myself. I will deal with this person. Yizan ordered. Several Anbu scattered, each chose an enemy, and started a 1v1 battle. As Konoha Anbu and the elite Jonin in Anbu, they each have their own arrogance. In addition to Hitaki Sakumo in the entire Anbu, only, evil, Yizan can suppress them. However, a few Kumogakure ninjas dare to look down on our Anbu. Absolutely unbearable. Boom. A loud noise, the ground cracked, Captain Kumogakure grinned bloodthirsty, but in the next second, his face was stunned, and his eyes were full of disbelief. How is that possible? This is, he exclaimed, took a few steps back quickly, his knees were slightly bent, his muscles were tense, and he was in a state of extreme vigilance. Nothing is impossible, idiot of Kumogakure village. The azure light surrounded his body. Yizan flew out of the pothole lightly, flew a few times in midair like a butterfly, and then landed. His feet were less than 10 centimeters from the ground, his chin was floating deliberately, and his chin was slightly raised. Full of pride. Idiots from Kumogakure village, don't you look familiar? It's very similar to your Raiden Thunder-style armor, Raikage-sama, right? Would you like to try its power? Yizan laughed, but Captain Kumogakure's face became even more solemn. He never thought, or even did not believe, that a child of a few years old would actually use such a powerful ninjutsu. However, how old is the child? If remembering something, Captain Kumogakure's complexion changed greatly. As the elite Jonin of Kumogakure village, he also shouldered the special task of attacking the Konoha logistics force. Some gossip spread between the elite and the elite Jonin. 3 generations of Raikage were defeated by Konoha Anbu, a super futon, wind-style, genius under 10 years old. When he heard the news, he just smiled, thinking it was just an excuse for the 3rd generation of Raikage not to reveal the real reason, but now. Anbu, futon, wind-style, is less than 10 years old, all of this happens to fit the child in front of him. Thinking of this, not only did Captain Kumogakure have no fear on his face, but a stronger fighting spirit appeared on his face. He didn't believe that the 3rd generation Raikage was defeated by Yizan. Maybe it was just Yizan's sneak attack, maybe it was just an accident. If I can kill this kid, will I be avenging Lord Raikage? Thinking of this, there was a hint of excitement on Kumogakure Jonin's face. As one of Raikage's diehard loyalists, it is a great satisfaction to be able to avenge Raikage. Boy, did you cause the wound on Lord Raikage's body. His words made Yizan stunned for a moment, then nodded. Yeah, what's wrong? Yizan scratched his head stupidly, and his innocent appearance immediately angered Captain Kumogakure. He roared suddenly, the veins on his forehead burst, and after a while, the violent chakra burned, and the terrifying thunder covered him. Lord Raikage's guard Vice Captain Toronto, boy, don't forget my name when you go to hell. Chapter 139 _ Don't forget when you go to hell. In the long forest, violent noises continued to erupt. Fire, thunder, blasting and burning a large number of trees. 4 Konoha Anbu are elite, and the Raikage guards dare to take on the task of going deep into the enemy's belly to attack the logistics team, which naturally has its own advantages. These 4 groups of people fought one-on-one, and the fight was in full swing, with each other's advantages and disadvantages, but on Yizan's side, the battle was completely one-sided. Call out. With a light sound, the 5 wind blades instantly ripped apart the air and scattered in all directions. Toronto avoided his fists on his neck, but was hit by one of the wind blades, and the Raiden Thunder-style armor was slightly dented. It's terrifying. I didn't expect that in the entire ninja world, except for Lord Raikage, someone actually created another chakra attribute mode. Every punch can release 5 wind blades of B-level ninjutsu power. What level is this kid? Genius. Seeing that Yizan was punching again, he quickly ducked his head to dodge, fell to the ground, supported the ground with both hands, and pushed his feet with all his strength. Boom. Kumogakure village ninjas are all masters of physique. This rough man is all out, even if he is blocked by futon, wind-style mode, Yizan can't defend against the fixed point impact. In addition, he is too young, his body is weak, and his feet are crooked. Lost focus. Great opportunity. Toronto's eyes flashed and suddenly burst out. He stood upside down, and his hands supporting the earth pushed hard. Like a spring, his feet jumped up from the bottom, and one blow kicked Yizan to the sky. Keep up the good work. In Toronto's subconscious, no matter how talented Yizan is, no matter how powerful ninjutsu he has created, he is still a child under 10 years old. When it comes to physique alone, the opponent is definitely not his opponent. He was a little proud, but also a little underestimated. He bent his knees, kicked abruptly, his body rose into the sky like a rocket, and instantly passed Yizan to a higher position. Then he raised his legs high, ready to give Yizan a heavy foot pressure. Ha! The fierce heavy foot smashed into the air, and Toronto fell down blankly. Yizan floated in the air with a grin, picked up a piece of booger, and bounced off in a gust of wind. Looking for death. The booger was blocked by the Raiden Thunder-style armor outside, but Yizan's indifferent expression and insulting behavior completely angered Toronto. He bent his knees, raised his head, and stared at Yizan. It bounced up suddenly, like a flash of lightning towards Yizan. Idiot. This time, Yizan didn't release the water. He turned his body slightly to avoid the opponent's attack in an instant. Kurigaku's fighting skills were fully exerted. With one punch and one kick, he struck the Raiden Thunder-style armor in a quirky way. The armor keeps sinking. Vice Captain of the Guards. Toronto. What did you do? Your Raiden Thunder-style chakra mode is too weak. Yizan's grinning complaints made Toronto's face even more ugly. He was unable to move in midair. He did not expect that Yizan could actually practice futon wind-style mode to such a high level that he could fly freely in the air. You can't be attacked by the opponent like a sack, you must counter the master's initiative. Thinking of this, Toronto roared, and the right elbow suddenly burst into a dazzling thunder. Reflow burst. Boom. The terrifying right elbow slammed into Yizan's face, but it was counteracted by the rapidly rotating futon wind style. Although Yizan could fly, he couldn't bear the force in midair, and he was knocked far away by this blow. After hitting Yizan, Toronto fell back to the ground. His eyes narrowed and he saw a blue light swooping down from the sky. Right, boy, it's just your physical fitness. Toronto laughed heartily and decided to kill Yizan with this blow. He took a deep breath, opened his horse stance, and half squatted. The thunder light all over his body became stronger and stronger. In the face of Toronto's all-out attack, Yizan not only did not have much, but rushed faster. Although his body and bones were weak, as long as futon wind-style's armor was not broken, he would not be hurt. Seeing Toronto's mocking expression, Yizan also smiled. He narrowed his eyes slightly and grinned, obviously not caring about the other party at all. To deal with your level, it's too cheap to use the spiral thrust, then use the heart of the strong. At the moment of approaching Toronto, the double effect was instantly blessed. Yizan's futon wind-style defense was instantly doubled, and his right fist was also stamped on Toronto's face. Boom. With a loud bang, thunder exploded. The added double power of the heart of the strong, plus the violent destructive power of the golden futon wind-style mode, instantly shatters Toronto's Raiden Thunder-style armor. Toronto screamed, vomited blood and flew out. After breaking more than a dozen big trees, he rolled on the ground a few times, and lay on the ground weakly. He struggled to get up. The next moment, Yizan turned into a meteor and fell from the sky. Boom. Thunder's easy, the wind howls, and the surrounding forests are destroyed. Toronto burst into potential again at the last minute, opening the Raiden Thunder-style armor, but at the moment, he was exhausted. As Yizan stepped on, futon wind-style and Raiden Thunder-style collided with each other, causing Raiden Thunder-style armor to sink slowly. Your Raiden Thunder-style mode is too weak, you just learned it. You can't even compare to the original Yui. Toronto, let me ask you a question, how many Hokage guards do you have? Since you were the deputy of the guard's captain, why didn't you accompany Hokage to the land of fire? Maybe with you, I wouldn't have the chance to sneak attack on him. Yizan deliberately ran on words. Toronto, who was covered in muscle pimples, didn't doubt it. He just stared angrily, his hands pressed against Yizan's right foot, his arms bulged, and he used all his strength. Little 0.3, don't think you're very powerful, I'm just a vice captain of the Hokage guards. We have 13 vice captains in the 13th Mine Guard team, and 13 stronger captains. Beat me. What? As long as our captain arrives. Idiot. Boom. The earth with a radius of 50 meters suddenly collapsed, forming a huge deep pit. The lightning disappeared. Toronto was lying in the pit, his eyes were scattered, and his breath was extremely weak. I am Shimura-zan, the son of Shimura Danzo, the planner and executor of the collapse plan of the Land of Water. Oh yes, if Hades can't find me, you can tell him, my name is Yizan, don't forget it after going to hell. Chapter 140 New Task. Yizan smiled and made a bye-bye gesture. Shrouded in a golden force field, he narrowed his eyes slightly, and a wicked smile flashed in his eyes. Hey, Toronto, give me face and betray Hokage. Fuck, even if I die, I won't betray Hokage. Click. The fierce bone was broken, the bone pierced into the heart. Toronto's mouth was full of blood, his eyes widened as if returning to the light, his whole body was trembling, and his eyes were full of anger. Konoha rat, one day, Lord Hokage will. Toronto died, and a purple book broke out. Yizan didn't even bother to read it. He who used to be $1 million household, didn't like a mere book at all. But seriously, after using the local 10,000 yuan treasure, what is the difference after the face fruit is upgraded? I haven't felt it until now. Yizan shook his head and sighed. Although the golden screen of the Sea of Consciousness was a system, it was just a fake system. The whole system, including duel, was only the second ability of the face fruit. Just like everyone who ate the devil fruit, all abilities need to be explored on their own. Toronto's death was something the Kumogakure ninjas didn't expect. As the Hokage guards, since Toronto can become the vice captain, he must be a powerful character in the elite Jonin, but he did not expect that he would die in the hands of Yizan so quickly. As soon as Toronto died, the fighting spirit of the other four dissipated immediately. The 4 Kumogakure ninjas wanted to escape, but were stopped by Yizan, who was in futon wind style mode. No one left. The Konoha logistics team hit the road again, and the supplies were intact in one truck after another. In the end, the logistics team came to the war zone and handed the supplies to the ninjas on the front line of the Kingdom of Thunder. Shaozan, you are too dangerous. Konoha station on the front line of the Kingdom of Thunder, Shimura Danzo took over the supplies with some heartache. He didn't expect Yizan to lead the team, and he didn't expect Yizan's strength to be so high. The news of the country's collapse has not yet come, and they are still fighting in full swing. If the country of thunder knows the situation of the country of wind, at least it will not be so tragic. Why, are you still fighting with the two-tailed Jinchuriki column? In the camp, Yi Xuanqing took a sip of tea, looking very relaxed. Since the face fruit has been upgraded, his information has been infinite. Although he does not know the new abilities of the face fruit, progress can only be achieved by fighting. Research and development can make the fastest progress in the fruit of face. Of course he's fighting. This two-tailed man's Jinchuriki column power is very strong. Even if he doesn't use the power of the tail beast, he has the power of quasi-shadow. I didn't expect that this man is actually the captain of the personal guard that Hokage has been hiding for many years. His name is Yuichiro Yamamoto. His strength is indeed quite heroic. Danzo is a little helpless. Cage level and quasi-cage level seem to be one step away, but in fact there is a big change. Basically, it is impossible for quasi-shadow powerhouses to defeat cage level, but people like Jinchuriki column force this bug, crushed Danzo with the amount of chakra. It's not bad, at least the killer bee Jinchuriki column force didn't come. Oh right, what about the Killer Bee Jinchuriki column force? Why didn't it come? Yizan blinked his eyes in confusion. In this era, Urwei Yugito has not yet been born, and Killer Bee is only a few years old at most. He is very curious about what kind of people Jinchuiki column forces in this generation. Killer Bee Jinchuriki column S power is not good. Killer Bee Jinchuriki column S power is very weak to control the power of the tailed beast. Often run away, put into the battlefield, with the hatred of the Eight Tails for Kumogakur village, maybe they will start to slaughter their own people, Kumogakur village. The people who don't dare to gamble, and don't want the Eight Tails to be left unusable. Judging from the latest information from the spy, Kumogakur village is ready to replace the new Killer Bee Jinchuriki column force, maybe it's a matter of this or 2 years, etc. The third generation of Reikage is injured, and it is necessary to replace the Jinchuriki column force. Quote. Danzo's words made Yizan realize, it seems that Killer Bee has become a Jinchuriki column force in the last 1 or 2 years. The first reason is because this generation of Killer Bee Jinchuriki column force is too rubbish, and the second reason, Yizan guessed that the 3 generations of Reikage paved the way for his son. The new Killer Bee Jinchuriki column force, if nothing else, must be the original Killer Bee. At this time, Killer Bee is only a few years old, Yaoi is in his teens, and the 3 generations of Reikage clearly want the two to form a new AB combination. After 10 or 20 years, the AB group will inevitably become the new cage level group in Kumogakur village. At that time, the 3 generations of Reikage will abdicate, and Yaoi will also be able to secure the position of Reikage with the help of Killer Bee. The idea is very good, and the implementation is also good. Yizan didn't want to ruin this thing. Kumogakur village must have prepared a few people for Jinchuriki column spare tires. Killer Bee is just one of them, and Killer Bee is so funny. Character, becoming a new generation Killer Bee Jinchuriki column force is not a bad thing either. Thinking of this, Yizan didn't tell Danzo his guess. He drank all the tea in one breath, smashed his mouth, and stood up slowly. The task that the dead monkey gave me was to deliver the supplies, and now the supplies have been delivered, then I'll work here with you. How about, let me try a 350 with the Ni Jinchuriki column. Yizan's eyes flickered, and there was a trace of blood in his heart. Chakra, who had infinite recovery, became more and more courageous, and challenged him by leaps and bounds, which always made him feel warm. However, Yizan still underestimated the importance of himself in Danzo's heart. When he heard that his son wanted to fight with the two-tailed Jinchuriki column force, Danzo's expression changed, and he immediately said solemnly, "No. You are not allowed to participate in the frontal battle." He didn't know Yizan's performance on the front of the Land of Wind, and even if he did, he wouldn't let Yizan take such a risk for the second time. As a cage-level powerhouse, Danzo is very aware of the huge gap between Jonin and cage level. Even if Yizan performs well, there is still great danger. If he is not careful, he will be caught by cage-level masters. Weakness to kill. Seeing that Yizan was a little upset, Danzo fell silent. After thinking for a long time, he frowned and made a new suggestion. "Xiaozan, you won't be allowed to go to the battlefield, but there are still tasks that you need to complete. Although the danger of this task is not comparable to that of the frontal battlefield, it is difficult and dangerous. At present, I really can't find anyone to complete it. Are you willing to accept it?" Hokage Give Me a Face, Chapter 141 to 160. Chapter 141 Eat spicy food. Food and grass occupy an extremely important position in any war in any world. If you are full, you will have the strength to fight, but if you can't even eat enough, who will fight for you? There were more than 10 elite raiding teams in Kumogakur village attacking Konoha logistics in the hinterland of Fire Nation, and the Toronto team that Yizan killed was just one of them. However, because Yizan escorted supplies such as grain and grass detonating talismans to arrive, they can hold on in a short time, and Danzo's task for Yizan is not to continue to escort the supplies, but to attack the supplies. The other side attacked us, and we also attacked each other. The Kumogakure village is not as rich as the Konoha, their supplies are more important, plus the Kumogakure village is only fighting in one line, they have more ninjas and energy to deploy defense. The material point of Kumogakure village is set up inside the border of the Country of Thunder, separated by the Country of Soup and the Country of Sound. The current situation of these two small countries is not bad. Because they are neutral countries, Kumogakure village has not been in chaos, but they have sent a lot of ninjas to stay in the two small countries, which can also be regarded as a defense against Konoha. Of course, the fate of a small country can never be controlled by itself. Konoha is under attack at the moment, and he has no strength to fight back. If a full counterattack, Kumogakure will definitely withdraw the front, but he is unwilling to withdraw to the territory of the Country of Thunder to fight. By then, these small countries will become victims of war between the two countries. I'm still saying that, follow me, eat spicy, drink spicy, right? In the remote rocky field of Tangjiguo, Yizan led the 4 elite Jonin forward quickly, rushing the road for 2 days, and everyone found a big rock to rest under the wind. After Yizan ate a fragrant wautu, he took out the water bag in his luggage and took a sip, then threw it to a ninja beside him. Thank you, Captain. The dry-mouthed Anbu thanked him, picked up the water bag and poured it down his throat. In the next second, his face changed greatly, and the whole face turned yuhi. Don't vomit. It's said that the delicious and spicy ones are spicy, but if you vomit, you will fail me. Yizan looked at the other party cutely. This Anbu endured for a long time, and finally couldn't take it anymore, and spit out the sound of, wow. Captain, you actually put chili water in the water bag. That's right, didn't you say that the fragrant drink is spicy? Look, fragrant wowotu, spicy chili water, I'm right tilde. Yizan took a water bag and took a sip, as if he had to drink up the soup after eating a bowl of spicy noodles. Whether Yizan did it sincerely or deliberately, the group of Anbu said they didn't know, and they swore in their hearts that next time, they would definitely not do the task with this little bastard, this would simply kill them. Under Yizan's half-threatening gaze, the 4 elite Jonin grimaced and took a sip one by one. Konoha's food has always been relatively bland. It was the first time they tried to drink pure chili water. Crossflow. Hey, I said you guys, I really don't understand the charm of chili peppers. Yizan shook his head helplessly, grabbed the water bag and put it away. Then he looked at the 4 of them with a serious face, and said in a very serious tone, you guys, this kind of performance makes me very sad. Next time I want to drink, I won't give it to you. No, we will never drink your chili water again. The 4 of them spoke in unison, which immediately made Yizan pouted. He turned over the Byakugan and decided to enjoy the precious chili water by himself. Generally speaking, new things are difficult to accept, but once they are accepted, they may become popular in everything. He really does not believe that none of these 4 guys will accept the Amway of chili water. Chili water stimulates the brain and taste buds. Although the 4 of them decided not to drink it, the tiredness of the 2-day journey was also stinged away by the chili water. After a while, the 4 of them went on their way again. As the elite of Konoha Anbu, Kumogakure village's secret post in the land of soup could not work for them at all. Several people easily avoided the dark post, crossed the land of soup and the land of sound, and finally entered the land of thunder. The land of thunder is mostly mountainous and the land is mostly rock, which also makes the land in the land of thunder extremely barren and the crop yield is very low. Not only that, because the country of thunder is full of mountains, the traffic is very inconvenient, and the ninjas and civilians in the country of thunder are more violent, resulting in few businessmen willing to go to the country of thunder for business, and the economic development is relatively slow. But seriously, Wen Izumi in the Kingdom of Thunder is very good. After the task is completed, let's take a dip in Wen Izumi. It would be even better if there is a mixed Wen Izumi pool, hook up a few girls, and at night. He. Yizan held his chin and took care of himself with silver laughing, making the 4 Anbu around him full of black lines. As Anbu's elite, several of them have strong self-discipline ability. The first thing that comes to mind when completing the task is to retreat. How could it be possible to go to the enemy country to warm up Izumi? 4 antiques who stayed in Anbu all the year round said that they didn't understand the thinking of young people at all. They looked at each other and cowardly counseled each other. Captain Zahn, if you want to go, you can go by yourself, your camouflage skills are the best in Konoha, the 4 of us will not participate, and the task is completed, we have to report to Lord Danzo to destroy Kumogakure village. The logistics supply point can cause a huge mental blow to the frontal battlefield. At that time, Mr. Danzo will definitely do something. If we delay the opportunity, it will be a crime of dereliction of duty. Anbu's words made sense. Yizan thought about it for a while and then gave up the plan. He didn't want to feel trapped in the enemy's country again. Although it was very exciting, he had to calculate all the time and lost the fun of soaking in Izumi. After entering the Kingdom of Thunder, Yizan and his group began to restrain their actions. Anbu's mission has always been quick and hidden, especially the mission of entering the hinterland of the war to burn food and grass, and he must be extremely careful. Once exposed in advance, the mission will fail, and maybe he will be surrounded by people sent from the battlefield ahead. At that time, no matter how strong a few people are, they will have to die in the endless pursuit. Slowly and secretly advanced in the Land of Thunder for 2 days, until the next night, Yizan and the 5 finally found the transit supply point provided by the spy. Here, it's here. Chapter 142 Anbu said, Plan. The Land of Thunder has many mountains, and Yizan's current location is at the foot of the mountains. The faces of the 5 people were a little dignified. They discovered that the transit supply point in Kumogakure village was actually a very strict military station. But yes, after all, this is the granary that provides the entire Kumogakure core. If there is no defense, once it is destroyed, the consequences will be disastrous. What we can see at the moment is only a trail. The trail is flat and without any obstructions, which provides a wide field of vision for the ninjas on the mountain and can prevent the enemy from attacking in time. If we rush hard with brute force, we will be almost instantly killed by hundreds of people on the mountain. Ninja instant kill. And Anbu analyzed. There are at least 24 elite Jonin on the mountain, and we must not attack directly. We can look at another way. With our strength, it is very simple to walk up the vertical cliff. I suggest to observe the structure of this mountain first, and see if there are any loopholes. The other person's suggestion was approved by everyone including Yizan, and then everyone left the foot of the mountain and observed around the mountain. After half a day, everyone gathered at the foot of the mountain again, and everyone's faces were not good looking. They found that the entire top of the mountain was monitored by Kumogakure ninjas 24 hours a day. Whether it was the only mountain trail with entrance and exit, or the cliffs in all directions of 890, they were blocked by Kumogakure ninjas. If you want to climb the mountain from the cliff, not only will you fail, but you will suffer a greater crisis. Think about it, if everyone stepped on a vertical cliff and rushed up, but halfway through the rush, the 100 ninjas on the top of the cliff threw detonating talismans and kunai at the same time. Chakra is attached. This mountain that is close to 1,000 meters, will not be shattered if you fall. Even if Yizan could fly, only Yizan could survive alone. Facing the attack of more than 20 elite Jonin and nearly 100 Sheng and Chunin, Yizan could only escape at most, but the mission would definitely fail. If the mission is bound to fail, it is better to give up the mission directly, at least quietly leave the country of thunder, and the safety is guaranteed. Of course, if they can complete the mission, these 4 Anbu would rather give their lives to complete it. Once the granary in Kumogakure village is destroyed, the entire front of the Kingdom of Thunder will be severely hit. With the command of Danzo, 2,000 people will be defeated. 3,000 people is not difficult. But now the most important thing is how to complete the task. 4 Anbu couldn't think of it, they could only look at Yizan eagerly, but they knew that the IQ of this Lord Zan, even the Kingdom of Water could collapse, and even the Kingdom of Wind was defeated, a mere granary, it should not be too difficult bar. Facing the gazes of the 4, Yizan scratched his forehead and reluctantly persuaded his shoulders. Although he made many earth-shattering strategies, in the face of this almost incomprehensible defense, there seemed to be no other way than a strong attack. However, Yi Zan would not smash his signboard. Seeing that the four Anbu were a little anxious, Yi Zan patted their shoulders with a confident expression on his face. Don't worry, everyone, I will not only successfully complete this mission, but I will also bring the four of you back intact. Brother Xinchuan, immortality, this is no joke. He held his chin high, and his arrogant attitude immediately aroused the confidence of the four Anbu. They looked at Yi Zan silently. This is an unconditional trust of all Anbu, in Yi Zan since the collapse of the country of water. Captain, do you have a solution? Haha, I knew that Lord Zan had a way. With the wisdom of Lord Zan, I could easily break through the granary. The four continued to flatter, making Yi Zan's face more and more arrogant, and then he shook his head proudly, and hopped away from the foot of the mountain. Let's go, find a Wen Izumi hotel for a rest today, tomorrow. As expected of the captain, the plan will be implemented directly tomorrow. Master Zan is indeed Master Zan. Captain Zan is the pride of our Anbu. Wrong, Boss Zan is the pride of our Konoha. Four of them flattered again. Yi Zan also nodded his head shamelessly. At this moment, he had no plans at all. In his little head, all he thought of was the cozy Wen Izumi and the barbecue next to Wen Izumi. The pretty girl of Izumi who wears very little, well, it's better to be mixed, hehehehe. Yi Zan wiped the corners of his mouth and dried the saliva from his mouth. The four Anbu behind him did not know at all that Lord Zan, whom they trusted unconditionally, had already left the task behind. The next afternoon, Yi Zan, who had been having a good night with strange beauties at Wen Izumi Hotel, walked out of the room with dark circles under his eyes. Outside, the four Anbu had been waiting impatiently for a long time. Happy expressions appeared on their faces. Master Zan. An Anbu came to Yi Zan and whispered. Due to the disguise, the four Anbu were already dressed as civilians of the Land of Thunder, and they didn't seem to have any flaws. Well, the murderous part of those girls last night was so big, they were white and tender, and they looked good, hee. I invited them to eat barbecue and drink again. It seems that they don't sleep until 6 a.m. Hey, yesterday I am a little dizzy after being drunk by these bad women. Yi Zan's words caused the four Anbu's faces to change slightly, and the Anbu beside him was even more shocked, and whispered in a suppressed voice, Master Zan. You are still young, how can you drink? If Master Danzo finds out, the four of us won't give it to you. Lord Danzo was killed, and, Lord Zan, can you plan in your current state? Yi Zan was taken aback by Anbu's words. It was the first time he drank alcohol in this world, which made him dizzy and unable to respond so far. What did you say? Plan. Seeing that Yi Zan was still dizzy, Anbu finally couldn't help it and raised his finger sharply. Boom. Oops. With a cry of pain, Yi Zan's dizzy brain finally woke up. He stared at Anbu with wide eyes and angrily staring at Anbu in front of him, bastard. What are you beating me for? Shish. Sir Zan, keep your voice down, you were still drunk just now, and your subordinates did this out of resignation. I hope Sir Zan forgives me. Also, the plan. Sir Zan, the plan you said yesterday. Plan. Oh, understood. Yi Zan nodded suddenly, yawned in the eyes of the four Anbu's trusting, and walked back to the room lazily. Sorry, I didn't think about a plan at all yesterday. I'd better wait for me to rest and think about this kind of thing. I went to bed. Chapter 143 Where is the breakthrough point? Destroying the Kumogakure village granary transit station is incompetent, only outwitted. There is a large amount of food and grass stored in the transfer station, but it is not absolutely invulnerable. Yi Zan found that every 2 weeks, the Kumogakure ninja on the front of the Kingdom of Thunder would send more than 200 ninjas with dozens of empty carriages into the transfer station, carrying after filling up with food, grass and military supplies. You go down the mountain through the only trail, which is a breakthrough. Master Zan, your plan is useless. I have noticed that when the 200 or more ninjas entered the transfer station, they queued up to be checked by the garrisoned ninjas, and several perceptual ninjas checked the chakra fluctuations of these people to prevent transformation technique disguise. You want to go in with this group of transport teams, it's impossible. I understand what you mean. Yizan nodded, agreeing with the other party's words. If you enter the transfer station through the concealment skills and camouflage skills taught by Anbu, you will be discovered by the Kumogakur ninja before you enter. Konoha has covert camouflage skills, but Kumogakur doesn't. It can be said that with all the skills a ninja knows, it is impossible to deceive the garrisoned ninja and enter the transfer station. But I don't need to be concealed. Believe it or not, I can go in directly with the convoy. Yizan's words made the four Anbu feel a little stupid. It was only then that they remembered Yizan's deeds of glory. Under the circumstance that he was trapped in the country of water and wanted by the whole country, it was surprising that no one could find him and enter such a transfer station. It should be simpler than the land of water, right? Thinking of this, the Anbu people suddenly became excited, but the next second, Yizan smiled wickedly, breaking their hearts. Don't think about it. Even if I teach you Dafa in disguise, it will be difficult for you to be as natural as I am. This time I will go in alone, and you should stay at the foot of the mountain. And GT, less than. Yizan's words made the four Anbu's faces shrug. They blinked and looked at Yizan pitifully, like four children who made mistakes. Tisk. The expression of a group of big men. Don't be cute. I stick to the decision just now. You stay at the foot of the mountain and answer me at any time. Oh yes. As if thinking of something, Yizan suddenly raised his voice and made the four Anbu eyes rekindle the ray of hope. I will tell my dad the truth about this mission. I will complete the mission alone. The four of you are just traveling around at public expense, and it has no effect. Do you understand? I understand. Yizan was the captain. He made the decision. The four Anbu could only execute it, and Yizan was so righteous, they couldn't refute it. Four Anbu looked like they were unlovable, and they lost their luster after being hit by Yizan. They are thinking, how to face the ridicule of other Anbu comrades after returning. The four elite Jonin, who are useless during the mission, will definitely become everyone's laughingstock in the future, right? Definitely. Thinking of the dark life in the future, the faces of the four of them collapsed completely, and one of them muttered in a low voice. If I knew this would happen, I shouldn't have stayed in the room honestly last night, but played with those beautiful sisters. Playing is my privilege. Do you want to grab a girl with me? Yizan glanced at the other party lightly, and was so frightened that the other party closed his mouth. The other three Anbu gloated. At least at this moment, some people were worse than the three of them. Hey, a group of stupid mortals. In the end, only the great God can take action. For the next 2 weeks, Yizan disappeared, and not even the four Anbu knew his whereabouts. He only left a note in Wen Izumi's hotel saying, "Fire on the mountain, act by chance," and disappeared without a trace. Acting by chance. How do you act on a whim? Four Anbu look at me, I look at you, and finally took out an expensive chakra trigger detonator from their arms at the same time, and invariably chose one of Yizan's favorite trap types. Four Anbu started to block the enemy, and Yizan had already come to the territory of the Tang dynasty. Although Tangzhiguo is a small country, it also has normal economic development. Yizan hid in a restaurant on the avenue of a small town. After waiting for 8 days, he finally reached his goal. Boss, pour water and tea, and bring all the food. Okay, ninja masters are sitting here. Is it the same as last time? Nonsense. The money is indispensable to you. Hurry up, we still have to hurry. More than 200 ninjas came to the town with dozens of carriages. This town is the only way to the land of thunder. Yizan tracked the tracks of the wheels and inquired about the location of the Kumogakur convoy. Dozens of carriages stopped, and the Kumogakur ninjas entered the restaurant one after another, and Yizan, like a child from an ordinary family, boldly walked past the Kumogakur ninja and came to the carriage slowly. Hey, are you feeding the horse? Yizan blinked, and in front of him was a 10-year-old boy with a messy grassy head and a dirty face, feeding the horses one by one with horse feed. Hearing Yizan's voice, the boy patted the horse's neck, turned his head, and looked puzzled. "Yes, I'm feeding the horse. May I ask you who is?" "It's nothing. I see how interesting it is that you feed the horses. Can you teach me?" Yizan grinned, his right hand hidden in his sleeve quietly formed a seal. Demonic illusion. Mind control. Yizan stared at the other party, and after a while, the little boy's eyes became dull, and after a while, his eyes were clear, as if he had missed any demonic illusion. Mind control is a very simple C-level demonic illusion. Demonic illusion that Yizan learned when Anbu was learning traps, password decryption, concealment and many other skills. The stronger one's own mental power, the better the effect of the spell, especially for civilians and other non-ninja units, and can even completely control the opponent's actions. Performing demonic illusion on the little boy, Yizan quietly left the carriage. He sat in a small tea house next to the transport team, ordered a ramen, and ate it happily like an ordinary child. And the little boy who feeds the horses is still feeding the horses, as if nothing has been discovered. Chapter 144_Infiltrate the transfer station. A few days later, the transport team from Kumogakure village left the country of soup, passed through the country of sound, and entered the country of thunder. For the past few days, Yizan has been hanging from the team far away. His hair is messy, his cheeks are dirty, except for the clothes, the rest is exactly the same as the boy feeding the horse. The transport team was getting closer and closer to the transfer station of the granary. Until the afternoon of the same day, it was only a few hours before the transfer station arrived. The little boy who was feeding the horse suddenly covered his stomach and had a painful expression on his face. "What's wrong?" asked a nearby ninja. "My stomach hurts. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to the toilet on the side of the road." The boy's eyes were half squinted because of the pain. If you look closely, you can see that the boy's pupils are dull and the expressions on his face are fake. However, the group of ninjas did not realize that the children who fed the horses were not ninjas, and they never let them take it to heart. The ninjas at the head waved their hands in disgust, and the carriage team didn't even stop. "Hurry up and get back." After he finished speaking, the little boy thanked him and left the team with a few pieces of paper. Seeing that the team continued to move forward, he looked left and right, and walked straight towards Yizan's hidden grass. 10 minutes later, the little boy caught up with the convoy. Since the convoy was very close to the transfer station, the ninjas did not continue to rest, but prepared to enter the transfer station in one breath, waiting for the station ninjas to rest while loading supplies. Yizan followed behind a ninja, his dark eyes rolled straight, and his dirty face was exactly the same as that of the little boy. As a child, they look alike. Yizan and the boy are both thin faces, especially after the head shape is exactly the same, and the cheeks are blackened with charcoal gray. Except for the height, there is no difference between the two at all. The little boy controlled by Yizan took advantage of the stomachache to come to Yizan, and the two sides exchanged all attire, and in order to show the same height, Yizan put several layers of thick cloth in the little boy's shoes and put his own with a height of 2 centimeters. It looks almost the same. Yizan followed the convoy to the town near the transfer station, and even saw 4 Konoha Anbu in the town. He stuck out his tongue at Anbu mischievously, and his arrogant gaze suddenly made the 4 speechless. "Is that kid the captain just now?" "It should be, except him, who is so boring to do this kind of action. And that look, that attitude, is exactly the same as Captain Zahn." In other words, Master Zahn successfully infiltrated. It seems like this, he relies entirely on makeup, not a transformation technique. It is impossible for the perception ninja at the transfer station to find the problem. In that case, let's prepare to. The 4 looked at each other and nodded respectfully at Yizan, and after receiving the confirmation from the 4, Yizan was relieved. The transfer station was built on a mountain and was heavily defended. Facing the siege of 100 garrison ninjas and more than 200 transport ninjas, even if Yizan had the futon wind style mode, it would be difficult for him to escape the pursuit. Although the futon wind style mode is fast, this is the land of thunder, and all the elites from Kumogakure village are stationed at the transfer station. Not only that, although the futon wind style mode has a strong ability to withstand pressure, it also has a limit. If hundreds of ninjutsu are thrown on Yizan at the same time, the power of the explosion will even exceed that of the cage-level powerhouse several times. Yizan is absolutely miserable. I couldn't even call it out, and I was directly beaten to ashes by ninjutsu. The team moved on for more than an hour, and it was not until 8 p.m. when it was dark that the team reached the foot of the mountain. Go up the mountain. The head ninja waved, and the entire team slowly entered the mountain trail. There were specially installed lights next to the trail, which illuminated the entire team very brightly. Check. The gate did not open, and the guarding ninja asked the convoy to park on the flat ground in front of the gate, as if they had long been used to it. The ninjas of the transport team did not complain, but accepted the inspection motionlessly. Soon, several perceptive ninjas began to perceive constantly, including Yizan, who were swept by them several times. Okay, come in. The huge gate slowly opened, and the transport team continued to move forward. Yizan followed the ninjas into the transfer station with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Finally got in. But the mission has not really succeeded. Thinking of this, Yizan immediately calmed down and followed the ninjas to continue walking in the station. Brothers haven't eaten yet, right? Let's go to rest and have a hot meal. We will do the loading of supplies. Tomorrow morning, we have to trouble the brothers to continue working hard. The garrison ninja took the carriage and pulled it into the stable. The ninjas of the transport team also showed joy on their faces. They gathered around the bonfire with their shoulders on their backs. It was obvious that this evening was a bonfire barbecue dinner. Hey, kid, are you hungry too? Go eat first. Then feed the horses when you're full. A guard ninja patted Yizan's shoulder, which seemed strange, and pinched Yizan's shoulder muscle subconsciously. Hey, boy, when did you start training your muscles? I remember 2 weeks ago, you were still weak. The ninja's words made Yizan's heart jump. He quickly looked around and found that all ninjas had left the stable except this ninja. And Yizan's bizarre actions and the muscles that suddenly grew also made the ninja understand something. A strong fear suddenly appeared in his eyes, and he opened his mouth and was ready to shout. Boom! With a muffled sound, Yizan's palm slammed into the neck of the ninja, who was just a chunin. With Yizan's speed, the other party couldn't react at all. Yizan didn't expect that things would be revealed so soon. He originally planned to wait until everyone fell asleep in the middle of the night, but he didn't expect that the 1.7 plan would be ruined because of this chunin. An adult man can't hide no matter how he hides. Even if he uses the transformation technique to become the chunin, the original little boy suddenly disappears and will attract everyone's attention. No way, just do it. Looking at the bonfire and the meat-eating ninjas in the distance, Yizan knew that the time was urgent, turned around and left the stable, and began to check the location of the granary in the station. 10 minutes later, he hid in a granary and took out a storage tank from his arms. The object scroll, slapped with both hands, and more than a dozen small oil drums appeared in front of him. Although Kaden fire style can be used directly, but using oil can not only speed up the burning speed, but also not easy to put out the fire. At my speed, there is no problem in destroying these dozen granaries. Chapter 145_Talismans that can only be consumed by local tyrants. The station at the Kumogakure transfer station is heavily defended, mainly against the outside world. That is to say, at the gate, on the surrounding cliffs, and in all places that can climb the mountains, there are 24-hour strict surveillance, like a steel shell, which protects the station from leaking water. The transfer station is a temporary construction, generally located in the middle of Kumogakure village and the frontal battlefield. Calculated from the frontal battlefield, it is indeed deep in the hinterland, and it is impossible to have large-scale attack troops, while ordinary small teams will choose such a defense. Abandon the task. For example, Danzo, have you never thought about attacking the Kumogakure transit station during this period of time? Of course I did. More than 10 teams were also sent back and forth, but unfortunately, because the defense was too incomprehensible, it was almost impossible to break through. That's what Yizan wanted, found the blind spot of the horse-feeding boy, and easily sneaked into the transfer station. The outside world is tight, but the inside of the transfer station is relatively loose. The stationed ninjas and the transport ninjas are eating barbecue by the bonfire. Except for a few patrolling ninjas, the granary is not even cared for. Indeed, according to the Kumogakure ninjas' thinking, even the gate can't get in. Do I need to add a 5-layer shield inside? It is better to strengthen all the troops to the surrounding protection. As long as the first layer of defense is not broken, the granary is safe. Barrels of oil were poured into the granary. The distance between the dozen or so granaries was not too far. After each granary was filled with oil, Yizan suddenly jumped to the top of the granary building, hand sealed with both hands, and suddenly lifted the chakra. Kaiden, fire style. Impatience fireball. Near sea level Kaiden, fire style, can be easily used even if there is no fire attribute chakra. The power of the Fengxian fireball technique is not strong, but after Yizan used the powerful mental power to divide the Fengxian fireball technique into a dozen, the formidable power it is several times weaker. But, boom boom boom. The weak fireball hit the oil, and instantly ignited a huge fire. The fire surrounded more than a dozen granaries almost instantly. When Yizan mobilized chakra, the perceptual ninjas in the transfer station found Yizan, but the granary was in the middle of the transfer station, and the group of perceptive ninjas standing at the gate had no time to stop it. Fighting the fire. Fighting the fire. Don't let that person run away. Then a dozen granaries filled with grain ignited a huge fire. All the Kumogakure ninjas went crazy. They rushed towards the granary frantically. Yizan turned on the futon wind style mode and flew in midair. Goodbye Tilda. He greeted everyone proudly, and flew down the mountain with a whoosh. Seeing Yizan escape, the group of Kumogakure suddenly became entangled. To put out the fire, or to catch the enemy? What are you still thinking? Half of the people put out the fire, and half of the people went to catch the little thief. I must catch him. I will dismember him. The leader of the transfer station angrily ordered, and then, more than 100 ninjas rushed down the mountain road and pursued Yizan. Raiden Thunder style couldn't hit Yizan in the sky, but they also had another way. They held the kunai tightly, Raiden Thunder style blessed their arms, and with a hard throw, hundreds of kunai swept through the void. Accurately hit Yizan. A group of muscular Hercules elite Jonin and kunai mixed with thunder. In the face of hundreds of attacks, Yizan could only dodge half of them, and the other half hit the futon wind style armor. Although the power was reduced due to the distance, it also caused the futon wind style armor to dent continuously. Indeed, without the chakra armor, hundreds of Jonin would be a terrifying force, and even Senju Tobarama died under the siege of the Golden Horn Silver Horn and a group of Golden Horn troops. Ninjas usually don't bring too much kunai, and this group of Kumogakure ninjas are not stupid. They quickly picked up the stones on the ground, and after 1 second, the sky rained stones. The speed of flying is definitely not comparable to the speed of running on land. The land of thunder is full of stones, and this group of Kumogakure Jonin has been chasing Yizan and throwing them more and more vigorously. Originally, Yizan could fly thousands of meters high and walk away, but he is in a bad mood now, and it is not his style to be attacked and not fight back. Yi Xuanxu kept scanning the ground with his eyes, and after scanning for a long time, he finally found 4 Anbu hiding near the foot of the mountain. So that's the case, is there a trap there? Yizan immediately turned and moved towards Anbu's location. The Kumogakure Jonin didn't notice it either, they just chased Yizan frantically, vowing to catch Yizan. Look, that's Captain Zan. Although it was night, the blue light in the air was still very dazzling. The 4 Anbu quickly stuck their heads out from behind the boulder at the dodging point. After a while, hundreds of figures appeared in the distance. It took us 2 full weeks to set up the detonating talisman trap. All the more than 100 people, please stay here for me. Everyone prepare. Seeing that the Kumogakur ninja stepped on the trap and continued to rush forward, the 4 Anbu hands sealed at the same time, and 4 powerful chakras burst out instantly. At the moment when Anbu broke out chakra, the faces of the perceptive ninjas among the 100 Kumogakur ninjas changed dramatically, especially when they sensed the thriving power contained under their feet. These perceptive ninjas were suddenly terrified. Rewind. There's a detonating talisman trap under your feet. 440 detonation talismans, detonate. Boom boom boom. Thousands of chakra-activated detonating talismans set off unmatched power on the land of less than 200 square meters. At that moment, more than 80 Jonin were blown to pieces, 40 were seriously injured, and they were fortunate enough to charge too much. There are only a few ninjas who have not yet entered the trap area. The power of the chakra-triggered detonating charm is the same as that of the ordinary detonating charm, but the price of each one is 100 times that of the ordinary detonating charm. In wars, the economy is very important, and every penny has to be used in key positions, so the sales of this kind of detonator have been very low, except for the deep-pocketed Konoha. Yizan used this detonating talisman to blow up Kikyo City, and this time, the chakra-triggered detonating talisman showed its power again, directly blowing up more than 100 Kumogakur ninjas. In the entire ninja world, only we, Konoha, dare to spend like this. With thousands of trigger-type detonating talismans, we can buy hundreds of thousands of ordinary detonating talismans, but who told us Konoha to be rich? Yizan smirked, swooped down, and quickly killed the few Kumogakur ninjas who survived. Let's go together. No one is left. Chapter 146 Hee, complained to Danzo. Okay, when you go back, I'll repay you, don't cry and be sad, okay. On the way back from the Kingdom of Tang to the Kingdom of Fire, Yizan was helpless. What the hell are 4 big men crying and mournful, even if they are cute, I don't like it. Yizan took out a water bag and took a sip. The hot pepper water made his brain numb and his body temperature rose, but he felt a hearty feeling. Master Zan, are you serious? Then, what kind of merit did Master Zan give us? An Anbu asked cautiously, this credit can't be too scumbag, or what's the difference between not reporting it? The dignified 4 elite Jonin, who have only a little credit for this mission, were not laughed at by other Anbu comrades. Oh, don't worry, I'll definitely give you a big credit. Well, I'll give you the detonating talisman you've worked so hard to bury for 2 weeks, how's it going? Not so much. The 4 of them grimaced again, their eyes blinked, and they looked extremely pitiful. And then add credit for killing 100 Jonin. Really asterisk at Omicron at asterisk. Of course it's true, the old man is innocent. Thank you, Captain. Oh. The 4 of them spoke in unison, their eyes glowing with joy. 4 killed 100 Jonins. This kind of military exploit is extremely rare in the history of Anbu. They began to fantasize about the praise and admiration they received after going back, and they might be able to soak up the few girls in Anbu. He. The 4 of them snickered, completely lacking the usual serious image, but Yizan just glanced at them lightly, and the fluttering voice entered the ears of the 4 of them again. I'm a fool when I talk about it. Do you understand, the old man? 9 of the sentences in the sentence are false. So it's okay to dream of reporting military exploits to you. Yizan's words suddenly stopped the snickering of the 4, and they stared stupidly. It turned out that it was so simple to go from heaven to hell. Lord Captain. Ooh. The most handsome Yunsama in all Konoha. Don't beg me anymore. As I said just now, for you, 9 of my 10 sentences are false, and reporting your military exploits to you is the rest of the truth. O_O. From heaven to hell, and from hell to heaven, the 4 Anbu were almost driven mad by Yizan, but fortunately, Yizan finally agreed to report the merits of the war, and in the future, facing his colleagues, he finally didn't have to be the object of ridicule. Oh, I'm sorry, just now, the sentence, It's the rest of the truth, as false, so I won't report the merits to you. Everyone. The four who were amused by Yizan for a while to heaven and then to hell for a while finally returned to the Konoha front. The war between the two countries continued, but due to the disadvantage of numbers, the morale of Konoha's side was declining every day, and the defense strength was getting weaker and weaker. In the central camp of the Konoha Corps' temporary quarters, Danzo sat in it with a serious face. Anbu stood beside Yizan. Their hearts were racing, and their faces were nervous, for fear that Yizan's final promise to show merit would be false. Xiaozan, how has the mission been completed? Danzo said in a deep voice. Although he believed in his son's ability, so many teams had given up the mission before, and the chance of success in this mission was very small. If I dare to take it, I will naturally be able to complete the task, and this time, not only did the granary of the transfer station burn down, but there are additional harvests. Yizan laughed wickedly, and suddenly turned to look at the four Anbu, which suddenly made the four people's hearts jump, and their eyes became more and more nervous. Thanks to the help of the four Anbu elites, after burning down the granary, more than 100 Kumogakur Jonin were killed with a detonating charm. You can inform Anbu and show your merit. As soon as Yizan's voice fell, the four Anbu's eyes suddenly filled with gratitude and excitement. They looked at each other and saw the same emotion in each other's eyes. Danzo can fully understand how excited they are. Whether it is a sneak attack or a conspiracy, killing more than 100 Kumogakur Jonin is a huge credit, and it is not an exaggeration to inform Anbu. Very good. As expected of our Konoha's elite teacher, in addition to reporting the commendation, I will tell Sarutobi personally about this great credit, and Sarutobi will formulate detailed ninja tools and ninjutsu rewards for you. Burning down the transfer station, the Kumogakur frontal army will definitely suffer a serious blow. These days, scout ninjas will be sent to monitor the Kumogakur army 24 hours a day. Once any commotion or strange behavior is found, action must be taken immediately. As long as the message and action are perfectly coordinated, Kumogakur will surely be repelled. Thinking of this, a smile flashed across Danzo's mouth. He was about to give orders, but the next second, Yizan's voice interrupted him. Dad, tell you something. What's the matter? Facing Danzo's doubtful gaze, Yizan laughed wickedly, and he glanced wickedly at the four Anbu's beside him. At that moment, the four Anbu's hearts suddenly had a strong sense of badness. Dad, tell you, when I was at Wen Izumi Hotel in the Land of Thunder, these four took me to chat and play with Wen Izumi sisters. I was also drunk by those bad sisters, and I woke up after being drunk all day and night. Dad, didn't you say that underage drinking is not allowed? Yizan squinted his eyes cutely, and the four Anbu's faces were full of despair. They looked at Danzo's icy eyes and completely collapsed. Lord Danzo, it's not true. The captain lied to you. Master Danzo, please believe that we will never take Masters on to play with this. We are innocent. Lord Danzo. Xiaozan. Danzo raised his voice, gave Yizan a serious look, then waved his hand, his tone getting deeper and deeper. You go out first, the four of them and I still have something to talk about. You guys have a good talk, I'll go first. Tilda. Yizan smiled and compared his middle finger to the four of them, stomped, and left the tent humming a song. As for what will happen next? I don't care. Tilda. Chapter 147 Back to Ninja School. 2 days later, the news that the transit station was destroyed finally reached the front line of the war. This transfer station is the only transfer station in Kumogakur village. There is a large amount of food stored in it. After hearing it, there is no food to eat. The ninjas on the front line suddenly panicked, and there was some commotion. These disturbances were quickly suppressed, but because Danzo sent people to watch closely from the beginning, although they were suppressed quickly, they were discovered by the Konoha scouts and reported back. Danzo didn't hesitate, and immediately launched an all-out attack of 2,000 people, but without the supply of food and grass, the morale of the Kumogakur village plummeted. What if the Konoha Legion was defeated? The food and grass are gone, and before they can get supplies, they still have to return to the Land of Thunder. Losing their fighting spirit, the 3,000 ninjas in Kumogakure village were beaten by 2,000 Konoha troops and kept retreating. Finally, Danzo appeared on the battlefield and summoned the Dream Tapers to work together to wound the two-tailed Jinchuriki column force. Jinchuriki column force of the Two Tails, who had lost their fighting spirit, fled directly, and also drove the entire Kumogakure army to defeat. In this battle, Konoha directly beat Kumogakure out of the country of fire and chased into the country of soup, and then 2,000 Konoha ninjas withdrew from the country of soup, built a fort right on the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Yuno to prevent the Kumogakure village from fighting back. Kumogakure lost the transfer station, and will not attack the country of fire again in a short time. With 2,000 people building a fort, Danzo's role is not that big. 543. He asked Yizan, Anbu, and a group of Jonin to take the wounded back to Konoha for treatment, while he led a group of elite Jonin into the vast forest of the Land of Fire and began to look for the Kumogakure ninjas who had penetrated deep into the hinterland, the dozen or so groups who attacked the Konoha transport force. Ninja. Master Zan, you are too much. The Konoha ninja took the wounded and marched through the vast forest, with Yizan and 4 Anbu hanging in the distance to protect them as Anbu. How did I go too far? Yizan scratched his head blankly, his face blank. You're still pretending. It's not our business that you go to drink, but you told Mr. Danzo. You're still slandering us. Look at the wound on my face. One of the Anbu was so angry that he took off his mask, revealing his bruised nose and face. Yizan looked at it, and laughed loudly with a poochie. Laugh. Lord Zan, you can still laugh. It's all your fault. You still laugh at us. Danzo for no reason, and Yizan deliberately lied. Okay, I'm just joking. Why are you angry? Isn't it worth it to be beaten for 100 consecutive cuts? Yizan patted Anbu's shoulder and looked like, you earned it, making Kiba tickle a few people. They swore that they would never team up with Yizan to do missions again. This bastard is simply cheating his teammates. It's a pit. A group of Jonin returned to Konoha with a large number of wounded, which immediately caused an uproar. The civilians spontaneously gathered at the gate of Konoha to thank these heroes who fought for Konoha. However, because of the problem of the wounded, they did not stay at the gate for long, but rushed the wounded. Sent to Ninja Hospital. Wife, miss me. In the hospital, Tsunade's hands are flashing green as she treats a seriously wounded ninja and she's too busy. Little pervert, die. Didn't you see that I was busy? She glared at Yizan angrily. The green light on her hands slowly disappeared. Take over the treatment. After she finished speaking, she got up immediately, and then a young nurse came to the ninja and took over Tsunade's treatment. As the first medical ninja in Konoha, Tsunade is mainly responsible for treating dying and seriously injured ninjas. Treating seriously injured ninjas requires a lot of chakra and very good chakra manipulation skills. Rao is her quasi-cage level chakra, can't last half a day. Wife. Oops, little pervert, I'm really busy now, go home obediently. Isn't Kushina at home? And there's Makoto. You go to the two of them to play first, and I'll come to you when I'm done. After she finished speaking, regardless of Yizan's objection, she kissed Yizan directly on the face, which was regarded as a reward for Yizan. Then, she focused her attention on the other injured person, her palms emitting green light. A full-blown treatment begins. Seeing Tsunade's focused appearance, Yizan pouted and left the hospital after a while, looking up at the sky. It was only 3 p.m., and it was still too early for the ninja school to end. Hey. Yizan sighed lazily. It's not that the master is lonely, right? It's just that he seems to be still at the Jonin school of his age, right? A genius like himself who collapsed the country of water at such a young age, led the Konoha ninja to defeat the two countries of soil and wind, and exploded the granary of the country of thunder, and the whole ninja world is alone. Thinking of the ninja school, Yizan's eyes suddenly lit up, or ran to class by himself. Is the most boring guy in Konoha at this moment. As the second generation of Konoha's official, Yizan always does whatever he wants. Since he decided to go to the ninja school, he doesn't want to do it at all. Don't worry about anything and head straight for the ninja school. At this moment, in the ninja school, on the outdoor training ground, Teacher Duanmu is teaching the kunai throwing skills. Perhaps the war has begun. The teaching method of the ninja school has changed from half-day theory and half-day practice to 2 days of theory per week, and the other 3 days of full practice, which enhances the student's practical ability. Kunai throwing is mainly about the skill and accuracy of the wrist. The strength of the arm is not so important. Everyone remember it for me, if I find anyone who throws brute force with their arms, they will be severely punished. Let's start. After Teacher Duanmu finished speaking, everyone threw kuwu at the wooden man 10 meters away. Everyone was serious, which made Teacher Duanmu nodded with satisfaction. His satisfaction didn't last for a few seconds when a familiar voice suddenly came from a distance. This voice suddenly turned his face dark, and there was something wrong in his heart. Hello, Moses. Hello everyone. Hee, I'm back. Chapter 148 Bullying Girl in Class. Classmates, the next password analysis formula is y equals x squared plus bx plus circa. In the classroom, Mr. Duanmu wrote something on the blackboard from time to time, and the whole class listened carefully to the class. Stinky bastard, what are you doing? In the last row of the classroom, Kushina blocked Yizan's hand with a face full of Yuhi's face. She quietly glanced at the classmates and teachers in front of her, and after finding that no one was paying attention, she forcefully pulled Yizan's hand away. Out of the second grade is not too many. The 3 of Ino Shikacho are sitting in the first few rows. Namikaze Minato and Mawako are sitting in the third to last row. Makoto, Inazukapa and Kushina are sitting in the second to last row, and the last there has been no one in the row. But today, Yizan forced Kushina to sit in the last row. There were only the 2 of them. It was like the last row of a movie theater. At this time, Yizan listened to the class with a serious face, but under the desk, his hand was constantly touching on Kushina's leg, and the crisp and numb feeling made Kushina's face moist and uncomfortable. When Teacher Duanmu turned around to write on the blackboard, she opened Yizan's paw with force, but after only a few seconds, Yizan's hand touched her leg again, like a dog's skin plaster, and she couldn't shake it off. Stinky rascal, don't do this. Face of Yuhi's Kushina buried her head and her voice was as thin as a mosquito. If it wasn't for Yizan's good hearing, he really wouldn't be able to hear Kushina's voice. But that's fine too. Yizan finally lowered his head to listen to the lecture seriously, put most of his head in front of Kushina, and laughed wickedly, which made Kushina feel ashamed and angry. Hee, angry. He chuckled, whispering in a voice that only Kushina could hear, and while Kushina was not paying attention, he grabbed Kushina's hand and rubbed it lightly. Her tender little hands were extremely smooth. Stinky hooligan, you are so annoying. If I knew this earlier, I would have died on the battlefield. I really shouldn't be praying for you at home. She pouted angrily, but Yizan's eyes lit up. He lowered his head abruptly, buried his head on the table, grabbed Kushina's hand and bit it hard. Oops. A scream caught the attention of the whole class and Teacher Duanmu. Kushina pursed her lips, glared at Yizan fiercely, and quickly calmed down. Sorry, Teacher Duanmu, I was just bitten by a bug. Oh, bitten by a bug. Is it nothing? Teacher Duanmu asked. Kushina quickly shook his head. It's nothing, maybe a bed bug or a tick. I've pinched this nasty bug to death. While she was talking, the hand under the table grabbed the flesh around Yizan's waist and twisted it so hard that Yizan almost cried out in pain. Dead woman, you're crazy. You want to strangle me. Yizan bit Kiba and said in a low voice. He immediately pulled Kushina's hand away, sucked it, and kept rubbing the flesh around his waist. Humph. Who told you to bully me? Kushina withdrew her hand. There was a row of Yizan's Kiba seals on the back of her tender hand. Angry. Humph. I'm sorry Tilda. I don't want to talk to you. Kushina turned his head angrily and decided not to pay attention to Yizan, and Yizan put his hand on Kushina's lap again, but this time, Kushina ignored it directly, didn't move, and was determined to ignore Yizan. Hey, really ignore me? Yizan rolled his eyes, smiled wickedly, his claws began to move from Kushina's legs, and then his fingers pulled open the corners of his clothes and burrowed in like a small snake. Yizan's hand entered Kushina's lower abdomen and walked up slowly. Just as he continued to laugh, Kushina suddenly grabbed his hand, pulled it out with force, lowered his head, and took a bite. Ah! With a loud cry, Yizan jumped up violently. He trembled and kept rubbing his hands, and the eyes of the whole class and teacher Duanmu focused on the last row again. Other students are not clear, friends are not clear. Shikaku and Namikaze Minato, who already knew that the two were flirting, sighed silently. Yamanaka Inoichi, still expressionless, quietly took out a piece of dog food from the desk cabinet and put it in his mouth. Yamanaka Inoichi, how many times have I said that snacks are not allowed in class? Look, even Akamichi Choza is not eaten, why are you eating? Get out. Click. Dog food was chewed up. Yamanaka Inoichi glanced at teacher Duanmu expressionlessly, took out a bag of dog food from the desk cabinet, and left the classroom slowly. Solving Yamanaka Inoichi, Mr. Duanmu looked at Yizan again, but facing Yizan, he was still a little scared, just moved the corner of his mouth and his tone slowed down. Shimura-san, I hope your voice is quieter, so as not to interfere with everyone's class, Is it okay? He asked cautiously, and after receiving Yizan's nodding response, he nodded with satisfaction. Very good, then continue the class, the password root formula, yes. Yamanaka Inoichi, who was standing outside, everything was calm. Yizan sat down with a sad face. Kushina also bit out a row of kiba marks on the back of his hand, and the bite was even harder. Woman, you are taking revenge. Humph, that's right, I'm just getting revenge on you. Kushina raised her chin proudly, like a proud white swan, and the cute appearance of Tsunere made Yizan unbearably reach out his hand, crossed Kushina's waist, and directly embraced him. Ah! Kushina was startled, she wanted to scream but forcibly suppressed her voice. Her little face was Yuhi again, and was hugged by Yizan. The most important thing was that she was still in class. Classmates took notes seriously. Teacher Duanmu wrote on the blackboard. Kushina's face was Yuhi, half lying on Yizan like a kitten, until teacher Duanmu was about to turn around. Yizan slowly let go of her. Stinky rascal, you are such a stinky rascal. She murmured softly, and immediately raised her hand when she noticed that teacher Duanmu had turned around and returned. Mr. Duanmu. Kushina-san, what's wrong? My stomach hurts and I want to go to the toilet. Okay, let's go. Teacher Duanmu. Shimura-san, what's wrong with you? I want to go to the toilet too. Chapter 149 _ What to eat for dinner. If Kushina was asked to comment on the worst man in the world, except Yizan, she really couldn't think of anyone else. Don't you have a stomachache? Go on Tilda. Yizan smiled and stood beside the women's toilet. Kushina raised Yuhi's face, and pouted very angry. Stinky bastard. Thank you for the compliment Tilda. Yizan was still smiling. At this moment, the students of the ninja school were all in class, and there was no one outside the toilet except Yizan and Kushina. You go, don't worry, I won't come in, I swear I will never enter the women's toilet. Yizan simply leaned against the wall with his arms folded, and yawned lazily. Seeing Yizan's performance, Kushina was suspicious. She glanced at Yizan silently, and asked cautiously, are you really not coming in? Really? You swear? I swear, if I go into the women's room, I'll be struck by lightning. Yizan raised his right hand and made a vow. His sincere eyes and vowed voice finally convinced Kushina. She breathed a sigh of relief and slowly walked into the women's toilet. You're really not allowed to come in. Really? Come in the puppy. Hearing Yizan's voice outside, Kushina finally let go of his vigilance, and after a while, there was a rustling sound of taking off his pants. Yizan's heart moved, and he tiptoed in. Confused face. Humph. Underscore. With an angry hum, Yizan was completely stunned. He never expected that after walking in, Kushina just stared at himself angrily. Bathroom. You bastard. Stupid bastard. I knew I couldn't trust you. Bastard bastard bastard. Kushina Jongkiba rushed over with claws, slammed on Yizan, opened his mouth, and bit on Yizan's shoulder. Ah, it hurts, hurts, hurts. I'm going to die, I'm going to die, I'm going to die. Yizan and Kushina didn't go back to the classroom until school ended at 5 p.m. Mr. Duanmu couldn't control it, he was too lazy to control it. After announcing that school was over, he left the classroom on his own. School is over, it's time to go home. The remaining few friends walked out of the school chatting and finally found the two on the lawn outside the school gate. Brothers on. Kushina, what are you doing? Makoto, who was talking, she carefully glanced at the lawn and found that Kushina pressed Yizan into the lawn, to be precise, not pressing, but straddled Yizan's belly and pressed Yizan's hand. The shape of the two is extremely indecent. Yizan's clothes are messy, as if torn apart. Kushina's cheeks are dizzy, and fragrant sweat drips from his forehead. Sister, what are you doing? Couldn't stand Kushina's behavior. She rushed over and pulled Kushina up. Kushina pouted and looked unhappy, and Yizan sighed regretfully. Female hooligan, why don't you continue? Yo, hello everyone. He greeted him with a grin, as if he had only seen everyone now, and then, Makoto took the initiative to go over and straighten his clothes, smoothing out his messy collar. Hey, it's still my Makoto, come on, dear Makoto, give me a kiss. Yizan held Makoto's face and kissed it, and suddenly Makoto's face turned Yuhi with shame. She lowered her head gluttonously, holding Yizan's hand, and dared not speak. From last Friday to Monday today, Tsunade has been busy treating the wounded, eating directly at the ninja hospital, and returning home late every night. Because of this, Yizan was so bored that he ran to the ninja school to attend class, and went to eat barbecue with his friends every night. How do you eat today? Are you still going to eat barbecue? Yizan held Makoto and yawned boredly, eating the same thing for several days in a row. His stomach was a little tired. Of course I'm going to eat barbecue. This is the best barbecue in Konoha. You won't get tired of eating it. Choza shouted with saliva. His eyes had turned into 2 pieces of barbecue. Ah, I'm so tired. Why don't I change it today? Tenten can't stand eating barbecue. Shikaku stretched, obviously tired. Not only Shikaku, but everyone present except Choza were tired of barbecue. They nodded at the same time, and then, everyone ignored Choza's tears and gathered around to discuss what to eat for the evening. Minato, what do you want to eat? Ah, me, I don't know, I'm whatever, I'll eat whatever you want. Namikaze Minato smiled brightly. His natural dedication and not picky eaters made him look extra gentle. Minato's smile immediately infected Mawako. She glanced at Minato quietly, and said softly, me too, I will eat whatever you eat. Aha, Mawako, why do you think the same way as Minato? Did you go along with him on purpose? Yizan shouted, and immediately made Mawako and Minato embarrassed Yuhi, especially Mawako. She waved her hand in panic, and her tone was a little flustered. No. I'm different from my sister. My sister is picky eater, but I'm not picky eater. I really don't care what you eat. Mawako wanted to explain it clearly, but she forgot that Kushina was offended by her momentary panic. The little tigress put on her hips, and her tone suddenly became somewhat dissatisfied. Sister. What are you talking about? When did I become picky eaters? You've always been a picky eater, thinking back then. Began to criticize Kushina's previous black history of picky eating, and Kushina's face changed immediately, especially when she saw Yizan's wicked smile on the side. She slammed into Mawako's mouth and glared at Mawako fiercely. Sister, come on, I'm picky eaters, so stop talking. The two sisters still had a tacit understanding. After seeing Yizan's smile, Mawako immediately shut up. She knew that if they continued, the two happy friends would not know how much trouble they would get. After a lot of uproar, everyone at 3.5 found that they had forgotten the main topic, and soon, everyone finally began to seriously discuss the topic of what to eat for dinner. How about going for ramen? No, the ramen shop is too small to fit so many of us. Where's the barbecue? Choza, shut up. I'm just making a suggestion, please don't discriminate against me. Choza, shut up. Everyone kept discussing, but at this moment, Yizan stared at Kushina silently, his eyes rolled straight, as if thinking of something, a smile flickered on the corner of his mouth. I have a suggestion. Yizan interrupted everyone's discussion. He smiled wickedly, and the meaning in his smile made Kushina feel a little bad. Let's go to the river to grill fish. Chapter 150_Grocery Shopping. Shikaku, Inoichi, Choza, Xiaopao, the four of you go to the yakiniku shop to move the grill and borrow it in my name. Minato, you and Mawako go to my house to get the seasonings, oil, salt, chan, black pepper, etc. Don't miss them. As for us. Yizan glanced at Makoto and Kushina, laughed, and looked at the vegetable market in the center of Konoha. The three of us are going to buy some food, eat grilled fish and grill some green leafy vegetables, and set off immediately. After half an hour, we will meet in the middle of the river west of Konoha. After Yizan finished speaking, everyone was instantly divided into three teams. Ino Shikacho and Inazuka Claw headed towards the barbecue restaurant, and Namikaze Minato and Mawako headed towards Shimura's house. After everyone left, Yizan grabbed Kushina's hand, regardless of the opponent's struggle, holding Kushina in his left hand and Makoto in his right, and walked towards the vegetable market leisurely. Right before dinner, there were a lot of people in the vegetable market. These commoners were surprised, or shocked when they saw Yizan holding the two female children. They all showed strange attitudes. Children these days are really precocious, and they start playing with friends when they are only a few years old. Yeah, kids these days, they've all failed in their studies, and there's still a dragon and two phoenixes, hey. You stinky men. Hey, how did you talk? What do you call us stinky men? I'm the only wife. Humph, that's because you're so ugly. A bunch of stinky men. The uncles and aunts in the vegetable market complained to each other, and they were all shocked by the appearance of Yizan. Of course they didn't know Yizan, but they felt that it was incredible to learn at such a young age. The three of them are ninjas, and it is easy to hear the whispers of these commoners. Yizan is thick-skinned. Not only is he not angry, but he raises his head proudly, but Kushina and Makoto are already too shy, and the two women try to break free from Yizan's hand. Kushina glared at Yizan. Hey, what are you staring at me for? Smelly woman, don't ruin my Makoto. Yizan grabbed Makoto, but he was freed again. Zan holds hands. Brother Zan, so many people, still, or. Makoto lowered his head, too shy to speak. Yizan turned over the Byakugan helplessly and walked forward alone. Okay, you two, follow me and don't get lost. Yizan gave up holding hands. Makoto patted his heart cutely and breathed a sigh of relief. She took the initiative to pull Kushina and followed Yizan obediently. The vegetables that can be used for barbecue, then buy some. Yizan's eyes lit up. He picked up the eggplant on the booth and asked, how do you sell the eggplant? 100 taels. Are you kidding me? 80 taels, I'll buy them. I want to buy others. After Yizan finished speaking, regardless of whether the stall owner agreed or not, he threw the mushrooms, leeks and potatoes into the basket. Give them all to me. Cheaper, I can buy a lot. Yizan bargained like a housewife, and immediately stunned the two women behind him. They never imagined that the second-generation official of the famous Konoha would be so preoccupied with it. You know shit. It's called life. As if seeing the eyes of the two women, Yizan turned around and gave each of the two women a shudder, causing the two women to scream and pout at the same time. Stinky bastard. Kushina is right, Brother Zan is a stinky rascal. 20 minutes later, Kushina and Makoto were carrying a few bags of vegetables. Makoto was fine, but Kushina's face was completely green. Stinky rascal, you're going too far. Kushina really wanted to throw a bag of vegetables on Yizan, but these were all bought with money. She pursed her lips tightly, her eyes burning with flames. What's the matter? How did I go too far? Don't look for trouble. Yizan raised his eyebrows with a smile, which made Kushina furious, but he couldn't say anything. You did it on purpose. Leeks, celery, coriander, bitter gourd, onions, green peppers, these are the things I hate the most. You actually bought so many. Kushina almost collapsed. She saw that these dishes were disgusting, but Yizan also bought these on purpose. These dishes are exactly the black history of picky eating that Mawako had shaken out at the school gate before. Obviously, Yizan kept it in his heart, and bought these dishes in the form of self-service grilled fish by the river, which made Kushina's face green. Kushina, it's not right for you to say that. The vegetables I buy are not exactly what you hate the most. No, I also bought potato, dried tofu and eggplant. How can you say it on purpose? I didn't expect it. You hate eating so many dishes, you really are a picky eater tilde. You are the Shao Gongju, your whole family is the Shao Gongju. Kushina was very dissatisfied, while Yizan held his chin and thought for a long time, and finally lowered his head slightly, scratching his head a little shyly. My dad Tsunere is indeed a small act. As for me, not so good. I'm not complimenting you, bastard. Anyway. The three finally came to the river. Kushina and Makoto were carrying large and small bags of vegetables. Yizan was empty-handed like a big man, especially Kushina, 710 pouted aggrievely along the way, like a bullied maid, looking extremely pitiful. Yo, it's all here. When they got to the river, they found that Inoshika-cho was busy setting up the grill, Inazuka claws were picking up the surrounding dry leaves and wood branches, Namikaze Minato was stepping on the river, and Mawako was standing silently on the bank. Damn it, Minato. Yizan was shocked, and a 10th magnitude earthquake occurred in his heart. What did he see? He actually saw Namikaze Minato standing on the river. It's not about fishing, it's standing on the river. Don't forget, Namikaze Minato is only in the 2nd grade of ninja school, how can he tread water? Inoshika-cho is still young and doesn't understand that treading water requires strong chakra control skills, but Yizan knows that the entire Konoha, except himself, will tread water in the 2nd grade. I am afraid that only Minato is alone. Although Minato is still a little wobbly treading water, but at this age, he is considered a genius among geniuses. Yizan was surprised and walked towards Minato subconsciously. He stepped on the river smoothly, and Minato's eyes lit up immediately, and a touch of admiration rose in his heart. Brother Zan, as expected, you already knew this trick. Chapter 151 An unforgettable barbecue by the river. Idiot, it's not that I know this trick a long time ago, it's why you do it. Yizan slapped Minato hard, causing Minato to be unable to concentrate, and fell into the river with a pop. Minato-san. Everyone to look at the river, only to find that Namikaze Minato fell into the water for some reason, while Yizan stood on the river with his hands on his hips and laughed. Cough cough. Brother Zan. Namikaze Minato climbed up slightly embarrassed, his chakra was still unstable, and his body kept shaking with the water waves on the river. Go to the shore first, your level is still far behind. Yizan smirked, suddenly patted Minato's shoulder hard, and instantly slapped the other party into the water, thumping and choking several saliva. Brother Zan, how can you bully Minato like this? Seeing Namikaze Minato's embarrassed appearance, Mawako on the shore suddenly shouted, and her shouting not only did not stop Yizan, but made Yizan even more proud. Yo yo yo, Mawako will feel distressed. Big Brother Zan. Alright, stop teasing you. Yizan pulled Namikaze Minato up and slowly let go until the other party reattached chakra to his feet. Go to the shore to rest and I'll teach you how to catch fish. Yizan kicked Namikaze Minato away, glanced at Kushina and Makoto deliberately, straightened his back, and shook his hair handsomely. HMPH, Sao Bao. Kushina curled his lips in disdain, but Makoto and the rest were full of anticipation. They all knew that Yizan had joined Anbu, but they never had a clear idea of what strength Yizan was and how strong it was. See clearly, I only have one seal. Yizan deliberately showed off, made a seal with one hand, and chakra quickly poured into the river. Sweden, water style. Great waterfall technique. Quote. Boom. There was a loud noise, and in the next instant, the sky darkened, and a huge wave broke out on the river. Not a giant wave. But the whole river flew up, flying more than 10 meters high, forming a terrifying torrent. What is this? Impossible. This is Big Brother Zan's strength. Kushina, who was full of disdain before, opened her mouth stupidly. It was only then that she realized that this stinky hooligan who had been laughing and laughing all the time had such terrifying strength. It's not over yet. Instantly cast a big waterfall technique. There was no pressure on Yizan. He suddenly put his hand on the torrent, a sharp and harsh seezy sound like thousands of birds chirping, and then, a huge waterfall dozens of meters long bloomed. The dazzling current, like a stream of electricity, exudes terrifying fluctuations. Puff puff. One by one fish was blown away by the current river water, jumped out of the river water and lay on the ground on both sides of the river. In just a few seconds, more than 30 fish jumped out of this huge electric river with a length of tens of meters. Because Yizan weakened the rate in thunder style, most of the fish were just stunned, and only a few were charred. Boom. There was another loud noise, the huge current waterfall dissipated, and the river in midair plunged into the dry riverbed again, shaking the earth for 100 meters. Okay, fishing is over. Yizan walked down from the river without Yuhi's face, looking at Kushina's stunned expression. He smirked, grabbed the other's face, put his head together, and kissed him fiercely. Nasty. Being forcibly kissed for 10 seconds, Kushina broke free from Yizan's embrace. She wiped her mouth vigorously, and spat, ba ba ba. Stinky bastard, you're so disgusting. Thank you for the compliment, I'm not that good Tilda. I'm not complimenting you. The two flirted with each other for a while, and finally all the little friends were relieved. Family children like Ino Shikacho and Inazukapa still knew a little bit, but Namikaze Minato was born as a commoner and was completely shocked by Yizan's performance. But after all, it is the future Yellow Flash, Namikaze Minato admired in shock, with strong emotions in his eyes. Big Brother Zan. Well, Minato, how's it going? Trust me, I will definitely become a strong man. When the time comes, please accept my challenge. Okay, just because of your attitude, I believe you. As for this challenge, even if you don't say it, I will keep it for you. Yizan laughed. He didn't forget the technique of Hiraishin, since the other party is not afraid of anything. Even the deterrent power of the face fruit should be able to resist, right? It's not that Yizan has never learned the art of Hiraishin. With his status in Konoha, he can see the art of sealing if he wants to. It's a pity that he has no talent in space. He can only wait for Namikaze Minato to learn it, even if it is white. You have ingots. Thinking of this, Yizan suddenly smiled. Seeing Yizan happy, Namikaze Minato also had a sunny smile on his face. Alright, you two, don't mess around in front of us, okay? Go pick up the fish. Kushina's venomous rant immediately embarrassed Namikaze Minato, but Yizan didn't care. He was thick-skinned, and turned a Byakugan directly at Kushina. Looking like a dragon, Kushina clenched his fists in anger. Humph! You rascal, one day, I will beat you up. Although Yizan's strong fishing has imprinted a strong image on everyone's heart, it has not changed everyone's relationship. Minato and Mawako processed the fish by the river. The processed fish was brushed with oil, pierced with an iron skewer, and grilled on a fire. Shikaku was in charge of the master's heat. The rest cut the vegetables, and Yizan was in charge of dressing the vegetables. He glanced at Kushina's back badly, and strung the green peppers and onions together. From fishing to actually eating, everyone was busy for an entire hour. The sun went down, and the sky gradually darkened. By the river, the wood was crackling, the flames were roaring, and the golden fish was constantly giving off the meaty aroma. The little friends gathered together to eat, chatting happily. Yizan was dangling around with Kushina's most hated vegetarian dish. Kushina kept pouting in anger, and Yizan would always take the opportunity to sneak up on her at this time and kiss her on the mouth where she just finished eating the grilled fish. The midsummer evening wind blows, mixed with the fragrance of soil and green grass. The river babbles and dances with the chirping of insects. Everything seemed warm and comfortable. For everyone, this was an unforgettable night. Chapter 152 I have fried chicken and wine, follow me. The leisurely days of Yizan and his friends came to an end in just over a week. This time, it's not Yizan's problem, it's the little friends who have to prepare for the exam. Yizan and his group of people started school. The war happened. The war is completely different from the peacetime. The knowledge taught by the ninja school is several times more, and it is several times more difficult. This is a reform that must be carried out to improve the survivability of ninjas on the battlefield. That is, in the second half of the first grade, Sarutobi spent 3 days to change and strengthen all the courses of the ninja school, and one of the strengthening points is the examination. There is a quiz every month, a big exam every semester, and an extra difficult exam every year. The monthly test is better. If the test is poor, you will receive extra tutoring and practice at most, but the semester test and the annual test are very important. If the comprehensive score of the second test is lower than the pass line, you will be repeated, that is, repeat. Friends, this exam is the last semester exam of the second grade. Due to Yizan's encouragement, Namikaze Minato does not dare to relax and practice hard every day. His strength improves very quickly, and passing the exam is simple and easy, but the others. Cough cough. Lazy Nara Shikaku for a while, I know 097 dishes of Akimichi Choza in one day. Let's just talk about Kushina. The Uzumaki people are naturally good at sealing, but they are not very good at ninjutsu and taijutsu. It is not difficult to pass the exam, nor is it easy. Not to mention Mawako, as a Jinchuriki column force from Kyubi, Nine Tails, her chakra is often influenced by Kyubi, Nine Tails, and using the three-body technique is exhausting. Number 1. Makoto is not bad. The Uchiha bloodline gave her a natural ninjutsu talent, and her physical skills are also good, but this little girl is usually soft and weak, so she is not sure how well she can perform in actual combat. Yes, due to the war, from the second grade onwards, every exam is an actual battle. The monthly exam is a battle between students, the semester exam is against the teacher, and the annual exam is even more terrifying. Different grades will go to different Konoha Forest exam, while 6th graders must pass number 44 Death Forest to graduate. Everyone started cramming. Although Namikaze Minato was able to pass the test easily, he was still practicing hard. After all, his goal of catching up was Yizan, and only by practicing hard would he have any hope of catching up. No one to play with, Yizan was bored again. He ran to the hospital extremely bored. For nearly 2 weeks, Tsunade was busy in the hospital. Tsunade is treating a wounded man at Konoha Hospital. For nearly 2 weeks, except for eating and sleeping, she was busy in the hospital almost all the time. The war between Konoha and Kumogakure was more brutal than the other fronts. There was no strategy, and the battle was head-to-head. However, due to the disadvantage of the number of Konoha ninjas, they were beaten badly. Old mother. From a distance, a familiar voice entered Tsunade's ears. She sighed helplessly, and the next second, a bear hug came from behind her. Yo, little pervert, why are you free to come to me today? Kushina and Makoto who are not with you. The most seriously injured ninja was cured as early as 2 days ago, and now all the injured people are not crippled, but it is difficult to recover. She does not need to concentrate all her attention, so she casts sage art, side head and Yizan. To chat with. Humph. What? You are my wife. It's only right that I came to you. Yizan leaned over, kissed Tsunade on the cheek, and then lifted the paper box in his hand, dang 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 dang. Look, what did I bring you? Yizan opened the carton, and immediately, the fragrant smell filled the entire treatment room. Tsunade swallowed subconsciously, and a brilliant light burst into his eyes. It's fried chicken. More than that, Tilda. Yizan smiled and put the carton aside, then took out a bottle from his arms, opened the cork, and the aroma of wine was overflowing. Shochu. Quote. Tsunade's eyes are straightened. She has been busy for nearly 2 weeks so that she eats 3 meals a day in the hospital. She eats ordinary meals. Although it tastes good, how can it compare to her favorite fried chicken and shochu? Tsunade was confused, the green light in his hand suddenly dimmed, and he was about to disappear. The injured Jonin let out a pitiful cry, pulling Tsunade's mind back. Dai Xiaoshuan, I almost stopped the treatment, take the wine away. Tsunade's face turned Yuhi, and he smiled a little embarrassedly at the ninja, and then a green light bloomed in his hand, warming the whole room. The Jonin was treated, but it disturbed Yizan's interest. He immediately lowered his face, and looked at the Jonin silently with the look of a danzo. After a while, sweat overflowed from Jonin's forehead. Okay, Xiaoshuan, don't bully others are the injured. Seeing Yizan's feigned malicious attitude, Tsunade shook his head helplessly, and was about to persuade, but Yizan held his chin up and lifted the bottle, his expression on his face as deep as Danzo's. From now on, close your eyes until the end of the treatment. If I find you open your eyes halfway through, I will pour wine on your wounds. Soon as Yizan's voice fell, the Jonin was shocked and immediately closed his eyes. Absolutely can't open it. No matter what sound you hear, you can't open your eyes, or you will die, definitely. He thought about it, a little scared in his heart. Yizan's notoriety is well known in the Konoha Jonin circle. No matter how arrogant he is, he will not dare to offend the evil star of the Shimura family. Seeing the other party obediently closing his eyes, Yizan nodded with satisfaction. The gloomy disguise disappeared instantly, and then looked at Tsunade with a wicked smile on his face. Little pervert. Tsunade spat lightly, with a bit of yuhi on her cheeks. Although this Jonin closed her eyes, she was still lying here. She wanted to refuse, but seeing Yizan shaking the soju again, she swallowed again. Snorted softly, becoming more and more shy in my heart. Treatment can't be interrupted, the rest. As you like. Don't mess around, little slut. Full of temptation made Yizan shudder. He immediately took a sip of wine, leaned in with his bulging cheeks, and blocked Tsunade's lips at once. Gollum. Chapter 153 Who was kidnapped? Hiccup. The wine is fragrant. Tsunade's pretty face Yuhi fainted, his eyes were hazy, his palm sage art flickered, but he insisted that it didn't dissipate. Baby, drink some more Tilda. Yizan smirked, took a sip of wine, puffed out Tsunade's lips, and slowly passed. Swallowed another gulp of wine, Tsunade's eyes became more and more hazy. She leaned lightly on Yizan's shoulder, her consciousness became blurred, and the green light in her hand finally disappeared. You two, come and take over. Yizan raised his chin towards the door, and the 2 ninja nurses who were peeking outside came in with the faces of Yuhi. Although they didn't know Yizan, since they could kiss and hug the great Tsunade, they must be the big ones in Konoha. Sir. The 2 nurses bowed to Yizan, then took over Tsunade's treatment and released sage art to heal the wounded. Yes, do it well Tilda, I'm optimistic about you. Yizan gave a few words of encouragement pretending to be a leader, then hugged Tsunade and left. At this moment, although Tsunade was still conscious, but his body had no strength, she opened her eyes hazy, and after seeing Yizan's wicked smile, she felt a little uncomfortable. Kindly turned his head away. Baby Tilda. Let's go home Tilda. Whatever you want. Wine surged up, Tsunade yawned lazily, and was taken home by Yizan in a daze. House was Tsunade's house. After entering the door, Yizan put Tsunade on the sofa. The woman was already numb from drinking. Yuhi's cheeks slammed into her mouth, and she raised her hand from time to time as if she wanted to drink. Idiot. Yizan shook his head amusingly. He felt that Tsunade was like a drunk kitten now, especially the gesture of raising his hand, which was lazy, slightly curved, and looked extremely cute. If I'm not here, and I'm so drunk, I might be bullied by bad people. Yizan pinched Tsunade's Chong nose, causing Tsunade to move around. She slapped Yizan's hand down, hugged him tightly, and didn't let go of anything. After a while, Tsunade yawned and fell asleep comfortably. Tsunade was so tired. He had been tired for 2 weeks. Even if his body could handle it, his spirit was exhausted to the limit. Taking advantage of the drinking, she temporarily put aside the hospital affairs, which is also considered a vacation for herself. Hey! This stupid woman. Looking at Tsunade's beautiful face, Yizan sighed softly. He wanted to pull his hand out of Tsunade's arms, but found that Tsunade was holding him tightly and couldn't move. In desperation, Yizan could only lie down on his side. Fortunately, the sofa was wide enough, and there was still a half-length space after the two of them lay down. What a hooligan, you still hold my hand when you fall asleep. Yizan muttered softly, his other hand passed through Tsunade's neck and wrapped his arms around Tsunade. Smelling Tsunade's body, he buried his face in Tsunade's smooth blonde hair and slowly closed his eyes. Go to sleep, I also sleep. When Yizan woke up again, it was already 3 o'clock in the night. He yawned lazily, smacked his mouth, and found that Tsunade's embrace had weakened, so he pulled out his hand. Ha! He spread out his hands, sighed towards his palm, and sniffed it in front of his nose. Well, it's slightly smelly, first brush Kiba and wash your face. Thinking of this, Yizan quietly got up, walked to the toilet lightly, turned on the faucet, and poured water for a full minute before he woke up from a stupefied state. By the way, this is the first time I woke up at 3 in the morning. Tsunade, who was still sleeping on the sofa, Yizan smiled and washed up comfortably. After washing his face and brushing Kiba, Yizan was completely full of energy. He walked slowly to the windowsill. The night wind blew, mixed with the fragrance of soil and grass. Yizan exhaled lightly, and looked at the star-studded night sky with deep eyes, as if he had become a literary youth. Call out. A soft sound, a black mass flashed across the faraway street. Yizan was stunned. Judging from the speed, it was at least an elite Jonin. I didn't expect people to go out of the village to carry out missions so late. Konoha's recent situation is really not optimistic. Sarutobi has been working overtime lately. Various things caused by the war have made him devastated. He often works overtime until 12 o'clock in the evening or even late at night, and then sits in the office on time at 7 o'clock the next morning, and he can't even sleep. Hokage is so bitter, only an idiot would be a Hokage. Thinking of this, Yizan suddenly felt that it would be a good choice for Danzo not to be Hokage. He was in charge of the root department and occasionally did something shady, at least not tired. Just when Yizan kept complaining about Hokage's hard work, something floated over from a distance, and by the faint moonlight, it seemed like a piece of Yuhi-colored hair. Yuhi-colored hair. Yizan froze for a moment, but did not respond for a while. You must know that only the Uzumaki family in the whole ninja world has Yuhi hair. How can a Yuhi hair float here? Fuck, kidnapped. Yizan was shocked, and a huge wave broke out in his heart. There are only 2 Uzumaki people in the entire Konoha. This hair is either Kushina or Miwako's. Thinking of the black group that had just disappeared, Yizan's pupils shrank sharply, stepping on the window string with one foot, suddenly exerting force, like a blue wind, and disappeared in an instant. Damn it! How dare you kidnap someone in Konoha? It must be a bastard from Kumogakure village. In the original memory, isn't this special cat that happened when she graduated? Yizan didn't expect his butterfly effect to affect so much, but also, in the original book, the second generation of Mizukage and the second generation of Tsuchikage in the Second Ninja World War will perish together. As a result, because he collapsed the country of water, the second generation of Mizukage is still alive and well. The second generation Tsuchikage died on the ghoul seal. This kidnapping, without even thinking about it, must have been done by the Kumogakure ninja. In the original book, the Kumogakure ninja kidnapping incident happened more than once, and from the passing figure just now, the opponent is at least a physique-type elite Jonin. Otherwise, in the case of kidnapping a person, it is impossible to have such a fast speed. No matter who you are, if you kidnap Mawako, I'll leave you with a corpse, and if you kidnap Kushina, don't blame me for being black. Chapter 154_Dull Manic Patient. Outside the village of Konoha, a cloth-covered man was rushing forward, with a yuhi-haired girl on his shoulders. Hey, uncle, you tied the wrong person. Kushina patted the other party's shoulder. Her chakra was imprisoned, maybe because of her young age. The other party did not restrict her body. Since leaving the village, the restraint on her throat has also been lifted, allowing her to speak. In fact, at first, Kushina was very scared, but when Jonin's escape route happened to pass by Tsunade's house, she gently threw a strand of hair towards Tsunade's house, and at that moment saw Yizan on the windowsill. My position should be in a dark corner. The stinky hooligan can't see it, but my hair should be able to float in front of the stinky hooligan, and he will definitely come to save me. Ever since she figured this out, Kushina has been active. She patted the Kumogakure ninja on the shoulder from time to time, looking a little lively. Uncle, why didn't you talk? Are you dumb? That's not right. Are you lost in love? Or you can't find a girlfriend at all? The type of girlfriend, quote. Kushina chuckled, making Kumogakure Jonin's head full of black lines, and he finally couldn't help but let out a low and gloomy voice. Little girl, do you know that I'm kidnapping you? I know, Tilda. Then shouldn't you be showing fear, depression and fear now? Why should I be afraid, depressed and fearful? Someone is here to save me, Tilda. Save you? Ha 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 ha. It turns out that you have such a plan. Little girl, don't be naive. 2 to 3 in the morning is the time of deep sleep for human beings. Why do you think I chose to kidnap you at this time? If it is true someone came to rescue you, Before he could finish his words, an extremely terrifying aura galloped from afar, and the blue light was extremely dazzling in the dark night, which shocked Jonin, followed by a burst of rage. Futon, Wind Style, Chakra. Shimura Danzo's son. Granary burned down. The Kumogakure suffered a defeat, and the injuries of the 3 generations of Reikage were no longer a secret in the eyes of these elite Jonins, and Yizan's image was spread among the Jonin circles. Futon, Wind Style, Chakra Mode. Less than 10 years old, can fly, Jonin Strength, Danzo's genius son. Not only that, due to the alliance of the 3 kingdoms of wind, earth, and thunder, and the exchange of information, Yizan's situation gradually surfaced. Holding Onoki on the front of the land, Danzo's conspiracy succeeded, which indirectly led to the death of the second generation Tsuchikage. Leading the 70 elite Jonin on the front of the Land of Winds brought down an army of 1,500 sand ninjas, forcing 3 generations of Kazekage to retreat. A sneak attack on the Granary transfer station on the front line of the Kingdom of Thunder caused the Kumogakure ninja army to be unstable. Later, 3 generations of Kazekage added in the information. This kid will not only know the Futon, Wind Style mode, but also the Raiden Thunder Style mode of the 3 generations of Reikage. The paper couldn't contain the fire, and as soon as the news spread, the whole ninja world was boiling, and a child under 10 years old actually possessed such a strong strength. Fortunately, everyone did not know that Yizan was the planner of the collapse of the Water Kingdom, nor did they know that the plan to blow up the Kikyo city came from Yizan, or else a young genius who combined wisdom and strength, unless Yizan did not come out. Konoha, Once you go out on a mission, you will have to face the endless sneak attacks from the whole ninja world. As for now, it's not like I haven't seen a genius before. Every village has a genius, but Yizan has the highest talent. But in their minds, Yizan has no bloodstains. Based on this, Yizan can never become a Senju Hashirama level character. In their minds, there is no future without bloodstains. No matter how high the talent is, Konoha is just a number of level powerhouses. The high-level officials of several countries figured this out, but the ordinary class did not understand. At least at this moment, the Kumogakur Jonin put down Kushina directly, and looked at Yizan with infinite killing intent. Cyan Futon, Wind Style, less than 10 years old, it's really you. Shimura Danzo's son. Kumogakur Jonin's face was grim, and thunder flowed on him. Your detonator trap did a good job, chasing you at that time. More than 100 people were killed. You are really powerful. My eldest brother and second brother all died in your trap. He was trembling all over. It was not fear, but anger that made him unable to control his body. However, in the next second, Yizan scratched his head stupidly, blinked his eyes, and had a confused expression on his face. What did you say? What detonating talisman? I just burned your granary at the time. As for the detonating talisman trap, I didn't set it up at all. Huh. Kumogakur Jonin was stunned for a moment, his eyes were full of incredulity. The Kumogakur Jonin circle has spread, could it be? The information is wrong. It was originally, think about it yourself, I was chased by more than 100 of you at the time, and it was too late to escape. How could I set up a trap? Even if it was done by Konoha, you should go to Anbu for revenge. Why are you looking for me? Soder Siga, I should go to Anbu for revenge. Kumogakur Jonin slammed his hand as if he had come to a realization, with a look of gratitude on his face. Thank you, fortunately you reminded me, otherwise I would have taken my revenge by mistake. Quote. He didn't realize that, at this moment, Yizan was looking at him with pain on his face. Yizan couldn't understand why Kumogakur village would send such a person to carry out the kidnapping mission. Puchi. 4.2. A chuckle, he pulled the Kumogakur ninja back from his revenge. He turned his head to look, only to find that Yizan had already embraced Kushina in his arms, and Kushina was grinning with a bright smile. Stinky hooligan, you are so bad, how can you deceive this uncle like this? I found out along the way, this uncle is so dumb, he must be a fool who can't find a girlfriend. You still make fun of others, you really too bad, too bad, too bad. She lightly hammered Yizan, and the flirtatious look made Kumogakur Jonin's complexion change drastically, as if he was poking a sore spot. Show your love, you have to die. Chapter 155 What about the exam tomorrow? Call out. Fierce fists instantly hit Yizan, and the flashing electric arm even wiped the air out of Scorch. Yizan stepped back on tiptoe, he put his left hand around Kushina, and his right hand took out a chakra knife that had not been used for a long time. Since the futon wind style mode, I haven't had a real fight with real guns. Today, let's play. The violent whirlwind whistled, the chakra sword burst into dazzling light. Yizan rushed forward, without blessing the futon wind style mode, his speed dropped a lot. Call out. Kumogakur Jonin easily dodged the attack. You must know that he is an elite Jonin from Kumogakur village, or a physique-type Jonin, and his strength is stronger than Yizan. When Yizan does not use futon wind style mode, his speed much faster than Yizan. Show love, die fast. He roared like a mad wolf dog. The body cells activated by lightning gave him faster speed and stronger attacks, while Yizan not only slowed down because of his arms around Kushina, but also was not so flexible in dodging. Yizan's chakra knife couldn't hit the opponent, and the opponent's fist was narrowly avoided every time. Yizan pouted helplessly, with a hint of O5 depression on his face. The gap between Jonin and the elite Jonin is a bit big, and he can't beat him at all. Seeing the fist coming from the other side, Yizan blinked his eyes, spread out his hands, and gave up his resistance directly. Boom! With a loud bang, the thunder broke out violently. Kumogakure Janan's fist was severely imprinted on Yizan's heart, and the cyan futon wind style was slightly dented, spinning rapidly, repairing it instantly. Hee, sorry, I'm going to cheat. Tilda opened the futon wind style armor, slaughtered the opponent in a few minutes. Looking at the corpse on the ground, he sighed pitifully. Leave a whole corpse for you, poor lunatic. After Yizan finished speaking, he walked towards Konoha with Kushina in his arms. When he reached the gate of Konoha, he burst into a chakra and led an Anbu over. Master Zan. Well, my woman has just been kidnapped. You find a few people to go to the northern forest 3 kilometers away to find the body. It's the Kumogakure ninja. I killed it. Let the members of the Yamanaka clan search his brain. How many parties are left? What to do? Don't I need to teach you? Understood. Lord Zan, please rest assured and complete the task. Anbu bowed and left. Kushina was ashamed of Yuhi, and seeing that there was no one around, she suddenly opened her mouth, revealing 2 little tigers, Kiba, and nibbled at Yizan's shoulder. Ah, Uzumaki Kushina, what are you doing? Are you a dog? A row of tooth marks sunk deep on his shoulders. Yizan cried out in pain, and threw Kushina directly to the ground. Stinky bastard, how dare you throw me away? Ass butt hit the ground. It hurt so much that Kushina sucked in the cold air. She quickly got up. Zhang Kiba danced at Yizan. Who is your woman? You are so bad. I'm not your woman. Don't even think about it. Kill you, kill you, kill you. Ah, you still bite the stinky woman. I saved you, you bite again. You have the guts to bite again. Ah, it's going to kill you. In the silent late night, the sound of a man and a woman chasing and fighting sounded from time to time, waking the sleeping civilians, especially some bachelors who had just finished masturbating and just fell asleep, even more angrily pushing the window and cursing late at night and flirting, cursing men and women. In the end, Yizan forcibly took Kushina's hand and returned home. Since Danzo is still cleaning Kumogakure ninjas in the forest of the Land of Fire, there are only Mawako and Kushina at home. Kushina was kidnapped quietly. Mawako was still sleeping in his bedroom, and he didn't notice it at all. Don't tell Mawako, don't worry about your sister. Nonsense, even if you don't say it, I know it. Kushina flipped the Byakugan and stepped on Yizan's shoes. The next second, her body suddenly vacated, so frightened that she quickly hugged Yizan's neck. Bastard, what are you doing? She cursed in a low voice for fear of being overheard by Mawako. Guess what I'm going to do? Yizan grinned wickedly, reached out and pulled Kushina's shoes off. He also took off his shoes, hugged Kushina and walked towards the bedroom. Stinky hooligan, let me go. Kushina Yuhi slapped her face and was very nervous. Since she put her arms around Yizan's neck, she could only gently kick Yizan's belly with her white feet. But no matter what she did, Yizan would hold her without letting go. Crunch. The bedroom door was pushed open, and Yizan walked in with Kushina in his arms. He closed the door with his heels, then quickened his pace again, and walked to the edge of the shop with a few strides. Boom. A muffled sound. Kushina was slammed onto the bunk by Yizan, and the soft bunk bounced Kushina up and down, and it took 3 full bounces before it stopped. Bastard. Kushina was furious and was about to scold, but Yizan suddenly reached out and put his finger on her mouth. Shish. The mysterious meaning made Kushina stop. She blinked her eyes suspiciously, and a hint of curiosity appeared in her heart. Stinky rascal, what's wrong? She asked in a low voice, but did not notice the smirk at the corner of 900 Yizan's mouth. In the next second, Yizan suddenly held onto her shoulders and pressed her hard against the bed. You. Seeing that Yizan was about to come up, Kushina's pretty face suddenly became Yuhi. He resisted Yizan hard, and turned his head shyly. Stinky bastard, don't bully me, it's so late, let me sleep. Tomorrow. There's an exam tomorrow. Huh, is there an exam tomorrow? Of course, or I'll beat you to death tonight, even if I waste a whole night. Kushina waved her fist fiercely, as if she really wanted to hit Yizan, and then her face weakened and she yawned tiredly. After the kidnapping, Kushina was already very tired. After playing with Yizan for so long, she was so tired that she could barely open her eyes. Well, since there is an exam tomorrow, I won't bully you, go to sleep. Yizan shook his head helplessly, opened the bed, and after Kushina got in, he closed the bed and kissed Kushina gently on the forehead. Good night. Chapter 156_Ninja Kill. After the semester exams, the ninja school is closed. 2 months of vacation. However, because of the war, despite the holiday, the ninja school still arranged a lot of theoretical homework, and the practical training also required students not to slacken. It's too much trouble to double your practice. Why did I happen to encounter a ninja war when I was in school? In the green lawn, Nara Shikaku yawned lazily, and a group of people sat around on the lawn. It was October, the weather was getting cooler, and the afternoon sun was shining down, adding a sense of laziness. So that's why you're lazy, Shikaku. Inuzuka Paz glanced at Shikaku, then took a serious look at the cards in his hand, thought for a while, and drew the third card. All arrows are fired. Flash. Flash. Little Claw, you are so nasty. Is there anyone escorting you? My lord, I will help you out. Ha ha, Choza, so you are a loyal minister. The lively 8 people and Shikaku on the side are in stark contrast. Yes, because the holidays are too boring, Yizan finally invented a card game called Ninja Kill. The character in the ninja killing card is the famous ninja in the 5 countries today, and the ability of the card, Yizan completely copied the 3 kingdoms killing. With Yizan, there were 9 friends in total, and they were going to lose, but Shikaku was too lazy with the goods, so he simply chose to abstain, lying on the lawn next to everyone, basking in the sun and sleeping. But seriously, you still have to practice hard. The Ninja World War is no joke. In case it takes more than 10 years, all of you will have to go to the battlefield. I don't want to hear about any of you dying on the battlefield one day. News. Yizan said, but his eyes did not leave the card. He had more than a dozen cards in his hand. The general card was Shimura Danzo. He had no special ability. The only effect was that he could keep collecting cards without killing. Pretend to be a ninja repeating crossbow. Yizan said lightly, and suddenly drew out a card and played, Kill. Lord. Ah, you rascal, are you a rebel? Kushina next to Yizan suddenly wanted to cry. She was smoking the Lord. Since Yizan never killed himself, he always thought that Yizan was a loyal minister or a traitor. Escort. Sorry, Kushina, I didn't dodge. Choza reluctantly shrugged his shoulders, saying he could do nothing. What about another loyal minister? Hasn't jumped out yet. Idiot, who told you to choose Kazekage as the protagonist? Only Choza's card here as the ninja of the Land of Wind, and only he can help you escort. Yizan smirked, and Kushina pouted in anger. She glared at Yizan fiercely, holding the card to reduce a drop of blood. Ninja repeating crossbow effect, keep killing. Yizan mercilessly hit another shot, and Kushina snorted in anger, silently reducing a drop of blood. Also, kill. One more time, kill. Sorry, I still have, kill. Bastard rascal, you are targeting me. Peach. Kushina threw a card fiercely, thinking it could save her life, but keep killing. Ooh. More than a dozen cards, 8 of which were kills. Kushina and her loyal ministers were powerless to Revolving Heaven, and were instantly wiped out by Yizan. Who is another loyal minister? Why don't you help me at all? Losing the card, Kushina immediately blamed the second loyal minister, but after waiting for a long time, everyone blinked and did not respond. Huh, where's the second loyal minister? Kushina turned one by one and found that except for Choza, who was a loyal minister, and Mawako, who was a traitor, all the others were rebels. She was stunned for a moment, as if she understood something, and her eyes suddenly widened. Stinky rascal, take out your ID card. Hee hee. Yizan smirked, and proudly opened the ID card. As expected, the color of yellow and orange was indeed a loyal minister. You, bastard, I will bite you. A leisurely and pleasant life has passed for 2 months. The little friends started the second semester of the ninja school. After another month, Danzo came back with a group of elite jonin. In Hokage's office, Danzo, Sarutobi, Huang Gambling, and Yizan are all present. In the past few months, I killed 3 Kumogakure squadrons, 11 Kumogakure squads, 37 elite jonin, 80 jonin, and 160 chunin in the Forest of Fire Nation. We lost 8 elite jonin, 20 jonin. Thank you for your hard work. Sarutobi stood up and bowed to Danzo to show Danzo's contribution to Konoha. One more thing. Danzo's face was serious. He turned his head to look at Yizan, who was dangling stupidly, frowned, and his tone was very solemn. The 3rd generation of Raikage's injury is healed. What? No way. It's only been half a year, is that all right? This time, not only Sarutobi, but also Yizan, who was dangling, was stunned. He widened his eyes in disbelief, knowing that his original blow had smashed the flesh and blood in the body of the 3rd generation Raikage, and because it was close to the heart, the injury should be very serious. Don't underestimate Kumogakure Village. Kumogakure Village has been increasing military spending over the years, and it is normal for the village to increase its strength. Last week, Yamanaka Tenichi cracked the memory encryption of one of the Kumogakure ninjas. In order to treat the injury of the 3rd generation of Raikage, Kumogakure, the 30 most powerful medical ninjas in the village, are divided into 3 batches, 24 hours of continuous treatment for 3 generations of Raikage, using the technique of rejuvenation and regeneration, using hair as a medium, and through extremely precise control of chakra, it is converted into protein to fill the wound. It is inferred from the memory obtained. The injury of the 3rd generation of Raikage will be healed in a few weeks. Quote. Danzo's words made everyone's heart tighten. They knew that the 3rd generation of Raikage was injured, and he would definitely go to the battlefield. He would also contact Wind and Turkey for a joint attack. It was completely different from the last time. This attack was a little negligent. Konoha will perish. It's a lot earlier than we expected. This is a big deal. Anbu, immediately call Elder Menyon and Elder Kaharu and tell them, it's an emergency, come to the office immediately. Chapter 157_Sadness. 3 generations of Raikage are healed. How is that possible? In Hokage's office, Kaharu Udatane frowned, bulging his eyes, as if saying, are you kidding me? Excluding all the impossible, the rest, even if it is impossible, is the truth. There is only one truth. So, you are the murderer. Yizan pointed at Kaharu Udatane carelessly, causing everyone present to be covered with black lines. Tsunade sighed helplessly, raised his finger, and gave him a terrifying chestnut. Oops, you knocked me again. I was fooled by you. They already been stupid. If I knock it a few more times, I might be able to knock it back. Tsunade flicked his fingers, so scared that Yizan immediately covered his forehead. He pouted aggrievedly, and muttered in a low voice, I'm also trying to liven up the atmosphere. Activate your sister. Kaharu Udatane turned over Byakugan and decided not to care about Yizan. Seeing that Kaharu Udatane didn't care, Yizan stood up again and raised his finger in a righteous manner. Elder Kaharu, you are the murderer. The boss of the black organization is you. You are the maker of APTX 4869, you are. Boom. With a loud noise, Yizan's eyes rolled around 850 times. He staggered a few steps and threw himself into Tsunade's arms with a thud, but he didn't recover for a long time. Don't worry about him, let's get down to business. Tsunade shook his fist, with no expression on his face. The sudden burst of Queen's aura shocked everyone to not excuse Yizan. They quickly turned their heads and started a long and serious discussion. After some time, when Yizan woke up from the dizzy state, the 2 elders, Danzo, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya all left the office. Yizan lay on his exclusive sofa, with Tsunade's legs on his back. Hey, why is there no one? Yizan blinked his eyes and touched his head, only to realize that the bag that Tsunade had beaten just now disappeared. He glared at Tsunade, knowing that Tsunade used the healing technique to eliminate the evidence of the shot. Stinky woman, it's a waste of time for me to love you so much, but now you dare to knock me on the head. Even if you knock it, you will destroy the evidence. Hee, little pervert, I just want to destroy the evidence. Without evidence, I won't admit that I just knocked you out. Tsunade raised his eyebrows proudly, and Yizan pouted in anger. He sat up and sat on Tsunade's body, cupping Tsunade's face with both hands. Stinky woman, do you admit it? Hee, don't admit it. Can you say it again? No admitting. Humph. Yizan was furious, put his head together, and pursed Tsunade's lips. He didn't let go of Tsunade until Tsunade made a woo-woo, begging for mercy. Wrong. That's wrong, slut. Sarutobi at the desk was so depressed that he kept smoking a cigarette, until the two separated. He knocked on the pipe, attracting Yizan's attention. Xiaozan, let me tell you about the... No need. Yizan interrupted suddenly, and suddenly stuck Sarutobi's words in his throat. He looked at Yizan stupidly, and Yizan directly pulled Tsunade up. I went to have afternoon tea with Tsunade. What did you guys discuss? Just tell me Tsunade later, don't bother. Yizan glanced at Sarutobi, dragged Tsunade out of the office, and left Sarutobi alone. He sighed tiredly with a wrinkled and bitter face. Compared with Sarutobi's story, Yizan certainly preferred Tsunade. Anyway, it's just some pre-war arrangements. Even if the third-generation Reikage is restored, the food in Kumogakure village will need to be restocked. It takes a long time to find a suitable transfer station. This time, the transit station in Kumogakure village will definitely be more closely guarded, and it is almost impossible for the sneak attack to succeed. But these are things in the future. The sky is falling, and Sarutobi and Danzo are on top. At this moment, Yizan and Tsunade are in the quietest tea restaurant in Konoha. Since most people are working in the afternoon, the tea restaurant is empty. Xiaozan, Master Tsunade, good afternoon, is it still the same? Well, the old way. Yizan and Tsunade are regulars here, and they often choose to come in the afternoon. After a few times, they become acquainted with the boss. The two still chose the most corner, the quietest place and the best atmosphere. The boss brought some glutinous rice balls, sake and fried tempura left, and Yizan and Tsunade leaned together, chatting softly while eating delicious food. Sunlight sporadically fell on the sofa and the floor through the blinds, forming a diamond-shaped Madara, which sprinkled on Tsunade's white legs. Tapped Tsunade's legs with his fingers from time to time, tapped on the light Madara, and tapped it turned into rubbing, and the little paws went up and down, a little dishonest. Hate, don't move. Tsunade patted Yizan lightly. Yizan just responded with a smile, grabbed Tsunade's white jade finger, and bit it lightly in his mouth. Slobber. Slobber has anti-inflammatory and immune-boosting effects. Don't you know that if we kiss 5 times a day and exchange the immune system, we can live 100 years longer? Bah, who kisses you 5 times a day? Tsunade snorted lightly, picked up the sake and took a sip. The quiet tea restaurant made her feel relaxed, and she leaned on Yizan's shoulder lazily. Hey, little bastard. Huh. There's going to be a war. I know. The two were silent. They all knew that after the third generation of Reikage was injured, a full-scale war would definitely be provoked. This time it was not a matter of 1,000 or 2,000 people. Maybe 6 or 7,000 people would be dispatched from Kumogakure village at one time, plus in the land of wind and land, Konoha will be defeated if he is not careful. Why do people always want to start a war in this world? So many people are going to die. She shifted her head, fell down, and lay directly on Yizan's lap, her brows slightly wrinkled, but she never let go. Yizan smiled and gently rubbed Tsunade's eyebrows, as if trying to resolve the sadness between her brows. With me here, we Konoha will not lose. Sad and sad, leave my Tsunade baby quickly, let her be happy, don't worry anymore Tilda. Yizan's voice contained a reassuring power. Gradually, Tsunade's brows loosened, and a touch of emotion and tenderness appeared on his face. Chapter 158 _up middle down. In a very hidden room in the Hokage building, Sarutobi, Danzo, and the two elders were sitting in four directions. Yizan swayed and stood behind Danzo, and then lay directly on the floor with a ba. Shaozan. You all sit and I stand, it's not fair. Yizan was lying on the floor. The floor of the room was very clean, and it was cold and very comfortable Tilda. Forget it, let's get down to business. Danzo cast a glance at Yizan, feeling increasingly helpless towards this son, but fortunately, Yizan's spirit has reached an unprecedented level in both wisdom and strength, otherwise he would have been so mischievous. Son is pissed. As soon as the business was mentioned, the atmosphere in the room suddenly became solemn. There was no solution discussed in the previous discussion in the office. After everyone went back to think for a few days, Sarutobi held this high-level secret meeting. The current situation is unknown, but with a cautious attitude, we have to plan for the worst. Suppose, Kumogakure village uses 3,000 ninjas to defend the village and 7,000 ninjas attack Konoha. How should we Konoha resist? Suppose Cheyenne village and Iwagakure village each attacked Konoha with more than 5,000 ninjas, and formed a flanking attack with 7,000 ninjas from Kumogakure village. What should we do in Konoha? Homura Mitokado's words made everyone frown, and a fear of timidity rose in their hearts. The number of people who attacked the three villages alone exceeded the total number of Konoha ninjas. How to fight? Can I contact Xiaoguo? Sarutobi asked in a deep voice. Sarutobi, don't be naive. Who doesn't know the situation in our Konoha now? Would you like a small country to help us? It's not bad if you don't help the three big countries to fight us. Danzo snorted coldly, and immediately dismissed Sarutobi's idea of uniting with the small countries. Then what? Kaharu Udatane bit Kiba tightly, his eyes a little desperate. Is this the end of our Konoha? Kaharu, don't think like that. If even the four of us give up, Konoha is really hopeless. Cheer up. Yes, and the matter is not as serious as imagined. First of all, the three major countries are in our country of fire, and communication is extremely difficult. Except for the first agreed attack time, it is impossible to communicate in time. Not only that, although they have a total of 3 cage-level powerhouses, but we also have 3 on our side, Sarutobi, me, Hatake Sakumo, we defend one country each, and we won't necessarily lose. The three of them spoke at the same time, finally turning back Kaharu Udatane's despairing mood. She silently bowed to the three of them, her face very guilty. Sorry, my mind is too fragile. You are right, if the four of us or even if you give up, Konoha is really finished. Xiaoshuan, do you have any ideas? She looked at Yizan, and the other three also looked over. At this moment, Yizan was lying on the ground and rolling from wall to wall, looking extremely leisurely. Yizan was taken aback by Kaharu Udatane's question. He forgot to control his body, and then... boom! With a loud bang, Yizan slammed his entire face against the wall. He covered his face in pain, bowed his body, and his body trembled. Quote. The four of them looked at Yizan with black lines all over their heads, and Danzo even twitched the corners of his mouth, almost unable to control the urge to beat someone. Elder Kaharu, it's all your fault. Yuhi's nose, with 2 balls of tissue paper stuffed in his nostrils, Yizan stared angrily, looking very aggrieved. Okay, it's all my fault. When the meeting is over, I'll buy you candy, darling Tilda. Kaharu Udatane patted Yizan's head, causing Yizan to keep turning over Byakugan. He pushed Kaharu Udatane's hand away and said angrily, bastard. You treat me as a child. So coaxing. No, Xiaoshuan, I have never treated you as an 8-year-old child. You are so smart and powerful, I have always treated you as a 5-year-old child tilde. Yizan pointed at Kaharu Udatane and kept pouting, and finally he snorted lightly and turned his head away in disgust. The atmosphere in the room became more relaxed and lively because of Yizan's commotion. As if the dark clouds of war were dissipated, Sarutobi smiled like a fox and looked at Yizan with a sly look. Xiaozan, look at your picture. Attitude, seems to have some plans, or, let's hear it. Sarutobi was the smartest, and he revealed Yizan's attitude in one sentence. His words surprised the other three, wondering how Sarutobi knew that Yizan had plans. Hey, although Xiaoshuan is usually carefree, he never messes around with Konoha's big issues. Since Xiaoshuan doesn't care, does it mean that he has some plans in his heart? Well, dead monkey, if only you could use this cleverness in warfare. Yizan turned over Byakugan, and admitted Sarutobi's guess. He paused for a while, and then said slowly, I don't have a way to relieve Konoha's safety for the time being, but it can greatly reduce the possibility of a fiasco on the three fronts. I'm not a god and can't increase the number of Konoha ninjas, but if it's a cage-level powerhouse's victory or defeat, I can change it. Oh. Yizan's words shocked the four of them. You must know that because cage-level powerhouses are too powerful, it is difficult for them to lose because of conspiracies. The solution is very simple. The three of you have to change the defensive direction. My dad will deal with the 3 generations of Reikage, Dead Monkey will deal with Onoki, and Hataki Sakumo will deal with Cage. Ah, Xiaoshuan, that's not right. If Danzo dealt with the 3 generations of Reikage, wouldn't he be directly? Sarutobi was hard to say, but everyone in the room understood that Danzo's strength was the weakest in the Konoha cage level, so wouldn't he just be blown away when he fought against the strongest shadow of the 3 major countries? So you are all idiots and don't know how to work around. What if my dad is beaten by 3 generations of Reikage? If I compare the 3 of you to upper, middle, and lower, and the 3 kingdoms cage level is upper, middle, and lower, down, means up to middle, middle to down, and then my dad's down, to deal with the strongest up, lose 1, win 2, get it? Chapter 159 _go go 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 go. Sarutobi is strong, no doubt about that. Especially the Sarutobi of this era, the spirit and strength have reached the peak, and the psychic beasts and demons with cage-level strength can definitely defeat Onoki. As for Hataki Sakumo, you don't have to think about defeating the 3 generations of Cage. You must know that in the original book, Hataki Sakumo was responsible for the front of the country of the wind. Hataki's swordsmanship killed the quartet, and even killed Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law. Hataki Sakumo's features are speed and one-hit kill, similar to the 3rd generation Reikage, but not as strong as the 3rd generation Reikage. But if you put it on the front of the country of wind, speed and one-shot kill happen to be the nemesis of the puppet master, especially the Hataki swordsmanship, which is practiced to the limit, is not as strong as the Raiden Thunder-style armor of the 3rd generation Reikage, whoever touches will die. Yizan's horse racing method was instantly agreed by the 4. They even thought, what kind of genius can he think of such a powerful method? Therefore, the transmigrators or something, easily crush the natives. Yizan shook his head proudly and shook his legs, like a little hooligan. How arrogant he looked, but in the eyes of the 4, Yizan became more and more cute, especially Danzo, who held his chin proudly. Such a proud son. The high-end combat power has been solved. Let's talk about the mid and low-end combat power. At this level, we don't have to stick to the rule that ninjas above Chunin must be dispatched in war. I suggest that Genin join the war. No. Danzo's opinion was opposed by 3 people at the same time, especially Sarutobi, who opposed it most violently. Every village's upper and Chunin were raised by Genin. If Genin is sent to fight, what will Konoha do in the future? Sarutobi, you are pedantic. If you lose the war, it will directly result in the destruction of the village and the country. Do you still think about the future? No, Genin must not be sent out. Yes, If Konoha loses, the village will be wiped out, but what's the point of genin participating in the war? Any chunin can kill 10 genin, even if all of our Konoha genin are sent. The battlefield doesn't work either. This method doesn't work. Sarutobi's words made Danzo unable to refute for a while, and the atmosphere in the room suddenly became solemn, and the two stared at each other, dissatisfied with each other. Sarutobi and Danzo resisted, but Yizan didn't care. He was lying on the floor without any heart and rolling around, making the floor gurgle. This sound made Sarutobi and Danzo's faces even more ugly, and blue veins gradually appeared on their foreheads. Gollum gollum, roll and roll, roll and roll. Shaozan. Boom. Boom. A minute later, Yizan sat obediently beside Danzo. He pouted unhappily, with 2 small yuhi bags on his forehead. The battlefield is the best place to train people. Sending 1/3 of the genin to the battlefield may result in a lot of deaths, but this is also the way to make them become chunin quickly. If a few of the jonin can become quasi-shadow powerhouses, it would be a lot easier for us at Konoha. Quote. Danzo's suggestion was finally agreed by Sarutobi. He is kind by nature, but it doesn't mean he has no blood. Danzo is right, the battlefield will indeed accelerate the strength of ninjas. 3,000 people defend the country of wind, 3,000 defend the country of thunder, and 3,000 defend the country of earth. At that time, I will divide Tsunade, Jiraiya and Orochimaru into 3 battlefields. Their war psychic beasts will give the battlefield brings some advantages. Quote. Sarutobi knocked on the table, his face was a little serious. The disadvantage of the number of people is too serious, especially Danzo's side. If he is unlucky, maybe he has to defend 6 or 7,000 people, and he has to face the 3rd generation of Hokage and the 2-tailed Jinchuriki. The column force can only delay as much as possible, maybe even without the strength to delay, it will be directly blown up by Kumogakure village. The front of the country of thunder must be strengthened. Danzo also knocked on the table. Although he is cage level, a 2-tailed man Jinchuriki column power with the power of a tailed beast can entangle him. If there is another 3-generation Hokage. No confidence. But thinking of the Jinchuriki column power of the 2-tailed man, Danzo suddenly thought of another person. He turned his eyes to Yizan, and asked seriously, how about the Jinchuriki column power of the Kyubi, 9-tails man? Uzumaki Mawako. Yizan frowned and said after thinking, no, she can't control the power of Kyubi, 9-tails, at least until Chunin or even Jonin can enter the battlefield. Is it absolutely impossible? Not necessarily, Sarutobi suddenly answered, with his hands folded on the table. His tone was hesitant. Uzumaki Mawako is young and will not be strong enough to master Kyubi, 9-tails power. If you keep sealing Kyubi, 9-tails, and can't use its power, but there is one person who might be able to solve this problem. Who? Uzumaki Ryayama. Uzumaki Liushin, Junkage, the head of the Uzumaki clan. Contemporary terms, Uzumaki Ryayama must be the person who understands sealing the most. Since Sarutobi proposed Uzumaki Liushin, Danzo directly proposed the possibility of letting the Uzumaki clan participate in the war. After a few people combined, Sarutobi immediately used the fastest communication ninja to bring the information to the country of Vortex. Uzumaki Liushin, who has ambitions and ideas, has given him a lot of benefits. Even if the whole family is not involved in the war, he will bring some Jonin to help Konoha. He cooperates well with Kyubi, 9-tails Jinchuriki column, and he should be able to play a strong fighting force. It's not urgent for the time being. Even if Uzumaki Liushin wants to come to Konoha, it will take a week. Shaoshuan, Kyubi, 9-tails person Jinchuriki column force. You are the most familiar, so I will arrange you 4.8 to the land of thunder. Front, Danzo, can you? The front line of the Kingdom of Thunder is the most dangerous. If there is an accident, even I may not be able to escape. In my heart, I certainly don't want Shaoshuan to take risks, but it all depends on him. Danzo looked at Yizan. Yizan turned the Byakugan and nodded in agreement. You don't want me to take risks, I'm still worried about you. The third generation Hokage is the top martial arts master in the ninja world. Back then, dozens of elite Jonin and Hatake Sakumo were beaten into dogs by the third generation Hokage. I didn't hit you, but you. Hey, you should be careful anyway. Don't ask me to save you when the time comes. Chapter 160_Engagement. Week later, Uzumaki Ryayama came to Konoha with a few Jonins. After some interest negotiation, Uzumaki Ryayama agreed to lead the whole clan of ninjas to help Konoha, but among them, there was a special request. What? Want me and Kushina to kiss the doll? At the dinner table at Shimura's house, Yizan opened his mouth in astonishment, and Danzo's face was also very strange. I don't know why he cares about you so much. He took his daughter in, and he also said that he won't help Konoha if he doesn't get married. Danzo doesn't know the reason, but Yizan does. When he was in the country of Vortex, in order to breathe a sigh of relief, he revealed that he was the planner of the collapse plan of the country of water. In fact, at that time, Yizan saw the clue. Even if he saved the other party's son, he would not send the ghoul to seal this forbidden technique. This is a kind of gesture and an investment. And Yizan's performance over the past year has been as outstanding as a monster. Uzumaki Luo 5 Mountain is also a very thoughtful person. He bet on Yizan and firmly believes that Yizan is the next generation leader of Konoha. Hey, Uzumaki Ryayama has some courage. He won't help Konoha if he doesn't get married. In other words, getting married with me is more important than the whole Konoha. Is that what you mean? That's what it means. What do you think? I don't care, let's settle it. It's like Kushina can escape my clutches. But I think Kushina is about to explode now, right? Ha 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 ha. Yizan laughed. He had been with Kushina for so long. Of course he knew the character of this little tigress. If he heard that the two were engaged. Father, I will never be engaged to that stinky hooligan. Just like Yizan's guess, at this moment, in a restaurant in Konoha village, Kushina almost overturned the table. Originally, Uzumaki Ryushin came to Konoha to see her and her sister. She was still very happy. The family came out for dinner, but now, Uzumaki Ryushin actually wants to marry that stinky rascal to marry the doll. Absolutely not. Kushina's big eyes were full of dissatisfaction, while Uzumaki Ryushin just smiled, his eyes deep and steady. Kushina, I don't know the relationship between you and that kid yet. As your sister said, you are a pair of happy friends. Sooner or later, we will be together one day. What's wrong with getting married sooner? No. What a happy enemy. I hate him to death. Kushina pouted angrily and kept shaking his head. I won't do it. Anyway, I won't marry that stinky rascal. Kushina was reluctant to live or die, which suddenly made Uzumaki Ryushin a headache. The Great Ninja World War, the Uzumaki clan are weak. If they don't have a stable backer, they may be destroyed one day. For example, if they fell into the trap of the kidnappers in Kumogakure village, they would definitely be killed by the 5 elite Jonin. When he was killed, the country of the vortex would not even have a quasi-shadow, and it would be strange if it was not destroyed. Desperation, Uzumaki Ryushin told the 2 daughters about the crisis of the Uzumaki clan. Mawako nodded understandingly, but Kushina not only did not understand, but said carelessly, since there is a crisis, it is better for the whole clan to move into Konoha to live. You see, Uchiha Hyuga, Nara Akamichi, these families, don't they all live in Konoha? Fart. Let's move into Konoha. What about the country of Vortex? Although I, Uzumaki Ryushin, are not a big man, I won't allow the kingdom of Vortex to perish in my hands, absolutely not. The father and daughter slapped the table like this, and Mawako was neither on the left nor on the right, so they could only be anxious. After an unknown amount of time, Uzumaki Ryushin's momentum finally softened. He sighed softly, turned around and left the restaurant. Kushina, think about it for yourself. I've been in Konoha all this time. If you think about it someday, let me know. Uzumaki Ryushin and Kushina had a big fight. Although Kushina refused the engagement, the one who should help Konoha still has to help. If you want Mawako to enter the battlefield, you have to improve the seal of the 4 elephants. The next few days, he took Mawako to the Anbu base, devoted himself to improving the seal of the 4 elephants, and by the way asked Hatake Sakumo to teach Mawako and improve Mawako's strength. After Hatake Sakumo was healed, his combat power finally ranked 2nd in Konoha and pushed Danzo to 3rd. Danzo expressed his sadness about this, and Yizan's words hit him even more. 3rd place. You can keep 3rd place for 10 years at most. In the future, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, who is not better than you? And me, and Namikaze Minato, who I have always been optimistic about, who is not better than you? Quote. Danzo glanced at Yizan blankly, feeling aggrieved, but didn't say it. Since Uzumaki Ryushin took Mawako to the Anbu base, these days, apart from Yizan and Danzo, only Kushina is left in the Shimura family. Kushina has been very silent these past few days, and she didn't quarrel with Yizan during meals, completely losing her former true colors. After having dinner in a strange and quiet atmosphere, Danzo hurriedly left the house and went to the Hokage building, leaving only Yizan and Kushina at home. Hey, Kushina, go wash the dishes. Seeing that Kushina was still silent, Yizan half lied on the chair like a big man, raised his chin, and motioned for Kushina to wash the dishes. However, Kushina didn't say anything, she just glanced at Yizan, got up, and went back to the bedroom with a dada. Boom. With a loud bang, the bedroom door closed. Yizan scratched his head with some kiba pain, and then quietly walked to the door of Kushina's bedroom. Dong dong dong. Dong 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 dong. Kushina. Listening carefully, there was no movement in the bedroom. Yizan felt strange, put his right hand on the doorknob, and gently twisted it open. I'll come in without a word. He gently opened the door and stepped in with half a foot, only to find that there was no one in the bedroom. Huh, what about people? Yizan was puzzled, the next second. Boom. Oops. Yizan screamed, his right foot was severely pressed, stopped by the door, and it was not until then that he realized that Kushina had been hiding behind the door, apparently waiting for this moment for a long time. Kushina, what are you doing? What am I doing? I'm going to kill you. You stinky bastard. Big rascal. Kill you, kill you, kill you.